him doing his channel and things like that. You know, he wants to be an entertainer. Be an entertainer, bro. Appreciate you. But I'm just saying, like, guys like that, dude, what do
Appreciate y'all for coming through. I'm just watching a replay of my dereliction is day to day. I'm just dropping gems, and I'll get started in a minute. Let me get set up. Um, Shouts out to DS1. He's over there at DJ Cuda talking. Great build over there. They're talking about the situation with Glendon Cameron. You know, to me, I don't give a shit about that. I just want to get away from that. Shouts out to the brothers, Teammate Game and DJ Cuda. Yes. Um, I'm just over here just chilling, and we'll get this thing started. We're gonna extend it, but I know it's 7:55 right now, 7:56 right now. So you know, I'm here and wait till everybody just come through. Um, let's see. Yeah, nonprofit. What playlist do I want? Sunday Chill series. We'll see how my schedule's gonna be. Pretty much it. Okay. Okay. Let's see. We're gonna go right here. Yeah, I'm gonna be on mute for a minute and I'm gonna let this play until I pause it. And I'm just gonna wait and then I'll start talking in a minute and talk about what I meant to say and things like that. I'll drop the link probably I'll say on the 30-minute mark, and then we're gonna start. So I'm gonna let this play because I won't only knock the clock out till 8. What's going on, Kylie Jane? Salute to you. Salute. Yeah, so I'm gonna get this on the way and enjoy.
what are you contributing? I'm not trying to say, you know, subscribe, friend, that's good, but don't argue with somebody that has real content you don't, and you follow the wrong shit. I'm like, JR, I mean, get a life, bro. Everybody's not gonna do the same shit. Like, I respect people do their own lane. Don't try to be like this individual, that individual. That's them. You got to be you. Because I hate that sometimes. I hate that sometimes. You got to think for yourself because that's another way you become a follower, but you got to be your own leader. It's okay to be a good follower, but you got to learn how to be your own leadership too. You got to get out of that dereliction, man. It was a lot of derelicts in that comment section, man. I didn't like from Islam, but I get it because they lack confidence. And he was talking about microphones. Dude, I already know about mics. I already know about the difference between the dynamic and condenser. I can tell you that. Dynamics is just for professionals. They try to tell you it's this other shit. No, it's for professional work. That's when you're trying to learn about diaphragms and sounds and shit, mixers and interface. I was looking at it. It's nice, but everybody's not doing that on YouTube. You know what I found out when I look at those tech reviews? 80% of the people don't really care as much because most people's on a cell phone and these AirPods. You kind of blame Marquise Brownlee for that. I mean, yes, he used mics too. Everybody switches up. Now everybody's gonna use the same thing all the time. I hope y'all notice. What's so funny about dynamics and condenser? I'll show you the difference. The two main brands that everybody uses on both of those. If you use a dynamic, everybody's gonna use the Shure SM7B, right? And then come to find out on YouTube, most people use the USB Blue Yetis, right? That's a common. These are two common standards on YouTube. And I hate to say it, the more I look at those reviews, I'm like, I'm just shocked. But you know, the dereliction of people, they don't understand that. Like JR, I want to use him for example last night in other interviews I went on streams, I saw Esther and Dan act the same way. And they lack confidence. You can't expect everybody to get the same microphone. No, you got to be different. It's okay to get different microphones. There's other microphones in the condenser. You get the HyperX podcast. You get the Razor. The dynamic. It's so many RE20s. It's a list of dynamic mics. That mic is not the end all be all. That's just for entertainment. But if you look at the other dynamic mics, they cost like $118, like that Python I done seen with the mute button. The M2, the Audio Technica, what's it called? The M240 or 2040 or something like that, 2040. That's a good one. I mean, it's so many dynamic mics, and then you got your Telefunkens, you got your German mics. Those are nice microphones. Well, like as I was saying to him, like in the chat, everybody's gonna be different. You can't expect people to be mainstream. I try to tell them it's not mainstream. YouTube is mainstream. What you say, video sharing and all that. You can say that in a vein, but us as people is not mainstream. We're basically underground. I try to tell people, YouTube, as a YouTuber, you're supposed to use USB mics. You ain't supposed to use a lot of dynamic mics. Dynamic mics is for professional. If you try to be on TV and try to be on YouTube TV, I'll give you an example. If you want to be on the news, I told them fuck Fox and CNN. Those are liberal news media. Who gives a fuck about them? They spewing bullshit. You want to be that? Take your ass on TV. They'll train your ass. They'll give you dynamic mics for free and train you how to use lavaliers and shit. But these niggas and these derelict Negroes that y'all trying to raise up, they're not gonna listen to you. They're bots. It's just like these white folks with Yetis and insurers all day on the gaming side. I don't tell you on the gaming side, like they play video games and stuff. Those are the mics everybody's using. I'm sorry to tell you that. And when those I learned these faces, everybody's using it. It's a standard. And I'm like, wait to myself, it's okay. It's nothing wrong using those mics. I'm just saying, like, don't expect people to do more. You gotta do you. And I was trying to tell him last night, I said, JR, you don't understand. Everybody's not gonna be that guy. Quit trying to force shit that don't work. Just let them be average. Let them do what they do. So, and shouts out to Ask Nate there. I'm glad he said that because you lack confidence, man. If you ain't got no gear, what the fuck you talk about in the comments section? Let the professionals handle it. Like Islam and Kuda had a good build. He decided to do that. He was on radio stations a few times and learned about dynamic shits. Yeah, he does, but he don't know what he's talking about. I'm talking about actually YouTube, and I'm talking about actually have both. You can't just be one dimensional. I'll tell you a secret. You cannot be one dimensional with this shit because what I've learned about content, you can't expect everybody to do the same shit. And I've learned this too. I learned this the hard way when I started streaming. I had to learn that everybody's different in the audience. I don't expect them to like my shit. And that's a good thing. As long as your message and your presentation's fine, it's perfect. But the dereliction of these Negroes, man, they don't understand how to capture audience. It's not about getting better microphones. Microphones is just a nice piece. That's just a saying you're improving. If you get a dynamic microphone, if you ain't saying much, people ain't gonna fuck with you. I'll give you an example. Information Man's mixer messed up when he had the Shure SM7B. I was in that stream when he had the messed up crowd on the pedals. He was using the condenser, which I'm not mad. I like that. He wasn't a one-trick pony. Shouts out to him. And I love that stream that he did. He used that condenser like it was with confidence, right? He didn't try to act like no derelict on that show, man. Hey, I mean, you can get all the nice microphones you want, but if your message ain't right, if your presentation ain't right, people ain't gonna fuck with you. I know this. I know how YouTube works. I know how audience member works. Everybody's different. Everybody's not gonna think the same way. It's okay. Now, if you're doing music, if you're doing podcasting, that's great. Get you some dynamic professional mics. That's good. Condensers is good for recording. It's good for a lot of things. But if you're not trying to be professional and just have a video or a few streams there, yeah, you can use the USB. It's no issues right there. But what I was saying is, with him last night, it was on my mind. He act like he knew what he was talking about, but he don't. It's a lot of people can talk that, but you got to show and prove what type of content you're gonna sell. Quit trying to follow one individual that's already done it, man. Don't do that. You got to think for yourself. And that's what I was saying about David. David is nothing more than a fucking follower, man. And he's a great example of that. It's no hate on him. It's just what I observe over Sheila's, and shouts out to Cerulean point that out. That dude's gonna be a fucking follower, man. Like I said, you got a lot of derelict Negroes blaming women all day. It's just like what I saw Sheila's shit with that guy talking about 24 years of marriage. You know what I'm saying? They telling on themselves, man. You can't cry about other shit and there's bigger shit to fry. You gotta help out these boys, whatever. But you can't get mad at the world all day. You know what I'm saying? It's a day-to-day process. If you deal with your shit, deal with your shit. Just don't be arrogant about it. I was trying to tell JR in the chat, I was like, dude, I know about that shit. Y'all can't tell me shit. I study this shit. It's not about just hating. What's going on, information, man? Salute to you. But I'm just saying, you can have all those nice things, but you gotta know what you're doing with it. It's like that's the worst way to teach somebody doing YouTube. Like the best, my advice, if they want to start, I started out with headsets, and I had to learn it's more than life than just having other things. Now, if you can afford those microphones, they're nice. They're nice a step up. I should have did some of that years ago, but so I kind of regret not using USBs, but they're reasonable, and there's good ones right now, and they got some in dynamic form. So you got options. It's just that's just one piece. The camera is one piece too. Next piece is your presentation. What type of message you're gonna sell? What type of audience you want? Because everybody's audience is different. Everybody's not gonna like the same thing I'm gonna like. See, that's how you gotta be diverse like me. I can talk about a lot of different things. I mean, my channel deals with history. I talk about information, a little bit of philosophy there and there. And the Hebrew side, I just toned it down because that was in the past. I don't do that no more. I mean, I'll drop it in a few instances there and there in a daily prayer, but outside of that, you just gotta be you, man. Everybody's different in their own lane. I try to tell people if you want to start this shit, you're gonna have to learn to adapt to certain things, and it's nothing wrong being different. It's nothing wrong being different because I started out small.
I was talking about myself in that stream and a little bit of what Cerulean was saying. We did a 10-hour stream and we talked about the term dereliction, and it is a day-to-day process. It's a big deal. One thing I can say, it matters to certain people once you get used to it and you understand. And he said yours truly, and I'll never forget, that was the second 10-hour live stream. And I think what was it? I think it was after Sheila's when we was talking about that. It was a good build. In between those hours, this is Sunday Chills number 9. Okay. What we was talking about is what these Negroes be acting crazy over there right now. I know Kuda's over there building with the great DS1 and Team A game. Shouts out to him, but I have to speak to him if he comes through the chat. And if he wants to come on the panel, whatever, and if he sees Cerulean, we can hash that out or whatever. You know, I could schedule it another stream on that or Tuesday or this week. I'm available Monday and Tuesdays. You know, we can have that discussion and just and that'll be it. But yeah, I'll schedule that. And then what I'll do is I'll give that discussion go and be further. Now, if he wants to do it tonight, I'm available tonight. I ain't got no topic but this. I'm just responding to my dereliction day to day. I'll do some self live streams more often on Mondays and Tuesdays because I don't usually stream on Mondays and Tuesdays as much because everybody be streaming at the same time. I always usually do it in the late afternoon or at night or in the day. You know, sometimes I do self live streams. Actually, I do them in the day, so get the message, or in the morning. Because even when I do streams like this, I usually do Sunday, Thursdays, and Fridays. I think I'm doing Fridays specials madness. That's coming back this week. I will talk about, was it prehistoric world, and I think it's close to America, whatever. I will we'll talk about that this Wednesday. And the Friday special madness is gonna be lit. I don't know what I'm gonna talk about. It's gonna be a lot of things that's going on, but you know, Kuda's talking about the situation he saw over at Bernard's. You know, I call him Bernie Povich over here, but I don't give a fuck about that dude. I don't mess with Bernard like that. I mean, y'all love him, but I don't fuck with him. Fuck him. He's with them dudes over there, so he's with the weird shit, and we got to cut him loose. Fuck him. I never fuck with dudes like that, but I think that's just what it is. I'm gonna stay right here. I tried over there with him. Fuck him. That's a fuck nigga to me. Last straw. You know what I'm saying? I don't watch his shit. If I'm done with you, I'm done with you. I'm not fucking with you. I'm not gonna work with somebody like that. I ain't forgot how he treated DS1's crew and things like that. See, that's the dereliction of these Negroes, and it's stop saving them. Just like we had over at Justin Andre's stream. I mean, that was a great build with Namer, the Wolfman himself, and Cerulean and myself, and then Jay Sean lit their ass on fire last night. on that Saturday night, and I know it's probably Monday morning over at DeAndre's right now, and this is Sunday night over here at 8:10 p.m. Eastern time, and we over here, and yeah, that's I to me I could have did that stream Friday morning, but I was so caught up being a panelist, and the reason I did that stream is something was put on my spirit to use. You know, yeah, I don't watch. Yeah, I know most people don't watch Meter Sheila, but that dude's he's a fraud, man. He's an instigator. But I could have easily did that Friday, but I mean, like I was too busy being the panelist. But I think that bill we had with Cerulean that day, the after stream with Sheila's, man, I was so caught up, and I could have did it. I said, you know what? I'll save it for Saturday because there's so much going on. So yeah, me just talking about it, and I'll get in a moment. But yeah, I was just building off what he said, and then I was watching Ask Nick General. Drop his link in your chat, Andre. And yeah, and I'm just saying, like, I was trying to build off something, but I watched Ask Nathaniel Saturday night. I mean, not Saturday night, but Saturday mornings build about confidence. A lot of these dudes don't have confidence in themselves to do the things they say they do in the morning, whatever, or just get up. You know, a lot of people was lazy. And I'm glad I titled a video called Dereliction is a day-to-day fight. And I appreciate people coming through. And I like it. And that was on my spirit because it was that stream and a combination of the 10-hour stream I did with Cerulean. And I appreciate it, man. That's just one of them things that we got to come through and come forth. But believe me, when I did this one, that was on my spirit to do. I'm glad I did it. So yeah, man, I'm just going to play a few seconds of it. I'm just going to play it right now. Hold on.
When I had my first channel before this second channel came, my first channel was Flag years ago. But this channel, I learned a lot. But see, back then I was using on the laptop mic. Then I eventually got USB years later. See, I should have had USB at the time. But see, I was thinking about myself back then. But see, it's a day-to-day process, man. I'm just saying. You can't expect people to do everything. You can't force people to be you. And I'm starting to agree with that. It's not about game and hating game. Like, dude, that shit, you gotta grow out of that shit. That shit you supposed to know when you're younger. The older you get, you can't teach that shit to nobody. A dating coach can't tell you shit. He only shows his woman. There's no hate on people doing game and stuff, but you got to show and prove because people don't want to see that. When everybody's lit up and cam up, you got to show what you're about. You got to be a true matchmaker. Nobody's not gonna take you seriously. I'm sorry to say that it's competition. There's only a small fraction of men in the world. You know what I'm saying? And the other side is average men that produce, you know, the money. I mean, you can have all the nice things, all the nice shit, all the nice microphones is cool, but if your presentation ain't right, I ain't gonna fuck with you. I look at people that sell tech, mic reviews and all day long and learn how to use them right, learn how to present your audience. That's what you teach them. But you start basic. Start with USBs, then you work your way up to the dynamics and just keep them. I wouldn't throw them away. Just keep them. Because you may sell it to somebody, you help to somebody else. So you can't be a derelict online, man. Because YouTube is limited for what it is. And what I've learned about the microphone thing and the tech reviews, 80% of people don't really care. It's only the content holder. He has to care.
Facts. I was saying that most people don't care because if you get a better microphone, which is great. I mean, it's great if you're trying to do this professionally and go on. And the way YouTube is just a small base to go mainstream, whatever. I ain't trying to do that. I mean, YouTube is my little hobby. I'll talk about different topics and things like that. Outside of this, I'm doing different things and trying to get involved in political things later on. But I'm trying to see how my state is going to move. But people's worrying about the pandemic right now because everybody's going to be at home. I'll be studying, watching shit, soaking knowledge, how to have a better presentation in media. I'm studying the media, how that works. But online media is a little difficult because I ain't trying to be professional with this shit. This shit is just a testing ground to see where we at. But what you're looking at is, I'm right. I saw a review and the guy said most people don't care how you sound because most people be on their phones and tablets. And I understand. It's no hate on those people because a lot of people don't really care. Because if you're doing I'll say broadcasting slash podcasting. See, what we're doing is broadcasting and doing panels. But when you're podcasting, it could be outside. It could be your presentation of your lighting. It could be the subject matter, what you're talking about. What I was talking about is subject matter. What I was saying is don't be stuck in your dereliction. It's those two little things. No, it's more than that. You got to learn how to talk to people, have a one-on-one discussion, interviews, and it's beyond that. It's real discussions. And what you do is that's a form of podcasting. And that message get out. And if you're trying to help people and try to build something, you can learn something. So my channel is basically a combination of everything, but I try to be straightforward. Anybody can be a one-man show. I've noticed that a lot of people try to say they can do that with a panel. Yeah, a lot of times that gets fucking boring. A lot of people ain't gonna watch your shit. I've noticed that about audience. I study people, how they do these streams, and any stream that you do, you got to be understand it's all about presentation. If you're not really about that, just be careful what you wish for. Some people, they just gonna go in, and that's just how it is. But you know what's going on, Degenerate? Salute to you, bro. And I'm just gonna put this in here because I know it's 20 something minutes. But yeah, all I was saying in that first half of the minutes of the 23 minutes I was on, I was talking about myself, and then the dereliction is real. It's very real. And I'm just gonna put, I'm gonna pin this later and finish up what I was saying. But enjoy.
About his content. So the secret is to that, you got to catch the audience right. You can't just force them to be you. I mean, you could give them some advice and make them the best you can. But the problem is when you try to go too big, you forget to learn what your content's about. There's nothing wrong with having big microphones. I mean, they're nice. I'm just not gonna rush to it because I understand how the algorithm in YouTube works. Everybody wants this fast food type thing, man. I'll say like content wise. But I was trying to tell JR, man, like, yeah, if you got all this expertise, man, just put some content out there. I mean, it's not about getting the stuff. You gotta actually have to have content. And people will respect you. They're not gonna respect you as a commenter. I'm telling you that right now. I tried that my first year, my first channel. That shit didn't work. I had to get, and I started the copyright game. Got out of that so around 2010. So I was trying to do some real content. I tried to do it in 2010. I was transitioning then until the next year, until I got flagged in 2012 in March and came back in April with this channel. I did straight content for 3 years. Then I took a 6-year hiatus and got out of these manosphere spaces. Came back in 2009 and say it's corrupt, and they talk about the same old nonsense from Sergeant Willie Pete, vagina, vagina, vagina all day in their dereliction. It's a problem. And shout out to Cerulean and DeAndre pointing that out to me. It's a problem. You got to blame Oblivion for that. He did this. That's why I named the title in your own dereliction. Same thing with gear. You can't think like everybody else. You got to think for yourself. You got to be creative. See, the uniqueness is lost in YouTube. I'm just going to say it right now. The uniqueness is lost on both races, black and white. It's disgusting, man, because when you talk about mic reviews and things like that, everybody got their favorite. If he wants to use USBs, let him. He's not trying to be a broadcast podcast in person. Now, if you're into that, you got to have extra shit. You got to make sure your shit's right and your presentation's right. You got to make sure you're trying to help the young ones. It could be about anything, any subject matter. See, podcast is not only about lights and microphones, it's about your presentation. That's like 90% of this presentation. If you really want to get technical in broadcasting, it's presentation. You got to talk to people a certain way, and you got to know what you're talking about. Are you really about that person? Because a lot of people can't podcast. I'm tell you that right now. Most people on YouTube cannot podcast. I know from experience by as a watcher and an observer and understand the mistakes they make because there's etiquette. You can teach them a lot, but you can't teach talent. You can't teach natural talent. What's going on, antisocial life? Salute to you.
Facts. And you can't teach talent. Like I said, again and again, you can't teach it, and it's very hard to teach. And a lot of people don't understand what I was saying about presentation. You got to learn how to speak to people in person. Podcasting is bigger than just lighting and microphones. No, you got to know what you're doing. You got to know people. And I've seen different podcasting channels, even the bigger ones. Some of them can, and the majority, they just can't. They just don't have the personality. Now, broadcasting, it's just another name for it. And when I first heard of it years ago, it was something. I mean, Joe Budden was nice until he got rid of them two, and now he's hurting. Dane tried that shit too, but the only ones I really listened to is $1,000,000 Worth of Game. I just finished watching, and then I'm gonna watch Devin Wade this Tuesday because he's got a good team and they're consistent. And then they have a talk heavy podcast. It's decent. Depends on your presentation, what y'all talking about. If you talking about the city, talking about the community, that's a good one. A lot of people talk about different things. Most people talk about sex a lot, which is ass backwards anyway. A lot of people just fucked up individuals. But in these spaces, man, they're not built like that. So yeah. I'm gonna stop it here. What's going on, DeAndre? Salute, bro.
What's up, man? What's going on?
What's going on, man?
Here. I had to, said I was muted up, letting you do your presentation. Not cutting in.
No. You good, man. Like it's just a little something.
Oh no, you good, man. Now there's yeah, man. I'm like, you're absolutely right. It's like, it's not for everybody. Like not everybody. I'm like, everybody's style is different. Do I want like a really nice SM7B mic? You know what I mean? And I'm like, and even if you get it, then you got to know how. You got to get the programs like Audacity, and you got to know about compressors, and compression, and you got to set channels right. You know what I mean? You really can't. I'm like, you might as well. You know what I mean? Then you're talking about. You know what I mean? Like, then you need to take it a step further, because even if you get the good mic and stuff like that, what's your mixer like? Your interface? Then you're looking at like a Rode Pro Podcaster Pro, but do you really need a Pro? Like, do you need 4 mic inputs? Like, that thing was built for podcasters, like, multiple mics, having people on your show, or you're going to go meet up with them. And a lot of times, the way that thing's set up, it's really set up for pre-record. Like, it's really set for pre-record. Like, like you cut out all the air and the dead space in the stream. And then, some people, they don't even need the live stream. They can just pre-record that stuff, get their thoughts out, and do that. And it actually flows better. People will watch. It's not, YouTube is actually live streaming. YouTube doesn't really want you to live stream. They only did it to combat with Twitch and Instagram and stuff like that. They really want.
Yeah, it's really Instagram and I'll say Twitch. Twitch is losing a lot because Instagram's been the first to have it cammed up, and then Skype fell off. I remember Skype was the first one. Yeah. Instagram kind of took that over. Twitch was a failure. The video game thing, YouTube been having streams, but not as great. Now you can do these type of streams. You got to combat Instagram. Yeah, and you got all these different apps, and they're worried that people's gonna leave YouTube. No, you can still do pre-records, but pre-records, like, now you're not making as much money. It depends on the person. They're not giving it out to everybody. Now, if you're let's just say you're zany with it or exciting, oh yeah, they're gonna fuck with you. It depends on who you are. And that takes time, like you said. Yeah, that thing is designed for podcasts and pre-records, and you gotta know what you're doing. Mm-hmm. And the easiest one to get, if you want an XLR thing, that's that Wave XLR. I found that out. You have to have one microphone. You can just straight single podcast, one show. I did not know that, but see, that's Elgato for you. They always trying to make it simple. You don't even have to. You don't even have to get. There's so many good ones out there. You don't even have to have the Rodecaster Pro because it's a ripoff, $600. I understand that you can do condenser, you can do dynamic, you can get all the Rode mics all you want, but the programming on the computer, like a Windows, that's where you get all your information. See, Mac ain't gonna do as much. Think about it. You're wasting your money on the Mac. You might as well get a Windows setup and get those mics. Even with the Yetis, what I found out about Logitech, I got 2 nanos sitting on my table, right? I got the red Onyx and the black one I've been using for panels, but that X, they all have a software, but the rest of USBs don't have that. You know what I'm saying? It's just plug and play. But if you do want a dynamic mic, they got dynamic mics that's got USB, what's called the Fifine 658. You can just plug it in and play. That's easy. That's even better. And then you got the one that's $100. What's that? Audio Technica 240. And you just put an XLR cable and that's it. You know, it don't really need all that stuff. Some of them don't really need compressors. Some of them just already built in for you. But the SM7B is so overrated. It's kind of like the Yeti. And that's why I've started seeing people using. And it's getting to the point the uniqueness is gone. There's different microphones to study. There's German mics, there's Polish mics, Russian mics. They're very fucking expensive, but if you do those mic reviews, a lot of people get lost in it. That's why I did the ribbon series. See, people got away from the ribbon microphone interview mics back in broadcasting. They trick you with the condenser and the dynamic argument, and they totally forgot about all that. But that's so fucked up. What's going on, Sick Diggy? What's going on, man? First time here. All right, salute to you, bro. But yeah, man, like you saying about the presentation day. You go ahead.
Like I'm a Mac user, so like with USB, you're right. Windows is better with like if you're gonna do some stuff and you're invested into something, you know, get your Windows if you're going to just rock with a USB. Mac rocks way better with XLRs. You know, they rock and with an interface and stuff because you know everybody uses in the studio. Everybody uses like Pro Tools. And
like Mac.
Yeah, Pro Tools was originally like made for Mac only for a long time. Like when it comes to like computers and stuff, if you're investing and you're doing stuff for long term and stuff like that, like you know, you don't want to buy a computer every 2-3 years or something like that. Most people, if you see them, if they're in film or they're doing audio or stuff like that, they all got Macs. And the reason they got Macs
true.
is, you know, Macs have all of this service, but Macs are pretty much they constrain you so you don't go off and start doing extra shit that you don't know what you're doing.
Right.
But if you're computer literate and you don't want to be constrained, then you know get you a PC. Like everything has everything's a tool in the tool shed. So you know, but yeah, like as far as that, man, like I would say if you're going to do it, just do it, and you know, practice make perfect, and you'll figure it out within 10 or so. That's not really your stick, and you might want to do something else. Like you know, I mean, I'm in entertainment. I've been doing it for a while. I'm in filmmaking, certain things like that. So you know, me sitting up here, you know, talking to Sir for hours on end, or on my panel, or somebody else's panel, or having people up. You get the stick for it, you know, especially being on them 20-hour hangouts with BGS back in the old days in the Coliseum.
Right.
And learning different things. But what I will say is this is that, you know, before you spend a whole bunch of money on gear, like you said, everybody's got these SM7Bs, and yeah, because you see like people on Hot 97, you see all these other people with this money in these studios and stuff. But if you notice, those people when they're live, they're talking, they're looking at their notes, but they're always that one guy, or two people, or female, or two of them, sitting there constantly looking at levels, constantly like you know doing compression and doing things. What's going on, Sick Diggity man? So it is when you're doing this stuff, you're like it's a one-man band. Like until you get a team. Like Phil DeFranco, like all of those people, man, they got a whole team. Like Corey Hope, he don't know nothing about all of that. He just sit down and run his mouth.
Right. True.
He got a team. He's got a team. Like even Vlad, when he shows up and does those interviews, man, they got lives on. They got shotgun mics out of frame that you don't know nothing about. They got a recorder, like you know, I mean, they got the recorder into the camera. They got the recorder. They got a separate recorder. Then they have like a monitor that records the sound and the audio. So they got like 3 ways of recording. They split it on like 6 different channels. You know, stereo left and right, and then a guy sits up there and he's tweaking the audio, right? And then there's a guy doing the video and stuff like that. They're color corrected and color grading, and they're doing a whole bunch of stuff. Even Vlad behind the camera, he's got a mic on. Like you don't never see Vlad, like really. You just see the person that he's talking.
I've seen him. I've seen him once on the Breakfast Club a few times. He cammed up a few times, but not as much. You're right, because normally you see him talking to the rap artist. He just looked like a regular Russian EW, I would say, with the beard and the buzz cut. That's it. But outside of that, you can type him up in the Google search where he looks like. So he's already been seen. So it ain't
sound engineer, right? So even with that, even with all of that just going on, if you're starting out podcasting, and if you look at it, let's just look at this. Let's just look at Black YouTube. When you come into the show and you're talking, it's very few people like Tasha K, Tanya TKO, say Angry Man, right? That can actually BGS if he's just he always has a panel, but let's just say those people, right? Right. If you talk about those people, those three people, right? Just off the top, and what I mean, they're talking. So it takes a long time to keep a person's. You got to be an interesting person. People either got to love you or hate you for you to sit up there and just run your mouth. And keep people's attention, and just for you to be on the show by yourself, and that's all they see. You have Shapiro. He does that. He does that a lot. But then, for you to be up there for 45 minutes to an hour, the segment of the show, there has to be a call-in segment because now you have to have interaction. And then if you're clicking on the chat and bringing up the comments from the chat, so the super chat, so whatever you're doing, you're showing interaction with the crowd, and a lot of times that's how that works. Now, when you talk about the panel, it's people come there for the host, but it's like an orchestra, right? You come there, you know what I'm saying, for the conductor. You're not really paying attention to who individually is on the French horn or using the violin, unless they're featured, unless they're standing up on stage. But if you go to an orchestra, that's what it is in Black YouTube. People are it's like an orchestra. The guy that owns the channel, that's
the conductor.
Yeah, he's the conductor, man. That's all.
Right. What's going on, Naaman?
It was good.
Hey, it's good. Well, I just got intrigued by what you guys were just discussing. I just got in just a little bit late, so I hope y'all can understand. Excuse me for that.
Oh no, you good. It's just an open discussion. I mean, we can say what we want on here. It's okay. I was just talking about
I was over at Charles' discussion, and I was over at Charles' discussion, and wait till they open up the channel. I figured I'd come here, see what you're doing, just come here first time to see yourself, sir.
It's just a normal discussion like Sunday Chills. I mean, shouts out to Charles. I mean, is he going live tonight?
Yeah, he's live right now.
Yeah.
Oh, he's live right now. Yeah. He's good. I'll say hello to him in a minute. But
he probably hyped up. He probably hyped up after that butt kicking, man. We gave the Chargers, so he probably hyped up. 34 to 6.
To be honest, it's been a long time since I've watched the NFL, y'all. But I don't know. A lot. I don't know. I guess because when you go through change, like when you go through changes in life, you start to lose interest in certain things for a while. Until you have to regain your passion for it. Yeah, it's one of those things. Because last time I saw a game was a Super Bowl, and that was at least a couple years ago.
Yeah,
I haven't watched a game in a while. I haven't kept track. I mean, I'm slowly regaining my love for baseball as well. But usually I'm just focused on soccer. Hey, you can't blame me.
Yeah, but listen, man. I look, man. I can't watch baseball. Baseball is like golf. Like I'll play it, but if I watch it, I'm going to sleep. It's just it's one of them things. If I'm watching it on TV, I go to sleep. But if I go to the park, to the baseball park, I watch it all day because it's more fun.
It's live. It's right now. You're immersion. It's like you're immersed in it. You're completely immersed in it. Yeah. You don't get that same sensation when you're watching it on TV or something like that.
Yeah, like football, like soccer, but I call it football. I'm used to calling it football because my stepfather's my father-in-law he's like Scottish and stuff, so that's a thing, right? So
what part of Scotland?
yeah,
What part of Scotland?
was it Everness over there by Force? Yeah, Everness over there by Force.
I have an associate. I have some associates. One from Stirling, one's from Stirling,
Yeah.
and an associate I haven't spoken to a long time who's up in Dundee.
Mhm.
Excuse me, Mom, if my Scots accent isn't that good today, it's a little raspy. Needed to get something to drink.
Yeah,
Need some water to
man.
drink here.
Listen, when they start talking, oh man, that's like, man, you need subtitles. This is a whole different. Like, is that English? Like, what is that? Like, what is
No,
that?
actually, I was exposed to that because, like, when we talked about, like, my background and everything, I was exposed to a lot of Scots and Irish and whatnot. So I was exposed to those accents at a very young age. So
Yeah.
I was able to understand a lot of what they were saying. Even though no matter how heavy the accent was, I could understand every single word they said.
Yeah, it's but yeah, we because like when you fly into Scotland from Heathrow, like live like we have two houses that's like about 20 minutes away from the airport.
Mm-hmm.
So like on the edge of Forest, like in Everness, like right there before you get to the roundabout going into the town and stuff like that. So but yeah, I had to learn like how to just watch, like football, like soccer and stuff, like because it was like what I couldn't stand was like I'm watching it and I was like, yo, why y'all on the ground so much, man? Like, yo, he didn't really hurt you like that, bro. Like,
it's a lot of play acting convincing because it's not who instigates, the one who retaliates usually.
Yeah, it's
right.
It's kind of like in basketball when like when LeBron gets knocked out, he's like, ref, that was a charge. Ref, that was a charge. That's how they take the charge in basketball. It's a lot of that.
I blame them European players, man, because like the European players, they brought that over, but I get it because it's a whole bunch of stuff going on the field.
It's too finesse for now, but most of them are physical in their league. I mean, we do the same thing, but you got to blame the Stern messing it up for everybody. And then the black players say, all right, let's play the finesse game. Try to sell tickets to the fans. It ain't what it used to be when I was growing up. Not player, but the owner, the previous owner that the league had. Yeah, he kind of messed it up for everybody. And that's why Silver is so.
I said David Stern.
Yeah, David Stern. Close, but yeah. But I'm just saying, like, Silver is a finesse guy, so you got to understand why they want offense, because the fans don't really care for defense. It ain't like when I used to play growing up in school and high school. Basketball was like a lost art of a skill, and you get used to it. Like when you learn, I learned that stuff when I was like 3 on up to like 8 years old, until all that stuff. And I learned the left hand years ago, even though I shoot with my right. It's so simple, man. But back in those days in the 2000s, I mean, I missed it. It ain't like what it is now, because I think the kids rather, it's like a safety net. The AAU kind of messed them up, made them so entitled. So what's going on, UD?
I think the problem is like nobody wants to get in that paint, but then again, nobody wants to get that physical because they're trying to maintain their bodies and everything, because the longevity, because the wear and tear that a lot of players in those days had to endure. I mean, let's not forget, if you go back to like the 70s, I remember Phil Jackson, when he was playing with the Knicks, he missed out a whole season because he had to undergo spinal fusion.
Yeah,
think about that. Yeah. I mean, that's why that's why they make fun about him the way he walks, because he walks with a high ass and everything. That's a result from back surgery.
Yeah,
and he missed the whole season back then in the 70s. Think about that.
Yeah, but Patrick Ewing too.
Yeah, Patrick Ewing. Wait, Patrick Ewing had back surgery?
No, his knees is shot, man.
His knees is shot. Yeah, because I remember he had the knee.
He was at Georgetown.
Yeah,
because he had to wear knee braces, knee pads, knee braces, and everything. Hakeem Olajuwon. Remember, he used to wear knee braces and knee pads and elbow pads as well. Or who remembers Sharif Abdul-Rahim?
I remember him.
He used to play in Vancouver.
He used to play for the Grizzlies. Yeah,
then he went to Atlanta. Then he went back to his hometown of Atlanta. Do you remember he had to wear like these like special braces on his knees?
Right. I remember those. Yeah, that was.
And how those guys had to drain their knees after every game and shit.
but you know about that. But you know
or
about
ice
that.
their knees and everything. So you see the wear and tear that takes on that encompasses a lot of players. And like how many players when they get suited up, the physio they have to sit on the physio table, on the physiotherapist's table, and they got to have their ankles taped up
Oh
before they
yeah,
get in the game. Or like
yeah,
if you remember, like another example is The Last Dance. Jordan, he remembers playing like what he thought was going to be his last game at the Garden, and he
yeah.
wore his vintage sneakers, his vintage Air Jordans from back in 80 something,
Yeah.
86 or something like that. For
I
the
think
original ones. And he said that throughout the game his feet were bleeding in his shoes, but he didn't care. He kept playing because
yeah.
he was having too much fun. He was willing to deal with that pain.
What's up,
But
you did? You be
what's
saying
good?
something, bro?
How you feel? Well, you know, back in the '60s was worse. Let me tell you a little story about the
Oh,
NBA.
hey, big man, what's good? It's been
What's
a
good?
while.
How you feel? Well, in '64 All-Star game in the NBA, that almost
Mhm.
did not happen. The head of the basketball association is Jerry West and Oscar Robinson. They said that the condition was so atrocious they couldn't even play it, and they was getting ready to strike almost like days before. And what happened was the NBA made a deal with them. They could fit the conditions and stuff in '64. So
What
understand
conditions
back,
are we talking about exactly here? I don't follow.
huh?
What conditions are you talking about exactly? I don't exactly
The
follow.
floor was bad. They couldn't, they
Oh, the
gave
hardwood and everything. Oh,
the
because the condition of
hardcore,
the ball court.
yeah,
Okay, I see.
the supplies and stuff. It was
The
players back
plywood,
then had
everything.
to tape their own. They had to tape their own stuff. So it was bad back then. So that almost so back then people
Hmm.
thought the '70s was bad. The '60s and the '50s was worse. And and then the players back then they had to get a secondary job because the NBA wasn't paying them either. So I understand
Fair
what you
point.
huh?
Fair point. Every decade, every era had its struggles.
They had
But
struggles, man.
but at least the next generation learned from it. But they still had their own struggles to go through,
Yeah.
so that can pass on that kind of wisdom to next. Every generation has its struggles. I mean, you're a boomer yourself, aren't you? Underrated?
I don't know where I'm 55, so I'm a boomer, right?
Oh, sorry, you're Gen X. Okay, you're Gen X, I guess. So
Okay.
Gen Xers, you had your struggles. I millennials like myself, we had our struggles, but we learned from y'all, and we learned from the boomers. But we have our struggles, and we're gonna pass. We have to pass that on to the Generation Z and Generation Alpha and Beta when they come into this world. So it's understandable. Like every era will have its influence and whatnot.
Well,
Like when
actually,
we talk about
yeah.
David Stern, who remembers if anybody's ever seen like the Netflix series, I forgot what it's called, but it talks about like certain incidents in sports. Like they talked about the Malice in the Palace back in
Yeah,
the
I
beginning of
remember
the
that.
04
I'm
or
old
05
enough to
season.
remember. Yeah, I was like, see, I'm 33, so I can remember that in my teens, man. Because
Yeah.
as a younger, I would say Generation Y or /
Yeah.
millennial, I've seen that stuff
I just
happen.
turned
Yeah,
22 at the time, so I was looking at that
yeah,
shit,
yeah.
and I remember
At
I
that
watched
time, I
the
was a
series,
teen. Yeah,
and
yeah.
yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, and it just like in my teen years, I'll never forget in '04, I was like 16 at the time too, going on 17 the next year. But see, at that time, man, that was basketball to me. But
Yeah.
after that, 2010, that's when they start making changes. I mean, they was doing changes, but over that time, LeBron, they was just tailor made for him because since he came a little bit of our generation, of the cusp of the the Gen X, or whatever you want to call it, he kind of I had to learn from him, when he came in the league, and not only certain millennials too, because at the time we kind of ruled it for a good stint in 2010, but after that we kind of dropped the ball because Generation Z and like I would say Alpha is the future now in basketball. They're gonna keep this pace unless if they want that rough stuff. What they're gonna have to do, they're gonna pick certain players to push it, but it's not gonna be as violent as you think it's going to be because all sports is going to be finesse. I mean, look at football.
It's not like
It ain't what it used to be.
88
Yeah.
and the Pistons, man. It's not like the
Yeah,
80s with the
yeah.
Pistons because
And it's not like the Bills in the 90s, like in football, getting hit hard, and you got to
It's
protect the
not.
quarterback, the running
no
back,
huddle,
wide
no
receiver,
huddle.
yeah, all that.
Remember?
No
You remember
huddle,
the
It's
all
no
that.
huddle?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like in football, there's no, like when the defensive the cornerback, you can get within 5 yards to hit him. Now, you're a receiver. Shoot, you could. Y'all said for the first 8 years, if you could average 1,000, you in the Hall of Fame. You can't even breathe on them. Quarterback, you got to hit them. You got to make sure you got to be above the waist and up and stuff like that.
Yeah, because you don't want to injure them, because you can inadvertently. How many football players do you know throughout the history of the league have been paralyzed?
A lot.
Yo, it's not even that too. Like, remember Monday Night Football when Lawrence Taylor ended old dude's career by fucking his leg up.
Oh, right. Joe Theismann, I seen it.
Yeah, Joe Theismann. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yo, his leg was backwards, like backwards. Yeah,
I watched that game.
Did he lose a leg by any chance, or did they were able to save it?
Basically, after that play, he was like, he got out of surgery. He was in retirement. Like,
he was in retirement.
Yeah. It was like it was like old dude. It was like his leg was like old dude. The white dude that went to the Boston Celtics. They did that trade, that drug deal trade. And first game they were playing the Cavs, and he came down, and his shit was like,
Sam Bowie.
No. It was a couple of seasons ago. They got him from Utah. I think they got him from Utah. White dude. Because you talking
about Hayward, Gordon Hayward. Yeah. His was different. He came back from that, but the guy from the formerly Redskins had the same injury as Joe. I forget his name too, and that happened to him as well. And he ain't playing football no more.
Yeah, Gordon Hayward. Yeah, because
I said Gordon Hayward. Yeah, I just said it, Nancy. Thanks.
Then, one name comes to mind for me. I forgot the name of this one player, but it was for. But this was in the NCAA. A few seasons back. He was playing for Louisville Cardinals. They were in the championship final. They were in the NCAA finals.
Right.
This boy, he fell. He broke his leg right in front of his bench, and the bench was like, ah! And they all reacted to his break.
I know what you're talking about.
I don't know his name is, but I remember seeing that break. I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
But let me tell you this though. I seen this game. It was a Portland Trail, but that's what Sam Bowie came up. The same Sam Bowie came up with Michael Jordan, and he did a certain move, and then all of a sudden you see actually his leg was snapped practically in half. And I never forget. I was eating a hero. I'm gonna tell you. You talking about gagging? I said, and I had a game that day too. I said, in the gym, I was like, they said, what did you do? I'm shooting jump shots. I'm not going.
You got scared. You got shook.
Yeah.
I don't blame you.
It's like, I'm gonna tell you some real shit, but it's like, we say like the game getting soft or whatever, whatever. But at the same time, like I look at rugby, right? Like, right, and then there's rugby, and then there's Australian rules rugby. Where's high scoring?
Oh, footy. It's called footy.
Right.
Australian rules football.
So, but if you look at rugby, the players now they don't get as hurt as much as like NFL players. They ain't got no pads on. Because they changed.
They've taken the issue of concussions really seriously over there. But if you look at those guys, a lot of those guys, they look like you look at their faces, they resemble MMA fighters. With the cauliflower ears. Some of them got broken noses.
Because
broken fingers.
But see, people forget that football,
broken knuckles too.
The rules of football, like football goes back like all the way back, right? Like I think like before Civil War or something like that, and people used to die. Like football was a what they call it. Yeah, so they had to put rules in place in football. Like people used to die. Like guys get put in the face.
Kind of like the Roman Coliseum back in ancient times. That's all it is. Gladiator. My father always said that because he was born in the early 50s. That's how sports was like back then, and they tried to finesse it. Just for the kids. They don't want to see all that gore.
I don't have COVID.
But you know, yeah. But I'm just saying. But that was life back then, and that's what he told me. But he said, but he grew up around radio, and then at that time, you know, people had to go to the games, and if you had that type of money, use that dude, man. Like you said, yeah, DeAndre is right, because that's how sports was life back then. Yeah, basketball is a Canadian sport. A lot of people don't even know that. So you know, by Nate Smith.
Yeah, started with the beach baskets.
Beach baskets. There you go.
And also,
he already know.
And also, let's not forget about the NFL. Your father talking about in the 50s. It was worse 20 years before that. They wasn't really.
They didn't have the helmets then. Back then, it was just leather helmets. It was leather helmets to cover their cranium. Their faces were exposed.
And not only that, the long shirts and the shirt jerseys that's long. Yeah, no pads, no nothing.
No, they was getting murdered. Because I forgot it was
and the spikes on their cleats. Whew.
Well, those were actually soccer spikes. Those are actually soccer spikes.
Yeah.
Soccer baseball spikes. Yeah.
They changed that over
It's
time.
interesting you bring that up, because I was thinking about, because you know we were talking about leg, because I wanted to mention something about a leg injury in soccer.
Mm-hmm.
This happened in 2003. A French striker by the name of Djibril Cissé.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He was playing for Liverpool FC in the English league. What happened was he was trying to run. He was like tussling with a defender. I think for another team. I think it was Blackburn. He was running to try to get to the ball. Right. What happens was he turfed. His foot got stuck in the turf. He split his tibia and fibia.
Yep.
Oh. Wow.
Trying to run, and he snapped it, and he fell on the ground. But fortunately, they were able to save his leg and ultimately his career. But he did suffer another injury similar to that with his when he was playing for the French national team in an exhibition game against China. And one of his teammates said, "I couldn't imagine the pain he was going through when I heard him screaming in pain and everything." But fortunately, he was able to survive both leg breaks and continue on with his career.
Yeah, I know.
He even was able to. In fact, he had resurgence in his career just before the 2010 World Cup. Before shit went south in that campaign for France, they lost a lot of credibility in that one.
Yeah, because they had that's the one where they had Henry in it, Henry.
Henry. You also had Nicola Anelka. If you might remember, there was that debacle with Nicola Anelka and the coach Raymond Dominique. Yeah. There was some. It was like in their second game. I believe it was against Uruguay. Halftime in the dressing room, words were exchanged, and then Anelka was like suspended by the coach and the French Football Federation. And he decided, you know what, I'm gonna retire. And he got on the plane and left. The rest of the team, to show solidarity, refused to train the following days. They refused to train. They boycotted the training and threatened to boycott the game. But they were convinced to play. But they said, "Fuck it, we're just going to play this last game, and we're going to be out. We're going to go home after that."
Yeah,
right.
They lost interest.
Yeah, because people like the other thing is that the football or soccer was actually a South American, South Native American sport where the Mayans and the Incans used to play that, and it was a war sport. It's like instead of us going to war, we're going to send out our best warriors, and whoever win this game, we get the
with their hips and everything. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Right.
People don't like.
There are murals about that. If you go to like certain ancient ruins, they have chisels into the walls. The hieroglyphs. They exhibit that.
Was that the Paul George injury and the Olympics changed things too?
I think it was either the Mayan. Was it the Aztec? I think it was probably the Mayan or the Inca. One of them.
Yeah, the injury in the Olympics changed things too. Since then, a lot of bigger stars refused to play in the Olympics. Exactly. Well, see, Paul George survived that, even though he was that type of specimen to go around. But he ain't been right since then. Now, Kawhi.
What happened to him exactly?
Years ago, he had a leg injury, and I think he used to play for the Pacers at the time. But but he bounced. Yeah, he bounced back from that. But there's another player that has always injuries. I would say Kawhi Leonard. Yeah. He's built, but my dad said he's like he's injury prone like an old man. That's what he's saying in the league. So he's in his prime years, he's just declining. So he ain't the same player. So same with LeBron. I mean, he had some great years, and then he's declining. I've noticed in playoffs, and the reason he lost, he's not the same player once. I saw him after that championship in COVID championship that he won and the 2016. He ain't been right since. I don't care how many times you've been into the finals and the playoffs. It wears on you, and I know he's feeling it because this year it's just a toss up. I don't trust that Laker team. Period.
What is it they say?
I don't either.
What is it that said about the game? It doesn't matter what sport it is, be it hockey, baseball, football.
You can still get hurt. Yeah.
No, what I'm saying is the regular season is one thing, but the playoffs, that's a whole different game.
Totally
Different beast. Different beast.
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, could take Colin Kaepernick. In the regular season, he's not shit. He ain't shit. But when it comes to the playoffs, that's where he excels.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
I'm like, I say like LeBron, like I trust the Lakers team this year, and the reason why I trust the Lakers team,
I don't.
For a myriad of reasons this year. If it was one, the Nets are a head case. The Nets they're like it's too much dumb shit going on. You got Kevin Durant with his mood swings. You got Kyrie Irving being Kyrie is normal, and you got James Harden, Mr. I don't like to show up in the playoffs. Like you know what I'm saying, and then and Kevin Durant, like he can't, like he's in the Eastern Conference, right? Like think about it, he's in the Eastern Conference, so everybody, like if you really think about it. Everybody, he's basically got what LeBron had in the Eastern Conference. Like he really, other than Giannis, there ain't nobody that can do anything with Kevin Durant. Like with a, with what I'm saying, with like he's got way more than LeBron had in the Eastern Conference. He's got like Kyrie, he's got James Harden. So like them three alone, and you just need, but his coaches are trash because you got Steve Nash, and you got D'Antoni, and Steve Nash is D'Antoni 2.0. No defense, all offense, right? Running up and down the floor, right? And then you got Kyrie and Kevin Durant, they just injury prone. Now Giannis is Giannis. He's gonna be Giannis. They built the team.
You can't say his last name, can you?
Yeah, no, Antetokounmpo. I can say his name. I'm just saying.
Antetokounmpo, yeah.
Yeah, so
he's Nigerian.
Yeah, he's a beast, and they built the team around him perfectly around him. Now you look at over in you look over in the West. There's really nobody because Kawhi's out for the season. The Warriors are going to ease Klay Thompson back in. Draymond is actually slower, so they actually need a real center. They actually need to move Draymond to the power forward position and just get him a stand-in center, like get him a center. Wait,
how big is Draymond? He's like what, 6'10", 6'11"?
He's 6'7". He's 6'7".
Yeah, he's 6'7".
He's too small to be. He's too small to be He's too small to be a center. Well, I mean, the smallest you can go is like 6'9", like Big Ben Wallace or some shit like that. But you got to get somebody who's at least 6'11", 6'7" foot tall.
Center, the smallest you can be a center. You can be 6'8" if you're mobile and big and weight wise. But you can. That's the smallest you can go. The biggest you can go as center, you can be like 7'2", 73 or 7'4". Yeah. Now, today's NBA, you can't have a guy that's 7'7" like Georgie Mirison. You can't. Not in these. You gotta move. You gotta be mobile at 7'3" or 7'4" that can shoot threes, or at least 7'1". Now Shaq, he's an all-around beast. The problem with him was his weight and his attitude, man. That's why Olajuwon always schooled him at the 6'10" position and as a center, because he was a finesse player, but he got him every time. And he learned a lot about Olajuwon's skills too, playing against him in that finals. And he said it vividly when he was young. He said he wasn't ready. He was going against the Robinsons, Olajuwons, similar body
when
types.
He was with the Magic and everything? When he was playing for the Magic like in 04, 05 seasons?
All that. He can't go
against everybody.
He couldn't go against David Robinson and Tim Duncan. That just wasn't. That was just.
That's a totally different beast now.
Yeah.
But nowadays you can't be big as Shaq now. But see, Shaq got away with it because you had Kobe for the 2000s, and I give you that. And then Kobe did his thing. He got 2 championships away from him, and Shaq got 1. He had 1 first, and Kobe had 2. And it didn't really matter at the end.
I gotta say, man, first of all, I appreciate you giving my props like that, but you understand the big head star that I am.
I love doing voices. You have to understand. I was 70% physical, 30% finesse. That's how I played.
And you can't beat that, my friend. You can't beat that.
Yeah, Shaq.
Being as
Right,
big as I
right, right.
was,
He was huge, but let's not forget there was only one man who could guard him despite his size.
Hey,
6'10",
Mahogany.
6'8", Dennis Rodman.
Oh yeah, but Dennis Rodman could guard anybody. Man. Like he's
That was
like,
my dude. That's my dude, yo.
yeah,
Yeah,
Dennis
I
Rodman.
always like Dennis Rodman.
Dennis
Yeah.
Rodman. Like,
I remember there was a joke. That Damon Wayans had about when Magic Johnson came out HIV positive and shit, but they insist he take part in the '92 All-Star game.
Yeah,
Yeah, like they talked about how and he joked about how everybody was like happy to see him, hugging him, kissing him, everything, because they understood, he's HIV positive. Even though he's HIV positive, they're not going to get it through physical contact like that.
yeah.
But it was like, but David Winston said, like, imagine if they were really scared touching him, like you try to guard him, but you let him pass because you don't want to touch him. Only person who would defend him would be Dennis Rodman, because Dennis Rodman would even get physical, shove him on the ground like, I don't care what you got, man. I've been fucking with Madonna. I don't know what the fuck I got from her.
Yeah. Dennis Rodman.
Big shout out to Damon Wayans on that one.
Yeah, man, Dennis Rodman. But that's why I say with the Lakers now, like I would give the Lakers the leg up. Anything can happen in the season, but I will say this is like this season right here is perfectly set up because the ratings were just trash. Like nobody like they would like Golden State is like they're you can feel that they're rebuilding. So I say Golden State will come back like next year really strong, and then the following year they're gonna run on they're gonna go back on their run again for championships, right? But they need to tank a little bit so they want to do well in the NBA draft. Nobody wants to go to Golden State because it's like going to Golden State is like instant championship because of the Kevin Durant thing. Like, it was really crazy looking at.
Oh, okay. So you got tainted and shit?
Yeah. You can't be like Kevin. Now, Golden State, that's part of it. Part of it is why would they want to win in San Francisco? It's a curse. I mean, they've always won Oakland years ago. Like when they first moved to Oakland, I would say in 75. Like I would say something like that, because when they got away from that, and someone told me in the workplace, I said, yeah, it's a little bit of a curse, and I'm glad they won a couple more championships in Oakland in this future in the 21st century. It's just something about Oakland they love, but that San Francisco, they never seemed to win the championship when they were the Warriors. And I'll tell you why, it's just a lot of reasons. A lot of players just ain't fucking with it. It takes time, but the brand, the Golden State name, that's the only way they're gonna win in San Francisco with that name, Golden State. They're not gonna call themselves the San Francisco Warriors now because it's on that line, because I don't think they're gonna win a championship in the future, not with that team, because I don't see it, because I blame ownership. Way they did that, a lot of people said, well, there's also Sacramento in the division, there's the Lakers, Clippers, the Suns. The Suns is the future, because I don't trust the Lakers.
They didn't pay old dude, man. They didn't pay Ayton, man. The old dude the center, bro.
But he's gonna get better. But that's his one championship. That's his
no. I'm saying they didn't pay the center, the Ayton kid. Like
they should. They will eventually.
No, they ain't paying him. They already said they ain't paying him. And what's the name? Devin, the light skinned dude that was
talking about Booker.
Booker, Devin Booker, right?
Yeah, but they ain't gonna get nothing else. They ain't gonna get nothing. If I was Phoenix, I'd keep them guys, because y'all ain't gonna be shit in the future. But I'm just saying, I'd keep those guys because they may never know.
Yeah, I would say this, which was going to be an upheaval, and I already see this is happening, right?
Yeah,
like the West. There's going to be Golden State, the Lakers. There's going to be Golden State, the Lakers, and
don't let BTS hear you talk shit about the Lakers.
Hold on,
that's
Golden
his
State,
team,
the Lakers, and
my dad's a Lakers fan. I see it a lot. I always give him that smoke.
Golden State, the Lakers, the Clippers, and if I would say, if they got to pay that center, they don't pay that center. You looking at Dallas and Utah. That's going to be.
I'll tell you this: it's going to be Dallas, Utah, and Denver in the future. And I wouldn't put Golden State. Golden State will probably be in the middle somewhere. Yeah, Lakers. They're looking at LeBron's career. They ain't gonna last long. LeBron just need at least one championship. He's good. If he doesn't, he gonna realize like, man, I can't win the West because the West done got weak. Now you're looking at teams like I don't want to say Sacramento and San Antonio if they rebuild, if they learn from their previous years, a lot of these teams are gonna come back, man. I mean, Phoenix got a shot now, not fucking this up because if look at what Chris Paul did, no, they have a shot because if they fuck up again, why you want to rebuild and go backwards again? You just made the playoffs into the finals. The pressure's on them now because look at that division; it's wide open. Lakers is fragmented because I don't see them going because they rely on LeBron too much. I know why they got Westbrook. I don't trust Westbrook in the playoffs. I just really don't. He's gonna have to.
He's going to have to be inconsistent, isn't he?
Yeah, he's inconsistent. He really got to learn from LeBron. LeBron's going to have to talk to him. Says, look, you can't fuck up right now. I'm going to take your ass to the finals, but you better not fuck up.
Kyrie with a fucked up ankle would be more useful, more reliant and more reliable than Russell Westbrook, I guess.
Westbrook, I'm gonna tell you the problem. I'm gonna tell you the problem with Westbrook, right? Mm-hmm. This is the problem with Westbrook, and people don't see it. And people love the Mamba mentality and the Michael Jordan mentality, right? But when it doesn't when it doesn't give you the desired results, everybody's like he's a fuck up, right? So let me give you a perfect example, right? Russell Westbrook, if you take his personality and you look at Michael Jordan's personality, and you look at Kobe Bryant's personality, and Allen Iverson's personality, they got the same personality. The problem is that Michael Jordan had a reliable number 2, and and Kobe Bryant, he had a reliable number 2, or he had Shaq, and then when he was there, he had Paul Gasol when he went around. But if you look at Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant, they had Phil Jackson that was a perfect manager of those personalities. Now, if you look at Allen Iverson, he didn't have a good coach that was a manager of his personality, right? And if you look at Russell Westbrook, he didn't have a reliable number 2. Kevin Durant is not reliable because his mentality is like he's a great player, but look at him. Like, look at how he moves and how he acts and stuff, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Russell Westbrook looked like the type of dude that just punched Kevin Durant in the face. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Steve Kerr, right? Like, it's like the reason LeBron got Russell Westbrook is that he knows Anthony Davis is not to be fucking trusted.
Facts. I agree with that. That's so true. Yeah, we discussed this, didn't we, DeAndre? Yeah, that's true. I agree with that. Yeah.
Right? I'm like, Anthony Davis can wake up in the morning and tear an ACL. Like, you don't know what the fuck happened. He can.
He's temperamental like that.
No, he just his body like.
It's his body way he's built. He is temperamental. You're right, and he's like that as well. Yeah, on
he's
both
like
ways.
That too, right? So Russell Westbrook is like a battery charger, and the problem with the Lakers is their game speed was always the slowest since LeBron been there. And the West Coast teams, they run.
You're only as fast as the slowest player.
Yeah, he's like.
But they forwards run just like Doc Rivers said. They run hard, man. They run hard on off the glass. Yeah, you got to be like 6'8", 6'9", like 6'7", like Draymond. You have to be like a gazelle. You got to be fast.
Strong
Even
knees and whatnot, strong legs,
strong knees, all that. Good landing skills too. Not that crazy landing. They tell you.
The verses is jumping. Warren G's the verses is jumping, y'all. Was it KRS-One?
Hold on.
Yeah, that's.
Excuse me.
Oh, sorry.
We have a guest here.
Yeah, Auntie. What's going on, Auntie? Welcome, bro.
What up? I gotta disagree with all that shit DeAndre was just talking. Salute, fellas, though.
Okay, good.
Russell Westbrook.
I'm a little thrown off by his avatar here. I'm a little confused by his avatar.
Hell no. Russell Westbrook, as great an athlete as he is, you know what I'm saying? You're talking about straight up tunnel vision. Just tunnel vision, you know what I'm saying? And just I don't know if it's a selfishness or just a hard-headedness or something, man. But even you know what I'm saying, Kobe knew to take a back seat to Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah.
Like he knew that. Russell Westbrook.
No, not really. He had to learn that the hard way. He had to remember.
Yeah, 3 rings the hard way, he did it. It is what it is.
No, yeah, but here's the thing.
Nah, hey, I'm not bro, they won 3 rings.
Oh no!
That is what it is. He might have got sick of it after seeing Shaquille O'Neal start showing up to training camp out of shape. But he was able, when Shaquille O'Neal was in his prime, he was willing to take a back seat. Russell Westbrook was on a team with Kevin Durant, MVP mode, and didn't want to take a back seat to him. That's why they never won.
Well, and that's what I said. I said Russell Westbrook has a Jordan mentality, but he doesn't have the results. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
but Jordan was even willing to take a back seat too to that triangle, to the system.
Oh, but
not to no one guy, but to the system.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I said. Like, same thing with Iverson, right? Like, Jordan had, like, if you look at Jordan, you look at Kobe, right? They had the system worked, right? And then you also had Phil Jackson. He was a perfect manager of that type of mindset. But everybody,
and teammates that get to be built around them.
Jordan was Jordan, right? Like, Jordan was Jordan. You know what I mean? Everybody talks about, like, they and even Jordan says that, like, the next one over, like, you know, Kobe even says, like, Russell Westbrook is like me and Jordan. They even said it, but he doesn't have the results, right? Because he's not. I'm gonna say it like this, right? We all know that Kevin Durant doesn't have an alpha mentality, and the reason why we say this, right, is because remember Russell Westbrook went down, right? Remember he got hurt that when they was on that run, right? And Kevin Durant, the Thunder, they had it, right? And then Kevin Durant was being tentative and all this other shit, right? And then the other season, you know, Russell Westbrook was there and then Kevin Durant got hurt. And Russell was, you know, you know what you're going to get with Russell Westbrook. The problem is that every coach that he had was a damn pushover. Scott Skiles, pushover. Motherfucker just push over. Like, the dude.
You mean Scott Brooks?
Scott Brooks, my bad.
Got you.
Yeah, yes, like if you need like even LeBron, like think about it, right? LeBron had that mentality because he was the smartest motherfucker in the room, and he had to go down to Miami and have Pat Riley rein his ass in. Even though Eric Spoelstra is a good coach, but Pat Riley was the you know what I mean, he was the last thing, right? And when he learned that and he understood that, but then when he came back, right, to Cleveland, and the only reason why old dude was that Tyronn Lue took over as coach, because guess what? Tyronn Lue was over there with Doc Rivers, and he was coached by Phil Jackson. You know, we still remember how Allen Iverson stepped over his ass. But you know what I'm saying? But you need a coach to manage that. And what LeBron is doing is he's setting up the Lakers because he knows he's got about 2 seasons left, right? He's going to get to his 20. He doesn't care about getting to 6 championships. He won at least 1 more title because he can win 2 titles with the Lakers. This is probably his best season to do it, and this is what he's trying to do. If he can win a title with Russell Westbrook, if he can get Melo a damn title, right?
Yeah.
Nobody can say shit about
that. Yeah, and we just talked about it on the streams too, and I'll never forget it.
He right.
That's something that not even Jordan did, was take guys that people were saying you can't win championships with and bring them to the championship.
Well, we discussed that on the stream, NT. I think it was the Kobe and the LeBron effect. See, his 5 championships would be different than Kobe's because Kobe got 2 by himself, and the other 3 was Shaq. Now, LeBron's championship solidified. He played with great players. The difference is he did it with average players, and that's the difference. And I think when we discussed that, on the stream. All that.
I don't think LeBron ever had average teammates when he won championships. I mean,
for the looks of it, I would say the Cleveland, yes. Now in his Cleveland, you got to say that. Now I ain't saying they average. Now the Lakers, they're a little above average
for the guys he teamed up with in Miami.
Yeah. Now Miami's different. No, Miami's different. Now he had some above average players, but I'm talking about Cleveland in general. That, and you could say that because, to be fair, a lot of people just don't give a fuck about Cleveland, man. Because you're in the division, you're going against the Bucks every night, the Bulls. You're going against the Pacers. No one cares about the Cavaliers like that. And I understand why LeBron is not Jordan-esque. He's just a one-man Swiss Army knife killing machine, like Colin Cowherd said. And they both Capricorns too, and they know each other like that. Come on, man. Like that dude.
What was it like? I remember D.L. Hewley asked the question when he said, like, when LeBron left after when he became a free agent and went to Miami. He said he had a choice between staying in Cleveland or going to Miami.
Miami was the best choice.
Been to Cleveland? Motherfucker, have you ever been to Cleveland? Is what he asked everybody, and everybody laughed their ass off.
Yeah, yeah. Even though he's originally from Akron, he knows Cleveland, and he don't fuck with Cleveland. He don't fuck with Cleveland like
and Akron
that.
hate each other. Cleveland and Akron, they have their rivalry.
They said it online too. One of his homeboys and his people that know him, they said they don't fuck with Cleveland like that. That's them rednecks, and then the niggas in Akron. But I worked with a guy who's from Akron. He told me he met LeBron from rival high schools. And what he told me about LeBron, he's just like normal, like everybody else. It's just in Akron. That's just how it is, man. That's how they get down. But he couldn't stand the Cavaliers. He wished there was another team besides Cleveland. If they had like a team like Cincinnati, he had thoughts like creating teams. But LeBron had no choice. I mean, when you're in that division, you're constantly playing teams that you can't even stand. Now he liked playing them other Eastern teams, but Miami was a great fit. Oh yeah.
I remember, was it like when I used to play NBA 2K, ESPN 2K.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember
on PS2 with the Allen Iverson on the cover.
Classic. Yeah.
Played that.
You gotta keep in mind, LeBron's actually made it very tough on himself. You know what I'm saying? When
he took a risk. Yeah, he took a risk, Auntie. We know.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm talking about
Auntie. Can I say something? Is it Auntie? How do you pronounce his name?
It's Auntie.
How do you pronounce it, bro? Auntie. They're too close to Auntie, but okay. Auntie, I'm a little thrown off by your avatar, man. It's like, did I just say erase some ridiculous shit already?
I'm sorry?
No, your avatar, man. The way you look at that, your pic, man. I'm looking at him thinking.
That's him. That's him.
That's ridiculous shit just now, or what? What's going on?
No, that's him. That's him. That's him. When you see him cammed up, he looks like that. That's him.
No, it was actually.
I was like, what the fuck is wrong with this motherfucker?
I was cammed up on the live stream, and YouTube just made it a thumbnail, and I was like, yo, that's a cool avatar, so I'm gonna keep it.
But that's him. That's him. No, that's what he looks like.
No, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Well, nice to meet you, Auntie. I'm friends with Sir Obadiah. I just met DeAndre today.
Now, pleasure to meet you. But no, what I was saying with LeBron is, believe it or not, like, okay, you're suiting up as small forward every night, but yet you're playing the point guard. So what that does is it puts your actual point guard out of position every night. So unless you're playing with a point guard like Mario Chalmers, you know what I'm saying? It's tough. This is one of the reasons why Kyrie wanted out. You know what I'm saying? Or even, you know what I'm saying, you could play with a guy like Dwayne Wade or something like that, or Rajon Rondo. But this is one of the reasons why it's going to be tough on somebody like Russell Westbrook to play with him.
That would be interesting. I would love to see it, but see, like DeAndre said, it didn't matter if LeBron does get hurt again. Well, Westbrook, and I think LeBron's going to be like that coach on the bench trying to whisper in it. Look, this is what we do. If Anthony Davis fucks up, no, you gonna take in charge. You got Melo. We're gonna be a beast on this floor, and that's how it's going to be operated. LeBron's gonna be in somebody's ear now. You gonna make plays.
I'm a firm believer. If LeBron James would have suited up at point guard every night, you know what I'm saying? LeBron would have passed 6 rings already.
Oh yeah, he would have.
You know
what the problem was? I'm gonna tell you what the problem was.
Go ahead, DeAndre.
And this is the problem with LeBron, right? And I like how he plays because it's like magic, right? It's like an athletic version. It's like if Magic Johnson, you get a blending machine, right? You take Magic Johnson, you take Karl Malone, right? Ooh. And then you take Sean Kemp and you drop their ass in a fucking blender. And that's
Sean Kemp in his prime. Now when he got bullied at the 315.
Yeah, Sean Kemp in his prime. The problem is that when LeBron got to Cleveland, you know what I'm saying? He got to Cleveland, he was there and he was like, oh, these motherfuckers really suck, right? And his whole career, he should have been playing point like Auntie said. But the problem is that he's too smart for his own good. He's like the Peyton Manning of the NBA and shit. Like the motherfucker's just cerebrally smart, but he overthinks shit. And he got to get everybody going because, and it comes from his coach from AAU. Like he wasn't allowed to just be unhinged. Like just go in and just bully motherfuckers and just concentrate on scoring and defense. It was like his coach throttled him back because if you look at his high school, right? Clearly he's the best fucking player, right, on the team, but you could see that he would suppress himself. Like he would bring himself down to the level so everybody can do it together. It's like it was this weird thing, and when you watch his
it's a learned behavior. It's a learned behavior. He's already been socialized that way, or he's been like trained that way.
They emasculated him in basketball sense, and that's the best way.
Think of it this way, DeAndre. He came fresh out. He joined the league straight out of high school. He didn't go to college.
Yeah.
If he had some time to go to college, he could have been around some coaches who would have helped him reverse engineer that thought process and helped him get to his full potential.
Well, keep in mind he had a coach like that when he came into the league, in Paul Silas, and they got rid of Paul Silas.
Yeah,
right there. See.
He had a coach like Paul Silas. He had plenty.
Paul Silas tried to suit him up at point guard. Tried to start him at point guard every single night, and it was the league that tried to perpetuate the matchups with him and other small forwards. Early on in his career,
because he could play the three mostly, but as a point guard, I wouldn't have seen him came in his career because he was a dunker. He wasn't much of a dribbler. That came later on.
But he was always a great passer. He was always a great passer.
As a small forward, like when he handles the ball as a small forward, as a passer, he did the same thing. It didn't matter because he played multiple positions. You got to remember, in high school, he was just a fucking dunker, man. Like when I saw those tapes, he barely dribbled. He just walked his ass and pulverized people. That's all the fuck he did. But when he came to the league, he kind of changed and got better. He had better training. But you got to remember, when he got drafted number 1, I expected him to be drafted number 2 and 3. Because at the time, I didn't know who the fuck he was. I already knew the second pick came from Europe, but I knew Carmelo Anthony in college. That's it. He was popular around that time. It wasn't LeBron. LeBron wasn't even thought of. They was just saying, this kid from Akron, this kid from Cleveland. Yeah, he was that dude in high school, but at the time, at 03, Akron. He's this kid from Akron. They were saying Cleveland, whatever. They was like, who's this kid? You know, at the time, I didn't know who the fuck he was until he got drafted. I said, oh, that guy. And my dad was trying to say he's the next Jordan. I said, he ain't no fucking Jordan. And then I realized how his stat pattern, when it began, he was more like Will to me in Magic form, just built, strong, not them small forwards. When he backed them down back in the days, he didn't even shoot threes then. So you got to remember, he had a lot of power, but he did put pressure on a lot of small forwards at the end of their careers, and he forced them to tap out. But over the years, he learned a lot. But when he went to Miami, you saw him playing the point and things like that. Now, Paul Silas tried that shit in Cleveland. It didn't work because, number 1, he was a small forward. He was barely a fucking dribbler. They tried to tell him, just get on that 3 for a minute.
They didn't have the right staff around him. When he was drafted, so it was a tough.
Look at their front office. Their front office was trash. That's what I'm saying. Cleveland, he had his rough years.
Miles, and you had Larry Hughes. You know what I'm saying? You had trash. You know what I'm saying on the team.
Yeah.
Yo, you know, here's the other thing to add to the point, right? LeBron, he had good players, right? He did have good players, not in Cleveland, but the Miami stints, right? But the problem, he would get a player. He would get a good player. Like he got Kyrie when Kyrie was too young. Like Kyrie wasn't in his prime, right? He got Kevin Love going out of his prime. He got D Wade going out of his prime. And Chris Bosh Chris Bosh was just he was over there in fucking hell.
Toronto,
right? So when he got the players he got, he didn't get them how he needed to get them, right? Like I would say this.
He didn't get them how he needed them to be. He got him it was like a bad timing of sorts.
Yeah, what I would have did, this is me. This is what I would have did if I was the Lakers. I would have got Russell Westbrook and traded him for Ben Simmons. I would give me Ben Simmons, right? Because he's a point guard. You know, he ain't gonna shoot. He like an old school fucking point guard, like old school, like 90s. Like, yo, take the ball and you do your thing, right? But
set the plays, just drop dimes and shit. Kind of like Jason Kidd or Jason Williams kind of thing.
You really think that Ben Simmons could play with LeBron James? If you can't shoot the ball, you can't play with LeBron James.
No. Listen, Ben Simmons, I saw the problem. I saw the problem with Ben Simmons. I saw the problem, right? The problem with Ben Simmons is this. When Joel Embiid was hurt, Ben Simmons was average. He was shooting, right? And remember, he dropped 40-something, right? Ben Simmons,
I remember.
Right? Now, when Joel Embiid gets on the floor, right? he becomes like a vacuum. He's like a big ass mellow. Like the ball hits his hands and it ain't going nowhere else. It ain't getting passed. It ain't getting. It's like and I can tell that they push that to Joel Embiid. Give him the ball, feed him the ball, right? Like old school, give it to the big man. The other problem with Joel Embiid is people don't want to say this. He do stupid ass shit. Like when they didn't make them points, right? And they, Ben Simmons, he did fuck up, right? He did fuck up. But Joel Embiid, this motherfucker was over there in the 3-point line trying to shoot threes and shit when his big ass supposed to be down on the block destroying motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Like look what Giannis did in the finals. That motherfucker like, yo, give me the ball. They can't stop me. Yeah. Like, give me the ball. I don't matter if I can shoot.
Give me the ball. I'll do it. Give me the ball.
50 points, nigga. Y'all stop me, nigga. You can't. Y'all. Like he was.
What was it like?
Yeah.
Sometimes like, I think I know who would probably talk some sense into you. Joel Embiid. Probably it's pronounced Joel Embiid. He's a francophone.
Yeah.
It would probably have to be Mount Mutombo. Hang on a second.
Yeah.
Hang on a second.
Well, no, I mean Joel Embiid's skill set is way above that of Mutombo's.
No.
And I mean, he might be a little too skillful.
Wait. Hear me out. The thing I'm trying to say is, you got some. What I'm trying to say is, give him the mentality. Have him change his game and think differently. He's a big man, so he needs to play like a big man. You know what I'm trying to say? I don't think he can block it with the finger, but he can wave the finger. Okay, we block right.
He does sound like, but like me personally.
But you get the point I'm saying. If he's going to learn how to play that position, like get down there, get down in the paint like that. Who else but Dikembe, because Dikembe is a francophone.
I could tell you, Joel Embiid, believe it or not,
Embiid's Cameroonian. No, I know, but it's. No. What I'm saying is, no, yeah, but Hakeem doesn't.
Embiid is from Cameroon, even though Mutombo from Zaire, but they know how to come in.
Because
Mutombo was a shot blocker, rebounder, everything right around.
I'm saying is like Hakeem is like Cameroon, Ghana. That's too. I mean, Nigeria, Cameroon. I don't know. I don't think they could be really.
Olajuwon is Nigerian. He's Nigerian.
Yeah, Nigerian. Sorry, so he's an Anglophone. So I don't think he could vibe well with Embiid like that. But Mutombo, he can because the Zaire
and Cameroon,
former Belgium. It's a Belgian colony, colony, but they still speak French there. So their French is similar to French spoken French.
There you go.
So he can explain shit to him better. He can get him to understand things. He can get him to comprehend shit better.
Exactly. He used to play for Toronto, and then he went over to the Clippers from Cameroon for.
Serge Ibaka.
Yeah, Serge
Ibaka.
He's another one.
Ibaka. Yeah, Ibaka. But my thing is this: is that LeBron, like, if Ben Simmons got with LeBron, right? If Ben Simmons got with LeBron will put confidence in him. Hey, shoot the damn ball, right? Like, go ahead, shoot the ball. He'll put him in position where he'll get his confidence up. Ben Simmons, I can see he has a lack of confidence of shooting the ball when certain players are on the floor, right? It's certain players, they mentality. It's a lot of mentality. Like LeBron had that same problem when he went down to Miami. And D Wade, you saw the difference in LeBron.
He changed. He
just don't mesh. You just need to have this there's got to be like a certain teammate who can bring that out of you.
Yeah. That's
it's that chemistry that's often lacking at times.
Yeah,
it's that chemistry.
It's the chemistry, but Wade was that guy.
20-something% from behind the damn arc, because LeBron James wants to pad his stats. So when he passes to you and you don't make that damn shot, he's gonna get pissed that he don't get that assist. He's gonna be calling for Ben Simmons to get traded. That is not a good fit. It would never be a good fit.
But you know what?
Your avatar doubles that. Avatar, if you're gonna say some shit like that, you're gonna be. You have a right. No, Auntie. With what you just said right now, and your avatar, it's right to the point. You have every right to say that shit because padded stats. I never thought about that.
Yeah, I'm like, listen,
LeBron wants his assists.
Yeah.
He instructs his players, as soon as I pass it to you, let it go. Just pull. You know what I'm saying? He tells his teammates that when I give it to you, just pull. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And Ben Simmons ain't gonna do that, so it's not gonna work. Unless LeBron wants to play off the ball, which he has not proven he can do that.
I'm like, because you know what the problem is it's like the only person that I seen him play off the ball with was Rondo. It's like he'll do it with Rondo because LeBron's one of them type of dudes where if he realized that he's smarter than you, he's like, man, I'm gonna just do it myself, man. You dumb.
Yeah, he's gonna break it down, but he's always been that way.
Rondo shooting. You don't remember? He still had Rondo shooting.
Yeah, I know he had Rondo shooting, but I'm just saying, like, he always do that to everybody. Like, he did that in Cleveland. Like LeBron is known for that. Like I told you, he's a Swiss Army knife. This dude is a machine. Like, even in Miami, he learned a lot from D Wade. No, he had to be a specimen. But see, when he was in Cleveland, he wasn't doing that shit. And Wade pulled him to the side. You know, that's how he got that his first championship. Even though they lost the first one, but that second one come around, they start winning that championship. Even they won back to back, but he couldn't win that third one because San Antonio knew his game, man. They studied him. That's how. That's the only team he'll tell you. That's the only team that can break him down. It's teams like the Spurs, even the Bucks, and he said that about Giannis because Giannis is peaking. You know what I mean? He's right there. See, he don't want to. He don't want to get in the way. One thing I respect about him, he don't want to get in the way when someone's peaking. You know why? Because he's like Tom Brady in the sense in basketball. Because what they do is they manipulate the game, right? They break players down and study the game, right? They study film. What they do is they find a weakness. And my dad told me this too. He told us to Jimmy Butler, he said, you ain't supposed to be standing right there. He said, how you know what the hell I'm doing? Because number one, he's pragmatic. Number two, he can pick you apart. And number three, he knows how to disrupt the offense. It's just like I said, when you're a forward like that and you can play the one spot and go back and forth with two positions in 3 or 4 or whatever, he can play small ball for hours, man. And especially his size too. He's 6'8" and almost in the 240s, 260 range, right? That's a specimen. That guy is long. Yeah, he's long and big, but people think he's big. No, he's just long. He's just got a lot of muscle on him. He's just durable. That's why he lasted so many long. Yeah, he gets banged up too, just like anybody else. He's human. He'll tell you that.
That durability slowly wears, you know.
Yeah, over time.
Wears as you get older, the longer you over time.
That's true. Yo, he's in his 19th season. He's in his 19th season. He's never been gone like a whole year from the game.
He's never missed he's never been injured. He never had like a serious injury.
Seriously. But you know
in a regular season.
Yeah, regular season. But you know what? At the end of the day, like, you can see he knows it's his time to hang it up. He would like to hang around till like if his son gets in the league or so. But he's like you said, he's pragmatic. But I think the Lakers they're going to do well. They're going to have some growing pains during the season. They'll probably get to the conference finals, maybe not. But the way the West is looking. And the way the East is looking, the Nets, I see the Bucks in the finals again because
Bucks will be in the finals. I agree with you.
I was like, the Bucks are in the finals. Their team got their synergy, man. They got their thing. The Nets. I don't trust Kevin Durant's body, not him.
And I don't trust Harden and what's the name? Irvin, injury prone.
Yeah, no, Irvin. He ain't taking the vaccine, so they
Kyrie Irving's injury prone, bro.
Yeah,
and then Harden, he's that style with D'Antoni. That shit ain't gonna work, man.
Yeah, man.
First of all, Harden is like what is it?
He's good. He's good, but
it's a lot of things off the court that just keep distracting everything.
That's true. It's a combination of a lot. Yeah. He's a hassle though.
Harden's one of them type of players, man. Like he doesn't care about getting the championship. Like it doesn't matter to him.
He has that Karl Malone attitude. Like when he gets to the foul line, like Karl Malone, that's what my dad was saying. Yeah, because of his body, and he gets away with shit. Like when he got to the finals
before he shoots the ball at the free throw line,
and all that, and he does
left-handed, of course, left-handed like Chris Mullin.
What the Knicks need is addition by subtraction. Kyrie or Harden have to go.
I'll say Kyrie. Get rid of him because he's injury prone.
It looks like it's going to be Kyrie. But both of them, it's not. I don't think it's going to work. They just dominate the ball too much. Yeah.
Would you say, Auntie?
I mean, Harden and Kyrie, one of them have to go.
Yeah, I agree with him on that. Yeah.
One,
You know what
bro.
I'm saying?
But the problem is what you gonna get for him because he's a head case. Like, you know, people can take some like injury type prone type shit like a little bit, but ain't nobody taking the head case problems, bro. Like yeah.
But
You'd
only you'd be amazed. There's certain teams will take a head case because they
a
stupid as
talent
hell
like
nowadays.
that, they'll take it. A lot of
They'll
teams.
take it.
But I'm talking
I'll
about,
give you example. Orlando, they'll take his dumb ass.
Yeah.
I'm like,
it's a bunch of teams.
DeAndre talking about a team that's contending though. You're talking about a team that's contending.
Yeah, contending. Like I think the only only that would take him like right now don't give a fuck. Philly, and they, you know,
I see Philly. Now in the West, if they're really desperate, I'll say Denver.
But Kyrie ain't. I'm gonna tell you like this, man.
I know he don't want to live in Denver. I'm just saying.
He would be a good fit in Denver too.
He said, "This is my team. I don't give a fuck." Boom, boom, boom. You know.
Well, you got an MVP over there already, so. That is my team.
Oh, the white boy. You know what I'm saying? Rubbing it in LeBron's face. You know. Yeah.
Like Kyrie,
I'm not saying go to Denver. I'm just saying you right, DeAndre. He can go to Philly. I was saying Philly, Denver, whoever. Those teams, they're desperate. Those teams that want to win. Even he can't go to Atlanta because he ain't gonna fuck Trey shit, right? He has to go to teams that just got beat by the Suns, and that's what he's looking at. He said, well, and he can't go to Golden State because that's that's Steph's team. That's personal, right?
And if Kyrie, I'm gonna say this. If Kyrie if he goes to Phoenix, you know what I'm saying? If he goes to Phoenix, he won't be able to pull half of that shit because Chris Paul will be in his motherfucking ass.
Oh yeah.
He won't be able to pull half of that shit.
Well, Kyrie wouldn't go to Phoenix because Chris Paul's the point guard.
Yeah, well,
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But if they try to get rid of Devin Booker, I understand why. But he'll understand also when we came close to the finals, and then they both have to cancel each other out.
Now listen, man. Dame Dollar, he need to get the fuck out of Portland. Dame need to get the fuck out of Portland. Man. Like he's one of the
for Kyrie.
If Brooklyn figure out a way, if they can get Dame Dollar.
Man, that's excellent, man.
Like LeBron might as well retire tomorrow, bro. Like they might as well retire tomorrow, because
what's going on, Joe W?
Listen, man, Kevin Durant and Dame Leonard by themselves, bro. And the thing about Harden is when we saw last season, Harden is a good ass point guard. He's a good ass point guard, man. Like he's a good point guard. But the NBA did make that rule change where you can't do that fake and jump into a motherfucker and get fouled.
Oh yeah.
Right? Because Steph Curry tried to pull that in the preseason game. They just looked at his ass.
So what the fuck?
You can't do no more. And if you look at Harden, Steph Curry, and other people, they that's why their points were going up and they was hitting the foul line a million times. But
they try to cheat. Yeah. Because they stopped that shit.
Yeah. So what they did was the playoffs. You notice in the playoffs, they don't allow them to get away with that shit. In the regular season, they let them get away with it because, you know what I'm saying, it makes people watch the games and shit like that. But
just draw the crowd, but you can't do that.
It makes it more competitive in the playoffs, doesn't it?
Yeah. So they just
less drama, more competitive, more open play, less short stops, less penalty strikes and shit. Penalty shots.
Yeah, man. Dame Dollar, man, he need to get out of Portland, man. It's something about Portland, bro. Like it's just it's like they have these good teams, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then remember when Rasheed Wallace and Mighty Mouse was over there, right? Like, you know what I'm saying?
But remember what happened when Rasheed was there?
Yeah,
2 consecutive seasons, he led the league in technical fouls. In fact, the following season, the first season he set the record. The following season he broke it.
Yeah, like
his ass didn't get shit. His ass didn't sort it. Yeah,
ever gotten a technical foul.
Auntie, please, if I may. Sorry, but it's just he's remember he had to move to Detroit. When he got to Detroit, that's when he got his head on straight. And he won a fucking championship with those guys in 2004.
He was I'm like, but the other thing is like, you know, with Rashid over there, like in Portland and stuff like that, everybody that was in Portland that kind of left or whatever, the NBA has their little quote unquote things about them. You know what I mean? Like you can't play like that in Portland, but Detroit is known for clotheslining motherfuckers since the bad boys. It's just, I mean, it's just certain things. It's just certain things like Dennis Rodman, right? Dennis Rodman,
Pippen.
Yeah,
when he shoved Pippen from behind, remember? And Pippen just sat up and just didn't do nothing.
Yeah, I'm like, but you gotta think about it like this, right? Dennis Rodman was doing the same shit in San Antonio and getting fucked with, but then when he went to Chicago, unless he was doing something really egregious, you know what I'm saying? Like it's a different beast. You know what I mean? It's like
and San Antonio didn't know how to use them right, for one, because I blame their whole front office when they got them, because they at the time, you know, when Detroit was going to their little spouts in '93, I would say like you know '94 season, they fell apart, and then after that, that's when they wasn't the same after
through
that.
A crisis.
Yeah, at that time too. Yeah, with his,
remember
with his,
he was found asleep because remember after the
gun. Yeah.
No, it was a
he tried to
shotgun.
kill
It was a
himself.
shotgun.
It was a shotgun. Tried to kill himself, but he missed. You know, I think he explained it very.
I don't think no. What happened was they found they found him asleep with the shotgun in his car. They found him asleep in his car with the shotgun.
But his whole story.
Never used it.
No, I know he didn't use it, but then they heard. I don't know if they heard a shot or whatever. I don't know if that's true or not. Because 1 minute they say
no shot went off. He never fired it. He never fired it.
Oh, he never shot it. Okay. Because I don't know why the movie. Yeah, I don't know why the movie. Yeah, I don't know why he had it, but I think he explained why he was trying to say he was trying to kill his old self from
his false self.
I think
his
false self with the Pistons. He used that analogy, and I like how he broke it down. He said, "I'm trying to destroy what I was in Detroit." And then I think he told his story how he got his hair blonded from Demolition Man. But the guy in the mall told him, he said, "Hey, you need a haircut?" He said, "Come over here," and dyed his hair blonde. But that's how he got it from that movie, and it was inspired. And even the guy told him how to, you know, he had the mohawk first, right? And then later he started growing the fro out.
No, the Wesley Snipes look. Remember, like Wesley only was green first, and then he went to the short crop and went completely blonde.
Completely blonde. Yeah, he did all that.
The problem was, with all that going on, he talked about how his relationship with David Robinson was kind of weird because David Robinson.
Yeah, he went to church. He broke that down. I saw.
He gave him a Bible. He gave him a Bible. He's like, what's going on? There was a misunderstanding.
He said that the Bad Boys documentary. He broke it down. He said, "Man, I ain't fucking with this." And he, you know, it's like the devil and the and the other one is like the angel. And he said he couldn't fuck with it, the chemistry, because see, that team was built around David Robinson. I didn't think he didn't like that, and that's where they fucked up.
Speaking of which, we talk about the number 2 like DeAndre is talking about. If you remember, at that time, David Robinson had a number 2 with him. That was Sean Elliott. Does anybody remember Sean Elliott?
Yeah, I remember Sean Elliott. He was the best.
Sean Elliott, man.
Until the kidney disease, and then he had to get a transplant from his brother. Remember?
Yeah, I remember all that.
To win a champion, he came back to win a championship. He got the championship.
That was like in '99.
99. They won the championship, and then he went away to get the kidney transplant and recover from that, because you don't recover from that easily.
Right.
It's a new kidney and everything.
And I think he won another prior championship after in 03. That was the last one we saw him, you know. But Sean Elliott, I think he was retired by then, but I think he had one. But Steve Kerr, he had one in '99 with him as well. So I remember that '99 team when they beat the Knicks. But Dennis Rodman in general, that year they could have had a shot in '95. This is where they fucked up at.
Even the head coach was like, when they interviewed him, he said, like, I don't know, he was like, he couldn't make heads or tails of Dennis, because remember, Dennis Rodman also had a teammate who left with him. He had a good friendship with in Detroit.
Yeah.
When they went together to San Antonio, and when the Bulls wanted him, he said, "If I'm going to come to Chicago, this cat's coming with me," because this is like his close confidant, whatnot.
That part. That part is true. And another thing is Michael kind of set that trade up, and I think he apologized to Scotty. That's true too. And then Michael,
no, he didn't apologize. He said he was going to apologize to him. He said, I remember when he was on Oprah, he said, "I'll apologize to Scotty when we win a championship." And that's what he
Yeah,
did.
that's what he did, but he did it. I think he did it twice too. There was another documentary broke it what really happened, how he got traded. But see, you got to keep in mind, no, he had to do it twice because number one, they had to remind him, like, because see, at the time when they got him, you know, Michael kind of set that trade up, and Phil Jackson, they talked to him because see, Michael was not going to win a championship with a guy like that that's going to stop his run. Because if you remember in Detroit, Michael had to learn from that team. Without that Pistons, and he said this in Bad Boy documentary, he said, we wouldn't be shit. We wouldn't have won those championships without those Pistons. If it wasn't for those Pistons,
because they brought,
we wouldn't exist.
Jordan and the
they
rest
realized
of
how to overcome them. Because before they used to whine and complain about that, they just tough it out.
They needed a replacement for Horace Grant.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying, Auntie. It ain't just that. It's just like they don't want a guy like that to stop him. He remembered the 90s, how Dennis gave him trouble, him and Dumars. He don't want to go through that again because Joe Dumars, remember, he was still playing in the 90s as well around this time in 96. And you got to remember, see, Michael was studying teams too. So he needed Dennis, and that was a huge upgrade. It was him. You already had Ron Harper and Steve Kerr and Kukoc. That
Luke Longley
late 90s team, Luke Longley, all them. Yeah, Steve Kerr, I mentioned him. But that 90s team, that was it.
After losing to
Orlando, that upgrade. Horace Grant. He was mad about that Horace Grant leaving to Orlando. That's what pissed him off. He was mad at Horace, and he said, "You know what? I'm gonna get somebody that's gonna stop your ass." And then he got Dennis, and that was a smart move.
Horace Grant. Speaking of Horace, I don't want to get.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Detour and everything, but
okay.
Everybody forgets Horace has a twin brother named Harvey.
Yeah, I remember Harvey Grant. Yeah.
Now here's the thing: when we talk about Jordan, when we talk about the bad boy Pistons, when we talk about the Pistons, Joe Dumars not only scuffled with Horace, but he also scuffled with Harvey, and they still have some issues with him. So so I'm sure they also had issues with Dennis like that way. So if Horace went back to Chicago, and Dennis was there, he said like they'd have to sort that shit out, and he probably had to sort that shit out with his twin brother Horace.
If Horace were in Chicago still, they wouldn't have had a need for Dennis Rodman. They wouldn't have had a need.
They could have done a quad freak right there. They could have won
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. They wouldn't have won the championship. You wouldn't trust Horace Grant then because I wouldn't trust that team. Like when you just got beat by you gotta remember Shaq was playing around this time too, so it would be a lot tough. Michael saw the landscape because once that Bulls team, when they left and those BJ Armstrong guys left, the guys that he had in the early 90s, that was a different team, man. You had to rebuild and start over. Yeah, Bill Carter. Yeah. See, I remember the late 90s teams better than the early 90s team because I remember the early 90s they had as a
John
child.
Paxton,
that was
John Paxton. Steve Kerr, you had John Paxton, I remember.
All that.
Bill
but
Wellington.
The Bulls team. Yeah, Bill Wellington. I think they still had Bill Wellington at this time too in the 90s. I think to 98. And
one person I can remember who came to them, if you might remember, it was like during their second three-peat. The Chief, Robert Parrish.
Yeah, Robert Parrish. In 96 championship. Yeah, I remember him.
No, and not 96, 97 year. He was part of that.
97
was that the year was that the season when they went 72 and 10?
They had John Sally too in the 96 championship. Yeah, it was him. And I think
those old heads, when they came in, they brought in a lot of experience, a lot of know-how, a lot of mental
but John Sally
they brought in some mental games and everything for them.
Yeah, that was that 96 team. That was probably the best team that year. And then the next year they was good too. Yeah, it was that for that team. But the next year they was good too. The 98 team was not bad. It was decent. But the worst team, I try to tell people, is 93. And life says, why you say that?
Well, they played together. Bullshit during that season, man. Have you not seen the last dance?
Yeah. But if you look at Charles Barkley, he had the best teams, the Suns, and I kind of blame him for that championship. You know what I mean? As a team, they didn't stick together. They didn't realize how great Jordan was. And this is where Jordan really peaked. And that's when, when his dad died around that year, that's when he kind of left. And it was heartbreaking for some fans. But then I think he came back in the 95.
He was going through a lot of shit at that time.
Yeah, it was hard,
away.
Man.
So you have to step away because you cannot go on until you get your head right. Because I remember watching The Last Dance when they won the championship #4. It shows him on the floor crying his eyes out, finally come to terms with the death of his father.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is everybody knows this. Like even Skip Bayless, he says it, but he doesn't say it directly. He'll slip up and say it because he used to cover Michael Jordan exclusively and shit. because Michael would only talk to certain people, like Ahmad Rashad. And, he would only talk to Ahmad Rashad really, and Skip Bayless.
Right. And Skip Bayless. Yeah.
And everybody knew, but the NBA was covering up that the reason his father died was because of his gambling shit with the mob.
Yeah, that too. The gambling shit with the mob, and it's a combination of a lot of stuff. And then he made a sacrifice. He said, you know what? He said, fuck it. You know, I'm gonna be the best. And it got to him. You know, he kind of recovered for like at least 2 to 3 years after he won that championship from '96. He kind of went sail, but he kind of declined after that '98 championship because I don't want to talk about the Wizard days. That was a mess.
Don't forget the flu. Don't forget when you had the flu poisoning.
Oh, the flu in '96. Yeah, I mentioned that. The flu too. He played through that.
It wasn't a flu. It was actually food poisoning because he explained it was food poisoning. It was actually food poisoning.
Okay. But I don't know why they mentioned the flu part. I don't know.
They had to just as a cover because they couldn't say food poisoning.
It's kind of tough to talk basketball with a lot of the younger dudes because they don't understand the difference between the way like the playoffs are now, especially the finals, and the way they were back then. You know what I'm saying? When you're talking about the 2-3-2 format, you know what I'm saying, back then, and the fact that look, if you didn't travel, you played back to back.
Right.
Okay. So when guys say things like, you know what I'm saying, the Suns were good, but they weren't great. Look, there was no load management in the regular season because the regular season was how you prepared for the playoffs. That got your bodies right. That got the team right. Got all the conditioning right. Now these guys can do it because you're talking about 2, 3, 4 days off between games sometimes. You know what I'm saying? It's stupid. They make sure that all of those games are televised. Back then, all of the games were not televised in the earlier rounds. You know what I'm saying? So you might have 3, 4 different games on. You know what I'm saying? You might have 6 or 7 games on one night, but only 2 of them are on TV.
In the 80s, they did that. The 90s, you did had televised games. It depends on what channels. It was different in the early 90s, but in the I would say 96.
Nationally televised game.
Yeah, nationally televised. Yeah. I mean, no, they was televised. In 96, you had to go back.
Some were televised locally or regionally, but others.
I'm just saying, like,
I'm focused on 2 games in particular that be televised nationally.
So when you talk about like somebody like Charles Barkley wasn't ready for Michael Jordan, he really wasn't physically because if y'all remember that series.
Oh, you talking about 93? Yeah, that's 93.
There was a triple overtime game because the Suns had home court advantage against.
Yeah, I mean, they did. I remember that series. It
was a triple overtime game that Phoenix won. But it literally took all of the gas.
I remember when it was on.
Yes,
I think on NBC, and I remember
because the following game. How much of that previous game took a lot out of them?
It took a lot.
They didn't fully recover.
You talking about before League Pass. Now League Pass, so I remember in 96, you know, they was showing those old games. Now I did saw those games actually live growing up as a child and saw that series too. But I'll never forget when League Pass came around in 96, that was a whole different ballgame. You watch every NBA game. Like if you had satellite like me and my father had, when we was watching all those regular season games from 96. Yeah, back then that direct TV shit. Yeah. We watched every fucking game there was in League Pass. It was no fucking joke. All the way from the 90s, I would say from now. That's when it was.
I was someplace else, sir.
Yeah.
Bear in mind, I was in another place at that time, so I never experienced. I know what you're talking about, but I can't say I've ever experienced these things.
Right. I get you.
That's what I'm saying. The league was totally different. Like that 82 game season was real.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It was real. And the best conditioned team was the team that won that championship.
Right. Absolutely.
It wasn't just about who had the best talent and the best player and all of that shit.
No.
Least injured as well.
Jordan was one of the first dudes that you'd ever see that actually was the best player that actually won the championship.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
He trained for that shit because the way he trained, because there was like sports nutrition and everything, he consulted a therapist and a training coach
Barkley
prepare himself for that because
Barkley had the best team in 93 and I know they were the best in the West. What hurt him though, he didn't realize how great Michael was, but reason I mentioned that is just when I saw that series and then I look back at it now when I'm older, I realized some of the mistakes he done made. He thought he had him, but when you beat a guy like Michael Jordan, it's very difficult because a lot of players
who was on that team? Who was on that Phoenix team? I remember Danny Ainge, Dan Marley.
Dan Marley,
Kevin Johnson.
Kevin Johnson,
Dan Marley, Kevin Johnson, Cedric Ceballos.
He had a good roster. He had a good roster.
Who was the brother who had who was shaved head, who was rocking the bald head but had to wear the goggles?
I believe I hope that ain't Oliver Miller, wasn't it?
I'm not sure.
I know. I remember the dude briefly. I know what you're talking about, but
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
But I
Dark
like
glasses.
what Aunt T was talking about with that triple overtime, and that's
Yeah. That triple overtime was classic. That's old NBA. Yeah, I remember them.
People
days.
don't-
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's a killer because you got to dig deep. You're running on fumes. That's
fatigue,
a killer.
yeah.
Then you gotta play
Legs.
again tomorrow night too.
And you are completely
Tomorrow
exhausted.
night too.
Yeah, that's
You
why
are
the game is
completely
finesse now.
exhausted.
They don't.
It took
they
a
don't
lot
want-
out of them.
Yeah.
But see, here's the other thing, right? Here's the other thing. That triple overtime like Aunt T was talking about, people keep forgetting Dan Marley broke a record for 3-pointers.
Right. He did. Correct.
Like, it was like that's the only reason why Phoenix won that game, because Dan Marley was unconscious from 3-point range. Like,
Yeah,
and that
he was on
like,
fire. I remember.
Barkley had damn near 50 points too.
Yeah,
Like I said, he was the MVP that year, and the pressure was on him to win that championship, and it was not easy against Michael Jordan. Oh hell no, that is a feat. Now if he would have beat him,
what
that would have been
about
a
the
great
season prior to that with against the Trailblazers with Clyde Drexler,
Yeah,
Buck
Clyde
Williams,
Yeah.
Kevin Duckworth,
They
God rest
was
his soul.
They was fooled when they saw and Jordan
Danny
saw them.
with Dan Marley were with them at the time. Who else?
Yeah.
Who else was there?
Oh, I know who you're
Terry
talking
Porter.
about.
Terry Porter.
Terry Porter. There you go. That Trailblazer team was probably, I wouldn't say better than the 77 championship team, but they was probably second best.
Look,
and that's the last time they've been to a championship. I would say 92.
I'm gonna
That's
say
a long
this.
time ago.
91 actually. 92 is it 92? Yeah, 92 was when
It's 92. I remember it. 92.
You remember,
91
like,
is
in
the
91
Lakers.
is
the Blazers were
Lakers.
done. They were done. Phoenix didn't even have to go through them to get to the finals.
Yeah,
If I'm
Yeah,
not mistaken.
but see, you got to remember the Blazers at that time. I would say, let's go back to 92 finals, right? That was a good team that year, but you got to remember Clyde.
No, they were
Drexler.
91. It was
No,
90.
91 is the
they-
Lakers.
they went-
91 is the Lakers.
hey,
91 is the Lakers.
Oh, right.
The Blazers went to the finals in 90 and 92.
Yeah, 1990.
They went
That was
90
with the
and they
Pistons.
lost to the Pistons.
Yeah,
and then they
that's
went
the
92 and
Yeah,
lost
yeah.
to the Bulls.
Yeah, that's the last time they won.
Right. Sorry, excuse me, my mistake.
1990, that was with the Pistons. You're talking about Dennis Rodman and that improved 90 team. They wasn't going to beat the Pistons. I mean, there's no shot. But it's just like Clyde Drexler. He couldn't get 91 because of Magic, you know, the AIDS thing and all that. But after that, 92, that was the year where they had a chance. And what hurt them was Mike was just,
The
you
Bulls.
know, it's a specimen. Yeah, man. Like it's a game over. It's just the Suns. They figured that trade, wherever happened, you know, Charles Barkley, he wanted out and he wanted to go to the Lakers, and that didn't happen. So Phoenix picked him up,
right?
and he changed. Yeah, he changed. He turned that team around. He always tell that story on TNT.
Yeah.
That was the best team he ever played on, and he kind of
That
regret
was the
winning
best team I ever played. I
year.
turned over that. I
Kevin
turned that
Johnson was
around.
no
I
joke.
turned that
Very
team around.
underrated.
With Kevin Johnson
Kevin
in the back, I
Johnson
turned
was no
that
joke.
around.
Yo, Information Man said something. In the
Hold
chat.
on. Let's read it. He was on fire because the 3-point line was moved. And remember, once they moved that 3-point line out, the real shooters could hit it, and the fakers were not able to as consistently. Facts.
That's a fact.
Agree with him. Yeah,
That is a fact.
he had a great show today. Shouts out to Information Man. Y'all subscribe to that brother, man.
I peeked in on his show earlier. It was a good stream.
Yeah.
I peeked in on
Yeah,
it.
excellent stream. Yeah.
Yo, like until you said something before, like I couldn't hear what you said. You said something like
Go ahead, Auntie.
What?
you,
Yeah,
about-
I mean, there was a lot of pressure on Barkley, just like Suro said. You know what I'm saying? When he was moved from Philly to go to Phoenix, a lot of pressure on him to win that championship. But I mean, it just was what it was. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
it was what it is.
season
Yeah, there you
was supposed to get you in shape for the finals, and the Bulls were the best conditioned team because the Bulls didn't have home court after the second round in '93.
Right.
In case y'all forgot, and they really, I'm not gonna say they should have lost to the Knicks, but they were down 2-0 versus the Knicks.
yeah,
Yeah, facts.
So,
I just remember something.
Yes,
I just remember something.
John Starks, nigga, he was giving them the
He gave him that work.
The whole Knicks team
John
was giving
Starks?
them the business, but that was just for the first 2 games, and then I don't know, man. The Bulls just flipped the switch.
Yeah,
went the
That's Jordan.
yo, that's when Jordan hit them 9 threes, right?
Uh-huh.
That's
Yeah,
when
I just remembered something. I just remembered
The 9 threes
something.
was against the Blazers.
Oh,
Excuse
go
me.
ahead.
Go ahead, Wolf.
Go back.
I just remembered something. 93, that's when Tony Kukoc joined the team, remember?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the
after
92
yeah,
Olympics.
yeah,
he signed with
He
them.
was
true.
on the
That's true.
team, but he didn't play on the team.
He was
Yeah.
in Croatia at the time. He was overseas.
They owned the
at
rights
that
to him,
time.
but
He
he didn't
owned the
play.
rights. He was overseas in the pros, but at the time, after Drazen's death and everything, that's when he,
Drazen
he moved
Petrovic,
around.
huh?
A little bit.
Yeah,
Yes,
oh,
yeah, the
yeah.
legend.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
because-
remember him. I love
Because
Drazen.
that's after
Who
the
was another
90.
great player? Hell yeah, Drazen Petrovic. That
Remember the
motherfucker.
Yugoslavia team in 1990? They whooped our ass in the U.S., man. That was a beastly team. And when Vlade kept fucking with that flag and him and Bill
Vlade
Clinton,
Divac and Drazen Petrovic were good friends, but after
after that flag incident and then Clinton and all that shit,
the country split and everything,
and the political, the Kosovo shit, they told Vlade don't do that shit.
No, not the Kosovo shit. Not the Kosovo shit. Not the Kosovo shit. The splitting of Bosnia, Bosnia, Serbia, and Croatia.
Mm-hmm.
Kosovo came afterwards, in 1990, 1998.
They told him not to mess with that Croatian flag because they was having problems, and no one then saw it.
Yugoslavian flag. They were showing
Yugoslavian flag. Yeah, Yugoslavian flag. And
Which
then
is
it
now
was
Slovenia, if I'm not mistaken.
Slovenia. Yeah, that's true. But after that, he did something.
No, Serbia. Slovenia is next to Croatia.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
Yeah, and then in Serbia, but I think he messed with a Croatian flag. I saw a documentary talking about their split, and I was like, wow, but Vlade, he took a lot of heat from that, but I don't know what happened.
Serb,
yeah, man, it's deep.
I remember I watched a documentary about that, in which they talk about what happened when the Croatian team talks about when Petrovic he decided to take the car to drive instead of join the team on the road because he was going to stop by and visit some relatives in Germany. Yeah, and that's when the car accident happened. And
I remember
Vlade,
that.
He was kind of so broken that it hurt him. But in the documentary showed him coming back to.
I think he saw his mom. I think during that documentary,
He went to Petrovic's grave, and then he went to visit Petrovic's parents, his mother, and everything.
Right.
So they all understand each other because they're all Eastern Slavic. So
they're
Serbs,
Slavic people.
Croatians, they all understand. But the only difference is Serbs are predominantly Orthodox, and which makes them more ties with Russians. Croatians, Slovenians, they're predominantly Catholic, which brings them closer to Czechs and Slovakians.
Czechoslovakia, Czech Republic.
But like even back with that Phoenix series, right? I remember. Like how drained they was that next game.
Facts, Absalom.
And they had to play the next night.
What's going on, Absalom Bianchi? Yeah, facts right here. Yeah, even Mark Jackson said Jordan beat them single-handedly.
So even that, remember the temperature was like 100 degrees. It's shit showing like the temperature in Phoenix with that triple overtime. Motherfucker, look,
that game was in Chicago.
It was hot.
It was hot.
What's up?
That triple overtime game was in Chicago.
Yeah. Was it Chicago?
Yeah, it was. It was like game 3 or game 4 or something like that. But it was in Chicago because Chicago didn't have home court. But Phoenix won the game.
Yeah. Let me see.
Mm-hmm. But it took a lot out of them. I don't think they won another game after that.
That's what I said earlier. It took a lot out of them because, I'm sure Phil Jackson thought, you know what? Let's sacrifice this game. Let's try to make them work for this win. It takes a lot out of them, and then we'll take the next game. That's smart strategy when you think about it.
Yeah, it was 129 to 121. That was like a fucking all-star fucking game.
Back then. Yeah, nowadays 129-point game ain't shit. Like that's normal standard shit. Yeah. They might even do that in 4 quarters now in regulation. Back then,
you know what? When you talk about New York, Mark Jackson, John Stark, everybody, let's not forget Charles Oakley.
Oaktree. Yeah.
I got something. There's a quote of his. Well, there's a quote allegedly that belongs to Oakley. Something that's influenced me. Hang on a second. Drinking water. Water good for the body. I remember, if anybody remembers the show NBA Inside Stuff.
Oh, I remember that. I remember that show.
Okay,
Yeah.
there was this one episode in particular. Now, this is when Ahmad Rashad was still hosting it. There's this one particular episode. It was talking about friendship. And it started out with this, like the trio of friendship between Chris Webber, Juwan Howard, and what's his name? Jalen Rose when they were back in Michigan.
Fab
Also
Five.
talked about the relation, Yeah, back then, the relationship about Avery Johnson with another cat when he came to San Antonio. So when they closed the show, when Ahmad Rashad was closing the show, he tried to use a Charles Oakley quote. He said, like my man Charles Oakley once said, "Look, man, I ain't scared of nobody because we all put on our pants the same way. Unless theirs comes with 2 zippers."
Yeah, that was true. Let's see. Hold on, Kevin Jones said, "Where's Dan Barley on here?" Oh, I'm looking for Dan Barley. Oh, there you go. Right, there.
DeAndre, did you get the joke?
Yeah, I got the joke. I was looking at it. Yeah.
Get it? Did you get it? You know, I ain't scared of nobody because we all put on our pants the same way. Unless theirs come with 2 zippers or some shit like that. I laughed my ass off because it doesn't make sense, but it makes sense like a motherfucker at the same time. But he tried another quote, but he's like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna get out of this because he kept trying too many quotes and it didn't work. But Charles Oakley, if you remember in The Last Dance, he was that big brother to both Michael and Scotty, and he had to toughen them up.
Yeah.
That's what made them who they are, in a sense.
Yeah, he was the enforcer and shit.
Well, yeah, Oakley always played that role. You know what I'm saying? I'm a old school Knicks fan. You know what I'm saying? So I know about all of that. But also, it toughened them up just when they had to move Charles Oakley. You know what I'm saying? When they had to move him, that was tough. You know what I'm saying? Jordan didn't like that. You know what I'm saying? Pippen didn't like that. They did what they had to do to bring over Bill Cartwright. They had to bring over the right guy. You know what I'm saying? For what it is that they wanted to accomplish. So, just keep all that in mind.
He was no joke. Yeah. Bill Cartwright was no joke. Don't underestimate him.
Bill Cartwright was a beast too back in the 90s. I mean, a lot of people don't give him credit. Yeah. He was a specimen.
And even those first, I think it might have been the first 2 championships. I don't think Craig Hodges was on the Bulls for all 3 of the first 3.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying? If you pay attention, like to this day, nobody has shot like a 3-point contest like Craig Hodges has.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like he had it down to a science. You know what I'm saying? From the way he would grab the balls off the rack to the way he would step back for each jump shot.
Yeah,
like,
good rhythm, huh?
I've never seen a player shoot
that rhythm and everything.
Yeah, I've never seen a player shoot like him. So you know what I'm saying? Like
but that championship with the Rockets, I think the first 2. Yeah. Now that game 7, I remember the Knicks. Knicks could have had him, but Elijah one was too much. He remembered back in '86
John
when
Starks
he got
shit on himself too.
Yeah. A lot of people don't know that Elijah one been to the finals since I would say '86 with Bird. He was young. And until he got his second finals, I would say 94. That was probably his best he ever done. I've seen. Now the second one,
he was the MVP.
Yeah. He had to pay his dues in the meantime.
But I think he didn't win the MVP that next year. He was kind of pissed, and he had to show people he's I'm the MVP. Boy, that 95 season was something else. But I'm surprised he swept the Magic. I like both teams.
He was highly motivated.
Yeah,
no, that was surprising because the Magic were a hands down number 1 seed in the league.
Number 6 seed, Rockets. Yeah.
Well, the Rockets were only like a 5 seed in the West.
Yeah, but they ended up being the 6th seed in that playoffs because in that seeding they lost it. Yeah, they were the 6th seed in history. No, you do the research because they tell you. Because I remember when they was a 6th seed, they lost a game or 2. And the Rockets beat everybody. You know, they just had that whip out. They were defending champs. So that team like that beating a number 1 seeded inexperienced team. And you can't, you can blame Nick Anderson and the front office staff, but Shaq wasn't ready. But the way they played them in that first game, too young. And there's a documentary about the Magic. They explain why they lost too.
And Penny Hardaway, they were just young and they were just not mature. I remember Dennis Rodman took shots at them. He said like, because when he first came to Chicago, he said like, I've got no respect for guys who've been in, and this is back in '96. I said I have no respect for guys who've been in the league for like 2-3 years because they're just in it for the money. They don't really have the passion for this game and stuff like that.
Yeah. He was saying that to guys like at the time. I know Shaq at the time because you see, Shaq was
Penny
young
Hardaway,
too, and
Penny
all them
Hardaway
guys.
especially.
But Hardaway was
Keep in
kind of.
mind, the Orlando thought that they
Yeah.
felt like they won the championship when they beat Chicago that year.
Yeah, that
They thought it
95,
was
but
over,
yeah,
and
you
they
got to
thought- they
keep that
thought
in
once
mind
they got
too.
to the finals, it
True.
was going to be a
Finals.
coronation.
Yeah,
And it wasn't
but here's
gonna be
the
a
thing. Here's the
competition.
thing. They was falling for the media hype, and the reason I say that is because when you're young like that, we gotta remember Shaq was like the centerpiece of that team. Hardaway came based off of a trade with what you call Chris Webber.
Yeah, he was
But you
traded.
gotta remember, yeah, there's a documentary about the Magic too. It was on Netflix. They had it not too while ago, a couple of years back. And when I saw that documentary, how they explained it, the first game they said they was shocked that Houston turned up on them at the end, and they said the whole arena was quiet. They said, "Why they quiet?" And Elijah one said, "Why they quiet?" And they shut the fuck up after that. And then the next two games, they just dismantled. You saw the results. But here's the thing: after the fourth game in Houston, everybody in Houston had brooms, wooden brooms, on their buses, telling them sweet, sweet, sweet.
Ooh.
And Shaq said, "Damn." He didn't realize that he was young, and it was embarrassing.
Damn.
It was sweet. They was cold back then.
Well,
I told you the 90s
that's
wasn't
the way it
shit,
was.
man.
No,
Yeah, they
that's
were
the way
mean.
it
They were
was, but at the
ultra
same time,
competitive. They were
Olajuwon
very tough and
had
mean spirited. Oh, go
Yeah.
ahead, sorry.
Olajuwon had something to prove, and he did. He made Shaquille O'Neal look like a child. He made
He
him
had
look like
to.
a
Let's
child.
not forget who was
the
on that.
experience.
Let's not forget who was on that Rockets team. It wasn't just Hakeem. You also
Mario
had Clyde.
Clyde,
Yeah, Clyde.
Clyde, Sam Cassell, Kenny Smith. I forgot about him.
Robert
and
Horry.
Robert Horry.
Robert Horry. Yeah,
Robert Horry.
Robert Horry.
Robert Horry, and they may have still had Otis Thorpe, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken.
Otis Stewart was on I believe on the other team, not on this 95 team. No.
Man, look, Robert Horry, hands down, the most clutchest play he ever
With
did.
7 rings.
No, the clutchest play he ever did, other than coming off the bench cold as ice, hitting them shots, was when he shoved Steve Nash into the goddamn basket.
Right.
Running off the goddamn, off the bench and got that motherfucker suspended.
Right.
Right.
Hip
Right.
check. It was a hip check.
Hip check.
Check.
It was a hip check.
What did Jack call him? Rob Shop Pop Bob.
No, he fucked Steve Nash up, man. He messed him up.
Man, he put Steve Nash in the goddamn bleachers with that motherfucker. Yeah. That shit looked like an NFL hit, boy. He's like, bro, I'm gonna take this back to the
What did
Pistons.
SKC play
He
that
took
Black
it back to
Power
Canada.
guy? He said, what he said? He said, yeah.
And look, Robert Horry, man, man, I used to say, I used to hate it, right? If the game close, right? You forget Robert Horry even on the team. Game close. You need a closer. Robert Horry and shit, come in the game, take them shits off. Yeah. I was like, nah, the
Wait a
game
minute,
over.
doesn't Robert Horry have a speech impediment?
No, he's on the NBA. He's on the Lakers TV and shit.
Yeah, I'm about to say, yeah, he works for the him and James Worthy are on that
yeah, they're on that Lakers.
that Lakers
Didn't somebody like that?
commentary
I'm sure. I could have sworn he had like a stutter or some shit like that. He went through speech therapy,
Robert
which
Horry.
overcome that, right?
No.
No?
That's Shannon
Okay.
Sharp. Shannon Sharp got that.
That's Shannon Sharp. That's his accent. That's his accent.
No.
too. He's from Savannah.
Shannon Sharp. No, first of all, skip. I ain't trying to be disrespectful. I'm just from Georgia. I'm from the South. I talk a certain way.
Yeah,
Gotta call him
he's from Savannah. Yeah, he's from
Skip.
Savannah.
No, that's a lisp. That's a lisp.
Yo,
That's Southern drawl and a lisp. I'm talking
Shannon-
about
he's
somebody
from
having a
Savannah.
stutter.
He got that southern Savannah lisp. That's all I'm gonna say. But he's
Man,
country.
Shannon be trolling
My
with
dad
that
would
shit.
try to say in so many words. He said that nigga's country.
Yeah, he is, but Shannon Sharp was always very well spoken. Shannon Sharp
he's very well spoken.
He be
He's
trolling
country.
with that shit, man. He's not.
Yeah.
You know
Don't
what I'm
forget
saying?
Sterling.
But no, he's country. That's how he actually talked, like on air and off air. If you actually met him, but that's him from Savannah. He'll tell you like how him and Sterling grew up, and I think DeAndre talked about it in the stream. Yeah, he always talk about it. Yeah, what's going on, Simply Nick?
What did he
Salute.
say? He said like we were so poor. I'll tell you something. Skip. We were so poor that when somebody tried to rob us, we just robbed them completely.
Yeah,
They were so poor. Anybody broke in, we get robbed from them.
Like Shannon.
They weren't playing.
I think the crazy. Look, this goes down in NFL history with Shannon Sharp. Shannon Sharp is like the troll of the NFL. When he picked up when he was playing on the Broncos, he picked up that phone. He said, "Mr. President, you call National Guard because we whipping their ass." Like,
Yeah. I remember that.
I was like, yo, that shit was on NFL films, man.
Wow.
Auntie, if I may,
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you something. One thing I remember that earned my respect for Shannon Sharp was when he was playing with the Ravens. When it was media day when it was Super Bowl media day, and everybody was riding and Ray Lewis's ass and what happened the year before with the murder charges and everything. And he came out there and defended him and said, "Get off this man. This man is a righteous man. He's a stand-up dude and everything. Leave my brother alone."
He's talking
Now
about
that's a dude. When he was with the Ravens, remember during Media Tuesday, the media scrum they had on Super Bowl week, when all the reporters were just getting on Ray Lewis's ass about what happened the year before at a Super Bowl party.
Yeah,
if you remember.
But
Shannon Sharp when he saw with everybody, all the reporters surrounding Ray Lewis asking that question, he came right there. He told Ray, "Don't talk. I got this. Get away from this man. What this man went through then is in the past. Unless you have questions about football, leave my teammate alone."
Mm-hmm.
And he was talking trash even when they won the championship, But he's a stand-up dude like that because he was going to defend his brother like that, man. Think about it.
Yeah. People forgot that.
Shit, where's Charles when we need him? We need to get on. We need to go.
Oh, he's streaming right now.
He's streaming. I think we need to go take this conversation over to his channel because he's a Ravens fan and everything.
He's talking about JX and Edward about something about the functionality. Yeah, it's no need.
I got time for that. It's just free conversation.
It's a free conversation. Yeah, I mean, shouts out to Charles. Don't get me wrong, that's my boy though. I've been on this panel once. I need to go more often because I'm so busy with my streams and stuff like that. Because he goes live whenever, I'll catch you through.
Oh yeah.
Shout out to Sir Opens. That's why I appreciate coming up here and getting off this YouTube gossip shit for a minute, man.
Yeah. I mean, you have to. You have to.
If you don't see the trash can fire, man, just leave the motherfuckers alone for right now, man.
Bro, hey, I've been trying, man.
No. Just listen. You know what? Sometimes it just takes. Just ignore the motherfucker. Just go about you because it's a whole different trash can fire.
I learned to walk away from shit. I had to learn the hard way to walk away from shit like that because I saw the futility in a lot of arguments.
Yeah, they got to learn.
In my case, shit got serious. I mean, because I don't know. Auntie knows this. I'm not ADOS. I'm not African American. I'm East African actually. And some of the streams that were among my brethren and everything, sometimes they got so heated. Somebody was going to be doxing somebody soon. The next thing you know, you get calls from family members telling you, "Yo, you got to check yourself. Check yourself." Some people are asking about you. We got word that somebody's been asking about you. So, bro, check yourself. Yeah. They're going to dox you if you don't back off. So I was like, all right. Yeah. I remember one of my siblings told me, "Yo, I heard some shit." I was like, "What's going on?" He said, "You need to back off." I said, even though I knew, because there were some people who tried to contact me after, I got into the shit, I didn't like it, so I had to block them. Because I knew it was some trolling shit. Because I already knew what cyberbullying was all about by then.
Oh yeah.
So sometimes you gotta leave that shit. Yeah, some of that shit can get real sensitive, real bad.
Yeah, a lot of people been doing the doxing thing for I think these newer stream formats for years. Even in pre-record days, I'll never forget. That's a form of hacking.
Since the 2000s, man. What are you talking about?
Since 2000. That's what I'm saying. I know you've seen it, but I'm just saying for me, what I've seen, it's gotten worse over the years. Now, not like in 2000, but now it's if the smartphone era, oh man, this is when they got really dangerous on you. Now with these streams, they come to your house and stuff. And I heard a woman named, what's her name, Cluster. She's known for that. I said, damn, you do that and roast people? I can't be doing that shit. But I don't know how people do it though. But that I'm just saying,
swatting?
Yeah. Listen,
I heard
the swatting. Yeah, I heard the swatting. I've seen it.
No, I'm saying the thing with Cluster is when I watch Cluster do whatever she's doing, when she roll up on a motherfucker house, if you don't know the context of why she rolling up on the motherfucker house, the context is there's a threat, then it goes to the family, then they got the grandkids and all of that up on the stream, and she roll up to a motherfucker house. You said catch a flight, pull up season, and she don't. And when she pull up, motherfuckers calling the police and scared.
Oh shit! Yeah, I heard stories like that, and then I don't know why. Now I try to tell people leave Cluster alone. She's from Philly, man. Them Philly people, they passionate.
Yeah, like you know, what I mean, but Cluster's the sis for real. Like I mean, the one thing I do like about Cluster, she stand on the disrespect,
right?
Apologize, and she'll say she did X, Y, and Z. And if you try to lie and say I wasn't a part of it, she got all the receipts, all of them. She'll print
all of them. Yeah, she's a whole troll, man. She's smart with that.
Listen, man, when she says she gonna roast you for 40 days and 40 nights, it's 40 days and 40 nights for 10 hours streams with 400, 500 people watching.
Okay, man, that list of the number of people I should avoid at all times.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, look. But
shouts out to Juan G's. He's from Philly too.
Yeah, they don't play. But you know what I mean. But anyway, man. Like, yo, so NT, man, how much money you win this Sunday, man, from these football games, man?
I didn't bet.
You ain't bet, man. Yo, this shit is weird, man. The Cowboys game going into overtime.
I didn't see that Juan G's. I didn't see that Juan G's.
I saw it. Ism had you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he had a stream. Yeah, I was sky watching that too. Yeah,
I'm gonna say me personally, man. I didn't watch it because you know what I mean. I love KRS-One. I was never really a Big Daddy Kane fan, and when I was growing up, once he lost to LL Cool J, nah, bro. KRS-One that one. Like you know,
KRS-One, he's good. I like both of them. Yeah, they both have some. They both got some good lyrics. I'm not gonna front. I love both of their music. But like I said, like you cannot go wrong with either one of them. It's just like the Rakim and Big Daddy Kane thing. You know,
I'm taking Big Daddy Kane's delivery over KRS delivery all day. But
KRS-One, he got that his own sound, like that roughness. Even though he used to be he was a goon, but he ain't now. Shouts out to Asney thing because he know his people's personally in New York because he said that on the stream. He said people forget KRS-One was a goon before his friend got killed. I said yep, and he changed his music and got tired of it. And like, look, that's how he switched. That's how he switched. And I forget what album he said on the stream too. Shouts out to Asney thing. He said that the billionaire mindset. You know what he calls his channel now.
Yeah. What Nick say? Nick said, what did he say? She said it was a tie. Like, was it like, yeah, I didn't watch it.
It was a tie. I'm not surprised. Hold on. It was a tie. Yeah, I'm not surprised. That's why both of them were good. Yeah. You cannot go wrong with either one of them because both of them got great joints by themselves. Even though everybody's got their favorites, you know, I respect that. You know, hey, I'm not gonna tell you who the like.
Still, man. Look, Kuda can't let it go, man. The motherfucking Dipset lost. The locks took.
Yeah, he need to let that shit go. He was trying to do that on his Thursday. I was like, Kuda, let that shit go. I know you live talking about them weirdos over there in the in the Bernie Povich and shit. Like, let that shit go, bro. Man, but he had DS1 on the panel today. That was a classic. Him and the Ronin, they pulled up on him, like, you know, talk about the situation. Then they had to hop off. So shouts out to the Team A game. But you know,
man. Yo, man, look, I'm watching the NFL, man, and I'm like, man, look, I'm looking
at cool. It's cool.
I was looking at Kansas City, man, this year, and it was like, what's going on with Patrick Mahomes? I said, look, man, it's like they figured his ass the fuck out, man. Like,
yeah, they got tired of him throwing that loopy passes. They had to sting his little legs a little bit. Like,
yeah, like Patrick Mahomes, you know what they started doing with Patrick Mahomes? What they started doing is he'll start scrambling, right? And then it's like it was the Jake Plummer effect. Remember he was
right. I remember Jake Plummer. Yeah,
Jake Plummer, his little Canadian ass was squirming out his shit. And he start running like Steve Young and shit. And then he
right.
And it's like a flag. It's like some weird like throw up tackle football and some shit.
Yeah,
and like what's up? And then this wide receiver done leaked out, and you like, how does motherfucker get open? And he's streaking down the field. And you know what they learn how to just stay home. Just don't run. Stay home.
Stay home, but also the linebackers got to go forward. Don't go backward. Go forward.
Yeah,
you can't let them scramble. You got to put that pressure on them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
that's
know
right.
they started running
Right.
on. You know when they start running on him, and Andy
Mhm.
Reid. This is what how you fuck up Andy Reid's offense all the time. We had a big ass problem in Philly. They could never get over the hump. When you
Right.
put him in that Denver cover clobber YZ, it's this weird thing. It's not like it's not a dime. It's not a nickel pack. It's this weird ass thing where the linebackers, like you got like two middle linebackers, and then they're like outside linebackers, but they tall, but they more like they too slow to be corners, but they faster than outside linebackers, and they tall. So then you get him in this funnel shit, and he's forced to throw in the middle of the field all the time. And if you look at all of his picks, they come right in between the lines. Like he can't throw no out routes or nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like it's weird. And if you look at when they're like if you get them third and long, because they don't really got a running game like that. Like Andy Reid still runs that West Coast like offense. You know what I mean? The running back is like another wide receiver. Like they don't really have like a like if they had like old dude from Tennessee that could just you just need to open up a
Eddie
little.
George.
No, he's talking about Henry.
Yeah, Henry,
sorry.
that motherfucker, like he run through that bitch, and you just like, can you just go down? Like, can you please just go down? Like he'll get hit, but he's dragging motherfuckers for 5 to 6 yards, just dragging their ass and shit. Like he doing some Marshawn Lynch like beast mode fucking like running and shit. But he ain't gonna last too much longer running like that. You know, like as a running back, you don't last long like that.
You got to dance your way sometimes, man.
Yeah, you gotta know when to go down. All right, I got my 3 to 5 yards. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? Like he be running for like he want like 6 more contracts and shit.
Who has the short? What is it like? Running backs usually have like the shortest lifespan, shortest
Absolutely.
career
They
spans,
take the
right?
most punishment. I mean, just like you said, your job is to move them chains.
Yep.
It's really it. You know what I'm saying? Don't try to make the big play all the time. You see what's happening to my boy Saquon over there. This motherfucker can't stay up for nothing, man. He's trying to make the big play every play.
But then you look at the Giants is weird, right? Because like okay, when people was like when Emmitt Smith broke Walter Payton's record, right? And I was like, look, if Barry Sanders had that fucking Dallas line, he'd have broke Walter Payton record 5 seasons before Emmitt Smith even got close to the motherfucker.
Right.
Because he didn't have a line. He would go back 20 yards to run 50. Like it's like he didn't have a line. And you saw that when Emmitt Smith went to Arizona. Like it was like his feet was stuck in mud and shit. Like he's
also old too.
Yeah, he was old too. Like he didn't like, you know what I'm saying? And Emmitt didn't get touched a lot. He didn't get touched a lot. Like by the time that you would touch Emmitt Smith, you would already be a little bit past the linebackers. And that's like almost 5 yards already.
Keep in mind, like they proved that too with Dallas a few years ago. Remember when they had DeMarco Murray?
Yeah.
And he had that big season, and DeMarco Murray thought he was gonna be able to do that with any team. Hell nah. You can do that with any team. You can only do that behind that Dallas line. That was it. And that line was built to protect Tony Romo.
Mm-hmm. A lot of people forget is like what you said about, Emmett didn't get touched that many times. Think about it. It's a good thing he didn't get touched that many times. Why do you think he became a champion in dancing? If y'all remember that reality show he was on.
Oh, you talking about when he was doing Dancing?
He's talking about Dancing with the Stars.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, when Emmitt Smith was on it. Yeah, he was. No,
he was. He won it. He won it. I mean, unlike Jerry Rice and shit, but because he wasn't hit that much, he still had the hips. He still had his hips intact. And his knees. Because a lot of dancers will tell you, knees, ankles, those are common injuries for them as well. A lot of professional dancers complain about back, leg injuries, and shit.
Like I'm gonna say this about like Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones is the most selfish motherfucking owner on the face of the planet, bro. Because if he would have just took that and let Jimmy Johnson do his thing, they would have had like 3, maybe 4 Super Bowls.
Right.
Like Jimmy Johnson, come on, like Jimmy Johnson, like you know what I mean? Like we don't know. Like think about it like this, right? If you look around the NFL. You know about Robert Kraft because Kraft Foods, right? But it's certain, like he's the only owner that you talk about more than the fucking coach. And it's usually like it's the players, it's the coach, and then you talk about the ownership group, right? Like you can talk about like, you know, the Steelers, you know, that family over there. You talk about like, you know, you talk about the Crabs. You can talk about like at the time when the Raiders were in Oakland and old dude, he had the team for a long time.
The
You know what I'm saying?
Glazers with the Buccaneers.
Yeah, the Buccaneers. Yeah, exactly. But every time you mention like fucking that shit is like Jerry Jones and the Cowboys and fucking you know, the Cowboy fans and people don't Cowboy fans don't understand why people hate them. Cowboy fans are a cult. Like it's like a cult, man. Like
I'm a Giants fan. I'm supposed to hate them, dog. That's NFC East.
Yeah, you
So,
supposed to like you're a Redskins fan. Well, I'm sorry,
You
the
know,
Washington
I
football
can't
team
stand
fan.
the Cowboys.
I'm sorry about that. The Washington football team fan, being politically correct here. And if
you can't call them the R word. Yeah, I know.
I'm
Quit
calling them the
skins.
R word. They always gonna be the R word to me. Damn. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's so true because even if they try to change their name, people still ain't gonna respect you. Y'all still suck, man. I can't stand them. I still gonna call them
If Mama
skins.
call him Clay, I'm gonna call him Clay.
and what is it? Like I didn't like look anybody that was playing against the Cowboys when they were good. Like when San Francisco was playing against, I was rooting for San Francisco.
Yeah,
like, when Green was playing
same
against,
here, man.
And everybody, I don't care. Like I didn't even have a football team. Like you know, we in Baltimore when the Colts left, we would claim to like the Redskins
Until the Ravens came back.
Yeah,
Until the Ravens
you know,
came.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, the Ravens. That's a different story. When the Ravens came, that changed a lot in football. Even though they came from Cleveland, the original Cleveland Browns. My dad told me that story when I went to the Titans game. Yeah,
yeah. Fuck the Cowboys. He said,
I'll tell you something.
Right. Yeah.
I feel them.
There you go.
Fuck the Cowboys. I feel
fuck
100%.
Yeah.
Hey man, listen,
DJ Sharnigan. What is he, Irish?
No,
name Sharnigan.
Sharnigan. You gotta watch Naruto, man. You know what he's talking
about.
Okay.
He's from DMV. He's from DMV.
Yeah, he's DMV. But that's a Naruto.
Wait, you on the M side or the V side? Where's this motherfucker at?
He's from DC. He's from DC.
Okay.
He told me that in the chat.
The Cowboys, man.
He's from the D side. That's the you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? DC, Maryland,
District of Columbia. Shit.
Yeah, Maryland and Virginia. Baltimore is not included in the DMV. It's a whole different animal.
Right? Yeah,
that's a whole different beast. Right. Yeah. Baltimore's in Maryland, but it's not part. It's not part of. It's not part of DC. Well. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Baltimore is like the Vatican in Rome. It's there, but it's
right.
So
besides, everybody else is like in Virginia. If they're not in DC, they're in Virginia.
Yeah.
True. I agree with that.
I know too many people in Virginia, in different parts of Virginia. Shit. Yeah. In and around the DMV area. Shit.
Like once you cross that bridge, that Woodrow Wilson Bridge, the Potomac, like you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like because PG County is on both sides. It's like split between Maryland and Virginia. So,
that's true. Yeah, Princess George's County. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. That's where Cooter's from. Yeah, he knows about them Baltimore hoes.
PG,
but he's over there.
PG stands for?
Princess George's.
I never knew what PG stood for.
Yeah,
PG County is Prince George County.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know we got somebody in the actually in the space, used to be in space as part of that. What's his name? DJ Cooter. He's from there. You know DC? You know DC from the Code Breakers? He's from there.
Yeah.
Like he's from DC. Yeah.
So I'm like Charles,
I was in DC once when I was a kid, but that's another story for another time.
Yeah, Charles is from Baltimore, and I know DeAndre is too. And who else is from Baltimore? I know y'all don't like C Boogie, but you know.
No, I listen. I ain't got a problem with C Boogie. It's just he's an East Side nigga. I'm a West Side.
Yeah. I forgot some other Baltimoreans is in the chat. What's his name? Chris Trucker, known as Otto Chris. He be over there with Cuda. He tell him about them Baltimore. Yeah, him and Tone Malone. He came on the panel once. He's from Baltimore. I didn't know that about Tone.
Right. Yeah, is Warren G still there?
Yeah, he's from Philly. Yeah, he's here.
Philly, yeah, I want to ask him what part of Philly what part of Philly is he from? Because I've been to Philly once. No,
I have to ask him. I'll ask him because I talked to him. Yeah, I mean, Wanji's, what part of Philly you from? He'll probably mention in the chat. He might come on panel, but yeah, he talks about Philly a lot on his channel too. But he has like a hip hop channel, like stuff like that. He's got a nice small channel too. I'll be over there sometimes.
Yeah,
And Rashawn's from
shout
Long Island.
out to Juan G's and Rashawn. You know what I'm saying? I've been checking out some of Juan G's.
Yeah, they got some good
Juan
channels.
G's
I'll be over
holding
there
it
hanging
down,
out.
man.
Yeah, and shouts out to my boy Rashawn, man. Like the martial arts stuff. I mean, the rap stuff, doing beats. He's a cool dude. Yeah.
Like
he had Cerulean over there. He had Cerulean and DeAndre over there. And we was just chilling, man.
Yeah, we was
my big brother.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, man. Like, yeah, because like me and Charles, we wrestled each other in high school and shit. You know what I'm saying? All that shit. So he went to Lake Clifton. I went to Dunbar and shit, rival high schools and shit. Yeah, so,
what weight class were you guys in?
Huh?
What weight class were you guys in?
I wrestled Charles 160 and 171.
Okay.
Yeah, 160, 171. Like, but he graduated in 2000. I graduated in 99. So yeah, Charles went overseas to wrestle in Germany and shit. Like,
yeah, he told me about that. He earned the respect of the Russian he defeated in there. He got a bronze medal in that one.
Yeah. So he was like, you know what I'm saying. Me and Charles had like epic wrestling battles and shit like that. So like, you know what I mean. So I like it's certain people I know in these spaces in like real life. Like we actually know each other.
So is it true about what he said one time? Like, when at one competition somebody just played the old Goldberg theme, and everybody was chanting Faulkner, Faulkner.
That was the preliminaries. That was the preliminaries for the state championship. Yeah. Like he was a beast. Like you know what I'm saying?
He was 5'10" by then. He reached his full 5'10" by then.
Huh?
Yeah. No, Charles was 5'10", so he probably reached 5'10" by then. But by that time, I was already like pushing 6'1", 6'2".
Yeah, like you know what I'm saying. But Charles is like people think like Charles is 5'10", but he got like 6'2" nigga arms and legs and shit.
Yeah, he's a big dude. I seen his pictures.
Big
I was like,
arms,
damn, big
large.
dude. He always talk about it on his channel. And I seen him lift weights recently. He did a pre-record. He was pushing. I don't know if he was pushing like 250 or something. Yeah. He was in the gym, right? And the way he lifted weight, they was cheering. I was like, yeah. He's like, Charles.
I remember. There was that one thing he did where he had like the 5 pounds, and he was just joking around after. And then when he did the 500, he was putting the work and shit. I was on my back. My gut hurt.
Man.
I see why he's a tough cop, man. I was at a 6-pack from that. He gave me a fucking 6-pack from that.
Yeah. I see why he's a cop. I see why he's a cop though, man. Like that's a big specimen dude, man. I wouldn't fuck with a dude like that. No.
Here's the thing, right? Like in Baltimore City, Baltimore City, right? To tell you the truth, all the black beat cops look like Charles. Like they look like Charles. Like the white cops can be all pudgy and shit, right? The black beat cops, they gotta look like Charles, cause niggas will fight you. Like they will fight you. Like they like don't get it twisted about Baltimore.
It's City. Not like The Wire.
They'll fight you. They'll fight you.
It is The Wire. Like that's true. Like all of that is true. Like that's
true. Yeah.
All that shit is true. It's just they changed up the names of people, but all of that shit that happened, I lived through all that shit. Like
that's why, because when I'm because that's why it's like when I ask about because first of all, me personally, I learned this. I had to do my research because I have not been in North America in a very long time. Mm-hmm. I've been here. I was there once when I was a kid, but when I said if I ever come there, I better do my research. First and foremost, Google Maps is your friend, unlike Google search. Now, unlike Google search, Google Maps is your friend. So I remember looking at every neighbor, looking at a map, looking which neighborhoods where, so I could know where to stay out of trouble. I mean,
the problem.
I know which area. I mean, if I'm like, for example, being East African, I know what areas if I'm in Toronto, Ontario, I know which areas to stay out of because I have family. No, because I got family in Toronto, in and around Toronto. So when I'm in there, I know which areas is smart places to be, which areas I should not be in. You know what I'm saying?
Like I'm gonna say.
Am I wrong for that? Am I wrong for that?
No. It depends on who you hang around with. Like that's the key too. And because see, I grew up in a small town in Tennessee. It's dangerous as well because we got hoods too, and niggas will make you disappear. They don't play that stuff.
Yeah,
like they go way back. Yeah, that's any America, bro. Like you can go outside.
That's what it says. You just got to know who you're friends with and ask them which areas to stay out of and whatnot.
I hate to say this. In the South, long as you don't piss people off, and especially if you're foreign, you're good. They'll tell you where to walk, where to stay. You're good. Especially in Georgia, y'all have your own community. And now I met your
in Atlanta,
y'all blend in very well. See, they can't tell a difference. So it ain't no judging down here. And especially, I live outside of Atlanta because I remember I used to live in Atlanta years ago and moved in 2019. And I see people all the time in different counties that's foreign, and it's like. Georgia's one of them places everybody pitches in and go to work, and then they have fun later, but where I come from, it's more isolated. It's more isolated, man. Like, and I had to get away from
it. Is it closer to Nashville or closer to Memphis? Where you from?
Well, I would say in the Nashville region, but outside of Nashville, I grew up in a small town, but I'm familiar with that region. I can tell you, it's still racist though, but it's changing because of the politics, because they got tired of that bullshit. Yeah, they're trying to get some of these people out of there, but it's a lot of people coming through from different coasts of the states, and I would say Canada and other countries.
DMV area is full of East Africans, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
so I know there's like, especially on the Virginia side.
Yeah. See,
I know if I'm down there, I know where to be in case I get lost or something like that. At least I know who to contact. Where if I'm in certain areas, I know who to contact. Let them know I'm here.
Hey, what's going on, Mike V?
Yeah, sorry. What up, Boston? Hey, Mike.
What's going on, bro?
Hey, shalom, man. Thanks for having me on. Peace of the panel, peace
of
the
chat.
What's going on with you?
Salute, bro.
I'm chilling, bro. Just got finished recording with Renaissance, man. We're gonna do this up.
Oh, cool. On your show on that podcast?
Yeah. We always record on Sundays. Yeah, we do all
right.
What was your discussion this time? What was your discussion about this time?
Oh man, you gotta wait for the album to drop. But
fair enough.
We recording some trending topics and stuff that's happening right now, and we'll be covering some geopolitics sometime next week as well. So we kind of plan out our content usually week, 2 weeks, maybe a month ahead of time. So
okay.
Oh, some structure.
Yeah, Progressive Brothers Podcast. Y'all check that channel out. That's by Mike and Renaissance, man. Check those brothers
planning
out.
ahead's good one thing, but you guys also, I'm sure you guys also adapt your plans because sometimes given the situation, things can change and shit, right?
I mean, we
modify.
Yeah, because we'll sometimes we'll write it out. Sometimes we'll discuss it ahead of time. But for all intents and purposes, it's always planned ahead of time. Never something that we just shoot from the hip. Kind of like that what happened on Old Boys panel today with all that tapping on going around because of age of consent.
Yeah. Kuda got upset about that. He said, "Man, I'm done." He said that early in his stream, and I try to tell Kuda, just get out there and leave them boys alone.
I stay away from that type of stuff.
Yo, hold on, man. Hold on. They talking about, man, you can't listen. Oh, man, what is wrong with these niggas, man? They stupid or something.
That's what happens when you're a content creator and you got writer's block.
When you dumb, like they
it's trivial sometimes. Sometimes you need trivial shit, and you're just appealing to like the lowest denominator, I guess.
Not with YouTube, not with the new policies. You get caught talking about any of that stuff. That stuff get turned over to the states or the feds.
Yeah.
They watching. Yeah, they watching. Yeah, they watching you.
I guess everybody's theme should be Rockwell's watching me then.
No, it's not even that. It's like they already came down on the white boys, right? Like the reason why you put 18 and over is this for kids or not, and all of that is because of
the yes and no's. Yeah, the what they say, COPPA or COPA, how do people pronounce it? COPA,
verification.
Okay.
Oh, that explains what happened to me because I've tried to check out a few people's streams that I'm subscribed to, and they asked me for verification. I'm like, not now.
Always if you want to be raw and cut, just press no. Okay, and just don't have people that's underage. Now, if you're yes, there's a trick. Yes, the people that press yes on these stuff, if you have like 1 million subscribers or not, right? And you press yes and you want to advertise to grow your channel, right? There's a trick to that. You can't say wild shit on there. They will strike your shit down. And I've seen this happen on recommendations, and when people heard about it, so what happened to this channel? Well, he had a bunch of Lego channels and they thought it was a kid thing, and next thing you know, they struck his shit down. I saw that coming 2 years ago, and I shook my head. I said, wow. And they implemented that 2 years ago, and now they're increasing it like during COVID and this year. They ain't playing. They ain't playing.
No, even if you have like a family channel, right?
Yeah, that's what it is. You see, be careful with family channels. If you press yes on all those, yes, you can get straight. You just can't say the wrong shit. You know, they screening people.
No, because it goes to YouTube Kids.
Yeah, YouTube Kids. Not only YouTube Kids, but you know, Google controls both of it. Because sometimes if you press yes, the kids are watching it. That's the trick. See, the trick is you don't want to be a part of that. Don't have your channel made like that. Now, if you want a raw explicit, press no. It stays on regular YouTube. You press yes, that goes to the children because it fucks up your whole platform.
Oh wow!
And I've seen a lot of channels got destroyed like that. Now, it happened 2 years ago. They just increase it. It ain't nothing new. Google likes to play these games because they want you to throw under the bus because they know that you got a choice. If you want to pray yes or no, I had to set my channel up 2 years ago based off doing, you know, this is before I did live streams, right? I pressed no on all my shit, and it's not for children because at the time they said, don't worry about it. No, just press no, man, you're good because they'll leave you alone. Just check your email, you're good because they'll leave you. You're in great standing. As long as you ain't talking about this over here, you're great. Because if you press yes, you're asking for it. You're asking for it. And a lot of people think but no, you're not safe. They're gonna strike you down, man. I've seen it happen.
I'm kind of glad I don't do live streams or anything. In fact, on my channel, I don't put anything at all. I just like to just watch other people's stuff.
No, go ahead, Mike.
No, I was just about to say there's a dude in Canada, man, on the first of the month, he got sentenced to 18 months for trolling.
Yep.
Ooh.
Yeah, trolling.
Yeah, I was trolling.
He was brigading.
Patrolling.
He was brigading. Like it's a new thing too now that they do it, right?
I'm sorry, brigading?
Yeah. Okay, so he was trolling, and then he told his okay. Remember what the Fresh and Fits dudes did, right? To the chick, right?
Yeah.
To the white chick. And then they went over there and they started trolling her. And he's like, y'all go over there and do it yourself. That's called brigading, right? So that means is you're galvanizing your viewership to go troll somebody else. Because they had so many.
I've seen that shit before happen to on YouTube and shit. On Twitter and shit. So I know
Canada don't play that shit. Canada don't play that shit at all.
You don't dogpile like that because you get your account shuttered and incitement. He got charged with incitement. Okay, that explains it.
Yeah. Well, US, they don't even come down on it. That's strange to me. Only in Canada. I was like, wow.
No, it's gonna come down here. It's gonna come down here.
Yeah,
it's gonna come down. Yeah, because
they can try. I mean, it's always been part of the internet. I mean, I don't know how they're gonna do that.
A kid got he got fucking what is it? He got he's going to prison for I think 10 years.
Damn, a kid? How old was the kid?
The kid, he was online. I think he was 14, 15.
Damn, he young. Yeah.
He got into it with this guy that had his same name and avatar on the gaming community.
Right. I figured that. Yeah, I figured that.
The police kicked in the door and they killed the kid, right? They killed the kid. Yeah, right. And he went to jail because swatting is a federal.
That's swatting, yeah, that's old. Yeah, I remember that.
Especially in gaming, that's a huge problem.
Finally, they're coming down on swatting. Yeah, you don't do shit. They get mad. I'll tell you the reason why they do that. They get mad at a person, they beat them in a Call of Duty, whatever, and that's why I fuck with Call of Duty, the online shit. And then when you swat the person,
hacking, and they just try to contact claiming cops.
The last time someone went to jail like that, around that age, or I would say 18, that happened to somebody somewhere in Colorado somewhere. And then they charged them, right? But for 20 years, right? Now I'm glad they're doing it in this era because they need to, man. It took them for decades to get, or I'll say a few years to get it right, man. But see, they fucking up, man. These kids don't need to be doing dumb shit like that. Especially,
I'm glad I'm on this side of the Atlantic if it's a way like that.
No, they got it in England too. They got it in England too.
Yeah, he got England too.
I'm in
Finally. Yeah.
Scandinavia.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah,
So
they got it in England. Like what they're doing is now they're coming out with a lot of shit. We got another document there, sir. That's that we're trying to declassify. That will be soon in you and Mike B's possession. This is
Fair
coming
enough.
around where they're going
Fair
to.
enough.
Yeah, where they're
Oh,
going.
peace out, Auntie.
Oh, peace.
I think Auntie might be going live soon. That's probably right.
No, you
Yeah.
have to go charge his phone.
Yeah.
You have to charge his phone up.
But they're coming out with something. They're coming down on a lot of that shit. You know what I'm saying? With the other thing, you're going to see probably in the next year, like after the winter, they're coming down. They're going to put some more stringent shit on Reddit. They about to do a lot of motherfucking shit where they're going to stop this cyberbullying, a whole bunch of other shit.
Yeah, they've been doing that for like I think prior, like I would say last year and then 2 years ago they've been wanting to do that. But see, YouTube and Google, well, actually Google's behind, and then Reddit took down MGTOW. I saw when that happened. Thank goodness, because that's just hurting everybody's reputation.
Don't you mean incels?
Yeah, and they coming over at TikTok and fucking it up for everybody. I blame the whole community for that, co-signing it.
Do you remember after in 2016, when you had the all-female cast for a Ghostbusters movie come out, and then Leslie Jones got targeted for that shit? I'm not mentioning. We're not going to mention that fool's name. We're not going to mention that name. But he wasn't the only. But that person wasn't the only one who had their their Twitter account deactivated and banned for life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mike.
No,
go ahead, Mike.
I was just gonna say, man, I think, in this space, man, we just gotta be operating at a higher level.
Absolutely.
I can't understand why anybody want to jump out in front and take a bullet, for a non-manosphere cat because he's somehow supposed to be quote unquote high value. And I'm like, yo, if you high value, why are you having that discussion? at the height of Me Too and at the height of R. Kelly being sentenced, like, why would you even come out and say something like that? Like,
thank you.
And it's like this space is going hard for him and a Canadian meth head in a debate, and it's like, yo, what is going on?
Mike V, I'm gonna say this, Mike V. Listen, man. Y'all need to start excommunicating motherfuckers. Like
sever ties. Protect your asses right now. Sorry, protect your necks at this.
Yeah.
Because too many people.
Yeah.
Because too many people are gonna look for the quick flash, or the quick bang, or the quick draw, something like that.
Yeah.
I made go ahead, DeAndre, please.
Yeah, and you so you probably noticed, right? Like you probably noticed after the split between you know what I'm saying, over there with the like Cerulean, Sean, and Char Willie, the likes. You notice like we hang in our space, I mean, we go around talking to people, but soon as some mess pop up, we out. Like, and we out like months before the mess even drops, right? And
right.
Much, man, we excommunicate, like we make it apparently clear that they over there, them niggas over there, that's on them. And the problem is that y'all that are in the space that that are the pillars of the space, y'all have to come together and totally like set the bar and excommunicate, because that's what the white boys doing on the other side of the fence. They've been excommunicating them dudes left and right. Like, soon as somebody step out of pocket and go too far overboard, they are quick to kick their ass out the bucket. Like
I've been doing it. I've been doing it on my side too, because I don't let them come on pounds and shit. And I study, and I think Kuda's doing the same thing after today. He said, "I'm done with this shit." He said, "We're good." So
I've been telling him.
I try. He don't listen. I say, fuck that shit, man. But see, I've just been done with it. Probably, I would say March and prior to that, because I saw all the weird shit. Even learning about his channel. See, the reason I don't be over at Platinum some more, because you see some strange shit over there too. Ism is far away from it. He's on some old another entertainment. Good for him. And I'm looking at everybody else too. Because like even Charles, like a lot of people they're getting away from that stuff. But see, and that's why I try to tell Kuda, get away from that Bernie Povich shit, man. He's gonna drag you down with that shit, man.
Yeah,
I don't like that nigga, man.
A lot of that's just trifling, trying to get attention. It's just an eye grab thing.
Yeah,
it's like clickbait stuff.
If you talk to those guys, it would be one thing if it was like eye grabbing stuff. You would have some modicum of you would understand like, yo, this ain't the time to talk about it because I see all these people losing shit, getting canceled and shit. But these dudes actually believe that shit. That's a whole different ball game when you're
okay, fair enough.
Yeah, they actually stand on that flag and they will jump head first off the porch, off the roof, like into the ocean with no fucking life preserver. You know what I'm saying? And that's and you can't, you know what I mean, like you know what I'm saying? Doesn't, you know what I mean? Like when Sean, I'll rewatch that stream where he was up there with Brother X, and
he tore them up. Yeah, he tore them up.
Really, I'm gonna be honest with you. You know what I mean? He wasn't up there because that's the third time Sean actually did that. He wasn't up there. He wasn't up there for them.
I was at that stream. Yeah.
Yeah, he was up there really for Brother X. Like he was up there basically trying to tell X, you need to get rid of these niggas. Look at this shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I understand that you like Switzerland, but there is, you know, the Geneva Convention got rules. You can't be using nuclear weapons. You can't be using the weather to kill people. You can't be. You can't be using.
There are rules of engagement.
Yes, rules of engagement. Like, you know, you get war crimes and took into a fucking tribunal and shit. They don't get
The Hague in the Netherlands.
Yeah, they got what, a 95-year-old motherfucker that can't even see or nothing, and they fucking taking his ass to fucking court now. He up there like.
There was a lady who was an elderly woman. I remember she got they were able to capture her because she tried to escape. But they caught her because she's elderly.
Yeah,
but the point
a secretary, but not during one of those camps. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, but the point of the matter here is that the level of discussion can't be so low that it comes down to, you know, age of consent. That I didn't want my name to be seen over there. I didn't want my avatar. I wasn't going to comment on anything. It was like, yo, that level of discussion is so beneath the space itself. It's like, how did it get to that level? And then you had the mouth of the South, oh boy, you know, getting questioned by a British woman about running interference for it. And he's like, if you want to unsubscribe from me, then unsubscribe. I'm like, nigga, what about the integrity of what you said?
Yeah. That's what Charles is talking about right now. Like, yeah, they upset, man.
What the hell exactly happened?
Oh, you got to go back and watch Bernard's stream. You got to go back
to
last week.
You know what? You said Bernard, man. No, you good. I ain't watching.
You good. I ain't watching that shit. See, I don't.
All right, never. Yeah, go. Okay, thank you. Thanks for the heads up. I'm staying away from that.
It makes sense.
It makes sense. No, it makes sense because Bernard promotes that bullshit, and this is why I don't fuck with him. But when he caught me when I called Pablo the T word, which he acts like a trick, by the way, he timed my ass out like a little bit. This is why Big J wanted to debate him and Little Big Nate, but since they're cowards, this is why you got SKC, and shouts out to X for that. But you know, X knows what he's doing. He'll get rid of them niggas if they come with problems. He'll get rid of them.
Listen, man, I'm gonna say this, man.
Go ahead. Man,
look, this is me, and I'm glad Mike B said that. The crowd that you hang around, they have control of that space, right?
Yeah.
Right. Look, I was done with Obsidian when that conversation between him and ARC back in 2018.
Right. See, Obsidian's over there too. That's why I don't fuck with him.
That's what I'm saying, right? And then all of them dudes used to be up underneath Obsidian. So
all
of them was over there. So those are his little acolytes running around, basically saying what they used to be in the private chats, probably saying, and they up here on live streams having diarrhea in the mouth and shit. And you know the bad part about it is, man, they fucking terrorists, man. They like, you know, they terrorists, man. Like,
you need their heads chopped off. Yeah, I'm co-signing that shit. Yeah. Get your chin. Don't go there.
Don't go there.
Get your chin straps up.
Hey, it's really what's going
No,
on,
no,
man?
no. What I'm saying is about the hand chopped off and shit. We don't need to go Sierra Leone on that. Come on, leave that shit alone.
Yeah, but hoorah.
What's
Hoorah! Greetings, esteemed gentlemen.
Hey man, Cerulean, I do have a question for you, man.
Indeed.
We got to find a new word now because there's something past dereliction.
Uh-oh.
Because some shit happened over on Slow Riley's channel.
Povich. Yeah, Povich.
And
Povich.
yeah, this is you know me, man. Like even if I don't like a motherfucker or I don't see eye to eye with a motherfucker, Taz was right.
Of course he's right.
These motherfuckers over there with this bullshit, man. Yeah, they talk about Asian consent. And
yeah, that's why Kuda streaming and Charles streaming. They mad about that. They saw what they saw over the day, and I said, "Oh, I don't need to watch that shit."
Yeah, but the thing here is this: how does a space that's supposed to be going mainstream because everybody riding behind Seven Candles and they like, yo, he got 1 million subs.
Suspicious one, the suspicious one.
Or he got 1 million subs. We gonna hit the mainstream now.
Oh,
everybody gonna know us. CNN and all this other stuff, right?
Nah.
How you gonna go mainstream with with cats that are saying, yo, it was 13, it was good, like KRS said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they hard-headed, man. Like mainstream ain't gonna play with these dudes. Like, yeah, it's in the dereliction realm, but we gotta find another word. I know it's past, but I'm just saying
That's the case. Shit. The only thing I mean, look.
Go ahead.
If you
Go ahead,
dereliction, if this was the dereliction, all right, how am I coming in?
There you go. We can hear you.
There you go. We hear you now.
If it's worse than dereliction, that means they have reached the point of full-on insurgency.
Yeah.
Okay.
The United States of America does not negotiate with terrorists.
Could you please elaborate,
There you go.
if I may ask?
Yeah.
Could you be so kind to elaborate? Is what I asked you, sir.
See, in the military, right? What we call dereliction is something that gets you that catch-all, right?
Correct.
And the catch-all is, well, actually, there's a couple of catch-alls, but the most common ones are like 115, 134. Dereliction of duty.
Okay.
Right?
Absolutely.
Now,
correct.
Beyond the point of dereliction is insurgency, where the military treats you as an insurgent.
If you're not with us, then you're definitely against us, basically.
Who is literally knowingly sabotaging the core structure of the ranks.
Yes.
The core structure of the outfit.
Yeah, like throwing a grenade in
Wouldn't that make them saboteurs?
Well,
yeah.
In a way, but a saboteur.
In a way, yeah.
Is something from the outside.
Yeah. Like like you're American grown, you're homegrown American, your people's all that, and then all of a sudden you decide that you're just going to take a grenade and throw it in the tents of your squad mates and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Fratricide. That's fratricide.
Yeah, exactly. So to make it
fragging.
Simple, it's exactly. So you're an insurgent, and because they were brought up, they were welcomed in a part of the space, the manosphere space, and they fucking went off kilter and off left, and everything that they do actually destroys what Sir and Mike V and the pillars and the people, the guys that are actually about camaraderie, building, getting men on a square, doing things in the community, taking up their rightful place and understanding what's going on and trying to move forward. And they're not trying to do that. They've stated that over and over again exactly what they are. And
wouldn't that make them fifth columnists? Wouldn't the word fifth columnist come to mind as well?
Nah, insurgents.
Okay.
That's how bad it is. Like that's how destructive, and they're growing. They're growing
willfully, and they're well aware what they're doing. They're doing it willfully.
willfully, and I
Willful
believe we'll
insurgents.
just call them parasites, but we're gonna keep it at military terms.
Or tapeworms.
Yeah, you know what I mean, like insurgents, like because their election hurts the soul when you say it, because you already know what it means, like you know better, but you just the failure to act. It's not that they're not acting; it's that they're acting in a way that's trying to destroy everything. They just so they're insurgents, and in the time of war or any type or even peacetime, you take them outside and you blow their heads off. Like that's what you do. Like, and you make an example out of them in front of
It's
everyone.
like basically a seditionist, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, man. Like it's and I do say this, and this is why I give the brothers like Sean and Mike V and a lot of other brothers like Nagone and stuff. Y'all brothers have a big heart, and y'all have a lot of apathy, and I, you know what I'm saying, and y'all been speaking out, y'all been trying to get them on the right path, but
empathy, not apathy, empathy.
Yeah, and this is where the 2/3 policy has to come into play. It's like this is where the 2/3 policy has to be executed with what I'm saying, with just extreme prejudice to the highest order. Like this is getting out of hand.
Yeah, I mean, we have all types of terms, right? Seditionist, deviant. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm familiar with that term, deviant.
Deviants.
Yeah, that's a common one that the Marines like to use for anybody that can't get right. They're basically a deviant.
Yeah.
They have a tendency to deviate from the course, deviate from the program.
Like remember Platoon, right? The sergeant that had the scar on his face that left left the dude, you know what I mean, like took off and left the dude to kill him and stuff and all that other crazy shit.
Remember Vincent D'Onofrio?
Yeah.
Vincent D'Onofrio's character?
Yeah.
Sergeant Piles?
Yep. He was trying to do the right thing, because he saw the dude was just doing all types of reckless fuck shit that's bringing down, like, what I'm saying, torture, just doing all kinds of reckless ass crazy shit.
Fucking malcontent and shit.
Yeah, he's running around and shit. Then he gonna like leave the guy. He's out there in the middle of the field surrounded. And this is what's going to happen to the spear if they don't get if they don't excommunicate him. Like if they don't excommunicate him, this is what's going to happen to the spear. It is it's a sad thing because I do see the brothers that are doing well and is trying and that's actually helping brothers, community, and all this other stuff. And sometimes maybe you just gotta just say fuck it, man. We gonna just
gotta part ways.
Yeah,
at some point, you look at these guys and realize you're trifling. I can't be with this.
Yeah.
You are a cancer.
Yeah. It goes further than that. It goes further than that, right? Because the same cats that are saying "F these black boys" will jump out the window for a high value male. Where's the logic to this? Where are we going?
Medusa effect. It's the Medusa effect.
Well,
when you think about it, anything they touch can turn. Instead of having the Midas touch, they have the opposite. It's kind of like a Medusa effect, or everything they touch turns to shit, and they purposely turn things to shit.
Well, you know what it is, Mike V? I think it's more like this, right? You know why they say "F these black boys," and they windmill for a high value man because they all have a lot of daddy abandonment issues, and the high value, the young boy, he has so much potential. He's not tainted by society, right? And then they'll be replaced, and then they'll see everything that they're missing, and they can't get it back because they wasted their time wallowing in their trauma and their self-pity and shit. You know what I mean? They'll be the same ones yelling, "Pull yourself up by your bootstraps," but they can't stop talking about pussy for 5 seconds to even go find a boot or strap to pull themselves up by. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I think Jay Sean asked a very diligent question yesterday. And it was, if the whole thing is about F these boys, and I'm not raising no single mother's kids, and it ain't my job, it ain't my responsibility, right? When Open Your Mind, that guy decides that he's going to go up to Q Butter's school and give I guess some kind of inaugural speech on mechanical engineering, whatever it is that he does.
But
the same cast that he rolled with are saying, you a sucker for doing that, but you giving them wrenches and they all on your panel.
Well,
how do you square the circle with cats that you're surrounding yourself with and you're affiliating yourself with that say that you speaking in front of a black whatever Q Butter's scientific thing that he has going, the STEM thing for kids out there.
Yeah,
you doing that make you a sucker, but them jumping out the window for a Canadian meth head, that's conservatism.
you know, Mike V. Nobody up here wants to be a drainage pipe for sewage.
Mm-hmm.
But we do need drainage pipes for sewage.
Mm-hmm.
It's a part of the ecosystem.
But
that's one thing I gotta say about it.
Yeah, but the thing is, Jay Shine, to his credit, said that I know what goes on more on the inside than what you guys know, and they not liberals like you think they are, right?
No.
And they said to him, they basically call him a Bravo Alpha November, a bitch ass, right? So they call him a sucker, right? But Open Your Mind said anybody who disrespects Jay Shine, I'm gonna take your wrench from you and I'm gonna block you. But ain't nobody got blocked and everybody still got their wrench. So what's really good with that? I don't want to bring this all to Sir Obadiah's panel.
No.
I think it's fair that
I'm like, hey, listen, man, listen. Look, goats are humans, or not humans. I'm sorry. Goats are not humans. And do not mess with a woman that eats her own hair that comes to the United States. See, we were saying far worse stuff than that. So continue.
Yeah, and so I'm listening to all this, and I'm like, something's not right here, man. So it's not passing the bar for me, because his gripe wasn't so much with them, but more with the host and the content creator for having them up there in the first place.
Yeah.
And
look, I'll tell you this way.
Mm-hmm.
And this is really kind of a thing with older guys, right? Now, I'm not talking about like our Supreme Elder Music, right? Hard Charging Marine. Yeah. But usually from the civilian side, right? Pathological coddlers.
Ooh, that's good. That's good.
See, that's the BGS type. See, because the BGS saw the incel infestation, and despite good faith advisement, allowed them to infest the space and become an invasive species, right? And then whenever we look at our brother X, pathological coddlers, right, believes in the fraternity of brotherhood to the fault, in which his space has become overrun with the same incel infestation. Now, neither could be considered what, like, if you want to talk about, if we want to get back into this discussion about pills, BGS has said before that he was amoral pragmatist. See, none of those things are either amoral or pragmatic. See, because the pragmatist always has a regular routine of trimming the unnecessary weight. Right? If you see the boat sinking, Is it more pragmatic to say get rid of the fucking sailors that's keeping the shit afloat, or get rid of the excess equipment that we can later recover? But for the time being, is completely unnecessary. As far as I'm concerned, an incel is nothing more than unnecessary cargo. See, and you want to know how I know this? Because when you and our brother Complex branched off and created the Black Brain Trust, I know you guys saw the fucking space being overrun by that same invasive species. As a matter of fact, me and Complex talked about it.
Absolutely.
I know that's what was the thing that was motivating y'all. Like, look, these brothers got to get ready, and we don't have time to just make the whole of our conversation about bitches when we got to prepare these brothers for incoming tech. We don't want to be left out of the industrial revolution that's coming with tech.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I get it. I understand it.
Mm-hmm.
Even to the point to where what y'all did with MOT,
Mm-hmm.
unreasonably overdressed Negro with these incel sentiments. It's like, man, look, that's bad for the platform. No loss for the brother, but can I be a regular contributor bringing this space down? I saw that shit.
Mm-hmm.
See, y'all don't know that I'll be watching shit from the clouds. When I take breaks, I watch shit from the clouds. Because I was always, like, from the very beginning, I was actually always more satisfied and fulfilled by being an observer than really being a participant. So even whenever I'm taking a break, I'm watching and seeing how this shit unfolds. And while that was happening, bam. And literally, when you look at it, I was really the last fucking vestige that was trying to fucking either keep the incel infestation at bay and on the fringe, or at least divert them to a fucking space in which, they could have their feelings coddled, like i.e. Obsidian's channel.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, Obsidian wanted to, play the role of Pontius Pilate and betray his audience by stabbing them in the chest with this trident to become a dating coach. Right? A profession that he spent, how many years shitting on?
Mm-hmm.
And yet, even still, that incel infestation never even fucking called this nigga out. It's kind of like the same thing like when I was talking about DS1. Niggas fed some bullshit about yours truly by none other than Grinch, saying that I'm hating on a nigga, that I'm jealous of a nigga's fucking spot. What spot did he have? And asking me, of all people, what did I do to deserve this spot? I never asked to be second in command. I never even really asked to fucking be down with the Black Order. I was invited into the Black Order. I was given an open invitation. And while I was there, I did what the fuck I was supposed to do. Keep the incels at bay. Promote the motherfucking channel. Promote the fucking good things about Black men, that we are actually better than what the world tells us.
Mm-hmm.
You got to remember, I'm behind the scenes with these niggas, literally talking directly face to face with the character we know as Oz. I'm not on the yellow brick road with the audience.
Facts. I'm back.
And so I'm sitting here trying to figure out for the life of me. Same shit's happening.
Mm-hmm.
All over again. That's what I was saying about DS1. You see? Because how is it that now all of a sudden you guys are into it, and then what I'm finding is that last couple of videos you did, you're like directly quoting me.
Oh,
Which
you
has
talking
been
about DS1?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He's been going at AM for like a while. Like that's been the start of the whole summer. He tried to keep it on low. He was on Kuda's panel talk about that situation over at Bernard's, and he's tried one Kuda. That's the same shit they've been talking about. So he never liked it.
But Pete, if they really, but Pete, if DS1 was really paying attention instead of being a fucking overzealous fanboy, he would have solved the snaky shit that they were attempting to do with me. I actually still have the audio. When Jay Shine left, Jay Shine was the nigga that kept Grinch in check.
Yeah.
Whenever Jay Shine left, I was the nigga that was keeping Grinch in check. Until he's getting angry that I'm always trying to sun the nigga. And every single one of them niggas that still fuck with the goddamn Black Order that was left whenever I fucking left, Ray Clemens, fucking Catch, fucking Kendra, motherfucking BJ, fucking bad body built motherfucker. They was in attendance when I called that nigga to his face that you are a motherfucking obstinate child. This nigga literally goes to seek validation from them, asking them, is that what niggas really feel about me? I told him to his fucking face with all of them right there. Like, the niggas ain't gonna tell you to their face because they're the motherfuckers that's afraid of you, my nigga.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're not gonna tell you.
Yeah. He's been going at Grinch for like the past couple of months about the nihilism thing, and I think New tried to co-sign Grinch, and I'm like, come on, man. Like, a lot of people don't like Grinch. I understand why, but when he saw DeAndre, when he started coming around on my streams, I know he'd be sky watching. He said, "Oh hell no, you don't want to get on that panel." When he saw DeAndre, man, he said, "Mm-mm."
Oh no!
And see, and the cool thing about it, right? You can see DeAndre when he would participate on Kuda's panel would make the energy so fucking uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And
He be donated Kuda. He just donated him early in his stream, and I was like, okay, $9, okay. But he's trying to make sure if DeAndre wasn't around. I'm like, oh, come on, man. It's that effect, you know. Yeah.
I mean, like you look at it, motherfuckers is really willing to let a lot of these niggas live, like SKCs and all of that. Look, he want to fuck goats, he can go ahead and do that. It's a free country. You are free to fuck the goat. In the event that somehow fucking science and technology come to the point to where a goddamn goat can have your goddamn babies, you are fucking completely free to fuck a goat. Hey, if you get caught while the laws are still laws, fucking a goat, you are also free to pay the goddamn consequences.
Right.
Like we are like really the mindset of these niggas is that of a full-on insurgent.
Yeah.
What's up, General? What's going on?
What's going on, General?
Salute, General.
Oh, salute, General. Speaking of which, the brother.
What's happening?
I said, who?
Evening. Oh, hey, what's up?
I say, who?
How you doing?
What's happening, family?
What's going on?
Hey, man, I'm listening to the Brother Rock. I'm listening to the Brother Rock. I would tell you guys that I was around for all of that. And just as I said, it's a lot of clicks and views going on. That's what it's all about in hustling. The and subscribership. The individuals that he named, some of them, pretty much all of them, that's the way they went into operation. You know what I mean?
But see, check it out.
Who to believe what?
But see, check it out, General. This is how consistent that I am. You can go back to the motherfucking first video that I appear on with motherfucking Nyla after the motherfucking fallout. The fucking incident had happened fucking months prior. That I hadn't said shit about these niggas, right? And when I fucking explained it to him, I told him directly that the shit that's going on right now was nothing more than an attempt at a quick money grab. And that quick money grab involves monetizing the pain and suffering of these young men that are really looking for motherfucking answers, looking for strategies, looking for a way to heal themselves into a better position.
Yeah, that's fact.
And see,
that's true.
And And see, we've been the only ones that's consistent saying, hey, the reason why you're having these problems is because you have the low self-esteem. And then you keep, trauma bonding with these guys that are literally corroborating the shit that the more poisonous adherents of the so-called divester side and the swirlers are telling them that y'all ain't shit, y'all ain't gonna never be shit, because they're fucking sitting there believing the shit that these women are saying, instead of really acknowledging the motherfucking history that you are greater than the motherfucking sum of your fucking parts. They're trying to lock you in to a motherfucking cookie cutter display where you can only be an educated lame or a pookie and a fucking ray, as if there ain't so many different types of niggas and diversity of niggas in the goddamn community. Oh no, you can't be a mixture of a hood nigga, or at least have a certain level of street smarts, while understanding that when we have to operate in society, there is a certain level of book smart, i.e., that educated lane that you have to have in order to operate in society. But you must maintain a level of street smart so that you know what to fucking look out for. Why? What's gonna really benefit you more? Isn't it funny how if you have a hint of educated lame in you, but you're a street nigga, you can operate better in the goddamn hood or in the goddamn office. But at the same token, a motherfucker that's a pookie and a goddamn ray, who's got a little pinch of educated lame in him, will make him more productive. Matter of fact, it's going to enhance his street wisdom. It's going to make him more vigilant. It's going to make him more acclimated, which is how we have this innate ability to code switch. You are not just one fucking thing. You are greater than the sum total of those parts, right? Those various characteristics and archetypes. You are a mixture of those archetypes. And sometimes you need to be the hero. And sometimes you need to be the fucking comforter. But sometimes you need to be the destroyer. While sometimes you need to be the builder.
In other words, you have to be multifaceted.
You are not only one thing at a time.
You must be multifaceted, as my brother,
right.
as Brother Charles says.
Right.
Well, but the thing here is this, and I agree with everything Cerulean is saying. We're in a unique time that I don't think anybody alive has ever seen.
Ever.
You know, in the last
Empire. Thank you for bringing that up, IV. I'm gonna get it right back to you. Yep. Don't you know every time that an empire has collapsed from within, that every time the reformation of it happens, that the new regime always tries to destroy the evidence of it? And while you're watching it live and direct, though.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the perfect time for brothers to be organizing their labor, organizing their voting power, and organizing their intellectual property and protecting it so that we can move forward on a bigger platform in the fourth industrial society. This is something that we have been preaching since the inception of the Black Brain Trust, that coding, networking, all of these sort of skills are going to come into play between now and 2040, 2030. And we have an opportunity to really capitalize on these sort of opportunities going forward. And you have a lot of cats running around talking about age of consent, you know, whether or not critical race theory should be taught in K through 12, just all types of ridiculous talking points that don't make any sense at all. And I'm like, yo, what is going on in this space? These are supposed to be the guys that's supposed to be alpha? Really? Everybody got a lace front beard. Everybody got a fitted hat. I mean, this shit's so ridiculous, man. It's like an avatar of masculinity, and it's like it's not effective on the ground.
Lace front beards?
Oh man, it's insane out there, man. Everybody.
I don't want to. I know, Mike. I don't want to know. I honestly do not want to know.
No. You've seen it, okay? How can a motherfucker leave a stream? Does 3 streams a day? Leave a stream in midday with no beard. He got a regular goatee. Come back, go live
with a lace front,
with a full Bin Laden beard,
like Bin Laden.
It's times like this I'm grateful I shave, That's all I can say about that.
No, it's just that's what you said. It's like, dude, are you a chia pet? Did you grow that in 3 hours, bro? Like, and if you should be on YouTube. You should be in a lab patenting your genes to select the bald-headed men around the globe.
There's a lot of
I
GMO
mean, I can
cats
give you
in
an example
space.
of that. I remember early 2000s, like when everybody would like when the chin strap beard was popular.
Yeah.
I remember seeing this one cat. He had a mustache, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I remember seeing this one cat. He was from a rival high school I went to. He belonged to a rival high school, although I already graduated from my school. I saw this cat. He had like a mustache, right? The next day, I noticed he had a chin strap beard. I'm looking at it, but the way it glistened in the sun, I looked at it and realized this motherfucker must have used his mom or his sister's eyeliner to make that shit look real and shit.
It's the new tramp stamp. It's new tramp
Yeah.
stamp. It's lower back tattoos, lace
The
front
man
beards.
stamp. The man stamp for men.
Call it what you want, but it's it's all cosmetic. And so what I'm saying here is you got a lot of seats that's about to open up in 2022 from a congressional standpoint and from a state standpoint.
Right.
Now's the time to brothers start organizing, putting your dollars behind your favorite candidate, getting policy proposals and bills passed so that we can actually start moving forward on something bigger. The time for talking about you getting chosed up and stuff like that, man, that's 2017. 2021 now.
Yeah.
We about to go into a whole new year where we got to capitalize off of these opportunities where a lot of these people are getting outed, like John Gruden. Them emails, some 650,000 emails.
Yeah, I remember. Mm-hmm.
A lot of cats is a lot of those gray boys over there they're about to lose their jobs and things like that. So a lot of people are going to be implicated on, all these nefarious talking points that they have. Yeah. And so we got to put ourselves in a position so that we're ready when opportunities open up, whether it's at the school board or it's in the library. Institutions of power, you got to be able to take over these sort of spaces and have black male presence in all of these areas.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to, because at this point, when people getting caught up like that in the Me Too era, you can't make a mistake, especially on Google and YouTube. You just can't do that. You just can't.
I'm not allowing
my avatar to be on the same panel with cats talking about age of consent. No, it's not happening.
Right. Yeah,
it's not happening.
Yeah. It's not
protect yourself like a brand. You got to protect your name, your good reputation, because those are intangibles that can be destroyed easily. It takes years. It takes a long time to build them up, but it takes only a matter of seconds to destroy them.
Yeah, a matter of time.
Yo, I'm gonna step down, sir. I got some work to do. It is Monday over this motherfucker.
Yeah, I know, DeAndre.
It is what it
is, because I've been on your panel, and so I know you return a favor of mine. So I'm gonna let you go back to your work. Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, I'll be in the class. If I finish in time enough, I roll back.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, appreciate Mike Reese, Ruby, brother over here, General. You know what I'm saying? Everybody in the chat. You know what I'm saying?
All right, peace.
Good talking to you, DeAndre.
Later. If you don't mind that I play a clip, because it's really funny, right? Mm-hmm. That this is the mindset of this thing called Black Order 2018, right?
Right.
Meanwhile, whenever we have a falling out, I'm being labeled as the faithful. I'm being labeled as the hater. When everybody that knows me in this space knows I spend more money, literally, to content creators than I've ever actually received. As a matter of fact, I'll just put it this way: whenever I had the Patreon from the first channel, I didn't even have it a full year, but yet it generated $12,000. You know how much of that money I actually kept? Less than 1,000 of it.
Damn.
But see, why did I keep less than 1,000 of it? Because if I kept over 1,000 of it, Got to pay taxes on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that works. Ladies that know me know I have a pathological fucking disgust of paying taxes.
I see.
Yeah.
I've always stated in my fucking work. It's like, if you really want to know why motherfuckers is poor, because the single greatest robber of generational wealth is taxation, which is why rich motherfuckers find a way around paying that shit.
Without representation.
Right.
And so I actually literally gave away more of what I earned from YouTube than I actually kept. Like, yo, there was one Mother's Day where there was fucking over, I don't know, like maybe $1,400 in my Cash App.
Mm-hmm.
I gave it fucking back on a Mother's Day stream. Like, that's how trill I am with this shit.
Yeah.
Like, when motherfuckers be asking me, well, what have you done? What have you done? I give back to my community on a regular fucking basis. This is my life. It's who I am. It's embedded in my motherfucking DNA. I watched my father do it. My uncles do it. My granddaddy did it. They don't understand what it means whenever you talk of watching motherfucking black men be respected and honored and venerated amongst their community. They don't understand what that means. Those type of men become a goddamn hero in your mind, ingrained in the side of your brain. But see, when I keep saying that shit about, whoa, what influenced me? What was the thing that influenced me to join that quote unquote white man's military? Well, I grew up watching heroes around me. And I know what the motherfucking brothers go through. They say, oh man, you gonna fight for that white man. Understand, when we put that motherfucking uniform on, it ain't for no fucking white man. And many of motherfucking great motherfuckers, nondescriptive race, have betrayed the own institution of which they serve just to maintain the goddamn integrity of the uniform. We go in that motherfucking realizing this is not what the fuck we signed up for, but because I put on this uniform every morning with pride, I'm going to try my best to make the endeavor to make this fucking outfit what it was sold to me to be. They said this was about protecting the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Which affects us all. And that's a part of the problem, Sarudian. It's just like when I had to debate with the brother over on T-Post the other night, and he was trying to criticize me for correcting the injustices that exist within the institution, right? And you know my stance on this. I believe in the second and third order of effects. I also believe in the law of attrition. And the reason why I believe in the second and third order of effects, because it's true. The reason why I believe in the law of attrition is because it's true. See, so here's the problem, and I'm going to give it right back to you. Here's the problem. When I put this fucking uniform on over the past 24 years, I knew damn well what I was signing up for. I didn't look at it as a white man's army. I looked at it as the United States of America's army, which we are a part of as citizens of this great nation. Okay? So when I put this uniform on every fucking morning that I look in the fucking mirror, I understand what my mission and my objectives are. My objectives are to represent the black portion of this country. Whether you want to say, just like the brother kept saying, well, I don't see color, I don't see race. You can't put race and color in it. Well, if that be the fucking case, then why is it that when you fill out your paperwork for entry into the United States Army or any other branch of the military, first thing they do is they ask you your ethnic background. What are you, black, white, other, Mexican, Hispanic? Hispanic other than black? They ask all of these questions. And if race was not an important factor, which it is in this country, whether it was instituted by the creators of this country for their own benefit or whether it is something that naturally played out, the fact of the matter remains that the military, the government, keeps numbers based upon who's doing what so that they could see the upscale side of how the ebb and flow of this country is operating. Okay, i.e., this is why they look at percentages. Well, 25% of the military is female, and 75% of the Department of Defense is black, and 28% of the Department of Defense is Oriental and Asian, and this, that, the third. That makes up the whole. People have forgotten about e pluribus unum, under many commas, out of many commas one. People have forgotten about that. That doesn't mean that you have to dumb yourself down to be a part of the masses. Everybody's a part of the masses, whether you like it or not. At the end of the day, I am here so that my mission is to make sure that the Faradays play out. I've seen it time and time and time again. I've seen, whether he wants to admit it or not, and he's seen it. I've seen how, based upon your color, you were treated. Racism exists in the United States military. Remember, it was 1950, what was it, 1951, 1950, 51, before the military fully integrated? See, people forget about that, which wasn't that long ago. You understand? People forget all about that. Hell, the civil rights movement hadn't even started when that took place. You understand what I'm saying? When entry into the military service, blacks were still degraded down to being what? To doing what? The very manual jobs that exist in the military. Field hands, working in the kitchens.
Right, we go back to Townsville, Australia, 1942. You had brothers that were relegated to the fucking manual labor of the logistics division of the U.S. goddamn Army Air Corps. They were being abused by their white counterparts, fucking white NCOs and officers alike.
And this is what happened with
town, and it was just as racist in Australia, to where you had a goddamn racist base commander try to restrict those men to the base. And do you know what they did? They betrayed the motherfucking institution to secure the integrity of the outfit. And they caused one of the worst loss of motherfucking military human life, that they tried to literally prosecute all of these men and hang them as insurgents.
Yeah.
Why? Because they stood up and said they will not be abused. They opened fire. A ragtag group of logistics soldiers, all black, takes down an entire base in which they are outnumbered by 10 to 1. Mm-hmm. You understand what strength is?
But they don't know, Cerulean, because they've never taken a course in military history and ethics. So they'll never know about things like that. You understand what I'm saying? They'll never know about, what was it, the 11 black soldiers, World War I or II, I can't remember, I have to go back and look it up, that were prosecuted and hanged right here in the state of Texas. For no other reason than the fact that they were men of color. You see, they'll never know about all the unrighteous things that happen to Americans, black Americans, who don the uniform to support the Constitution of the United States of America, to support the very freedoms that a lot of these brothers are taking advantage of right now. They'll never ever understand why it's done or why we do it. You see, I believe, and this is just real quick. This is just my personal belief system. If you want things to change, you have to change them from the inside out. You cannot go to an institution like the Department of Defense, whether you're in the United States military, and try to change it from an outside perspective. You change it from within. In other words, do you know that the Sergeant Major's Academy, right, for the United States Army? Let me give you some brief history. The Sergeant Major's Academy for the United States Army. Do you know how men were essentially promoted to the rank of Sergeant Major and Command Sergeant Major? Well, they did it based upon their DA photos. And they changed the rules because the Masonic Order played a heavy position in the promotion system within the United States Army. So whether you were black or white, if you were a member of a Masonic Order, then they could tell by your DA photo, which they always saw your Masonic emblem ring that you would wear. And then they said, well, you can't wear no more rings other than a other than your wedding band. That's the only piece of jewelry that you're allowed to wear when you take your DA photo. Because this is what was happening. Even though men of color were qualified, the good old boy system found a way to keep them rooted out. So what brothers were doing, because of Masonic order, whether you're black or white, if you're a member of a Masonic order, the brotherhood trumps all. So a lot of brothers were wearing their Masonic emblem rings, taking their DA photos, and then they were getting picked up for the rank of Sergeant Major and Command Sergeant Major.
Wow.
You understand?
Know that.
So then,
I didn't know
when they said, "Hey, this is when the Sergeant Majors Academy was first newly formed in 1982." So a lot of people didn't understand that Sergeant Majors was just something that E9, the rank of E9, was just like any other rank, and then they developed the academy, the NCOES system for the United States Army, which then made it feasible for all members who were about to get promoted to that rank. You had to go to that specific school, right? After E7, there were no more academies or schools or institutional education systems in the military for you to attend, right? So then in 1982, they came up with the Sergeant Major's Academy. And this is when brothers figured it out, like, well, damn, I'm qualified. And even though they were qualified, even though a lot of these men were qualified, they still were being overlooked by the system. So they found that a way. So they found that the way to overcome it, the Masonic order, right?
Right.
And once a few of those brothers got into position within the academy, once a few of those brothers got into position at HRC to review the records of said candidates that came before them, that there was like, okay, hey, that's my Masonic brother right there. We got to go ahead on and make sure he gets in. And more brothers of color were getting in that way. You understand? So then they said you can no longer wear any other jewelry other than your wedding band. So what brothers started doing was they started getting watches. You could wear a watch, and then you could wear your wedding band and one other ring. They took that away, the one other ring. So brothers started having the Masonic emblem imprinted into the face of their watches, right? And it was like, so it could still be visible. I'm telling you, this is facts, okay? So then they figured it out. So then they changed. Email poll message came down, and they said, okay, you can now wear a wedding band, no other ring, and your watch has to be a plain face, because when you look at someone's DA photo, guess what happens? You can enlarge certain sections of it, and that's what was happening. Okay? So to tell me that race doesn't exist in the Department of Defense, I say to that brother, you can say that you are an American man all you want to. At the end of the day, if your skin is of darker hue, the odds are stacked against you. I know, because I've experienced it, I've seen it, I've been there. Okay? So then when that real quick, give me a second, Cerule, and I'm gonna give it back to you, I promise you. So when that didn't work, brothers started wearing the mustache. If you look, anytime you see a brother with a thin shaven mustache, right, in the army, right, anytime he's a member of a Masonic order, he is a member of the Royal Order of the Buffalo Soldier, right? Everybody know what Buffalo Soldiers were. Everybody know what they did in historical context, right? Everybody know about the 10th Cavalry, 10th Infantry Division, and all this shit. Everybody knows about these historical organizations. I'm sorry, Cerulean?
No, I said, yeah, they're like the Army's version of Prince Hall Masons.
There you go. So everybody know about these historical organizations, right? So then they started saying, okay, on your DA photo, you have to be clean shaven and all this shit, right? Well, brothers fought against that to change the regulations, because they wasn't having white boys to shave their mustache. This is why the Hitler mustache was outlawed in the United States Army. People don't even realize that. But these are some brothers who come up here who haven't went very far. Maybe they did 20 years, but they didn't get to certain levels within the branch of the United States Army to see the politics and how politics were actually played out. So when all else fails, it's what they call the cant on your picture. Canted to the right means that you were a member of Prince Hall Masonry. If you were canted to the left, you were a member of Scottish Rite Masonry, right? And then they said you had to take your DA photo
Everybody
straight
had to
on
be
shot.
taken the
You
same
cannot be.
way. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I said, yeah, they made them take the pictures the same way, uniform all
Yep.
across the board.
Mm-hmm. They
Yeah.
found any and every way. They found any and every way to outlaw brothers and particularly, but said organizations that were structured within the army, from promoting from within. Now, they also have this thing when you fill out your paperwork and you do your soldier, what we call the soldier SQT. I have an Alpha 201 file. They ask for organizations that you're a member of. If you belong to any public or any private organization, such as the Masonic Order, such as a Greek lettered organization, for example, right? Such as what's them little motherfuckers that wear their little hats and drive their little clown cars at the parades? I can't think. Come on, man, help me out. Y'all help me out.
Shriners.
The Shriners, yes, such as Shriners, right? So they asked for all this information up front so that they could keep a tab on the membership. Even they keep just as much tabs on members of said organizations, just like they keep tabs on former gang members coming into the military.
Yeah.
You see
I've
what I'm
noticed
saying?
that they in every branch. I found out in the training. I saw a documentary about. They said how they got gang members in the military, but they discipline them. They try to tell them remove their tattoos. They make sure they screen them. And they try to find another human soldier. But hey. But it backfired. I think there was one Norteño that I saw a documentary. He tried to shoot at the cop, but they took him down eventually. He tried to use that military tactics on him. We ain't going for that. I forget his name though, but that's a fact what happened to him though. I forget it was the army or something like that. It was years ago. But it's different branch.
You talking about that one Hispanic guy that was
Yeah. He tried to use that tactics on them cops up north in Northern California. They wasn't having it. They were trained too in the military as well, but they're very cautious of gang members in the military. They keep them in check. But like you said, that like we said earlier in the stream, like the dereliction to insurgency, right? It happens. But in the street, and I think me and General talked about this too, about Chicago, like the 40,000 done died from 2001 and 20-some thousand. I had a discussion with my father about that too. He said, yeah, I'd rather be safe in the military than I do in the urban cities. And he's a lot older than I am. And he said the same thing about his family being in the military. But it makes sense.
Hey, let me help you brothers out.
Somebody at Shattered Star Games mentioned Dorner, Christopher Dorner, right? Do you know that I actually served with Christopher Dorner on the
he that's a black guy, but we talking about a Latin dude that tried that with the police that was in the gang of the Norteños. That's fact. That happened.
They meant look, back in 2001. I don't know, General, I know you remember this. Bush passed that fast track to citizenship for specifically for the Latino community.
Yes.
They literally start pouring in numbers. Most of them don't even fucking meet the base scores and line scores or shit. They get the crying about being forced to be a part of the labor jobs.
Mm-hmm.
So the military, and this is universal across all of the fucking branches, start literally pushing these unqualified Latinos into jobs they weren't even qualified for.
Mm-hmm.
Right? MS-13, one of the biggest actually, if not the biggest Latino gang in America.
Yeah, El Salvadorian gang. They vicious, man. Mm-hmm.
Right? They literally had a Gray Faulkner Initiative type plan to put their gang members in the military. Now, when we talk about that guy from Northern California, I remember it clearly because he was the guy that comes out and trains all of these fucking wayward boys in his old community in these fucking military tactics, and their motherfucking compound was paid for by the cartel.
Damn. See, I didn't know that part. They didn't mention that in Gangland. I shook my head. They took that part out of the documentary. I
And the
scratched
reason
my head.
and the reason why it was happening is because you had local police that were not even, they weren't like, say, FBI or ATF,
Right.
that were investigating these, Latino gangs, specifically MS-13, and they weren't ready for that ambush. But it was luckily enough, one of the officers happened to be a former Marine, which is the only way they took him down.
Yeah.
And then what's funny about it? That former Marine was a straight up nigga.
Yeah. He killed him. Yeah, they had to stop. They had to stop him. It was on Gangland. They talk about it, dude. I forget his name. Yeah.
It was on camera. He tried to use what they call the sway maneuver. Right? The sway maneuver is when you're walking sideways to keep your body posture as slim as possible. Make it harder for them to aim at you while he's, firing. And it's a suppression fire tactic whenever we're inserting ourselves into a space or coming from out of cover. Yeah. And the Marine guy, he peeps it, cuts him off at the pass. Pow, he's laying down suppression fire. Marine out of nowhere. Pow, lays him down.
Yeah, killed him.
So, Rulen, I'm gonna give you guys some stats real quick. This is official military website. Right.
Go ahead.
Give you guys some stats. All right. All of this information is easily accessed. So I say again, none of this information is classified. Okay. The percentage numbers of white active duty of U.S. military. This is military as a whole. Okay, white as opposed to white. Active duty men, 53.76% of all active duty men across all active duty branches of the United States military. 53.76% of them are white men. Here's the number that's going to blow your mind. Across all branches of the United States military, 69.98%, nearly 70%, 0.011% of a percentage point from being 70%. All enlisted active duty across all branches of the United States military, 70% white women, white female. That's higher than the men. All right. When you look at black, here's a number that, again, that's going to blow your mind. Across all branches of the United States military, black women account for, across all branches, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, and the Coast Guard, and the Navy, right? All branches. Enlisted female, black, they make up nearly 30%, 29.22%. Of the men, it's 16.82%. Men, black.
Which means that our numbers have dropped while black women has increased. And if you really break that down, by branch, you're going to see branches like the Army, more black women than white women.
Interesting.
Now here is a number, because all other races really don't matter, because you got American Indian, Native American. It's 1.42% for the women. They're about even 1.2% for the men. When you look at Asian, the number of women are outnumbering the number of men. Asian women make up 4.8%. The number of men slightly fall just under that by 4.28%. Okay. When you look at Native American and Pacific Islander, it's 1.62%. 18% are men. Right? I'm sorry, 0.18. Yeah, 1.118%. So they're about even. When you look at the number of two or more races, meaning your mixed people, right? Meaning your black and white, whatever their mix is, your half-breeds and things of that nature. Women make up 4.5%, men make up 3.01%. Here's the funny part. This is a number that I found extremely interesting. Unknown, this is your transgender, so they put unknown in here, okay? 4.68% are women, 3.51% are men. Now we get down to the Hispanic side of the house. Okay, exactly what Cerulean was talking about. There's been a real increase in Hispanic men and women entering into the military service. Their their women are 20.55%. They fall just below black women at 29.22%. Their men have overtaken black men. Black men who serve across all branches make up 16.82% for black men. For Hispanic men, they make up 17.32%. So the men have overtaken us by almost a full percentage point. The women are increasingly catching up to our women, and those are your numbers. Those are your numbers. So again, to the brother who I had to debate with, he want to talk about the military doesn't see race. Then why is this broken down this way if they don't see race? If you were just an American man or an American woman, then it shouldn't be any. Wait a minute. Hold on, Cerulean. If you consider yourself to be an American man or an American woman, because you're just an American, and you don't see race, but the institution does. So anywhere you fall in here as an American, whether if you're black, truly black, and you list yourself as unknown, you increase their numbers. If you're truly a black man or a black woman, and you say, "Well, I'm a Native American, I'm gonna be funny, and I'm gonna put Asian down," you increase their numbers. Either way you go, the stats are still maintained. Then why are they maintaining stats if you are just an American? That's my question. You see, it makes no sense because you got Negroes that simply want to be right instead of accurate. I don't see myself as a black man. Well, what do you see yourself as? Other, unknown, Asian, Hispanic? Because according to the United States Department of Defense, you have to fall you're not a fucking alien. You have to fall somewhere on the ledger.
And it's interesting. When I left the institution, they weren't taking unknown data. They weren't taking multiracial data. As a matter of fact, when I left the institution, they just literally started reclassifying the Hispanics, right? Because if you were of darker hue, you basically were lumped in with the Negroes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. These are facts.
Yep.
These are facts. So I went through that just to make a point. Let me see if I can get you guys some other stats here. And this is why we're falling behind.
Yes.
I apologize, but I have to check about the step out. Thanks for having me on the chat.
Appreciate you, man. You're always welcome. We always had these discussions sometimes.
First and foremost, for our lead general, pleasure to meet you, sir. You have a good evening as well. Cerulean.
Pleasure's all mine.
Good seeing you, brother.
Indeed. Salute,
brother.
All right, peace. Yeah, that was the name. Appreciate him for coming through. Go ahead, General.
Yeah, so a lot of people just simply want to be right. If that was the case, and here I am looking at some coursework, which is military history and ethics. It's military diversity. If there was no need, according to that brother that I was on that debate with, if you just see yourself as an American, I don't see myself as a black man anymore. That's bullshit, right? Military diversity. The Army shows few black officers in top leadership positions. Black people make up 22.7% of enlisted soldiers. 16.5% are warrant officers, and 11% of them are active duty officers or officers on active duty. Right? So let's just look into that right quick. And this is, again, when we talk about different things and you begin to break things down, how a lot of motherfuckers don't understand what we're talking about. Okay, listen. Army diversities. Right now, the number of four-star generals across the United States Army. There are 11 white four-star generals and 1 black. Why does the Army keep numbers like this? The number of three-star generals in the Army. There are 37 white and 8 blacks. The number gets vastly out of control when you look at the number of two-star generals, senior Army leadership officials, two-star major generals. You have 90 white and only 15 black. Okay? Check this out. I'm going to blow your mind. One-star
Yeah,
generals.
like 5 of them are on the Horn of Africa or attached to Africa. I know.
Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. One-star generals, right? Brigadier generals. You got 107 white and only 19 black. Colonels over a brigade, full bird colonels. They lead about 4,000 soldiers. 94 of them are white. I'm sorry, other, because you get mixed now. 94 of them are classified as white, others, or whatever, but they only have 2 listed as being black. Lieutenant colonels over a brigade, they lead about 700 soldiers. 218 of them are other, 13 are black. All members of the United States Army, 78.5% are other, 21.5% are of black, claim to be black. And this is what happens when you have Negroes that say, well, I'm just a man. I don't see myself as being black. Well, you take away from your numbers. And these are numbers that are counted up and broken down by the United States Army. So miss me with that bullshit. Here it is, race and ethnicity by military branch. As of 2018, the new numbers hadn't come in. All right, the Army, 71.6% are white, 11.5% are black, 9.1% are Hispanic. They only talk about those 3 races. In the Navy, 76.1% are white, 6.6% are black, 10% are Hispanic. The Marine Corps, 79.6% are white, 7.5% are black, and 12.9% are Hispanic. In the Air Force, 75.3% are white, 6.5% are black, and 8.2% are Hispanic. But race is not a factor in the Army or in the military. You see, so I just want to lay rest to that while I have an open panel to do so. You see what I'm saying? But he would tell you that race shouldn't be in the military. Then why are they keeping numbers?
Well, we know why
somebody answer that.
We know why they're keeping numbers. Because if you really look at it, according to the new stats, matter of fact, November 2020, there's no way you can look at the new stats as of November 2020 and say that it's a white man's military.
Right, right.
As a matter of fact, wasn't it the 3-star general of the Army over the fitness program, the health and nutrition program, that came out and said that, what was it, that obesity was, what did he call it? A national security threat. He wasn't talking about no niggas.
Yeah.
Hey, listen to this. I want y'all to listen to something. This is a quote from one of the Air Force's 4-star generals. He says, I'm thinking about my nomination, because when you become a 4-star general, you get nominated for that position. A lot of motherfuckers don't understand that. There is no promotion system beyond once you attain your 3rd star. To get your 4th star, you have to be nominated, right? I'm thinking about my nomination. I'm thinking about how my nomination provides some hope, but also comes with heavy burden. Brown said, I can't fix centuries of racism in our countries, nor can I fix decades of discrimination that may have impacted members of our Air Force. The rest of the service chiefs and the chairman and vice chairman are white. There are no women either. Combat jobs open fully for them in 2015. Hispanics make up about 16% of all active duty military, according to the Department of Defense. But according to the report in 2019 by the Congressional Research Service, why do so few black officers lead combat units? This is your senior military official asking these questions, not me.
Hey, I'll answer that question, Frank. How does classifying black and increasing the number of help if classifying as black males you subject to being belittled, for lack of better word? It's really simple, right? And all you have to do is go to Fort Benning, Georgia, if you want to know the answer. I don't know how many times I've explained this, that NCOs, they're the ones that teach the fucking battalion commanders, the officers, how to actually do their fucking job. Okay? They run the yard. They are the pipeline that keeps the goddamn military afloat and operational. If you go down to Fort Benning, Georgia, what do you see mostly down in Fort Benning, Georgia, running the yard? Nigga.
Yeah, right. I know exactly what Cerulean's talking about in Georgia. Yeah.
It's the same way in Fort Leonard Wood. Matter of fact, I could go to Great Lakes RTC for the U.S. Navy, hoorah, and see that same motherfucking dynamic.
Yeah, but see, Cerulean, you know, that is the trainer programs you're talking about. You see, they're quick to take a brother who is very adaptive in learning, right? We're very adaptive in learning. So what'll happen is, when I was on drill sergeant assignment, when I did my drill sergeant assignment for 3 years, for example, right? Well, 3.5 years actually. The new drill sergeants that were white, they would bring them in, and they would automatically pair them with a black drill instructor, and they called it diversity in training. It wasn't diversity in training. It was that them motherfuckers didn't know shit. They didn't understand shit, and they had to be taught. So your job as a senior drill, because once you're the main drill instructor, you're classified as the senior drill instructor, right? And then you have a co-drill, right? He generally the new guy that comes out of the academy. They'll tag him with the senior guy, right? And your whole job is to mentor him for X amount of time to get him prepared to be able to move up and take your position after you go back to Big Army. You see what I'm saying? So typically, you be there for like, when I became a senior drill instructor going into the end of my second year, because it's a 3-year tour. When I became a senior drill going into the end, at least that's how it was done when I was there. It's different and it's changed a lot since 2010. They would often take the new guy, a new graduate, you know, a new drill sergeant cadet, and they would pair him with you. It would be his first year. You will be entering into your last year. So your whole job was to prepare him so that he could lead and train and teach after you leave over the course of the next 2 years, and then the process repeats itself.
But I always found it interesting that even if that was the case, every time I visited the training camp, right, it was always niggas running the yard.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, it's always gonna seem that way, because generally you have, you know, more blacks, at least in the Army. You have more blacks that are in mid-level leadership positions. This is what they're talking about in the article that was written. You're always going to have more, seemingly more blacks at those positions that are out front. The tip of the spear is what we called it. You know what I'm saying? Platoon sergeants, you know, platoon leaders and things of that nature. It's always going to seem like that, because who better to do it?
Yeah, even when I was.
And remember, you're talking about merit. Also, Cerulean,
Yeah.
you're talking about merit. So when you put in a merit-based system, what happens? The cream always rises to the top. And you know that brothers always have, no matter what they do. And there's this thing about when I was on drill sergeant detail. The brothers there, it was a code amongst the brothers. Failure was not an option. You did what you needed to do to make sure that every black drill instructor completed the mission, graduated. You did what you needed to do because it was hell. They didn't want to see brothers out there on that parade field. They didn't. Every time it became drill sergeant of the cycle would come up, it was always, when I was there for the 3 years, it was always your brother. Always.
Every time.
Always. Because we have
And,
that special little that spark.
and that X,
You know?
that soul, that that motherfucker's like something in that soul. Look, even when I was on the Horn of Africa, like we talk about belittled for being black. Whenever you see a unit that is mostly black, you don't see that shit. You're not gonna have that shit. As a matter of fact, I've seen brothers literally fight the system from within, from literally, I wouldn't say all, but mostly, so-called quote-unquote colored units, right? There wasn't none of that belittled shit. That's why they would always try to break up the colored units.
Mm-hmm.
They would try to literally, we had fucking white commanders jumping the motherfucking chain of command to break up colored units on the Horn.
Yeah. Yeah.
And all because they wanted more of these motherfuckers to come over there so they could take advantage of the tax exemption, being in the goddamn what they call the exemption zone.
So listen to this. I want to read something for you guys. Okay. Latinos are the fastest growing population in the U.S. military, but higher rank remains out of reach for those of Latino descent or ethnic background.
Yeah.
More are coming in, but they're not being. And it says here, the military has historically been one of the most diverse institutions in the U.S., but Latinos aren't reaching high-ranking officer positions. I wonder why that is. Do you know, Cerulean? I'm sure you do. I do.
I
Because
absolutely do.
because
I always go back to that fucking 2001 bill that fast tracked the citizenship. They put all them
there you go.
unqualified motherfuckers in there.
There you have it.
They ensure that they stay literally below middle management. Like, I always find it interesting. You don't really see a whole lot of Latinos running training camps. You don't really see a whole lot of Latino battalion commanders. That's universally true across the goddamn board. Why? Because they put all these unqualified motherfuckers in to ensure that they could never that they would always have a glass ceiling right there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But see, whenever you have brothers that was in, because Latinos come in popping that shit, right? And niggas would have to put them in their place, and like I don't know why y'all why y'all talking all this shit, like y'all really just the new niggas.
Yeah. They don't even realize it.
And in fact, the motherfuckers, even back when I was in shit, I joined in '98. Like shit, y'all motherfuckers literally like damn near 60 years behind the Negro. Y'all basically
they still are. Yeah.
Y'all basically being used in the same manner in which our brothers was being used in World War II.
Yeah, they still behind. I don't know why people big them up all the time as civilians. I'm like, they so behind, man.
I did the video on immigration, talking about how like more than 50 something percent, like things like 54% of the new incoming Latino population, whenever it came to education, whenever it came to fucking economy, 54 or more percent of them do not even make the fucking cut. And for the military, it was even worse to the where when it came to waivers, most of the goddamn waivers that was coming out of MEPS were issued for Latinos.
Yep, that's facts. That's facts. Cerulean telling the truth right there.
Of course he is. Yeah, that's facts. I agree.
But
Like
you
we
got
started
these.
seeing the incursion like this. Like one day pop up, all these motherfucking Mexicans around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I remember when they used to be scared. It used to be primarily you was either black or you was motherfucking white. Or if you was in the Southeast Asia Pacific, like with Seventh Fleet, you was the biggest Asian group was the Filipinos.
You
But it
telling the
was
truth, brother.
like, yo, that shit, like these niggas, like they don't have any motherfucking understanding. You call the white man's military all you want. The motherfucking Asians don't see a motherfucking problem. Matter of fact, the Asians understand what it means to acquire power. They send their motherfucking people in there, even whenever they fail. They fucking push their ass towards the military to get that fast track to citizenship just to make the goddamn attempt.
Even the East Africans, they don't give up on their military. Even they don't have no problem with joining America's military. All of them. Yeah.
No, because they understand.
Go ahead, General.
They understand. They understand. They understand to whom a great responsibility is given, great requirements are need to be met, and they understand that. You want to be able to take part in the American society because let's just face it, people around the world they still want to come to the land of milk and honey. They still want to be here. This is the brightest star on the face of the planet. Period. As far as freedom and as far as what we call liberties and freedoms, if you will, are accounted for. You can't get any greater than what you have here. You can't do the shit that you can do in America and other countries. I tell you what, some of the basic shit that motherfuckers are getting away with, case in point. You don't even have to get a real DWI or DUI, for example, in America. You get pulled over, hey, even if you get one in America, right? You get a DUI. But they suspend your driver's license for a year and you pay a fine and maybe jail time, depends on if you have 1, 2, or 3. In Europe, for example, matter of fact, you don't even have to be operating the vehicle to get a DWI. You could be on a fucking bicycle, anything that is considered to be a mode of transportation, and you're drunk, your ass is considered to be DWI. You could be sitting.
You can't even be drunk inside of a goddamn car in most places in motherfucking Europe. You take your ass to motherfucking Hamburg, Germany, right? You out for a night partying with your guys, right? Y'all in the motherfucking rental car, right? Y'all all pull over and motherfucking get that power nap in. Motherfucking German police roll up your motherfucking ass. Y'all all going to the goddamn kennel.
You're all going. You're all going. Everybody in the vehicle. Now, here's the one thing that I will tell you because I experienced it personally. You can't even have the key in the ignition and sit. If you've been drinking, the car doesn't even have to be turned on. If you've been drinking and you're sitting in the driver's seat, remind you, the engine does not have to be started. If the polizei roll up on you and blow you and you're over the legal limit, it's a wrap. You will never drive ever again in that country. Your driving privileges are permanently revoked. Not only that, your ass is going to jail. Not only that, your ass is going to pay a hefty fine. They don't fuck around. Now you try the basic shit here in America, overseas if you want to. Something as simple as that.
Wow.
Try they don't even give your ass an opportunity to get a second, third, fourth motherfucker. No. They don't give your ass a chance to put whiskey plates on your shit.
No. You don't get a chance for none of that shit. You're done. First offense is over with. You will never drive again. You will never operate a motor vehicle on the goddamn European continent
No, but
ever again.
but see if you want, if you understand why Germany does it that way, they don't have a fucking stop signs in a lot of places.
I don't
They
blame
don't
them.
have a speed limit in a lot of places.
That's because that country's
Facts.
structured. I know how y'all telling the truth. Yeah, them countries don't play that. This is, I hate to say, like most people don't understand. Yeah, America is the greatest country in the world because people forget it's a lot of stuff you can get away with. Well, I ain't gonna say a lot, but yeah,
But at
All
the
right.
same time, people so Obadiah.
Uh-huh.
You go to motherfucking Germany, right?
Right.
There's not a lot of stop signs. There's not a lot of stop lights. There's not a matter of fact, it'd be rare for you to see a stop light.
Oh,
It'd be rare for you to see a goddamn speeding limit on the side of the road. Rare. Right? And yet, no speed limit, not a lot of stop lights, not really a lot of stop signs. It's way out in the motherfucking country, and you're in the motherfucking country where there's a lot of kids, right?
Yeah.
They're gonna have more safety shit than in the city. And yet, the number of goddamn car crashes, lowest in Europe. Matter of fact, amongst the lowest in the world.
Wow.
Number of car accidents, among the lowest in the world. What not even a motherfucking fraction of the safety features that are on American roads, like stop signs, yield, all this other bullshit that we got. In Britain, they don't really have stop signs at all. They have roundabouts.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, Britain don't play either. Yeah.
Yep. But I just said that because I wanted you to understand. You can't even mention if you go over that motherfucker and you start talking about Hitler out loud and the right motherfuckers hear you, that's a jailable offense.
Oh yeah, the history.
That's jail time.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. They don't play that. Yeah.
But you leave it to some of these pseudo professors here, and who've never been outside, who've never been outside of the continental United States of America, who's never set foot on foreign soil, who's never seen anything other than the system. They've only read or heard about it. They can tell you, all this great shit about, other places and why and this, that, and the third. That's why I don't buy it. And again, I don't have anything against those who practice passport bros or SYSBM. I don't have anything against those brothers, but I also know from experience what's over there. I also know, and not all those brothers go over there and get, bottom of the barrel brawls. Not all of them. However, the chances are, just like here in America, very high.
Why do you think that you have countries all around the world, but in particularly, let's just take Europe. Because I keep hearing all this shit about Communist Party and how they big on censorship, right? There's no fucking bigger censorers than motherfucking Europe.
Yeah, Europe is big on censorship. Yeah, like I hate to say, like,
look, that's why you see so much content, like in Europe. A lot of shit that we fucking consume here as far as media, you can't even fucking see because it's fucking land IP locked.
Yeah, in Britain, I would say France,
You want to know why that is? You want to know why that is?
Go ahead.
See, the one thing that I would give Europe credit for is that during that time of turmoil, some of the worst atrocities that ever happened in human history is going on. They structure society in a way, right, to either mitigate or to altogether prevent those atrocities from happening again. And so, why do they IP lock certain content from even entering the goddamn country? Because they don't want this propagandized type of counterculture to disrupt all of the work that they did trying to prevent said atrocities. Like you can't sit there online from Germany talking that hate speech shit.
Yeah. So
As a matter of fact, police eye will fucking be on your motherfucking ass. And they'll come in, they don't even need a warrant. They catch your ass on some hate speech shit online in a place like Germany. And I've actually seen that with brothers in the military, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Jay Sean tell you about that all the time. In the Brain Trust, I'll be listening to him telling
They don't
stories
even,
about Germany.
they catch it. Look, they literally catch your ass on some hate speech shit online. You have actually just given them you have actually given them the warrant to come in your house unannounced and drag your motherfucking ass out and take you to jail. Okay?
That's facts.
Yeah, that's facts. Mm-hmm.
That's why whenever we were in Germany or we were in the Netherlands, we always had briefings. Watch what the fuck you say and who the fuck you say it around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there ain't no freedom of speech over there. I forget what's her name. Kat. She had a channel. She said something about it. She was in Britain, and she said the very same thing. He said, "We don't have that over here." She said that in the stream, and she said, "Y'all got freedom of speech." Well, it's a liberal country. B just said it. Like most countries, even Mike, we keep telling me, there's no country like it. Of course not. There's a reason why. I mean, look at history. That's why every country is different. Everybody wish they was America. Well, yeah.
Let's just take the country of France. France is real strict on IP locking content specifically from the United States.
Yeah, but look at their video sharing site, Daily Motions French. You can't even go for an hour. It's only 60-minute videos, and I went over there years ago in 2012. I said, "Damn," and it's hard to produce content over there. And I told somebody, I said, I can't do that Daily Motion. I mean, I got 100-something videos, old pre-records, but you can't produce no content like that and draw an audience. I'm sorry. I mean, we're talking about France now. You're right. Yeah, France is
because look, France. What is France mostly known for? Right? Mm-hmm. Really, France's reputation literally stems from the goddamn French Revolution.
Yeah, it stems from that. The guillotines, the revolution. What's they call it? They have another war called the Bastille. Yeah, they known for that.
And so they lock out the content because they understand that propaganda that uses this fucking kind of countercultural agendas or themes to them disrupt the overall society.
Yeah.
They don't want men and women fucking going back and forth online like a bunch of wild fucking animals. Why? Because you end up seeing the social effect of it, right? Rates of domestic violence, murder, stabbings,
rise of crime. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so there's a lot of movies that you couldn't even watch in France that were here in America, like American Gangster.
Oh, of course not. Yeah, American
Gangster with Denzel Washington. You couldn't view that shit in France. You needed a motherfucking VPN to even fucking view the shit.
Yeah.
Why? Because they don't want that. They don't. It's counterculture propaganda.
Yeah.
They don't want to fucking give the criminals they already dealing with new fucking ideas.
Exactly. Because they learn from us. It makes sense. Just like I think Russia does the same shit too. You got to get a VPN. Someone travel Russia in the spaces, and I said, yeah, Russia is very strict. Even I say something about the guns. Yeah.
Think about this, Russia, and I've been to Vladivostok a bunch of times, right?
Okay.
There's certain fucking shit like you're not gonna be able to get just YouTube. That's why they make these clone sites, right?
Yeah.
They make a bunch of clone sites that are Russian type of YouTube, where it be I don't know what they would call it, something .ru. They literally just within the last 8 years allowed motherfuckers to view and put content on YouTube.
Man,
that's within 8 years.
Yeah. Now, I don't know about Arab countries, how they do internet. It's kind of odd to me because they strict on certain things too. It's a lot of countries like that. Well, America's the only place, besides Canada, I mean, it's similar. It's a little different, you know. But damn. But I didn't know they was strict like that in Europe. But I figure as much because of the history and the culture and the crime, you know. But Russia's prisons ain't no joke. I saw some documentaries. I forget the name of the prison. It's called Black something. They put a black bag over your head. They don't want the criminal to get no ideas and try to overthrow or whatever, you know. But they have a German Shepherd on his legs, man. Bark him to his cell. It's like, damn.
Yeah,
they don't be playing out there. But I seen documentaries on there. Russia Today showed that. They showed that on Russia Today, and I saw that.
Talking about, you have a couple of them, like you have a couple of them that have black in the title, but I think the worst one that had the reputation was the Black Dolphin, right?
Yeah, that's why I've heard of that one. They had the one, they put a black thing over your head. You don't have to look at the prison. They try to tell them, don't look. And they said something in Russian, and then the dog just bark at him. And so tell them, get your ass in the cell. You know, them niggas couldn't handle that. Not over there. No, Russia is
Dolphin. That's literally like, if you, I don't know if you heard of the I forget what it's called. The Russian or the English translation of it is basically the Brotherhood, the Brahmatva or some shit.
Yeah. I've heard of them.
That's where they send a lot of those motherfuckers.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, when Putin, started restoring Russia and basically dubbed himself, the leader, right?
Right.
Like, he literally took the old regime, like most of the fucking old regimes, like they're motherfucking handymen and fixers and all that shit.
Yeah,
They just disappeared overnight. That's where the fuck they went, was a Black Dolphin.
Yeah, he killed them hitman fixers, man. He don't play. Now he's a killer himself. I mean, I try to tell people Putin don't play, man. He's an executioner. He's like them French guillotine people, man. I try to leave Russia and France alone, man. They vicious, man. All of them are, but I'm just saying, but he'll kill some terrorists. My dad always tell me them stories. He'd be reading the other columns in his job, right? In foreign news. He said, man, he'd be hearing the stories of people that went over there. They don't play, man. They do not play. That's why a lot of people say, and there's a guy told me I was in a dealership. He said, I'd rather be here and be over in Spain. I said, really? Talking about America's great. You know, some people don't realize, America has its liberal ways, but, people claim they're conservative. Shit, go to all of Europe and them Arab Eastern countries. They go back to the days of old, like not just the biblical days, but you got to look at culture that's been ingrained in them since they was children. You got to understand that. I mean, America's different. This is kind of like, I won't say Roman style mixed with everything else, but you got to understand America's unique. It's forbidden to have a liberal country, but we got it anyway. We got the military, we got the guns. It goes back to nihilism when we had that discussion. Yeah, we go extreme, man. I say utilitarian.
Hey, listen to this. Hey, I'm gonna give you guys some information that you already may be aware of. Inmates in prison systems are kept isolated and housed in a cell, and they have a set of 3 steel doors to each cell. For 90 minutes a day, they exercise in a large cage. During this time, cells are searched for contraband and illegal items. Inmates are also under 24-hour surveillance and supervision. You can't even jack off without a motherfucker if you locked up without somebody seeing it. 24-hour surveillance. They are not permitted to rest. Listen to this now. They are not permitted to rest or sit on their bunks from the time they awake until bedtime. Roughly 16 hours a day, they're on their feet. When prison officials make a command to the inmates, they must respond with the words, "Yes, sir." Every 15 minutes, a guard makes the rounds to ensure that Black Dolphin inmates are complying with the rules. Prisoners are fed soup 4 times a day. They are only allowed books and newspapers and a radio. Now you tell me if that ain't some act right for your ass.
Yeah, they serious. I mean, yeah, what you just said, that's facts. I mean, they talked about it on Russia Today, and they showed that shit. I was like, whoa, I've never heard of Black Dolphin. That's one of the roughest. And they put a black bag over your head.
Yeah. That's a popular one because that's been around.
Forever.
You know, since I mean, literally since the last days of like Ottoman influence. You know,
Yeah,
before
Ottoman Empire influence. Yeah, that black bag is
right?
a thing they use, and they don't want you to look at the prison. They don't want you to overthrow it. For one, that's another reason why they do it. And number two, what the general just read, that's facts. They don't want you to act crazy, man. They got you.
As a
It's
matter,
yes sir,
of
no
fact,
sir. Yeah,
as a matter of fact, like I think they closed it down back, you know, during like the height of the Cold War, the 40s,
yeah,
and I know over the Bosnia campaign they transformed it into basically kind of a site for detainees
right. Absolutely.
because in the Bosnia campaign, little that people know, Russia actually was an ally during the Bosnia campaign. They
Yeah,
weren't
they
an enemy.
were. Hmm.
And they basically re-outfitted this fucking old ass prison, which I think is at I think it's near it's either at the demilitarized zone or at that border on Kazakhstan,
Yeah,
right? And that's where a lot of the Bosnian rebels were basically taken and detained before they made it a federal penitentiary, right?
yeah,
And that's why you still see the, you know, when you talk about the military, like that's really because it used to be a military prison.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, man. I tell you, man, them prisons ain't no joke, man. I tell you, overseas, you don't want to be caught in a Russian prison, man. They'll get you. They send the Russian mob, terrorists, even Arab terrorists. And I believe some of them do have the executions too. I mean, Putin don't play. I try to tell you, leave that motherfucker alone. Leave him alone. And what's that boy, North Korea? He do the same thing. He's old school with it too. Them Koreans are vicious. And you think Japanese vicious? No, Koreans are vicious too. They brutal, man. That's why I leave them them boys alone, man. I see why America wants to get rid of the death penalty. I mean, that I think they should bring it back, but most people are so emotional. They say, no, let's not kill him. You know, I don't care if you're a black or white criminal. Hell, some of them they do need to bring it back, especially in the South. They say
Right,
we don't do that. Yeah,
but see, here's the problem, right?
yeah,
We are bleeding hearts here. All right, check it out.
mm-hmm.
The polar owl, for example, it's in Siberia. Listen to this. This is a one-way road for would-be prisoners of the polar owl. In the land of permafrost, an endless winter in the north of Russia. All of the 400 inmates here are serving a life sentence for committing especially brutal crimes, multiple murders. Only after they spent 25 years incarcerated are they allowed to appear for their sentencing in court. Nobody has done it thus far. You get accused of a crime in Russia, and them motherfuckers say, okay, you killed a motherfucker, we sending your ass to the polar owl. You gonna sit there for 25 years before you even get to go to court.
Mm, yeah,
25 years.
yeah.
Yeah.
And we'll get to you. If you live, we'll get to you. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Exactly.
But see, them countries that I mean, they don't play, man. We don't even do that shit. Well, we do, but in a way, in certain states, but not all. But the execution, man, I miss them days when people they talk about executing the dude, but now it's not like, nah, we let him off because you know money.
Mm-hmm.
But other countries don't do that. It's not. He's staying in there. Yeah, I like that. You know, it's classic. A lot of people don't appreciate that, but you know, but that's why the countries is a little bit I would say safer in certain areas, but you know, but America, like you said, like General said, like who's going to be safe in the military or the urban cities? I said, well, if I was younger and I tell a young person, I'd be safe in the military, man. Just follow instructions, take it. Because why would you want to be in the urban city and get your head blown away and someone hating on you all day? I mean, I just couldn't do it, you know. Yeah, that's you know, yeah. It's not that
Yeah.
hard.
These
Really.
motherfuckers, look, By listen, man, this is what you get if you get sentenced to life in prison in Russia. By law, those sentenced to life imprisonments have the right to a phone call and a long visit only after 10 years. You have mandatory, you have to be locked up for 10 straight years before you get one phone call and you get a visit.
And it's not even conjugal, nigga.
And it says because by then their family members and friends have completely rejected them. They make it a point. So they asked this motherfucker, listen here, Alexander Bevitsky, psycho, pitch Putin, pictured above. He murdered 49 people in the Bevitsky Park in Moscow. He ended up in the colony in 2007. When asked what he would do if he were released tomorrow, he answered, "First thing, I kill 2 people and rape a woman." Now you tell me if that ain't a motherfucker that ever should be let out into society again. See, motherfuckers don't understand how great they have it in this country, which is why I serve in the United States military. Because what if you were an innocent man or an innocent woman that got locked up like that? Is our prison system too light? Yeah, it is. I believe we need to have more pull hours for hardened criminals. You murder a child, you rape a kid, your ass need to go to an institution like that. I'm all about it because I understand the second, third order effects.
Yeah, it's basically they're gulag, man. Like they're not playing with motherfuckers. But see, if you notice when that kind of harsh on crime approach to shit, you see the crime rate in Russia is relatively low compared to the world, though, right?
Yeah.
Because all the motherfuckers are scared of going to the Black Dolphin, okay?
Exactly. Yeah, he's supposed
Matter of fact, it's funny that they talk about prisons because China has one, right?
Yeah.
China has a gulag type, right?
Mm-hmm.
Beijing, they call Beijing,
yeah.
Yeah, Beijing. That's where they literally political prisoners. Oh, you going against the party? Beijing. And you don't even have to do all of the shit that the motherfuckers in Russia is doing.
Yeah.
You speak out against the fucking party, Queen Shing in your ass.
Yep. Oh, they don't play over there in China too. I actually saw a documentary. They sent people like that. I said, "Damn, really?" But that's China for you, you know.
Man, they had a dude that was being accused of being a spy, right? He was a journalist. He was I think he was a Canadian or an American journalist. Had that motherfucker be accused of being a spy, was in Quinshing. Motherfucker probably still sitting in that motherfucker rotten. But see, if you know about like spy programs and all of that, like CIA, you can watch the new James Bond and all that shit. None of that shit got a goddamn thing to do with spying.
Exactly.
You know why they lock up? You know why they lock up journalists? Because when you're talking about spying, journalism was the way traditionally spying was literally implemented.
Mm-hmm.
So you got motherfuckers coming over here. Oh, I'm just a journalist. Yeah, a spy, motherfucker. They know what that is.
You a spy, nigga. That's what they call you. Yeah. That's what they call you.
I want you to imagine something, right?
Mm-hmm.
CCCP, right? Helps, say you're a Chinese man. CCCP, right? Say we want to expand our domestic industry for export, right? They literally front you the money from the party, or which, i.e., the government, for you to take for you to take those Chinese products and create a logistics network to interface with the rest of the world, whether it's North Korea or whatever, anybody that'll do business with you, right? Now, you open up a line to America. You go to America. You open up a headquarters. You open up shipping lines. You become one of the wealthiest Chinese men on the face of the planet, right? You mistakenly make one out of color comment that is perceived to be against the party. No matter what goddamn country you in. Your ass get abducted, get sent to Quincy for your reconditioning. Now, for those of you who don't know who I'm talking about Jack Ma. You know that guy that helped start PayPal? Jack Ma?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That nigga wasn't in China whenever he got abducted. That nigga was right here in America.
Mm-hmm.
Still got abducted. The motherfucking Communist Party of China is everywhere. But see, this is the fucking problem when you allow unchecked foreign investment to fucking own parts of your goddamn country free and goddamn clear with no oversight. But isn't it funny that the motherfucker that opened the door was one of the people that they lauded as the hardest core neoconservatives? In fact, he's the fucking god of neoconservatism, Ronald Reagan. But they never accused his ass of being a goddamn communist or a communist placating.
Yeah. We just talked about IEG over at Just DeAndre's early in the stream. Yeah. We talked about this very same thing. He said you got to get rid of that to get rid of communism. We discussed that earlier. Yeah.
You got to get rid of, if you really wanted to eliminate communism in the United States, all you have to do is get rid of AIG.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm glad you brought that up. I said, well, damn, I was peeping at what y'all was saying in that stream. I was on that panel too. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. But the insurance, I said, oh shit. Yeah. But they don't tell you that. Yeah,
AIG is a company that switched so many hands. Once was partially owned by China, right?
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, when the British still owned Hong Kong, right? AIG was the biggest insurance provider to Chinese workers that produced microchips.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Slave labor workers. AIG, biggest provider. And then the motherfuckers, this rise in suicide amongst Chinese workers that produce microchips for like IBM, Intel, AMD.
Yeah, RFID chips. Yeah.
Not just RFID chips, like processors, everything from processing for anything from motherfucking walkie-talkie to a goddamn satellite.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And it got so bad to the point where every goddamn building in China that is over 10 stories tall has a goddamn suicide net.
Damn.
Yeah.
It's literally a part of their building code in China. You can't build a goddamn building over 10 stories high without putting the suicide net.
Yeah.
Now, how would you like that, right? How would you like that kind of build like building code, right? Where you want to build your shit from the ground up. It better not be more than, if it's more than 10 feet, better put a suicide net on there. Even if you have a low rate of suicide amongst your workers.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah, I understand that now. Yeah.
As a matter of fact, it's so funny we talk about suicide nets because they're all over Turkey too.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
That's why you see the big ass buildings and they look like curtains and shit. They look like actual drapery around the buildings. Have you ever seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yep.
Yeah,
I remember actually so funny. I was like, man, they just got like, because you know we niggas, right? We were like, they just got straight up fucking curtains, like silk curtains on the building on the outside.
Yeah.
Like those ain't curtains, nigga. Those for motherfuckers that committed suicide.
Yeah.
Oh, but see, we forget Turkey still had slave labor all the way up until 2018.
Right.
Like they just outlawed 2018. Turkey just outlawed fucking slave labor. Okay.
Yeah, no doubt, bro. Hey,
Shadow Games. Yeah.
Hey, I had to chime in on what y'all brothers was saying, man. You was 100% right, bro. Foxconn, they got them suicide nets out there, man. You know, like it's got to be bad. You know, the job is shit, the pay is bad, but goddamn, fuck unemployment. Them motherfuckers can kill themselves before you leave out the building. Like, and they got on the dorm too. They got the dorm hooked up to it. You live where you work. You can never get away from them. You know what I'm saying? And you got to do this shit. They didn't have to put the nets as part of the building code. That's
you know what's funny? You know what's funny, right? Because I remember actually visiting China one time in the mainland, right? Because usually we'd be on like the coast or something. But the one time I got to visit fucking mainland China, motherfucking inner city of Beijing, and I thought it was the same shit. Like, damn, why the fuck all these goddamn nets? I had no idea what the fuck they were for. They got motherfuckers standing on top of the goddamn buildings. You would think to prevent suicide, right? They ain't even there to prevent suicide. In fact, they there to help the motherfucker get out of the goddamn suicide net and tell them to get the fuck back to work.
Right. That's why they put the net there so they can capture your body, bring it back, get you back here, re-education. Like you were saying, if you do it too many times, then you go into the re-education gulag. We ain't gonna let you kill yourself. We're gonna re-education gulag you, and then we might put you in a never-ending prison and your family too.
Look, they abducted Jack Ma over an off-color comment talking about, you know, well, he wasn't even the one that said it. He just like kind of repeated the shit that, you know, supporters of you know, the new Alipay, when Alipay first became a thing, right? And people say, oh, it's truly the age of Ma and all this other shit.
Right now, because I remember that because he was talking shit. Him and Elon Musk had got into it, and I was listening to what Ma was saying, and I was like, okay, I can see kind of like what he was saying. I was hearing Elon go back and forth with him, and I'm listening to Ma. I'm like, man, Ma's saying a lot of shit right now. I don't know exactly what he's saying.
Remember that nigga disappeared? Remember that nigga disappeared for like 7-8 months?
Right.
Yeah.
That nigga comes out of Quinjing. That's where he was, Quinjing prison. If you don't know about Quinjing prison, part of it looks like a fucking like a country club / mental institution where it's got open parts. They condition these motherfuckers so good they don't even got motherfucking gates around. It's like a goddamn country club where they sitting around in a goddamn park with the feng shui going and all of that shit. This nigga comes out of nowhere 8 months later. Nobody knows where his whereabouts is. Comes out of Quinjing prison. And now this nigga's talking like he was just came out of Cobra Commander's clone machine. Hell communism, you know what I mean? Like, hell the party. That nigga was talking a whole lot different.
They put him on that lithium and put him on that damn sodium
drugs.
pentothal.
They drug you.
Waterboarded the fuck out of him.
They don't believe you killing yourself. I mean, that's kind of interesting in a country like that because normally Asian countries, they just don't care. They just get you up out of there, but that's China. Yeah.
Jack Ma got that money though. He still got access to them counts. See, he's a heavy figure we can still use.
This is why they don't want to kill him. They'll recondition him instead of kill him.
Yeah, it's worth more to him alive. He's worth more alive right now than dead.
Yeah.
Up and until he's not.
America don't care. Like if you're dead, you worth more dead than alive. It's the opposite over here. I mean,
up and until the time you are not. That's what I'm saying. Up and until the time you are not.
Yeah, China's smart on that front. Now I understand that concept, but America, we ass backwards. Now, if you're worth more dead than alive, they rather kill you.
Nigga, China, nigga, it like we call in America we call it the system Department of Corrections, right?
Right.
It's actually the Department of motherfucking reinstitutionalization and recidivism. China got the real Department of Education or Department of Corrections.
Right.
Them motherfuckers come out there, hell, all power to the party, all power to the party.
Yeah.
How do you think those stack up to those Saudi and Iraqi and Afghanistan prisons?
That's a different beast. They don't even have prisons. Some of them don't. They just kill you on the spot.
Whatever I'm saying, you steal something, they chop off your hand. You know,
no, they chop off your head too. They don't just chop off your head. Some of them chop off your head.
That's what I'm saying. Like, depending on your crime. Like, you stealing something, okay, we chop off one of your hands. You'll always remember the next time you get ready and steal something.
I don't think it's a crime. They just
gonna
kill you.
They do have prisons. Like the Emirates do have prisons, but I'll tell you this: they're really not too far from, say, a Quinching or a Black Dolphin, though.
Yeah.
But which is what keeps the quote unquote prison, numbers low. Motherfuckers are terrified to look, motherfuckers. Look, hey, you want to go to a goddamn Arab prison, or do you want to get your goddamn arm chopped off? Niggas like, yeah, take this motherfucking arm, nigga.
Some people take the arm and they don't want really their head chopped off. I saw a picture of a Sri Lankan executing a guy. I don't know what crime, and there was a picture online. They kind of took it down, but he was about to get decapitated. It was like prison style, classic old school biblical style. I'm talking about like Eastern type shit.
You don't want to fucking know the Afghanis got a whole
that honor killing shit is real, nigga.
Yeah, but it's the execution. It goes back to the old Mesopotamia. That's what they used to do. They just chop your head off. They said, "Fuck chopping arm. I just wanted him gone, scorch the body, and put his head on the pipe."
We don't want to execute nobody no more because that's politically incorrect.
We weak. I hate saying we weak. If you go back to the old America, we used to do that.
Look at Illinois, right? Look at Illinois. Now, I'm not a proponent for the death penalty, but if a person killing children and raping them, and we got them on tape, and we should not waste tax money on this motherfucker.
Yeah, we should
just get rid of this motherfucker, man. We don't want him in the gene pool. He's a child rapist. Do we need to say more?
Yeah.
If they got him on video doing this shit, he's on video doing it.
Yeah, he's weak. I'm just saying. This country. I'm just saying this country's weak. We need to go back to the days when we did to the mob. They execute them and did it that days. Even during slavery times, it didn't matter what color. Like if you did a crime, they didn't care. But see, a lot of these countries, they old school, man. They go back to their roots. We too busy being weak and fiddling our fingers. Like say, well, fuck it. Let's give them some money. Let's give them a job. And put the clothes on, like Suspicious Sam. There you are, ha ha ha. That shit. I'm like, that's America for you. You can't tell us shit anymore. We're so entitled, man. Like you gotta go back to your upbringing too. That goes back when you're young too. Let's say, oh, I get to do this. That's programming the kids overseas.
Look, I was just talking about Turkey, right? They recently, like 3 years ago, just outlawed slavery in Turkey, right?
Yeah.
You know what? There's a couple of different types of prison. Turkey has probably been on the forefront of the crime fitting the punishment type shit.
Right.
Okay. You say you're a married man. You end up going into debt. You fail to pay them debts. You default. Confiscate your damn wife. Put her in a goddamn prison where she motherfucker got to fuck your debt off. If you're a single man,
you told me that. Oh man,
you're a single man. Same thing. Give your ass a motherfucking vasectomy. Motherfucking doing the same damn thing.
Hey, I bet you they got some results out of that. I bet you.
Yeah, they have to.
A whole new meaning of prison rape. Motherfucking, they literally use those prisons as motherfucking tourist hotspots, nigga.
Yeah, they ain't playing with you out there.
Where some foreign weirdo tourists come to the front desk, motherfucker pay a fee to motherfucker go get some ass, and it be your motherfucking wife, might be the nigga that's in debt himself.
Yeah.
They go take the debt out of you one way or another, basically, what you're saying.
Yeah.
I bet you this. When the motherfucker get out of that bitch, I bet you that nigga won't be going into debt no more. I bet you that nigga, you understand what I'm saying? Afghanis have a whole different system, right? Afghanis got one of the worst. I think I talked about this before. Got one of the worst motherfucking like torture and info / intelligence extraction techniques.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
On the face of the planet.
No
A
shit.
motherfucker get the goddamn talking before the thought even come up. You know what they do? Tie your ass to a post with your motherfucking pants down and your ass just slung over that bitch. They bring out a motherfucking Nubian goat. They kept that motherfucker isolated from the women. The Nubian goat can motherfucking impregnate a flock of 150 female sheep.
Let that motherfucker loose on them.
Let that motherfucker loose on your ass.
That's some dirty ass shit. You gonna talk, motherfucker.
Oh yeah, they do some wild shit like that, and some of them go back to their old Mesopotamian roots. If they have the black in them, they do some barbaric shit too. A lot of those tortures. I mean, we used to do it in Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. I mean, we was brutal, but see, we done got weak and finessed by these weak ass motherfuckers.
No, see what it is that they tell y'all.
They started it up then. They tell y'all
the general public, right?
Waterboarding is nothing. That's like levels.
Yeah, that's nothing. You know, I had no problem with it. You know, I'm just saying, you know.
Oh no, that's like a threat assessment.
I'm okay with that. Okay with that.
Some people require waterboarding. Some people require Nubian goat. There's different. There's levels to this shit.
Yeah, it's levels to. See, that torture, I have no issue with. Even with the thing. Now they put it on a video game in GTA, and I was like, "What the fuck? They put water in the cat."
Oh yeah, Trevor was
that tripped me out, and then pull his teeth out. I mean, if we was doing that shit, I was like, "I'm all right with that."
Waterboarding is the nice shit that's done. They don't even look.
That's nice shit.
Do you know why you? Do you even know why you know about waterboarding? Because see, what America really does, see, they clean the shit up for the American public.
Yeah.
If you
that
see
way
the
they keep the American public
manual, the CIA torture manual, and I'm not gonna say I've seen it, but I'm just gonna say if you were to, and some of the FBI advanced tactics, but let's just say if a person were to see that just the manual, it details. It would make a person who says Chinese water torture is bad blush. I'm talking about you gonna talk, and to the point where you basically gonna die. But now we figured out that okay, killing you is not the best because we still need the information. We kill you during the interrogation, we don't get nothing. So even if you die after we get the damn shit, we don't care. But we still need to get the information. So how do we do it? Sodium pentothal works great. A lot of them on some rookie motherfuckers.
Look, they don't even need sodium pentothal, right? They don't even need the sodium shit, right? Let's explain why. Because whenever you heard this shit in the mainstream media about how torture doesn't give exactly accurate intelligence, see, they clean that shit up for the American public, right?
Right.
Nigga, torture is the only thing that gives you reliable intel.
If a motherfucker can result into torture, and he can go through this whole torture experiment and not give up the shit, is not the average. The average person torturing them, they're going to give up the damn information. They're going to give it up.
Yeah.
But like, if waterboarding yields ineffective, there's another motherfucking technique, right? They put them in a goddamn cage, dog kennel, about motherfucking size, literally like a 3x3, where they ain't got no choice but to stand up in it, right? They use a winch to drop that motherfucker down into a fucking pool. It's 12 feet fucking deep. drop it all the way down to the damn ground. Pull it up slowly. They pull it up and leave just about a little corner. A little corner. That motherfucker can suck for air.
Oh yeah.
Meanwhile,
Oh yeah.
they
I've
can
seen
get
shit
the
like
food.
that. Yeah.
Yo, the shit is real.
Yeah.
I've seen motherfuckers break where motherfuckers sit there, deaf to America. You're all animals, infidel. By the time they been dunked about motherfucking 7, 8 times, motherfuckers come out talking about the love
Yeah.
America.
Yeah. Yeah. I figured that. Yeah. Oof. Damn. That's what they get. It's tough to America. And then, like you said, talk about that one. But you can't say that in North Korea. They kill your ass.
They got ones worse than that where they dump, like literally fucking open cesspools of motherfucking sewage.
Yeah,
Right
like that Saudi shit, nigga was telling me about that shit, man. One of their techniques. And it was like they make you eat excrement. They get you so like twerked out. They start by putting a little bit in your food.
That's what they do. I mean, the Saudis don't play.
Until the point where they feeding you a shit sandwich.
That's what they do. Yeah. They got a bunch of techniques.
Craziness, like crazy shit.
Well, I'll tell you that those are mild. Those are mild, right?
Yeah, they mild. Yeah.
Like you know what I'm saying? That's the Saudis, right?
Look,
that's what they do. Yeah.
The motherfucking Pakistanis, right? You think they're all motherfucking pristine, all that other shit, right?
Right.
Pakistan is one of America's allies, though, right?
Allegedly.
Supposedly. Now, just imagine being put in a mobile fucking dog kennel, mobile jail cell that is modular, that they can fucking stack it up on the outside, right? Outside, they'll stack these motherfuckers up.
Yeah, like cargo containers.
Right? And they motherfucking they have games where they fucking take bets on how long a motherfucker will last before they begin eating their own excrement.
They got bets on that shit.
They're betting money on this motherfucker's torture. How long it's gonna take.
Yeah, man.
They take a motherfucker out of a goddamn cage. They all sitting outside, sun baking them, right? Gets real hot in the daytime, real cold at night. Take one of the motherfuckers out the cage, cut a goddamn limb off, throw that motherfucking limb into another motherfucking detainee's cage, and take bets on how long it will take before a motherfucker start eating that bitch.
Yeah, they ain't playing.
Look, the motherfucker whose leg is cut off, that's the motherfucker they want information from. They say if you don't want another one of these motherfuckers to eat your other leg, look, I'm gonna tell you this. Motherfuckers get the motherfucker talking real quick. Especially if they're a detainee, and they see that motherfucker get his leg cut off, fed to the goddamn other detainee. They don't want to be that nigga. They don't want to be the nigga that's getting his leg cut off or the motherfucker that's eating the leg. You hear me? Them motherfucking detainees, I'm telling you, man, look, them motherfuckers, they start running their mouth like they was on the first 48.
Man, you know the people, man, being tortured, and then they you know, that guy, you know, he's gonna be tortured, and he's probably gonna be tortured to death with the rest of them. But somebody might get out, not many. And the ones that talk, most of them will. They might die after, but some might not. But if you don't be, it might be a worse fate than if you were. But you know, when you talk about a person doing a so heinous act that we have to hide you and torture you to figure out where the next act finna get ready and happen, that's called national defense. So I am full in with that. Now, when the people start getting that and using it against people in your own country, you better watch out. But as far as national defense, what it's supposed to be all about, hell yeah. You know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers planning shit in here. We don't know where he got, but we know for sure through the people we done seen, he done brought in X amount of this, X amount of that. We don't know where it's at. Somebody might be in our agency that allowed this shit to get away. So in the spy thing, like you was talking about how that shit was, but the 007, that shit ain't no spy shit. You right. Like real spy, like that's the shit that be, it be somebody in your mix.
Yeah, it'd be in your own little group. That happens every day in stealth tactics. That's usually the way it is, man. Yeah.
Real talk.
And I'll put it this way, right? You look at a lot of leaders of the Arabic nations, right, that are non-UAE, but let's just say OPEC members. A lot of them motherfuckers that lead those nations are nothing more than Israelis with Arabic sounding names. If you really want to keep it 100.
Facts. Yeah. Yeah, I believe that. That's true. It's a
That's
lot
why
of them.
Israel is able to exert. That's why Israel is able to exert the authority and influence that it does in the region.
Yeah.
Because if you want to talk about, there's two of the fucking coldest intelligence apparatus in the goddamn world. One is in Israel, and the other one is in Canada.
Yeah. You talking about the Mossad, and I forget the Canada, their little agency. I forget theirs.
Yeah, that Mossad, they crazy the motherfucker. They gonna get that information. Boy.
Mossads love the torture. That's the whole thing. But you know what they lack is they don't have our military presence. They use our military as like proxy to get Afghanis, Pakistanis anytime, or what's called Hezbollah. Yeah, they be bombing the hell out of them. I mean, they don't even the worst thing they don't want to do is piss off Iran. So they need us and a mix of British and Canadian military to hold them down. Even I hate to say Russia don't even want to interfere. They just laughing right now.
Putin they don't. You see that shit? You see they ain't like they in Syria fucking around, but they ain't coming down there to that motherfucking West Bank. They ain't going down there fucking with that
Russia
shit.
Russia is not that dumb because they know they don't have what we have, you know, because America's crazy. You know, nigga, don't underestimate nigga. But even Putin tell you, don't leave that nigga alone, man.
Yeah, but look, we gave them the F-22s, so they got that tech. We ain't supposed
it's
to
business,
be
man.
To nobody.
It's business,
Yeah,
you know, and Israel's smart. Like I agree with Cerulean saying, yeah, they be torturing dudes over there. They be torturing them Palestinian kids all day long in West Bank. That's easy.
Man, look, Israeli, some of the fucking worst offenders of war crimes.
There's no oversight. No oversight.
It's our fault. But hey, we allow it. We said, well, fuck it. We don't care. Just like Saudi Arabia. It's those are the two. We no oversight. If you want to talk about torture, I mean, they go beyond the shit. I'm talking about they do the same thing too. It's just you gotta catch them. But the thing is, the media is gonna be biased. Now, in other countries, they normally do torture.
How many of y'all have ever heard of a chemical called white phosphorus?
Yeah, I've heard of that. I heard of it.
Man. Now, white phosphorus is so dangerous and volatile that the Geneva Convention literally like outlawed it to be used.
We can't have phosphorus grenades no more.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I remember them. They get rid of those grenades.
Cluster bombs too. They supposed to have been got rid of them hoes with the cluster bombs, the CBU munition.
Yeah.
Well, do you know what happened to all of America's fucking white phosphorus at the end of World War II when they outlawed it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, when Israel was set up as a goddamn state.
Yeah, in the 40s. Yeah.
That's where all of our access, you know, the things that was banned for, you know, according to the Geneva Code, right? Where do you think it went? It didn't fucking just disappear. They didn't destroy that shit. It would have cost more to destroy the shit than to ship it over there.
Exactly. Yeah. That shit is toxic as fuck.
And they still use that over there. And plus, I tell you, the guns they give us to give criminals. You know that Uzi, by that Uzi Gall guy, he gave us his submachine gun and his Desert fucking Eagle. And the reason they came from Israel, because I guess they gave it to the military. Here you go. That's for your target price. You know those gun shows they be having, them rednecks be shooting them, love them damn things I be seeing on YouTube. And said they don't even realize that came from Israel by that military guy. He created both of them. and they're popular
Yeah,
today,
the
along with the
Uzi,
the
Uzi
Uzi
is
and the
it's not
Desert
German
Eagle.
no
They're
more. I'm saying
popular.
it's Israeli.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Uzi
And a
Gal.
new gun they got for the American government. Remember they had the one which
Yeah, but
field combat field soldiers, the one that was
I'm
they could see
saying the
around the
Uzi.
corners.
Yeah, Uzi and that Desert Eagle came from Israel, and the reason they gave him that is because Israel got tired of making them because of that guy, and I forget he passed away years ago, and that was his guns that he created in his manufacturer. Right now, peep this: the guy that made that AK-47 as well. You know, why you think a lot of those criminals get those guns and they forget they come from foreign countries? Yeah.
The AK-47 is made by a man named Kalishnikov.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. And that's popular to this day in competition. And then even the Desert Eagle and the Uzi from Israeli, those guns are popular. Everybody uses them. And it's sad that everybody likes those high powerful assault shotguns now instead of the AK, you know, the AA-12s that we got. Yeah, we got some dangerous shit too. Competing with that.
AA-12 is nice.
Like, let's just take Sig Sauer. Sig Sauer, that's an Israeli company.
Yeah, that another one. Yeah.
Heckler. Well, actually, Heckler and Koch would be
German.
With German. Yeah. Sig Sauer is actually a Swiss company, but they're made in Israel.
Yeah, they made in Israel. Yeah, the Swiss got a lot of those good guns. We'll see. Switzerland's a
they
neutral.
Got some good banks too.
Yeah, they're a neutral country. That goes back. There's a video game I used to play, which called Witcher 3. You know that Kovir Povis is based off of Switzerland. Because there was a country, I forget their culture. Yeah, it's based on Switzerland, neutral. They used to be poor a long time ago before that country was called Switzerland. And that's why they got all those rich banks. And that's basically a true story. The guy that made the Witcher stories, it's different from the video game, but what they did was they took his stories, right? And that story of what you called Kovir Povis, that's based off of Switzerland in real life, you know. And what they did was those people were poor, but eventually got rich. And they said how they got rich. They didn't want no qualms with everybody. That's why they so private and shit.
That's why
it's kind of like, you know, Israel tries to be like them so bad, but they can't because it's a garrison state. You know, according to BGS, yeah, it is a state, and you know, it's a part of the U.S. I hate to say it, like if things happen, you go over there. You know, they got houses for certain, you know, American soldiers. Now, Trump tried to build a fucking building that's 5 feet tall. You know what they told him? 3 feet. Not no fucking 5 feet. They told him, you better not. And he did it anyway. But eventually they're going to knock that shit down. They trust that. Trump, you better not do that again. This is when he was president. He was going to do that. He was going to build his own building in Eastern Jerusalem, like a 5 foot tall building. The requirement over there is 3 foot. And they don't want you to have a 5 foot tall building. You know why? Because they watch other countries that, you know, the suicides and all that. They say, can't have that. Yeah, they strict over there in Israel too.
Yeah,
that's all they do is kill. They always all they do is kill Palestinians all day. I mean, it's nothing press about that.
Well, what you were saying with a garrison state, it makes sense because if you're rocking a garrison state and you got some other people land and you holding on to it and you torturing the hell out of their people, and it's generations of the torture at this point, and you would have to be garrison because you know you need sentries, you need everything you can get because you're surrounded by enemies.
And the sad part about it is they can't enforce war because they need our help. Like I say, the Army, a little bit of Marines, and I don't want to say the Navy because the Navy kind of back off.
Look, if Mossad, they like CIA, they like with them, right? They can make shit move. They don't need the full
policy. Yeah, they policies. You know, well, actually, they got
they show up and everybody from every. Well, you get some of them motherfuckers could show up, and now they go and cross all kind of fucking
you know why it's that
and shit. And you like why? And they like and they agency people come.
Yeah. Do you know why they use?
This is what Israel does.
Right? Go ahead.
This is what literally this is what Israel does every single time, right? They go to some fucking country when they're not fucking terrorizing the Palestinians. And don't get me wrong, I got plenty of shit to say about the Palestinians because they like they too much better.
Oh, they ain't better either. Yeah, I agree with you right there. Yeah, so true.
Like I'll put it this way: Palestinians persecuted in Palestine by Israelis, right?
Right.
Let you be a motherfucking nigga from the diaspora, whether you be American, African, Nigerian, motherfucking. I remember the South Sudanese. I remember being part of what they called the humanitarian efforts in South Sudan. Whenever we were quelling the Darfur conflict, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Humanitarian. Hey, biggest war criminals on the motherfucking planet. Who's over there? Israeli.
Yep.
Israeli. Regularly, we got motherfuckers reporting that Israel is committing acts of war, like war crimes.
Calling South Africa, yeah.
Not only just using white phosphorus, but literally using modified fucking white phosphorus deployment weapons on these fucking South Sudanese motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Okay? And literally, the only reason why America entered into Darfur is because Israel was over there committing war crimes.
Yeah.
Wouldn't even been there. And even though the fucking conflict started behind some fucking shit with France,
yeah,
which is why America was so hesitant to even go in there.
Yeah,
because France was the quote-unquote ally.
Yeah,
You know, I noticed you were saying something about that earlier. You had said about they had just like wanted to like outlaw the slavery thing just recently, right? And in Mississippi, if you go back and look, there's a law on the books where it was just recent, like before they changed the flag again. They've been trying to change the flag for so long.
Mississippi's a mess. Yeah,
but look, when I used to live there, they was trying to change the flag, and
you
now
see
they got the flag
last year. It's ugly, man.
Yeah,
ugly.
yeah, it's crazy, man. But look, I would just put a magnolia flower and some alligators and a catfish on that motherfucker and some cotton on the bottom. That's what I would put. But look, that's about what it is. Look here, but what I'm saying is, man, they just outlawed slavery in Mississippi within the last 10 years. I can't remember what year it was, but it's 2021 now. But it was like a big thing. It was like Mississippi just outlawed slavery. And it was like, I'm like, hold on.
You said 10 years?
Dog, it was recent, bro. Like they had, because it was right before they changed the flag and shit. They finally got it going now.
Oh, it was last year then. Yeah.
They had to go. It was a bill that was still on the state constitution, on the state books, that slavery was technically, and it still is technically for farm workers anyway, because it is illegal for the state of Mississippi to pay a farm worker overtime. That's in the Constitution. So if you go to work for a place 7 to 7, it's illegal for the state, for the company to pay you overtime. That's slavery right then and there.
Well, overtime?
Yeah, man. In the state thing, a farm worker cannot make overtime wages illegal. They'll charge your boss money if he do. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, I'm telling you, they had to, and I don't know, that law might actually still be on the books, to be honest with you. It needs to be changed. But our government is so corrupt, I don't think it ever will, but maybe awareness will help. But yeah, and they just had outlawed the actual shit. They just had to outlaw it. It was like slavery still was legal on their books. And it was some Democrats and some moderates that was like, yeah, they had to vote on it because it was like, yeah, how did we forget this bill? Yeah, right. How'd you forget it?
A lot of it's ego, man. In politics, you got a lot of derelicts in politics too. That's why it ain't shit. And that's why people kind of hate the country too. It's like a 50-50 split. I mean, the military is probably the most at the most sense, but the reason they don't want to speak out against it is kind of like you're betraying your country in a way, but they don't do no violent acts like China. If you say something bad, they put your ass in prison. See, here we too.
Bro,
nice.
you can't even do that in Jamaica. My people from Jamaica. You go out there and start making some statements like, you know, you got your own shit and you know these other people in power, you will come up missing, bro, and it's just what it is.
Yeah, that's just Jamaica though. That's how they was set up, you know. But those they actually use yardies on you, believe it or not. I've seen that in certain instances. So yeah. Yeah, I have Jamaicans tell me all the time. That ain't nothing new. But here we
Right.
just so ass backwards, man. It ain't even fun. That's why a lot of people don't take us seriously, and it's so easy to hurt ourselves within. Like Jerome brought up the Chicago numbers the last time we did a stream, about 40,000 and died, and the soldiers is actually safe. It has less than that. That just lets you know where we at. And Mike said we ain't gonna last for 300 years. I heard Mike V told me that on this panel. Well, Mike, if we do and change our fucking ways, we can be like Rome for 1,000 years if we want to. Well, we're
Right.
so damn hard headed,
Look,
but like
let me
I
tell you,
said, man.
let me tell you something, right? And see, why I always use the military as the backbone of the initiative, and Charles would agree,
Right.
right? Don't you know there's a fucking federal initiative in order to increase the numbers of specifically black soldiers right now? And every single year, United States Army, Navy, Marine Corps, even the Air Force misses its numbers. Okay? They're not missing the numbers whenever it comes to female recruitment. They're not missing the numbers when it comes to Latino female recruitment. They're not missing the numbers when it comes to fucking foreign national recruitment.
And unknowns recruitment.
And unknowns. You ever heard the phrase, there are no unknown unknowns?
The most known unknowns.
Right.
It's true. There are no unknown unknowns.
Yeah.
Because even though that, motherfucker can sit there and say that they can say they're a motherfucking a goddamn Volkswagen trapped in the body of a man, I'm gonna tell you this: the military still gonna say, "What does your birth certificate say?" Because that's what they're gonna go by.
Yeah.
But because of the federal mandate that says, "Hey, you gotta list them by the gender or whatever pronoun that they identify with,"
right?
It's on Army, Navy, Marine Corps, etc. They just place it in the fucking slot of unknown. And you know what that does? All it really does is fucking mitigate, or I wouldn't even say mitigate, it skews the data to the point where it offsets what would be the actual numbers.
Yeah.
Which is the dumbest shit ever. Which is why I was saying, like, the more people you have, more people that look like you that you have in the institution, the less instances of, say, racism. As a matter of fact, this is universally true of what I've seen over my time in the military, that it was always the black soldiers, not the motherfucking white ones, not the Latino ones, not the fucking Asian ones. All of those other groups, they try to toe the fucking line to the whites. Always the black ones. They have the fucking courage to stand up against the fucking institution that has been universally aligned against it. Okay? And that is one of the primary reasons why you don't see a lot of blacks in leadership. As a matter of fact, let's look at our brother Lloyd Austin.
Yeah.
Right? Respected by his peers. A real American fucking hero, if there ever was one, other than Colin Powell, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pit of snakes. A motherfucking Republican, conservative-leaning Senate. Hesitant to confirm him. Need all of this excess shit. They tried to get the motherfucking white boy, and the white boy said, "There's no better motherfucking man for the job." This is what his peers are saying. While you got niggas running around here, like, nigga, it's because motherfuckers don't really have any faith in themselves, don't really have any pride in themselves. You think it's the white man shit because you don't see yourself as a part of the shit. I remember going back and forth with Tags, right?
Mm-hmm.
I said, I find it interesting that you would call the military the white man's, right? But you never refer to that money in your pocket as the white man's.
There you go.
You never refer to that taxes that you pay to the government as the white man that he thinks he's entitled to. Never hear you referring to that job at whatever fucking job you working at as the white man's. I never heard one of these niggas refer to that fucking prison system as the white man's. But see, a lot of niggas have been in prison. Hell, I know plenty of niggas have been in prison, and never once have I heard any of them refer to that shit as a white man's.
Because, Cerulean, the society that we live in today is upside down, inside out. They don't know left from right and right from left, up from down. They don't know forward from backwards. This is why that way of thinking exists. I'm gonna tell you straightforward. Anything positive now, for the most part, is viewed as a negative. And you say, hey, why don't you give 3 years to the military? I ain't fucking with that white man. I ain't going over there to die for the white man. But you will gladly commit a crime and do 36 months in lockup.
In that white man's prison.
In that white man's prison.
And you ain't getting no benefits off of that. And the recidivism,
Nothing.
like you saying, Cerulean, the recidivism, it's like a recidivist. That's like criminal university. It's criminal university in the jailhouse in America. It's not reconditioning. It's not helping you. You know what I'm saying? To me, you feel me? I mean, think about it. We say we got the Department of Corrections. I call it a deviation of some correction because it's nothing like that. I make the claim that it's a criminal university, right?
Well, of course it is.
Run by gangs, run by cartel, run by corrupt politicians as well, run by, color and race.
But Pete, it's not only you going into that white man's prison, right?
Right.
But that white man is motherfucking leasing your ass out to the motherfucking highest bidder. Like what they call it, the convict leasing program.
Right.
Yeah, well, you just make the shit, okay, in Texas, how they do, you'll be in, it's called prison industries, PI, right? So prison industry, you making belts for this person, you might be making belts for Levi's, you making, all kind of shit, man. That you used to say as a joke back in the day about the license plates. Yeah, they do the license plate, but they're doing a lot more than that. I haven't seen prisons selling food. Like you is gonna be every night, and you getting paid what 5-10 cents an hour, right? Is that not slavery right there?
Look, let's just take California. Wildfires happening in California. Convict leasing. There are motherfuckers out there fighting the goddamn wildfires in California.
Yeah. I was seeing that with the Kamala Harris when she had sent them boys out there.
But you'll go and do that instead of, going to, say, the Navy, where every fucking sailor is really a firefighter.
Exactly. You have to be a firefighter. You own the ship. If it go down, we all die. Damage control.
And coming out of that institution, right? 3 years, and becoming a goddamn either a firefighter, an EMT, an ERT, right? Emergency room technician, emergency medical technician.
EMT.
The motherfuckers drive the ambulance.
Because Cerulean, it's in our work. I won't say it's innate, but I'll say that it is certain demographics of our culture that does not see the flip side of that. It's called the path of least resistance, right? Okay.
Right.
What you will have is you will have lazy motherfuckers who do not want to accept responsibility. So it's easy to go out here, rob, steal, kill, take from somebody else to suit your own needs instead of doing it for yourself, right? You tell me right now,
Right.
a job, and this is what I used to do when I used to go to these schools as an Army recruiter, right? I used to ask young men, I said, okay, you tell me right now where you can find a job right now out here in the civilian sector that's going to pay you $24,000 a year upon completion of basic training in AIT. You're going to get paid a salary of $24,000 a year. You're going to get 30 days paid vacation. You're going to get plus actually like 56 days once you count all the federal holidays. You're going to get 56 off days, not counting your weekends, just 56 paid holidays. That ain't counting every weekend that you're off, right? Right? Then you're going to get free medical, free dental for you
don't forget,
and
General,
your
don't
family.
forget, you're forgetting one part, General. Those days accumulate if you don't use them for 1 year.
Right. Those
You can
days
keep
accumulate if you don't use them for a whole year. Now,
and
you
spousal
tell me
support
where
and family support.
you tell me where you're gonna get all of that from. You tell me.
I'll tell you this. There ain't never been a motherfucking job in the civilian sector, not even the goddamn post office, that's been able to offer them kind of benefits.
I want to know.
Now I would
I want to
say
know.
if you
But
get in
see,
there with them
we got to
oil
pass
boys
this
and them
resistance.
contractors, you get in there with them oil boys and them contractors and them plumbers and them motherfucking them divers and shit, and anybody that's dealing with oil, because they do a dangerous job, and then being on rig. I've seen they take care of their damn people because they per diem so damn high.
Yeah, but I don't disagree with you there. But here's the issue with that, right? On those oil industries, job 70, 80, 90, $100,000 a year, guess what you don't get to do? You might be out offshore for 3-4 months at a time, which is okay. That's a good trade-off, okay? You might have to live out in the middle of an oil town way down in the southern part of Texas where they shit there. The reason why I know is because I volunteer with a program that assists young men and young women, and a lot of these oil companies will come and they'll say, okay, he's a troubled young man, troubled young lady. We need nurses. And I tell the story all the time. We sent 76 motherfuckers out there, young men and young women, from age 18 through 24. Right. 76. Recruiter came down. Hey, we'll take them. We're going to give them on-the-job training. You're going to learn how to, you get your CDL license. If you're a female or male, you get your nursing license. We'll pay for the education and everything. Only 12 out of 76 motherfuckers stayed. 12. 12. 12 motherfuckers.
What 7th?
Listen, I had one motherfucking female. She was going to college and, she had a baby or whatnot. And then, she got into some trouble, check fraud, shit like that. Right?
Of course.
So the guy said, hey, she's a prime candidate. She got, a year and a half or so of college and she wants to be a nurse. And we got a nurses program that we could get her, fast track her into. Right? And they sat down and explained the shit to her and told us that, hey, after you do, you get your 90 days there, then you do, because you got to do your 90 days to vet you and all that shit. We're going to pay you on the job training.
Yeah, OJT, right. Probationary, we got probationary.
Do you know?
30 days.
Do you? Hold on. Do you know that this motherfucker stayed down there not even 90 days, bro? She didn't even stay down there 62 days before she was back. And we looking around like, why are you here? What happened? You know what this motherfucker said? This young lady said? There was no place for me. There was no place
for me to get my hair and my nails done, and it wasn't nothing to do down there. And I'm thinking to myself, bitch,
You making money.
You were working the goddamn drive-through window at Taco Bell on Section 8, trying to motherfucking wanting to go to school, or so you said. You got a child. You had a chance to get free education and get paid while you going to school. You only had to commit to a 2-year contract to get that done. Because it's contractual obligations.
And you got to fulfill your
only
contract.
had to commit to. You only had to work for that company for 2 years. They were going to set you up to get your LPN, your RN, for you to become a nurse. You do your 2 years down there. You off and running. You in the game. Because it was no place for you to get your damn lace front and your weave done. You left because there was no place for you to get your hair and your nails and toes done. You gave up a possible job after 2 years where you could make $80,000 after 2 years being down. You gave that up.
Shit, at that kind of price of money, shit, she could have just basically flew her fucking personal stylist out there. Well, you making that kind of money. You making money. The job more important. You gonna put it down. You might not get that job again because if you get fast track, it's the reason they call it fast track. Because a person that might be within the organization, and you was talking about that earlier about the hiring from within part, how they should be doing it because of the demographic, and especially for black men. And I had a young brother, man, my little godson, and he went to the Navy, man. I thought he was gonna be a fuck up. I ain't gonna lie. His mom and them was taking him through it. And I said, man, go to the military. I told him, you feel me? He told me that the people was coming in there. Now he young. Now he probably like 23, 24 now. And he told me when he went to basic and then he got his job and shit, and he was ready. Like they had him out there. I think he was in like Virginia Beach, Newport News, somewhere out there. And he was like, hey man, you know, I've seen a lot. Was this when you was going through basic? Did you ever see people wash out and they was going to be different sexes and using the damn military disability thing and saying they're going to be a different sex, mental disability, and then the military pay for their shit and then they don't even come back? I said, nah, I never seen that at all, little brother. He said, man, bro, I done seen like 6 or 7 people just out my class do that shit. And I was like, and then they come back? He was like, hell no. Like he said they was using their shit to get the surgery. Unknowns was going to do that, like unknown surgery, unknown or whatever. And they wasn't even coming back, and we was paying for that. And he felt sounded slighted because he was like, that's some bullshit.
Because even though, so Pete, right? So even though the military has allowed, say, transgenders, et cetera, because it used to be don't ask, don't tell, right? And they lifted that policy and said, okay, it's okay for, say, transgenders to join the military, right? Do you know why that surgery is even encouraged? Like that surgery is actually encouraged. The gender reassignment shit. That's why a lot of them try to join so they can, because they'll do it. They'll literally.
Hey, look at Chelsea Manning.
Yeah.
You see what happened to that motherfucker right there? But see, that's what I'm talking about, the torture.
Yeah, but
the torture.
Formerly known as Bradley Manning, but yeah, that's a whole nother.
Yeah, formerly known. Yeah.
So the military will no longer pay for post-op surgeries to do gender reassignments.
Right.
They no longer will do it because now they say you can serve openly.
But even still, they have not been allowed to goddamn transgender in a goddamn female goddamn barracks. Period.
Exactly, bro.
Well,
that's some bullshit.
I'm telling you because I'm right now on a military installation. I deal with this shit every day. So that's the problem that the Army has because you got these transgender people coming in here, both male and female. We got females that are saying, I'm a dude. I had a female stand in front of me with a boy cut haircut and titties smashed down, and I was looking at the motherfucker like something don't look right. And I said, okay, but her paperwork says female. No, I'm telling you, her paperwork says female. So I assigned her to a female's room, and then she said she came back. She went up to her room. She came back. She said, I can't live in there. And I said, why? She said, this is what she or it, however you want to classify. She said, because I'm a man. And I said, no, you're not. I said, your paperwork says female. She says, no. She says, I'm alternative. I said, oh, okay, I get it. I said, well, alternative or not, the guidelines state that you are a female. Your paperwork says female. You get assigned to a female room. Do you know that this bitch the next day, she didn't stay in the room. She went to a hotel. The next day, this bitch went and told the commander and said, I tried to force her to go into a female's room when she's a male. Yeah. I've had male soldiers to do the same thing. I'm not living in that room. And I said, what do you mean you're not living in that room? Cause and I'm like, you a what? I said, your paperwork says motherfucking you a male. This is what it says on your orders. It does not say that you are fucking transgender, transsexual, whatever the fuck. You are a boy. Man, you're going into a
They don't want to hear
room.
that. He said, I am a boy. You are a boy. They don't want to hear that. That's how you get them.
Look, they not about to be putting no goddamn transgender females in no goddamn female barracks or birthings or any of that. No, it's not gonna happen.
Right.
That's why early
Thank
on,
God for the military.
That's why when Obama first said the shit, you had both fucking transgenders like trying to join because they thought they was gonna get the surgery because some of the motherfuckers was, and a lot of them end up getting medical or general discharge.
And plus, what they do, birth statistics and ID, they can change their gender now. Like, oh man, that's crazy. You know, I think Kuda said some of that on his panel. I said, Kuda, that's hard to do. I mean, you can get away for a certain state so long until the DNA, birth certificates or your license, they can check that. Yeah, you can change it on your actual, but you can't change DNA. You just can't. They'll do a blood sample on you. Trust me, they got this technology. The military ain't gonna tolerate. I got you.
You can get your dick and balls chopped, snipped all you want, but you still don't have that Y chromosome.
Yeah, exactly. It's your body. Yeah, I have yet to see small feet surgeries, hands, and certain part of the male anatomy to your middle part of your body. It's changed. It's not gonna happen. Yeah, what she said, can you have a criminal history and join the military? That's a question for you.
Yes, it depends on how.
Okay.
It depends on how severe, right? And what the sentence was, the condition, all like severity matters.
Right.
There's a lot of brothers that I was deployed with that shit. If they didn't fucking join, they would have been spending that time in jail or more. As a matter of fact, there's a famous motherfucker. I wouldn't even say a famous. It's a bit of a. I would say he's basically a bit of, let's say, an amateur type nigga. As a matter of fact, going back and forth with Chief Say Sleep right now. Yeah, what you want to do? You want to do the jail time, which is going to be a lot, or go into the military. Motherfucker, choose the military real quick.
Oh, I can't answer that, Trinity. Yeah, tell that to your gender. I ask myself every day. I see it a lot in this state and out of state sometimes.
You know why they want? You know why you got these fucking weird chicks talking about they want to be a boy? Because they assume there's some kind of special privilege that men have.
Right.
they assume that life as a man is somehow easier than life as a woman.
Yeah. Yeah, they exist, Ricardo. Yeah. But they want attention too. A lot of this is attention, you know. I don't believe that. Oh, I'm bored. No, you just follow
Look,
a lifestyle.
Ain't none of that shit real. I'm talking about there was a policy that Japan had, right? Years ago.
Yeah, you told me that. Was it the other night? Yeah.
Look, look, the prime minister and even both the upper and lower houses, one time they fucking unified in a goddamn decision in Japan, right?
Mm-hmm.
They say, okay, we'll let you be transgender, but if you want to change your sex, you will have no choice but to take the gender reassignment surgery. So you get your shit chopped off, and then we'll put female on your births, on your paperwork, right?
Right.
And it was a matter of fact, there was a famous artist or actor, Japanese actor, that literally came out and tried to get the UN involved on some kind of human rights violation because Japan said, "Look, hey, we don't." And Japan said basically, we don't have a problem with transgenders. We don't have a problem with a man identifying as a woman, under the condition that he gets his shit chopped off.
Mm.
It's like, if you want to be a woman, women don't have those things. Ergo, you want to be a woman, it's just fine. But in order to be one, you got to get that chopped off. You see a whole lot of the motherfuckers. You see a whole lot of the motherfuckers trying to hold on to their dick, though.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's such a saying. Like, nobody ever accuses the LGBTQ. Stop acting like a goddamn victim, right?
Right.
You're not persecuting in society. Nobody will even know your goddamn gender, your fucking gender orientation, your sexual orientation, unless you told the motherfucker anyway. So if you don't want to be persecuted, made fun of, just shut the fuck up while you operate in this society. Right? Shit happened in Japan. Fucking kind of a gay like a gay LGBT victimhood movement. It was small. It was quickly put down. Where fucking Japanese LGBTs complaining and crying about being oppressed in Japan. Now, what was happening? You had known grown-ass motherfucking men, right? Known grown men, walking around dressed as females, with their dicks still attached, walking into female bathrooms. Had cases in Japan. Now, those that know about the culture of Japan, they know that there's a fucking huge fucking pervert kind of thing in the underbelly of Japan, right? And men, known perverts, dress as girls, go into girls' bathrooms to get fucking upskirt pictures of women using the goddamn women's bathroom. And what would happen was, when they get found out about it, Japanese police come in that motherfucker, drag the motherfuckers out, damn near beat them within the inch of their fucking life, and haul them off the jail. Yeah. And that's the thing that they're calling abuse and violence against LGBTs. While they get caught in the act of doing some fuck shit.
Mm-hmm. Hell, they need
had another case. Matter of fact, I remember Dre could tell you about this. I can't remember how long ago it was, where he had a Japanese dude, grown ass man, beard and all, call himself identified as a fucking woman, going into a fucking restroom and raping a little girl.
Yeah.
Okay? Once again, Japanese police, they find out. Japanese police find out. Fucking catch him just after he's fucking performed the motherfucking act. and this is what's crazy about Japan is that you had standard bys that was there
Mm-hmm.
that would call the police, but wouldn't actively get involved to fucking stop the motherfucker.
Mm.
Police get there, drag the motherfucker out, beat his ass within the inch of his life, put him in motherfucking cuffs. Nigga goes to jail bleeding, no medical attention. Right? He needs medical attention, but the judge literally basically says, well, you don't get medical attention because you knowingly harmed, raped, committed an atrocious act against a child. So what makes you think this, literally, this is real shit. What makes you think the state should expend its motherfucking money to give you medical attention?
Mm-hmm.
When the motherfucker you inflicted that trauma on needs the medical attention more. Then he fucking set the next hearing for a motherfucking trial date. Some motherfucking gearing some change off.
Right.
This motherfucking jail. Okay? And that's what happens with a lot of motherfuckers, man. And that's what they're calling abuse.
Shit. I love Japan's little laws, man. Hell, that's my type of country, you know. Yeah, you better whoop their ass. I can't stand them trans, man. Them trims. But you know, no hate, but I just can't stand when they try to play victim over here. I'm like, that's what they get. You know, Japan need to whoop their ass. Don't bring that shit to my country. Dre will tell me about it sometime on another stream. I know he will. You know, he always tells stories about Japan.
Yeah, it was the funniest shit ever. It was big news. They tried to have a movement. Oh, we're being persecuted because we're LGBTQ. Yeah. You're being prosecuted under the law for getting caught in the midst of doing some fuck shit. What you ain't got no business doing.
There you go.
Right.
There you go.
And then the parliament of Japan is literally united in saying, okay, we will allow LGBT under the condition, if you want to identify as a fucking female and you're a male, you must, absolutely must, mandatory, obligatory, get your goddamn penis chop snip, dude.
And look, and that makes sense because now if you got a prison, right, and you got a jail, and that person got on their license Foxtrot, and then they go up in there, but then when they get to mixing around, they have to now give, in California, which is crazy, they're giving the female inmates male use condoms because one of the unknowns unknowingly, allegedly got another inmate pregnant inside the pod.
Which defeats the whole fucking purpose of even putting the motherfucker in prison to begin with, right?
Exactly.
Right. Yeah, very defeats the purpose. Yeah.
Because the whole idea
I didn't understand that. How would you give them condoms? I thought, from my understanding, sex in jail is illegal anyway, right?
Look, let me tell you something, right? And see, a motherfucker. Look, a motherfucker.
Who's gonna take care of that baby, Cerulean? Let's get to the real brass tacks. Who's taking care of the tranny's baby in jail with the woman who's having sex with the tranny in the pods, baby? Are you going to pay those tax dollars?
Look, man, look. If you really want to keep it 100, and motherfucking Cali weirdo, right? That Holly weird lifestyle shit. Motherfucker don't want to really, be isolated from the world. So you got a lot of motherfuckers that claim to be LGBTQ and really not, just so they can get up in the goddamn jail with motherfucking females so they have open access to some ass.
Right. That's all it is.
Which is why you stick to what the fucking gender on the birth certificate say.
Right.
And keep the goddamn that system of separating males and females same way. Otherwise, it defeats the fucking purpose of sending them to jail. Otherwise, what you do is you build another fucking prison specifically for unknowns,
Exactly.
and they can all collectivize in that motherfucker.
Right.
But let's just be real. We know damn well there's why a lot of these niggas ain't really no motherfucking LGBTQ, because the motherfucking transgender female ain't trying to be in a prison with no other transgender female, because they really want some pussy. That's how you know that the whole shit is just a fucking bunch of bullshit.
This shit is like, if you would have thought this back in the 90s, that we would even be having this conversation, sir, I would say that you are conspiracy theorists of the most high. Because nigga, you is lying. There would be no way we'd be talking about military, motherfuckers getting association, unknowns, all this different shit. You couldn't do that shit back then. Like, we going in man,
no, because the white people done used that for years. What's going on, Vonda? Now black people is taking their place now because everything's coming out, but it doesn't really matter at this point. So, you know, because everything's coming out, but but those dudes, like he said, yeah, they want the vagina because they're weak, man.
Nigga, if they didn't want the vagina, why so hesitant to get the goddamn nip tuck?
Exactly. Even
and
the white boys, if they're weird, they can get their stuff
in California being pregnant. That's the biggest question too, right?
Yeah.
How are women in jail getting pregnant by other inmates that are all classified as female unknown? How could they possibly be getting pregnant if it was a female? How could they possibly get pregnant?
Hey, let me put it this way, right? Because we were just talking about the Black Dolphin prison in Russia earlier.
Right. We're going right back to it.
You ever notice it interesting? You don't really hear about a whole lot of Russian LGBTQ.
You don't.
I have never heard of it.
You want to know why that is?
Why?
Because Russia ain't giving your ass. The moment you get up there and talk about you a motherfucking female crap with the male's body, it's like, okay, they ain't even giving you a motherfucking choice to get it cut off. They cut that motherfucker off for you.
Can you imagine in the conscript training, basic training, the conscripts, you've seen some of that shit where I've seen some crazy shit in training, but some of the Russian shit, like, I don't know, man. I've been in, I don't know. That shit is crazy. Double front kicks to a nigga chest and he can't do nothing. I don't know what he did, but they was doing him dirty on camera as a propaganda film. I said, dude, this the training? I said, boy, you really
I mean, that's normal like that, bro.
Hey, but look, can you imagine that man saying, I don't like the way you double jump kicked me. I feel like I am a woman and you're going to pay for my reassignment and you can't do nothing to me provided that the comrades are going to do everything I say do.
Look,
can you imagine what would happen to that dude? Like, he would be erased, nigga. You ain't never even came to training, nigga. You ain't never even came there. I don't know where you was at. You're gonna be up in motherfucking me, Sibirsk, or motherfucking me, goddamn me, Siberian Peninsula.
Matter of fact, you just had an incident just recently, right? In a massage parlor, a spa, right? White dude called himself identified as a female, goes into the female side of the spa where you have women that are in the spa completely naked with their fucking little children, girls. Comes into the female side of the spa, butt ass naked, dick swinging.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember that situation out there. Yeah.
But yeah, the DA, see, they so scared. And see, that's how you know it goes further than what we even know. Because the DA is scared. Now, obviously, if one of us went in there, it wouldn't have been no story about it at all. It would have
Yeah.
been crazed man, black man, if you get the right news service. It'll be crazed black man runs into parlor spa and pulls out penis in front of kids. And the cops probably been and shot us. We'd be dead.
Hey,
And
you know what? You know what? You want to destabilize the movement? See, let's talk about counterintelligence, right? Counterintelligence, counterintelligence.
Oh yeah.
Right? Maybe we do need somebody to sacrifice in order to delegitimize the platform of LGBTQ. How you do that? Well, you take a motherfucking black man identified as a goddamn female, and you know what? You run that same experiment in spas all over the country.
Yeah. Algorithmically.
And then what you do is say, hey, they're persecuting him because he's LGBTQ. Now, what you're gonna see is a mass outrage. That nigger knew better.
Right.
I can hear, like, you can just see Nancy Grace's face. Like, I can't believe that this guy, she want to say nigger, she's gonna say, this fucking thug goes into a daytime spa with women and children. They're gonna show the white woman and the white chair, and their face gonna be looking all scared, like, you know, they're gonna have the proper screenshots. They're gonna have the screen grabs from the security cameras. They're gonna have everything, HD, 4K. This nigga went in here on some craziness, okay, trying to get at these people naked and kids. That's gonna be the story. He's probably gonna get shot. I'm telling you, it would not be no DA letting these people go. Like, when you go up in there like that on them people, man,
What I'm saying that would be a sacrifice, right? To get across a bigger point. Because what it does is it literally mobilizes the state to do something about those kind of instances.
Problem, reaction, solution. You said counterintelligence, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Problem, reaction, solution.
Look, do you even know why LGBTQism even becomes popular? Because they were able to convince niggas to participate in it.
Yeah.
And because they were able to convince niggas to participate in it, now they get to use the oppression fallacy that they're somehow oppressed under civil rights protections the same way so-called black folk are discriminated against. See, Pete, we may very well have to sacrifice the very civil rights law that our ancestors motherfucking fought, bled, died, and was assassinated for in order to put a kibosh on the LGBTQism.
It's just crazy how they trying to tie it to that, though, Cerulean. Like, they trying to tie. If I had $1 for every time I heard in this mass media experiment, counterintelligence, and say gay is the new black, I'd be a fucking millionaire. I'm like, where do you get that? Like, I'm like, why are they making this like point? Like, why do they keep saying
they desperate, man?
As a strategy, right?
Yeah.
You may have to sacrifice the civil rights law, which is what they're using, in order to put the kibosh on LGBTQism. Listen to what I'm saying. Because of public outcry, where we have to sacrifice civil rights legislation, and our response, our appropriate response, should very well be, as a black community, that no, we need to keep civil rights legislation. We need to remove the protections for LGBTQIA. That's by putting the civil rights legislation under fire, i.e. sacrificing it in order to save it. But see, I'm talking too forward thinking right now.
Yeah. Yeah, he's telling the truth, man.
You'll see it. You know, like I would say, Cerulean, you 100% with the like you was talking about the intelligence and the counter, and I would definitely agree. And I would say that look for something. Normally, they always say October surprise, but look for something right around midterms and getting closer toward the 2024. I think it's going to be some big swings, but right now they making plans for that right now.
I know, man.
Dre said he said tell Sir and get out of the DeLorean.
I can't help. Look, see, whenever I branched off, niggas, like my platform literally became just solutions based platform only. Not trying to hear no fucking complaints. We know what all of the complaints. We know what all the fucking problems are. We are only fucking here for solutions.
Right on.
We keep talking about the solution. We keep talking about this issue with the problem with LGBTQ. Part of the reason we keep having a problem with LGBTQ, do you realize, is that we keep walking on eggshells around LGBTQ.
Mm-hmm.
I've been on panels where we'll call each other 1,000 niggas, bitch ass niggas, hoe ass niggas, sorry ass niggas, ain't shit niggas. And then as soon as they get around, you call one motherfucker a faggot. Hold on. You know, everybody gets on. Oh, don't say that word. Oh, you know, like that's part of why these motherfuckers are as emboldened as they are.
Mm-hmm.
See, if you fucking ignore a problem, it doesn't get rid of the problem. A lot of the times it just exacerbates that problem and make it worse. So whenever it comes down 5, 10, 15 years from now, it becomes a problem that becomes ever harder to get rid of.
Yeah. It festers into like a disease. It's kind of like cancer, you know, you got to kill it, you know, and Japan has a solution. If you don't, we're going to make
Japan
you.
said, look, y'all want to be LGBT? Hey, we're completely fine with LGBT. You're going to have to get the nip tuck.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, the motherfucking weird ass motherfuckers didn't want to be LGBT no more.
Yeah. They can't go to Jamaica with that shit. They execute you down there. They put you in prison, you know. And they
You know another group.
You
know, if you ever notice, another group you don't really hear about being LGBT is the Arabs, right?
Yeah.
You want to know why? Because the moment that they even catch you, see, they got an easy fix.
Oh yeah.
It's all over the Arab states. It's all over the UAE. The moment they motherfucking catch a glimpse of your motherfucking ass on some gay shit, guess what? They motherfucking chop snip for you. They take away your ability to choose. Now you're walking around like a eunuch. Hey, this is what you wanted.
Yeah. DeAndre. Yeah. What she say? Vonda said they're part. Alphabet folks are part of a larger group. Neither can be talked about in a derogatory. Yeah, you know, that's because people are too scared to talk about them. But at the end, it's gonna die off. It's like they mentioned this in the video game. They shouldn't have put it in Grand Theft Auto 4. There was a mission. I think these Italians, they was trying to get rid of what's his name, Tony, because he was a gay guy. They said them days is over.
Yeah, the ballad
You
of
know,
Gay Tony.
yeah.
That was
They
that
told
third
on
game.
themselves, and they told on themselves in that part of that mission, right? And now you start seeing other coaches getting tired of the shit. It reminds me of that piece of that game, you know, because it's going to eventually people get tired of that shit too. You know, they're already losing grip. You know, and what DeAndre showed me with those reports that I got in those emails, I was like, oh shit, they done. Yeah, they done fucked up. Once you touch the kids, it's over. You know, and I think a battle rapper said the same thing too. Daylight, he said, the men ain't going for that, the pedo stuff. They're not. They definitely not. That's a worldwide issue. This ain't a black problem. It's a man issue. You're not touching my fucking kids, man. I mean, it's thousands of stories. Yeah, they ain't going for that.
Like we very well may have to adopt some authoritarian third world methods in order to fucking put the kibosh on that shit, even if
Yeah,
that means sacrificing the fucking Civil Rights Act legislation.
yeah. I think we're gonna do that. I mean, America's capable. B just said this all the time. He said, "Look, y'all better be lucky we ain't like that, but we are capable. We got the weapons and everything. Hey, because people waiting on us. What we gonna do? Not just the white man, but what you say, the derelict Negro. What you call it? DeAndre said, wherever the niggas do, they move. Yep, this is really, really, that's true. He said that on his panel. I said, yeah, we'll have to do something about that. You're going to have to get
You
physical.
same
Yeah.
way in like Bali, right? Like there was a girl that was LGBTQ, fucking sitting there making all these videos about how LGBTQ friendly Bali is, not realizing the fatal mistake that she's making, considering that the UAE is the chief policymaker of a place like the Bali, which is a part of what? Indonesia.
Right.
And
Yeah.
Indonesian government is what? Primarily Muslim.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I agree totally, man. And to chime in on what you were saying earlier and what the general was saying about if you look at some of the, you know what I'm saying, statistics from some of the metro areas like Chicago, and other places as well, but specifically Chicago, because obviously there's a problem there and we need to acknowledge it. And like you said, we don't have to dance around this shit, speak on it, right? So you look at 40,000 people killed, even more shot, and the children, everything. That's a problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I sat there and looked, the young brother in Houston came home. I think he was at home. I don't know if he was on leave or what, but he was active duty. Shot down, trying to break up, you know what I'm saying, an incident in the hood between his little young female family member and some old people and some bras that he was fucking with and the simps and everybody else that was involved with that. Some kind of way, out of all the damn demons who started up the drama, the young brother who was coming out of the hood, getting his thing, just coming back home just to chill with his people for a little bit, finna go back out on another tour. He's the one that is murdered. And I said, man, you know what? If that nigga would have just damn TDY and did some other shit and didn't even go back home, he'd have been safer than just going back to his own house. He know how to survive a combat tour. How the fuck I survive a combat tour out of state and come back home and then get killed there in my damn house shoes? That shit just pissed me off when I saw it because I just felt so, you know what I'm saying, sensed about that. I said, damn, man, that's fucked up. You know what I mean? And what you're saying is right. You know, the initiative is good. Brothers should. Even if you got some kids, well, that's good because, hey, you know what? The family, man, you gonna, the army gonna take care of your family. You just do you fulfill your contract, brother. And you gonna get your money.
Like, I get tired of niggas being playing this whole game. Man. They come on here because they're suffering from this self-inflicted shame, right, of being poor. And getting an easy answer. They'll put money directly into your fucking pocket. You could sit there and lie to the world and tell everybody that you're a six-figure nigga. Look, we know that's all cap, nigga, because we know the numbers. But ain't it so funny how we know the numbers on poverty and who's really six figures, who's really middle class, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
And yet these niggas will sit there trying to argue with you about numbers, but and argue with you about numbers on divorce rates and
gynocracy.
Yeah.
And the gynocracy, right? I can't move because the gynocracy won't let me.
In the praise of Jesus.
And look, and it's crazy that you say that. You're right, bro. You know, the gynocracy exists, but does that mean a man doesn't move around that and bend that gynocracy to his will? What do you mean? Nigga, I mean, come on now. This is basic shit. You know, we ain't gonna sit up here and cry about that shit. We up here, we talking about solutions. Like you say, solution-based channel. That's what I'm trying to garner my channel too, brother. You know what I mean? Solution.
Yeah.
Here's the solution for the problem.
Yeah.
You know?
It's just like crying about it all day doesn't make you red pill. When we had a discussion with that boy Zab, I mean he's brainwashed. Like he sound like a blue pill. I said, oh, a bunch of Agent Smiths. They forgot. They keep conflating that movie.
That bitch Cyril. That nigga Cyril. He's the knowledge, the full knowledge. What? Just give me the steak. I don't care. This
Right.
Just make it
It's
taste
very
like steak.
nihilistic, man. They just keep on going. Even if you have a nihilistic red pill point of view, you just become deadlier. And then after that, what they say, black pill? Yeah, you already there. You're gonna kill yourself. You just destructive. I don't care what nobody say. I don't care when they use Joker. No, Joker was a nihilist. He didn't care. He saw it's that. You ever heard the model, the is model that they use that bullshit in therapy? That's what they use. It says the is model. It is what it is. That's their model, right? It's nothing great about nihilism, man. It's always had negative effects. Even philosophers went against it. Like what's his name? Frederick, that Frederick Nietzsche guy, that German guy. He even said his fucking stuff in his own quotes, man. I was teaching that on my streams prior. I was doing longer streams. I was saying that the longest, man.
One of my little artists, man, he named himself Little Nietzsche after Nietzsche, right?
Yeah.
And I ain't gonna lie, I didn't know too much about it. And I researched it. He was young cat, man, talented as hell. And I researched Nietzsche and I saw what he was doing. But, you know, like you say, look at the way the backstabbing, the Machiavellian backstabbing, if you're just looking the way it went in his situation. I personally feel like right now, a solution-based mind is contrarian to the algorithm of money making in this situation that we find ourselves in the social media world, because controversy and drama added on to with poverty and you name the affliction, you know, like it's always entitlement affliction. Well, you start adding into some like solutions. Notice that don't get built up by the algorithm. See,
no,
that's not.
But see, check it out, right? Check it out. How are you black pill or red pill and you crying to begin with?
Yeah,
exactly. You a nihilist. You should not care.
You look, whining is nothing more than a form of crying.
Yeah.
Nihilists don't fucking cry.
Right.
No, they die.
Anarchist, a true anarchist and a true nihilist is not gonna cry over shit they already know. They expecting it, not only expecting, they want it to happen. They want the death of it all.
Yeah.
They want it to happen.
And here's the thing: people that kill themselves are quiet about it too. That's a true person that's gone. They're just like, "What happened to him?" I said, "Well, you know what happened. Just like the died in the space." What did this one said? There's two people that have killed themselves over this space. The two key figures. I forget their names. And the one, he was in a MGTOW community. The other one, I forgot his name, that died too recently. He mentioned that in the stream.
Boy Etika, man, that boy Etika.
Yeah, Etika's old. That's 2 years. Yeah, that's 2 years ago. I remember him dying 2 years ago. Yeah, he was a gamer, but he killed himself. Yeah. But he knew what he did. Yeah, he did some fucked up shit, but he jumped off a damn bridge in Brooklyn somewhere. Yeah,
that shit was crazy. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, people thought it was crazy, but he filmed that shit and died. I saw it, and YouTube scrubbed it off the website. They said, you can't see that. That's why they come up with those COPA laws, man, and all them other stuff. It's a combination of how they came up with that. And they was getting charged by the federal government. They was throwing people under the bus. Google did that too. They didn't want to get sued for their billions. And they said, hell no, let's throw the content creators under the bus. And that's what they did. They exactly what they're doing. This ain't nothing new.
Apocalypse, man.
Yeah. It was bigger than the apocalypse. That was just money. They just want to stay afloat. You know how companies do. It's we got your information. We love you. You guys bullshit.
Yeah, right.
Well, why you think to monetize your channel now they make niggas to submit tax forms now?
Yeah.
So because now they got you dead to rights.
Yeah. That's why I ain't monetizing this shit. Hell no. You get
Oh yeah,
they
but see,
got you.
look, like for the tax thing, and that was the thing I used to explain to people when before it's become the beast that we know it is now. Because I
Yeah, they
always
greedy,
say
man.
you got hackers, right? But you got white hat, you got black hat. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
the
saying?
white hat is more security, black hat is more the terroristic type, and the
Yeah,
gray hat is non-malicious.
yeah.
They the
He's
ones
gray
they're
hat is
more
just a
like
mercenary. He's going
gray hat is more of an activist. He's more like a protester. He's kind of like a
white.
Edward Snowden type.
If
The
you a white hat,
the red hat's more of a hitman type killer.
but
That's a
look,
red hat. You talking about red hat?
what I'm saying is like in my definition. Okay, now I don't know what they may have added to it, but in my definition, as far as the way I feel like I stand, right? So I look at it like this: we originally started was do no harm, like a doctor almost, right? It was like, yeah, if I could infiltrate a system, I wouldn't maliciously do it. I wouldn't corrupt your system. I wouldn't take anything that I got off your system and sell it or otherwise compromise you. I just owned your shit. So I'm out. I'm done. I might
Yeah.
even holler at you and be like, I like you. I'm like, hey, man, you need to fix XYZ because I was checking out your shit. Or I might even write you a notepad in your notepad and just be like, you feel me?
Yeah.
Like that was old school shit, right?
Yeah,
So like
gray
white
hats used to do that. Gray hats used to
now
do that
a
all the
black
time.
hat is this. I'm all the way mercenary.
Oh, you're
I don't give
malicious.
a damn.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Black
I
hats
may
are
be
malicious.
paid. Once you're a mercenary, right? You don't care where the money coming from, right?
Right. You
So
get
with the
that.
company, I can make any one of these names go on you. It's the company. So now you work for me. So now that's to me, that's a black hat because you done sold out to the system, and we was always anti-system when we started. Do no harm. Do no harm. Like a
Yeah.
doctor. Okay, that's
Yeah.
what I am at. I'm a white hat. Now, I'm not gonna do no harm, and I'm gonna help rather than hurt. I would never
Yeah.
hurt.
Yeah.
So like, and I would never take. Right.
Yeah.
So like, that's a difference between that. Now, gray hat, and in my opinion, would be a mercenary because then that would entail that me to be a gray hat because I'll never be black. But if I was gray, I'd be at a lower mercenary stage where I know who is doing what doing. I'm not gonna take a contract from
But
him.
the gray hat for me, it's not opinion. This is fact. No, a gray hat is more of a activist. I'll give you an example. If you play the Watchdog series, those are gray hats. They're professional. They upper tier.
Things out of necessity.
They're upper tier. Black hat is lower tier. You're just a terrorist pawn, and they know what you're gonna do. They don't care if you're a mercenary or not. They'll
Right.
kill you straight up. A white hat is the
That's what
police,
you run
man.
the risk being a
Yeah,
mercenary. You run that
because
risk.
if you're the police or the military, for example, those are white hat hackers. All they give is basic knowledge. They're not gonna go extreme with systems like that. I'll give you an example. When they made that Watchdog game series, that's basically a gray hacker's game. And eventually he's going to end up being a red hat. Now, a red hat is more of a vigilante mercenary. Now, he's the guy that gets called all the time. He's like a fixer.
See,
now,
the white hat,
Pierce,
in my opinion, is
yeah.
Kevin Mitnick.
Yeah.
I'm gonna explain why
Well,
Mitnick
I mean, if you really want to know where those terms come from, white hat was always some institutional thing.
Yeah.
Well, it's been co-opted. What I'm saying is originally it was anti-institutional, okay, because they were releasing open source. For example, the phone freakers. A lot of people talk about the hackers. Before hacking, it was freaking, right? Okay, you had hacking proper, but it was mostly freaking. So you could freak some shit. You know what I'm saying? PHREAK. Okay, now you freaking some shit. So a lot of them was like war dialing back before we had basically Wi-Fi. So you can get any phone. You can go to any phone, and you could basically with a brown box, these different red boxes, you could go and just make as many phone calls you want to international, whatever. You could transmit data through a modem at that time and be able to get data. Some stuff was on intranets and VPNs, most stuff, proper stuff back then. So, let's just say you was a white hat, meaning in the white hat sense, not the company man sense, right? That's what they've co-opted to now. In the terms of what Kevin Mitnick and what I learned, okay, to do no harm was, yeah, we was more like activists, because now if I see that this particular agency is doing some extra fuckery, fucking people over, I'm not gonna destroy their system, but I may expose it. Okay.
You're talking about a different type of white hat. I'm talking about like the security aspect of it.
Right.
I know what you mean by co-op, but that doesn't exist. They really the police. So if they was activists, they should be called gray hats. Because when I look at gray hats, you can't tell. I'm gonna tell you why. He may dress like you in person, but if he has that ordinary skill to, like, I'm talking about like smartphone hacking and all that. See, we ain't even got a system like that, like they post them in these video games. See, video games is a kicker, and the movies is a kicker too. How they put them in the games like that, they shouldn't have. But in real life, it's the opposite, because you're gonna actually have to do the work. You basically hackers, to me, in software, they're software engineers. That's all they are. They know about ransomware. They know about all the viruses on your shit. Even the Windows people that create Windows tell you about white hat hackers. Yeah, they're a little bit of activists, but they're not really real.
Well, see, back in the day, right, before I knew how deep the system went, right?
Yeah.
I'm basically figuring out something, because basically what I do is I take all the computers apart to make it short. And let's say they've got a customer through any region, and for some reason this customer's computer cannot connect to the internet, though they pay $200 a month. Hey man, come fix them. Take all these computers and make his shit right. Over time, doing that over and over again, you start to notice certain shit. I noticed that some of our software was basically being recognized by McAfee at that time, and also Norton, as a virus.
Yeah.
And okay, we had technical briefings on this, okay, before the shift. Tech brief, hey, some of the customers may start recognizing the new update, allegedly, on there is a virus. And if so, here's the breakdown for McAfee or Norton. Those were the top two. So they will give you the breakdown on how to add an exception for it. And it was just that. So I got one computer into the lab one day, and I made it do. I took the new version, I put it in there, I made the exact computer that the customer was using with the parts I had in the lab, and I put the CD into the shit, installed it, did exactly what the customer would do, and it came up as a virus. And I'm like, okay, let me look into it. I look at the hex code, called in one of my guys who deals with hex code specifically, determined that it was reporting back to a couple of IP addresses that we could not identify, unknowns. And then one was us, which was Yahoo. And then the other one was Microsoft. So it was taking the hex code. We found out that it was taking the hex code of the processor and learning if a person had a bootleg version of Microsoft, it was also reporting that back to Microsoft. And two unknown
Microsoft ain't but a fucking virus itself.
Right?
I mean,
and so they called me in on a focus group. Anybody works in corporate tech, when the big wigs come down, they have a focus group, right? They sitting on the big table that you always see, right?
Yeah, I see it a lot. I used to work in a dealership like that. Yeah.
So they bring in the big wigs. I'm still doing my job, whatever. They're like, nah, big wigs in. They won't holler at you. Fuck what you doing right now. Come in there. I'm like, all right, bet. I'm gonna get a promotion, right? Check it out. This is the release of innocence when you're dealing with corporate people. Because I used to think there was meritocracy in corporate America. Because I'm the best agent, right? I found out that our shit is being cut up as a virus, and we found it out. Now we can fix it, right? Allegedly, right? So now I get called in, head of let's just say Yahoo Internet Services at the time. So yeah, well, they say, yeah, they introduced me. I come in the round room, because I'm just a tech. They all in 3-piece suits. Yeah, this is the tech that found out that our shit was being recognized through all the virus protection as a virus. And he said, well, what do you know about it? And I explained to him the research data that we put together and how I put this computer together, the calls that were associated, brought it up on the laptop right there, showed them the actual documentation for everything, which they requested. And then I came back and my partner, I told you about the hexadecimal, so he can figure out the hex. He knows how to read hex. He came in and verified it. He was white. When they got done, basically they pat me on the back, and then they said, yeah, it's a great job. Woo. Down the line, do you think that helped me get a better position? Yeah, this guy right here, he figured out the problem with the update. No, because their whole job was that no one would ever ask a question.
Yeah.
You put your head up. So guess what? Just like in Pakistan, like you were saying, they chopped that bitch off.
Yeah. I mean, they don't fuck around in that tech world, man. I've known a few people that are, well, I ain't gonna say they hackers, but they probably was white hat the whole time. And they didn't see it as an action. Some are, and some eventually turn gray, because a gray is kind of like a neighborhood like hacker. I mean, you don't see him, but he does have a background in that corporate, because they teach you, or you're self-taught. Because a lot of times I had computers in the house growing up. My dad knows about all that shit too, because he's an auditor and things like that. He sees people like that all the time. Right. And how to stop hackers and things like that. But a lot of times hackers, they're not criminals. It's just those are colored hats on. Now the green, I know that's a rookie. I forget the blue ones are Avenge. I got this from Norton, the true information, because some of them hackers will tell you what they do is
I just know the green hats, like the motherfuckers that hack the video games like Call of Duty, get the aimbot type shit. That's a green hacker.
Well, I call those modders. Yeah. Those are modders. That's a modder. You know what I'm saying?
But the blue hat, they have one.
This blue hat. I got this. Is just like I think the blue hacker was something like a showboater, or like show.
Yeah, it's like a revenge.
Not doing it for money, or just doing it for like
he's
clout.
attacking one individual. Yeah, that's a blue hat. But the red hat, I do know, deals with the vigilante shit. I do know that they deal with the PMC, the private military. He used to be a gray. That's it's a different hierarchy. Now these companies, virus companies will tell you different, but they're right, but they don't place the pyramids right. See, the black and white is where people get thrown off at. White is security, black is terrorism, man. They don't care, because the media's gonna look at the black hat as a terrorist and the white guy.
Well,
the white hat
anybody could be made black at any time, right?
Yeah, so that's the terrorist, the criminal part.
And they're gonna cut you out. I mean, you already know what kind of shit.
But if you want to be a white hat, they'll train you to be a white hat, because you'll get the clothes. That's why watchdogs was so important. They said, why is he at the gray hat?
If you got to be trained to be a white hat, that's not the one I'm talking about. What I'm saying is you self-train and trained by other hackers who are not in the system, or if they are in the system, they are subvertively.
You're talking about grays. Those are grays.
Okay, well, I can agree. I can say, well, I'm more of a gray then, because that's why
I'm tell you why I say that. Anonymous, right? Those are gray hats. Those are activists, and what they do is it's similar to
because anonymous is so anonymous. They're different sects, and I've did some research on them, and I've checked out a couple of things. I did a couple of entrance tests, and I look at it. It's different.
I'm telling you, they're gray hats. I remember them years ago. I've been on this site for
I think some of them is agents. I think some of them is agents.
Some of them are, but I'm telling you, they're gray hats, bro.
I think because great, like you know about like anonymous, like great, that's literally like your hacktivist, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, but anonymous is different. It's different levels. It's different. It's different levels of gray hackers. Like anonymous is a collective group. I give you an example. Like they put this in a video game called DeadSec, right? And they put it in Watch Dogs. That's basically them in real life. It's just different levels. And they got another one called themselves a similar like Lipsec or whatever. Those are gray hats, man. Like the feds got tabs on them. They just don't arrest them. You know, the reason they don't, they're actually doing their jobs for the feds and the police. They co-sign with the white hats. Now the black hats, they go against them all the time. They kill each other. They have guns and shit. All that shit. Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you what, quiet as Captain, you really want to know about Anonymous? Like Anonymous actually comes out on the heels of the major NSA whistleblower.
Yeah.
Right now, all of those guys from Anonymous, it ain't even that the government's keeping tabs on them. That the government lets them fucking run loose. That's how they keep checks and balances on non-governmental agencies like the CIA, right?
Right.
Right, and then it's a buffer zone for anything that they may want to release back channel to them. So then I then question the agent part of it, right? But then when you're mercenary like and you're mercenary in thinking in theory and practice, then that may preach you. But what I'm saying is that there may be some hacktivists, true hacktivists that started the original and the ongoing original Anonymous. What I'm saying is that through research, I have seen multiple impersonators of their brand. And because their brand is branded as Anonymous, it can get very tricky and dicey about what information being put out by them at any particular time without due diligence.
But the thing is, some of it's co-opted, but I'm telling you, they've always worked with CIA agents. I hate to say that, and some of the CIA agents ain't as bad as you think. A lot of them are anti-American. That's why they was at the Capitol 6 and Jan 6. I'm trying to tell you, they've always been anti-government. You don't underestimate them, bro. There's different levels of great hackers. I'm telling you, they be on YouTube all day. Why you think 4chan's the way it is?
I
Why you think?
don't doubt it.
I'm
I've
just saying.
seen it.
I'm just saying. I've seen it myself too, but I'm telling you, they can be in these spaces. I'm just telling you that. Why you think doxing is so popular? That's a form of hacking.
They're there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they exist. I'm just saying they play stealth play. I get what you're saying, but they play stealth play.
I'm more of a traditionalist hacker, right?
Yeah.
When I got first taught to hack, right?
Yeah.
You know, and I see people get on Facebook, and I used to get on their posts and shit, and like, oh, I just hacked my bestie's page, and this and that. That's not a hack. You just got the password.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
that's not
I mean,
hacking.
you're a traditionalist, but I'm saying the hackers.
Hacking, I was taught, okay, my literal trainer, which was not a trainer in a black hat sense or a gray, even a white. Not at the time, I didn't understand, but he taught me how to use ports.
Yeah.
And he said, no matter what the firewall, whatever is, if you use ports, you can always get in, and explain to me.
Yeah.
And then showed me basically with 3 top banks, I won't say their name, showed me how to get in on their ports. And he was like, yeah, I know. I'm damn, you know how to do it. He taught me how to do it. I never used my power for any evil at all. He just showed me the weaknesses, and that's how most of these
they all. It's called vulnerabilities. Those are called vulnerabilities. Yeah,
right. You hire that guy. That's who you hire.
That's what I'm saying. But I'm saying to you though, like I've met some of them online, but I haven't really exposed them. But they do fuck with those groups, man. Like, you know, all those things you hear, what they do. Yeah, they have some ties to some police work and things like that. They use them. They hire them as a hitman. Now they do the stealth shit, you know, and they said, why they put it in video games like why? So, well, they tell it on their damn selves for number one, because that's what they do in real life. The difference is they don't do what Aiden Pierce does. It's just multiple of them. You can't even tell who's who, really. And I get what you're saying, because great hackers
do revelation. It's the revelation of the method.
Yeah, they exposing the corporation. Why do you think people know so much about Warren Buffett's stuff? They don't know half of the stuff. Now, I know he's got a secret server you can't get inside. That's hard to break into. You know, the military's got all the hackers on their team. You know, you can't even infiltrate their little shit. That takes a lot of stealth, man. And if they know if you're that smart, that's an inquisitive mind. I think BJ said this before. If you take STEM, when they talk about hacking and the doxing thing, right? He said you got to take calculus and algebra, but it's deeper than that. You know, some people bypass those tests and they cheat. They do this
Yeah,
all the
but
time.
I
I
tell
remember
people
years
this
ago.
right here. You know
Yeah,
why you need that calculus and that trig, all of that
all
geometry.
that integrals and yeah,
And look, I used to think I didn't need it, right? When I was in school, we was taking these classes, and I'm like having philosophical conversations with my teacher, like, when am I gonna really use this? I'm gonna get a job doing X, Y, Z, and I ain't finna be using this. He like, man, whatever, you know, you need to listen, nigga, listen. And I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. As I got older and I started doing the things in my field and started messing with software engineering, coding, and shit like that,
yeah,
I started to see that all that makes a lot of sense because you
yeah.
need
That's what a
algebra, you
hacker
need
is. Yeah.
calculus, you need all this because this shit is math. At the end of the day, it's math.
Yeah, it's just I would say this is basic and I would say it's advanced math, but you learn when you get older. I like a lot of the math stuff that you learn as a kid, you ain't gonna learn right away, but the older you get, you're still learning math. You know, I hate to say that, like basic math, algebra. Well, actually, algebra, I wouldn't even consider that extremely math. It's really geometry. You gotta learn the shapes and things like that with the even with the
Right.
firewall.
But the
I mean,
algebra is
calculus,
just the language of it, right? Because
yeah, it's just the
now
language of it. Yeah,
that's what the coding is. You make the variable, and then the
yeah,
variable might be error, right?
yeah,
So it's 100% error. So if I'm at 0% error, and my character is walking around the surface of a planet that's 0% error, that has to know that. So there's a math equation going on to why now I start taking damage because I can't breathe. So now I
yeah.
got to tell how much damage per second without air do you breathe. That is another equation. Equations on top of equations on top of equations on top of the game. And then as you move in your controller, the equation changes every time and it's displayed on the screen as the actions that you just equated.
Yeah.
So that's where, like, you know, the calculus and then the geometry, I had to learn the bullet geometry and how to do hit boxes. So when the bullet goes, do I make it hit instantaneously when it locks up with the geometry, or do I put a physics-based model of every bullet so that every bullet is physically based on the gravity and the drop and whatever every bullet got to hit you before you take the damage? Or do, since you're so close and it's under a second and the ping is a second, when you look at it with your eyeball, I put a hitbox and you press that trigger and that hitbox of the person was there in the geometry and it hits, it automatically hits no matter whether the bullet you see coming from your gun hits them or vice versa or not. That's a math problem. That's a very, very advanced math problem. But you can see how crazy that calculus, that trig, and then algebra, the variables and the equations come into hand just on a regular game where you're just trying to shoot a gun to hit a bullet to a
Yeah,
person.
in real life, yeah. And I'll
Yeah.
tell you this, in sports, that's like geometry type math. Even in basketball, I had to learn that when I was like younger. You know, I wish I would have learned it earlier. One thing I don't like about the educational system, they put that last before the calculus. I understand why in college. And that's not easy unless you're trying to be an engineer, if you're trying to have that type of mind. It's true. And one thing I disagree with BGS on, no, it depends on the person. If he's good at that type of math, it's it. But you still learn when you get older. You know, there's certain people teach you that. I mean, the military teach you that the secret shit about it too, how to control the numbers and the what you call it, if you ever get into the software, what they would say a hacker, right? Well, they teach you the whole layer out of the vulnerabilities. You know, that's easy, but see, I'm surprised they make a game like Watch Dogs. Talk about stealth. You know, a lot of people say, why is it a stealth game? Number one, you're trying to go against the system, even though you're using military weapons. They just use that white Irish character as a buffer, right? But if you notice in the second game, they use niggas and everybody else in San Francisco is weird and they dress all weird. But the funny thing is they can hack their ass up with those bots and those little RC cars and stuff like that to get in little chip parts and ransomwares that they was talking about. And the third game is nothing but, you know, what England, they had drones. You control it through your phone. I was like, how the hell they do that? And I was trying to tell that to Kuda. I said, look, that's the future. You know, England ain't there yet, but they already had crypto in that game. crypto
I mean,
dollars.
they got it right now, bro. The
Yeah,
3 drones that I
crypto
just
dollars,
bought,
man.
you know, I got a controller for them, but you can control them through your phone. And
Yeah,
as long as you got a hotspot open, you can actually have an SSD. You can record that live without going
yeah. Same
through
here, degenerate.
this Wi-Fi, you know, just Wi-Fi drone, and then you can control it from your phone right there. And a lot of the law enforcement agencies, they have a couple of big ones here in Harris County. They got some serious drones. Usually, you know, with some shit going down, if you see that drone, and I swear, it looks like a fucking UFO. Swear to God, it does. I saw the motherfucker. I started recording like, oh shit, it's invasion. But it's damn sheriff drone. They got a badass drone, not bullshit. The lights on that shit will fuck you up if you don't know what the fuck it is. And I said, damn, that motherfucker cold-blooded. You know, they said, oh no, that's the drone. You know, whenever you see that drone, it's like when you see a helicopter over your house and they ain't Lifeline or dispatch or county, or even if like they underneath the deck after 9 o'clock, after, you know what I'm saying, it'd be a lot of shit like that going on over here. Let me just tell you that. And when you see that type of shit, you can always know when something popping out. You'll see it on the news about 2-3 hours later.
Oh yeah.
But the narratives will change. See, and I'm telling you, you know, that's a brother, man, constable, man, just lost his life, man, right down the street, man. They just shot him, and they just did his funeral. And man, I'm telling you, bro, they had the whole city on my side of town, every freeway blocked off instantaneously, and there was no construction going on, no plan. They have to tell you when they, you know, shut everything up. They don't. People don't understand. They lock that shit down, and then roadblock the whole thing to find who they're looking for.
Yeah.
Especially when it's a cop being killed. A brother was killed, and I think that he rode with a couple of brothers that I use off duty on my fireworks thing, and he was a good dude from what I hear. And man, it was an ambush. You know what I mean? Just ambush.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He was out there doing a little thing. People being robbed out there. They out there arresting the one guy, and then the second motherfucker come up and just waste him. Hit by 4 other cops, but only the brother died though. You feel me?
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, it's fucked up.
Yeah, man. You know, and like I say, I deal with a lot of brothers, man, from the law enforcement side of things, and they always tell me the same thing. What Cerulean and the general was telling me. He said, man, we trying to do outreach with the community. You know what I'm saying? We trying to do outreach with the community. And he was like, it's just so many less of us out here in order to get with games and parks, which is like a real good job out here.
Yeah.
If you can get with the, you know, the sheriff, the constable with the games and parks, you make money. And just like what you were saying, Cerulean, like with the stats, and the general was talking about with the stats, specifically too, which I was spinning and speaking on. He said to me in the civilian sector, right, where he's trying to come up in and get some chocolate city up in there, in the places where it will count, where they don't have no brothers at represented. He was able to get on to counties and parks, but he was trying to get some of his other brothers on, and he was like, they basically was like about to fire me just trying to hire some brothers.
Wow.
Yeah, he told me that same thing. Like they want to keep one person, one token black there just to fulfill quota, and then it's 90% other than black. And he's like, we can't never get that full push because we are not being able to get enough men. We can't even get out of 10. We can't even get 3 out of 10 in the positions where in the brass where to make a difference.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, I understand now, because I didn't even understand it, because I was like, damn, I didn't know you would have a problem with doing that. I thought that was like equal. And he was like, nah, bro, They keep you out of them certain divisions. They just give it to them. And if you is one to get in, he was so happy to get in when he finally got in, but he was trying to bring some brothers in, and they was like, nah. They were finna get ready to see him back on the beat. Like, nah. And no more, you the only nigga here. You feel me?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, man.
Keep this up.
You know, on another note, I thought Chief Stay Sleep would have showed up by now. Like, right there.
Huh?
I said I thought Chiefs would have showed up by now. So, like right there.
Yeah, he was on Kuda's panel earlier. I would say yesterday. Well, today's Monday morning. But yeah, I saw him over there, and he was against that whole thing with over at Bernard's. And I think Kuda got it. Yeah, they was upset about that situation with that G stuff. He said, "Shut the fuck up about that the Glendon Cameron situation." Yeah, that's what the niggas would be watching over there. I was done with him, I would say months ago, and I did a self live stream on him, and I said that dude's a weirdo, man. He was a weirdo since last year. He had a strain that I didn't like. It was called Black Pill, and I think BGS was done with him then. And when he had this Black Pill J weirdo on there that he has, and that dude with his weak ass and stealth microphone that he got, I'm like, who's he trying to be? And then a lot of people try to say he probably ain't got no pants under it. Yeah, he's weird. What did my man Third Ward say? He said, him and Obsidian. He said, hey, that's Bert and Ernie. Yeah, Bert and Ernie. That's what they are. Two Bert and Ernie niggas, man. I shake my head at them when they had their little weak ass show, man. Ain't nobody studying that fool. And he's from weak ass Michigan too. Cause I got family in Michigan too, but you know, he's on the bad part of side of Michigan. So don't get me started with that clown. That's a clown. He's got the same dudes I don't even like that be on his panels like that. And I was like, entire city be shaking his head. He's disgusted. Yeah, stop hanging with that dude, man. Stick with your Logic Spear. I told Kuda, get your little entertainment podcast. Get away from them niggas, man, because they gonna ruin your shit. They the same niggas that always got problems, man. That's what I've noticed. And then, well, she's been going against AM. Every stream I done seen is titled different. You know, he's talking about black boys and everything. Black men's dying out here and things like that. That's like, I mean, shouts out to him, but man, it's bad. Y'all right, it's bad. You know, I've noticed that. I had to peep that. Y'all put that in the back chat that night. I said, oh hell, yeah. I saw it a mile away. I knew something was wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you're wild, man. Like, well, I didn't know how long he was going at him. I saw a clip like wow, because nigga, you the same nigga that referred to me as the quote unquote dishonorable general, my nigga. And now your balls are dropping.
Yeah.
I see when niggas came to me with that whole bullshit about oh man, it was really, man, we need you to step off that pro black shit, man. Our audience ain't even with that shit, you know. This is the audience, you know. I'm like, hold on. What happened to not pandering to the audience?
We all black, man. I want you to be professional in what you do. I want Soul to be a professional in what he do. I want the next man to be professional in what he do. So just by default, I'm gonna have to be pro-black. I can't mark unknown in that box, Rulian. And you're right. You can't mark. I am pro-black. What do you mean? We all are. We all are. The fact that we're here speaking now to anyone that's listening, you obviously.
The nigga basically said, "Look, this again, like I said, man, I was behind the curtain,
right,
talking face to face with eyes. Okay, a nigga told me directly, man, we need to align our ideology. You know, niggas ain't really with the pro-black shit. Trying to step away from the pro-black shit and go more red pill because most of these niggas in the space, you know, they red pill, red pill." I'm like, so we're gonna pay it to the audience, what, to make a few extra dollars in the short term, that's gonna not really be a sustainable going into the future. Really,
Yeah.
it's like I'm
Well,
just
yeah,
tired
if
of
you follow the audience, I mean, anything, right? The reason why classic artists are great and why certain artists still selling millions, some of them dead, like you were saying, sir. Most of them, some of them making more money now dead than when they was alive. And
Yeah.
look, you know, it's because they stayed with that. Yeah, it's 2021, but people still listen to classic blues music, still listen to classic R&B music. People still listen to classic rock music and country music, whatever the hell. Still listen to it because it's classic music. People gonna pay for that.
You can go back to it, man. Like the video's still on the new page. Nigga, like everything nigga saying, he was fed to by the Grinch because one, that nigga was never in the private server that we were talking to, organize the Black Order.
Yeah, I've noticed that he said he came from the conscious community. He said that on his channel. He said that on my channel, on my platform. It's an old live stream before I had the microphone. It's called Mainstream Media's Was Trends. And he showed up on my panel out of nowhere because he came in my comment section when I did self live stream going at Bernard, right? Because he gave him that nickname, Bernie Pose. I got that from him because he did some weird shit back then. He was peeping that for like at least, I would say 2016 and longer than that. He kind of held that in. And then he's on his live streams when he start camming up, he started going at dudes. So yeah, he's been on fire with his content. And the last time it was months ago when I had that stream. That was in my heavy hitters playlist, and you can check that out. It's called Mainstream Media's Trends. And midway through the stream, you'll see him, the DS1 on there, like the Sheep Stay Sleep TV was on that stream. This is before I even had the microphone. And it was out of nowhere. We had different conversations about individuals. Yeah,
man. When I first came to YouTube, it was way back when, man. I'm talking 2007, 2008.
Oh yeah, that's right around my first channel before it was flagged. Yeah, I've been around that long. Yeah,
didn't have a channel. The people I used to associate with, they were known as the Sons of Liberty. They were fucking the original Truth and Community.
Yeah.
Right. That original group was literally kind of like a therapy group for ex-military guys.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't find any of those channels anymore.
No, they gone. I remember those.
No, you
channels.
don't because
no.
No, you don't because there was I was in Europe at the time, but I was able to start getting on YouTube 2007, 2008, 2009.
Yeah.
And I can remember a lot of the old school Generation 1 Black Manosphere brothers, if you will.
Yeah, I remember
Sergeant
them too.
Willie Pete and a couple of those brothers. And I was listening to them way from over there when a lot of them brothers was on what's that other shit they used to do? That other platform motherfuckers used to use. What is it called?
Oh,
God damn it.
Was it MySpace?
No, not MySpace. It was the
Facebook.
The little shit they used to the little program they used to use. They used to talk on.
Oh, I know what you're
Blog Talk.
Blog Talk Radio.
Blog Talk. Yeah. I remember that. Yeah.
Way back in those days of Blog Talk Radio, and then there was a space that was called Black Spot, and Black Spot was like this interactive. Black Spot TV. So you see, a lot of this shit, a lot of these brothers think are new, and these conversations have been circulating within this space, for the past fucking 15 years. They just keep getting reinvented and recirculated with new characters. You see what I'm saying? Which is why I said, if I'm subscribed to you, it's for one or two reasons. Either I'm listening to see if we line up, our views line up, and I'm also listening to see if you have answers that I may be able to build upon so that we can come together and work towards a solution. But when it's just the same old shit, these black women don't want to do this, these black women don't want to do that, and I don't like one-sided conversations. This is where Cerulean and I come to an impasse at certain points in times. My battle buddy and I love dialogue with him. And, again, this is where we come to an impasse because our thought, as far as the particulars, we align. Black men are the leaders of the community. Black men are responsible for certain things. However, I do not alleviate black women from upholding their end of the bargain. And this is where Cerulean and I, we kind of meet at an impasse, right? We just have a different view, different ways of looking at things. I believe in putting the onus on the owner. I don't believe in saying, well, it's black man's fault because if they just do A, B, X, Y, Z, then the problem is fixed. No, the problem will never be fixed. It'll never be fixed until we hold the other half accountable. More so men, because men are going to hold men accountable. Men have always held men accountable, right? You look at the neighborhood, and I remember growing up, my neighborhood, and even today, if it was a black man and his family and he fell on hard times and, you know, they were getting evicted or whatever, other black men would come to their aid and say, hey, look, we're going to do a block party. We're going to do a house party. We're going to do whatever we need to do to keep you and your family from losing the house and get on the street. Brothers would offer, hey, man, you can come down to the pier. You can come down to the rail yard. You know what I'm saying? I could talk to the dude down there. Brothers have always held brothers accountable, even when it was a form of domestic violence taking place. I can remember one particular incident in my particular neighborhood on my block where I grew up at. I remember the men getting together, 4, 5, 6 of them getting together and going down there, knocking on the door, say, hey, brother, we need to talk to you. We need to talk to you about every time we see Elizabeth, she coming out of the house, you know, beaten and bruised. What the fuck is going on? I can remember things like that. You understand? So I can remember when the women in the community would get together and go and hold a woman. Hey, look here, sister Gail. Sister Gail, this Gail, the woman I remember in the neighborhood. This woman had like 8 children. She never watched the fucking kids. Husband get up, working 2 goddamn jobs, going down there at that motherfucking steel mill, get off there, go to the goddamn pier. She let the kids all outside in Pampers, snotty nose and shit. And I remember the women going down there talking to her, saying, hey, you up in the house, we don't know what you're doing, but all your damn kids are out here in the front yard, in the streets, little babies walking up and down the streets. I'm talking about toddlers, 4, 5, 6 years old, just walking to and from, begging for food. And they went down there and got on her ass. We've lost that in our community. We've lost that, gentlemen. So we must, in the modern era, we know that things have gotten worse in the modern era. So what must we do? You must put the onus on the owner.
Yeah, I disagree, General. I say that what we need to do is motherfucking adapt, apply, and overcome. Simple as that. Look, I remember I used to tell this nigga Angry Man this. Because it's so fucking hard for niggas to understand. Shame doesn't work. Because
that's why I say in the modern era. That's why I say in the modern era.
Shame only works when the behavior you are trying to shame is abnormal. In the modern era, the way that people are operating is normal. You are the abnormal.
I understand that, brother. This is where you and I agree at. So I'm looking for that if we build it, they will come. That whole idea of if we build it, they will come. I disagree. Because there's a power vacuum and a power struggle. I didn't say you said anything. I said I didn't say that you did.
I don't even imply no shit like that.
I didn't say that you did. I didn't say that you did.
I am not the fucking director of Field of Dreams.
Family, I didn't say that you did, Battle. What I said was the whole notion of if we build it, they will come. That's a misnomer, in my opinion, because we see it every day. And I didn't say that you alluded to anything. That whole, well, if men would just stand up and take their rightful place and do this and do that and the third, the women will get in line. No, they won't.
No,
Period.
actually, it's a simple.
They will not.
It's a simple process that has never stopped working since the dawn of mankind. In order to be able to hold somebody accountable, first you need to be organized in a structured, right, in a structured pattern, right. In order to hold a, same way with the military, a line, a chain of command where everybody knows a fucking pecking order, right? Now you can execute what policies. Yeah, we're talking about policies, but I'm not talking about government and politics. Because that organizational structure is what creates the thing that we know as power. What is power? The ability to reward and punish. Now, you can't sit here as a disorganized group of males, right? The disorganization is what keeps the group powerless. Now, you want to fix some shit in the community, no matter what it is. We're not going to be able to do it as a disorganized group of males.
Okay, I got it. I got it. Now,
That
understand.
is, when people say,
allow me to, brother, allow me to respond to that point, please. Here is the reason why you cannot go with that notion. That is old, antiquated war tactics. And the reason being is because the black diaspora has now spread it out. Because
you said it's old, antiquated war tactics. Why are we still using it? And why are we still using it and it be effective in a fucking theater of war across the seas? But we saying that it don't work here?
We've gone to a more guerrilla tactic. We've taken on some of the tactics of our enemy. If you've noticed that, brother Cerulean, we do more urban combat. We do more guerrilla tactic war style fighting now than we did ever have done before. We didn't use it in Vietnam. That's why we got fucking at a stalemate, because we were trying to do conventional war fighting, and they goddamn were using guerrilla tactics, just like in Afghanistan. They were doing They were doing.
You look at K-Son, you would definitely see what you're saying.
Come on, brother. I think okay. So then, and just like in Afghanistan, so as it opposes to our community, the reason why those tactics will not work anymore because the black diaspora is not quelled down into specific areas like it used to be. So that's why we cannot build a power base and unite, because we no longer live. We no longer live in certain. We no longer live just. We no longer, let me finish, brother, and I'm going to give you the mic. We no longer live in the black communities like we used to in the 40s, 50s, 60s, and early 70s. The black communities have spread it out across the diaspora. More black people are moving out of the inner cities into the suburbs. So now we're spread it out. We're sprinkled out across the masses. There is no more black communities where you had black high schools, where you have, black areas. Look at what's happening in those black areas. Look at what's happening in Chicago, Detroit, certain areas in New York City. Look at what's happening in Baltimore to the black communities. They're in shambles. And this is why you have black men. This is why you have the emergence of groups like SYSBM. This is why you have the emergence of groups like Passport Bros. This is why you have the emergence. The reason why, the reason why, Cerulean, is because there's a power vacuum. The reason why the old Negro fucking stand up in front of it and get everybody riled up and rallied together. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, those days are far and gone. Matter of fact, those days died with those individuals. So now you have to apply new war fighting tactics to the new modern problem that we have. And how do you go about doing that?
Look, we don't have there's a problem, General. I see things in a certain way. We don't have any new problems that we didn't have fucking 50 years ago. We don't have any new problems we didn't have 100 years ago, 150 years ago. The only difference that changed between 150 years ago and now is that, one, we are not living in Reconstruction.
I disagree. I disagree, and I'll tell you why I disagree. Because now you have women who are making more money, or just as much, if not more money, than their contemporary, meaning the black men in their communities, in their surrounding areas.
So I
So,
wholeheartedly disagree with that. And with the
all
modern
right. So,
way that the
so wait,
modern
what are you
in the
proposing?
modern
New war fighting tactic. Okay, let's just take away all these bitches' income.
no, don't want to do that. No, that's
I
not
mean,
the
that's
issue.
a new war. Wait,
The
that's
new
a new war fighting tactic. Actually, it's not a new. It's really old. It
Hypothetically,
is
hypothetically,
the new
hypothetically.
hypothetically. The new tactic is to separate. Brother. I know that I know I'm pro
Oh,
black too,
wait,
because I'm a black man.
wait. Once again,
Stand by one. The new tactic is simply to separate and go to a neutral corner. Go to a neutral corner. Black men get together, talk, figure out where we're short at, what the things that we need to fix. Black women get together and figure out where they're short at, take accountability, responsibility for their actions, and then we come back to the bargaining table and we sit down and we say, okay, this is how we have to, moving forward, this is what we need to do. This is how we have to go about things.
you do know that already happened. It was called the 70s.
Yeah, but it did not happen. It did not happen in a way that it should have, because what happened then was what? More and more black women got into higher institutions of higher learning. More and more black women got into what? They got into corporate position. More and more black women, the wages went up. The job opportunities open up for black people in general, but in particularly for black women. So what happens is with the way that modern black women think, who are you to tell me, no matter what that man is doing, no matter how that man comports himself, no matter what his beliefs are, there's a power vacuum there. And the power vacuum comes with equality. Once you make the playing field level, think about it like this, just like the military. The military operates as efficiently as it does because of what? There's a rank and file structure that's in play. There is no rank and file structure that's in play in the black community. Here's why: because things are level. Things are level on all fields. Things are level socially, economically, economically. Things are leveled in the playing field as far as job opportunities opening up. Things are level as far as the way that we move, the way that we eat, the way that we think. All of that's level. All of these things are level.
So, 70 years.
So the new problem is what? How do you combat things being on a level playing field? Because the way I see it is, moving forward the next 3, 5, and 7 years, if things continue to go within the construct of society, and then particularly within the black society, you're going to have a greater divide that's going to be put in play. And then these conversations won't even be necessary, brother.
All right. So here's the thing. We already did this in the 70s, right? We went to our neutral corner, right? And black women said, look, we're not about to go and be relegated to what the fuck we were in the 1940s, 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s.
Quick question. Were we better off in the 30s, 40s, and 50s than we were in the 60s and 70s and 80s? As a group of people in this country, with all of this shit that we were facing,
no, we actually weren't. We actually weren't. No, we weren't.
We weren't?
No.
We were not. That's what you're saying. Why?
No.
What were the major factors? What were the major factors that contributed to us not being better off?
I mean, you still had Jim Crow. You could be killed with impunity. And a matter of fact, it was even to a worse degree than it is now.
Wait.
Yeah, but the family stuck together more.
I'm talking about the family structure, not the social structure. I'm talking about the family structure. You're right.
Why do we keep trying to separate? Why do we keep trying to separate the family structure from social structure? They are, in fact, one and the same.
They're the same. Our family and social structure was better then, because even then, remember, this is before the time of DNA tests. Remember that. Okay. They had a blood test at best. Okay. And it wasn't like it is now. You might be a stepdaddy and don't even know it.
Well, we start splitting.
I'm just saying, that's why they did the child support. did the marriage thing. They did all this shit back in them same time. We talking about the 70s, right? They did the reform.
When we go to that, we start splitting. When we go to that, we start splitting hairs and atoms. We don't want to do that. We're talking about the very problems.
It's important because that is the
it is
biggest
important,
court
but
in the land, right? The biggest court in the land is what?
No, man.
The child support court. The child support court is the biggest court. They take the most dues every year.
What does that have to do?
When they created it to the point that we have now,
can you hear me?
Usually
brother,
deployed,
can you hear me? Brother,
can you hear me? Upon brothers.
Okay,
I hear you, brother. I'm saying,
all right.
It's usually
but
deployed upon brothers.
All right, so if you can hear me, all right, what does that have to do with the structure of the black family? Child support court. What does that have to do?
A lot to do with it because
no, it doesn't. Those are individuals.
Hold on.
Those are individuals who have put themselves in situations. Those are individuals. Those are individuals that have.
You made an assertion. I'm just trying to respond.
Go ahead, Cerulean. Go ahead.
So mind you, you said that it was better. Okay, let's put things in perspective real quick, right? You tell me that it was better to live in a time period of Jim Crow, right? For which literally you could be off, your shit could be destroyed, you would have no recompense, right? Or means to seek recompense, right? So what good is it being together or being more together? That's political fucking power that you got now.
You're talking about a totally different construct of what the overall arching problem is. We know.
I promise you, General, it's all related.
Okay.
General,
so why?
It was policy. It was policy that caused the decline of the family.
Okay, here we go again. We want to talk.
It was policy that caused the decline of the family. We keep trying to blame it on ourselves.
I know that. I know that policy.
The man not
I understand.
All right, so if
you know
this
what?
is the
you
case,
know what? This is the very reason why. This is the very reason fucking why right here that over the course of the next 3, 5, 7, and 10 years, the divide between black men and black women is going to grow stronger. This is the very fucking reason why that SYSBM and Passport Bros are only going to grow larger. And more black people are going to find themselves separated because black men, number one, because black men and black women do not see eye to eye. Number one,
I said it number one. Zero. I'm completely fine with that.
Number
right?
one,
do you know
number
why,
one,
special
number one, black men and black women do not see eye to eye. Number one, black men and black women. I know. You know, it. Never mind. You know what? I'm gonna let you go ahead on and talk, brother, because I don't want to talk over nobody. Go ahead, I'll listen.
Hey,
go ahead. You got the floor, because this yelling at each other and this talking at each other does not find solutions.
I'm not yelling.
Go ahead. But this talking at the same time, I'm not with it. I'm trying to have a constructive conversation so that we can find a middle ground to work towards improving the conditions thereof.
Right.
I don't want to do the back and forth. I don't want to do the back and forth bickering, talking over all that other shit. We know. I know that policies played a factor into it. I'm well aware of that. I'm old enough. I'm 54 fucking years old. I'm well aware of how the government agencies came in and deconstructed the fucking black communities and black households. I'm well aware of how the child support system came in. But again, here's the problem. The child support system would not be that big of a factor if men took responsibilities and women took responsibilities for the creation of children.
Yeah,
would be no fucking child support.
That's the political ramifications and the tax base. I'm not
that's
saying
the social.
that's
the social ramifications, not political.
If you would let me speak, we talking about a debate, right? And we talk.
It's not a debate, man. It's a conversation. I don't really like debate.
I'm just saying a conversation.
But go ahead.
But look, what I'm saying is, if we just letting each other talk, when you said something, I just want to explain what I was saying. And what I was saying was this. If that was the case, why is it that it's predatorily used on our families? We're not talking about the gross impact. I'm talking about the net effect, and that's a damn equation right there. I'm talking about the net effect. The net effect. We can all agree. I would hope.
Can I respond to that?
Effect is dereliction of duty to not say that it has caused a problem. That it's caused a problem of the black women not respecting said man to the point where that the government is daddy now. And what Cerulean is saying is accurate, because I have to agree with that, because being a part of that system, I can tell you from experience and on the ground facts that upon due diligence and research on my own and the alphabet agencies in my shit, I figured out that, yeah, it is a net negative for the brother, because what if he was in poverty? We just talk about poverty and shit. What if he was in poverty? He couldn't pay off the damn debt that was set upon to him, but he probably could take care of his kids, but the woman takes it away from him. She's using it as a pawn. She wants the food stamps, she wants the medication, she wants everything. But if you even had a job, it's all kind of ways where they can take you. Then they say, Chuck, well, take your license. You want me to pay the money. Okay, I'm gonna tell you about a slave. You want me to pay the damn money. You'll take my damn license. Got a job, I gotta drive to that bitch. Okay, now when they stop me and shoot me and kill me, you know what I'm saying? Because I ain't got a fucking license and I'm reaching for my goddamn ID on my phone. Okay, now that man is never, no one knows who he is. And they will never know. And that's why I'm here. Because the shit will happen to you. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gotta be, you know what I'm saying, no rocket science to figure this shit out, bro. And now you gonna take my license, tell me I gotta pay this money, I go get a job, you taking the child support out of my job, probably more than what you should be taking, depending on what she's getting. It's not equal or fair at all. If she's getting $700 in food stamps, which she probably sell the whole thing, they don't give a fuck about that. They get the money on the child support cost, she can go and get her nails done, that shit, they don't give a fuck about that. The kid call you, say, hey, look, I don't even want to be with them. I'm gonna come stay with you. You tell the folks that they stay with you. No. Well, you still gotta give her the money. Why? A judge will tell you that is okay. Without thousands of dollars of legal representation, go your ass in there and work against what she gets for free on the state. Come back and tell me your results. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what nobody say, bro. On average, that shit will fuck a brother up. Average white person got that money. They don't even do that. You know why, bro? Because they already got.
Are you gonna continue to go down, or are you gonna, allow somebody to respond without giving a complete diagram?
Cerulean and I agree. Here's where Cerulean and I just so happen to agree. Okay? The derelict male who fucks a woman and then decides that I'm going to walk away and leave her with the children. That bastard should be paying child support.
Agreed.
All right. Now, the other side comes from the power from, we're talking about not that scenario. Not that particular scenario. Right? Not that scenario. We know that there are derelict males out here who impregnate women just for the fucking thrill and fun of it, to get some pussy and walk away. We know that there are women who weaponize the children within the system and use the system to keep men away and just receive the money. That's, in my opinion, that's a small portion of the black demographics across this country. Okay? We also know, we don't. I said patiently and listen. I said patiently and I listened to you. All right, I asked to see, this is where we get into the conflict at. I don't want to have conflict, I want to have conversation. Okay. We know that there are women who have been notoriously known in the community to get pregnant on purpose by men who don't want children, just so they can get money, food stamps, and all this other shit that are available to them. That happens. Let's move forward, because now we're in the modern era. When you have a woman like that got pregnant by the basketball player and then dumped him and then sit up there and talk about, I'm looking for the next stepdaddy. That's the mindset. It's a mindset that we have to overcome. That young man didn't call her. That young man didn't. I don't give a fuck where she went to at this point. That young man didn't dog her. That young man. That young man. Okay, thank you. I know she was just at Jackson State or whatever. That young man didn't dog her, and in fact, that young man, I believe, and in fact, that specific situation, that young man was trying to marry her and create a family with her. Exactly. The mindset is what we're talking about here. It's all of that other shit. Yes. Tell me how there were.
I think
you gotta fix the marriage system, then, General. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, you gotta fix the marriage system.
What I'm saying is, in my opinion, General, and this is what I was saying. I still say that the brother is derelict. He should have vetted the bitch.
Facts.
See,
Sarudian, my brother, with all due respect, you could do all the vetting you want to do. There are some deceptive and conniving people.
There are no people.
Wait a minute. See, this is that bullshit that I'm talking about. There are men who can persuade and pursue, and baby, you the only one that I'm in love with you, and you the only one I want. And as soon as he busts that nut in her, he's on to the next. So you can vet all you want. You can vet all you want to.
So I thought you were straight down the middle. So the woman can be derelict, but the man can't.
No, that's not what I said. I said in that particular scenario, I just agreed with you that I just gave you an example of how some niggas will pursue a woman. And Dick Cannon is out here using his money and fame, and this motherfucker done got 20 plus motherfucking different women pregnant.
Hey, he can take care of
him. Hey, look,
it doesn't matter whether or not he can take care of the kids. What message is that sending to the average brother out here who can't take care of the kids?
That's message said, I need to go see what Nick Cannon talking about.
See, that's nigga way of thinking. That's a nigga's way. Hold on.
I'm serious. That's what
that's a nigga's way of thinking. That's a nigga's way of thinking. So, I need to go see how Nick Cannon doing it.
I would say would be if I have enough resources to have 20 kids. Now I ain't got no harem, and I ain't trying to get into the religion and politics and marriage shit. But if I just so happen to want to have 20 kids, and I was fucking, you know what I'm saying, Mensa Musa or some shit, or motherfucking me, or insert powerful man name here.
The point is, you
can do that. I can do that.
Brother, the point is, you got motherfuckers out here doing the shit, and they don't have the resources to take care of the kids. That's the whole fucking point. Nick Cannon doing it. Why can't I? Because your ass is not a multi-millionaire.
I would never do what Nick Cannon did if I was a goddamn billionaire. So let me just state that off the
okay then.
I'm gonna tell you this right here. I'm not saying that we do the simple. All I'm saying is this, brother. I learned my lesson from years of motherfucking me knocking my head against goddamn me concrete after my OGs told me don't do that. And I was a young dumb motherfucker. I was. But now that I'm smarter.
Hey man, let's move. Look, this is what I propose. This is what I propose, right? Because obviously this is a conversation. It's volatile, and we were doing so well. I mean, can we all agree that we was doing so well until this conversation?
Yeah, we was like for 7 hours. Yeah, we did very well. Yeah,
like nigga, usually a goddamn live stream beyond 3 hours had already descended into some buckery.
I mean, halfway, like 6 hours, we did good, but 7 hours, almost to 8 hours, yeah, it disseminated the fuckery, but it wasn't.
Sir Obadiah, it has not disintegrated into fuckery at this point in time, and the reason why is because you have some semblance of trolling going on here. It's a small degree of trolling going on,
Small degree,
in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a small. Instead of speaking from an honest position, is over talking, interrupting instead of listening. That's what we were doing all night. We were actually listening. Why does this conversation have to be any different than any other conversation? I'll tell you why. Because it strikes at the core of individual belief systems. That's why.
Right.
Because you got Negroes out here. Because you got Negroes out here who believe I have the answer. When in fact we're in the modern era. The way that these men and women are thinking, both men and women are thinking in the modern era is, I don't give a fuck as long as I get me, as long as I get some pussy. And women are thinking, as long as a nigga pay for my Birkin bag, as long as a nigga pay for my cell phone bill. This is where we are, gentlemen.
Yeah, but see, that's what I'm saying. It takes brothers like us, my brother, especially when you have kids and you got, especially a son or daughter, and you know you in their teenage years, and especially when they get into after 18, they think they're grown, but I'm like, you ain't grown. And I tell my daughter right now, and I tell you, there is hope for brothers who know and what we talking about. That's why we all here, right? Because we all.
That's why we are all here.
My daughter told me some shit so much cold about when they had like a Cyril. I think we had brought that up the other day about the Facebook whistleblower and what we thought that she was an agent or not, right?
Yeah.
Remember we were talking about that, and my daughter called me and she had an opinion on it. Not that one was fed to her. She knows that Instagram is owned by Facebook and told me some of the most insightful shit that I could have ever heard. And I'm thinking, because, she's young, she's with the young social media type, I guess, type of, that's her age, that's, whatever. So, but she told me something so damn poignant. I'm like, damn, you right on point. Not even you ain't on point. You done figure some shit I ain't even thought about.
Yeah.
And you done know it is hope. It's a nihilistic way these people to be talking. It does not exist, in my opinion, because if you just speak and do and act on your children, the ones that you do bring, if Nick Cannon do have 20, I hope he would do the same thing that I would do with mine. And I would be nothing but a blessing to me if I had 20 of them like the ones I got now, doing the right thing and coming back with the love that I didn't give to them and doing good and having their kids doing the right thing and making the family right. I would think that would be a blessing. And I'm taking care of them. Not no child support, not no state. It ain't got to be no state marriage, none of that shit.
My brother, I want you to listen to what I'm about to tell you. All right. With great power, with great power comes great responsibility. Now, when the younger generation of black men are looking at Nick Cannon, who has a very popular TV show for the young people, for that demographics, for the 27 and below, very popular TV show. He's a very flamboyant, very popular person within the social media world. He's very flamboyant, very popular on the TV world, right? That's what our kids are being inundated with, the younger generation. Okay. So a young man that's looking at Nick Cannon and saying, damn, Nick Cannon got all these bad bitches and he got babies and shit. This motherfucking young man is making $30,000 a year. So now he gets that idea in his head that I could do what Nick Cannon's doing. But he can't afford to do what Nick Cannon's doing. He doesn't see all of the shit that Nick Cannon has at his disposal. He doesn't see that. All he sees is Nick Cannon getting bad bitches pregnant. He got a bunch of babies.
And that's what.
And this is what has
older brothers being in.
They don't want to listen. They don't.
Do
the problem is, brother, they don't want to listen to brothers like me, you, Cerulean. That's the problem. They don't want to listen to us because we're old. We're out of touch. We're old. We're outdated.
Right.
You old niggas don't know what you're talking about.
But how I've known to get with some, yeah, they do that, and I had a couple of them, and I don't try to carry myself as old. I don't tell everybody in the hood my age, but I had a couple of young cats come and say, "Hey man, what's up, old school?" I was like, "Nigga, old school? Do I look like old school nigga?" But I mean, I was like, I appreciate you saying that because you respected me in some level. You saying it's school, you know, he not.
I'm gonna ask you. I want to ask you a question.
They will come and ask me. They be in high
Brother, I got
school.
an interjection. I understand what you're saying, but I have an interjection for you. Right? Here's my interjection. How many of the younger demographics of men in your specific community you think you can reach versus Nick Cannon? He can reach.
Right, but what I'm saying is even the ones that's infected with the, I hate to use Nick Cannon, but Nick Cannon, the genophage, right? Okay, if I'm telling you, hey man, you doing good, you a great linebacker, man, you looking good, you got some TV time, and I see you fucking with all these little bras, you know what I'm saying? I know they mamas, I know how hot they is. Hey, look, I'm gonna tell you like this here, bro. Just don't get none of them pregnant and go on, go. You say the school looking at you, okay, yeah, do that, brother. Do not be a victim of the ones like the Brittany Renner who they coming after you. No, don't be a victim of that, brother. Go ahead and get past your college. Finish your school, get past your college. Don't get no bitch pregnant. And go in, get your money, get signed, and then if you want to choose a woman, choose a proper chick.
Let me interject something, right? Because we're going to bring up Brittany Renner and oh boy. See, that's a collective failure on us. Yeah. Oh, they have. See, we know these women out here exist that targets these brothers that are in these high-paid fields like sports and entertainment. Where the fuck was his peer group? That's dereliction on the motherfucking group of men still.
They steering him to the bitch. Is where they at. They steering him
again. Again, I just laid it out for you. I just laid it out for you. I don't know how plain I can make it. Obadiah, you hear me laying it out.
Yeah,
I'm laying it out for you. I don't understand what. Listen, the job I do right now
don't we say,
for the U.S.
The general, don't we say the same thing? The general, don't we say the same thing when we see these brothers getting all this fucking money from these huge contracts in sports, and then within motherfucking 5 years they fucking flat broke? Don't we say the same thing? Where the fuck was this goddamn peer group at?
Same shit. Yeah.
Now the logic doesn't apply when it comes to these bitches.
That's not where you and I do not disagree on that point. We don't disagree on that point. You want to place, in my opinion, Cerulean, you want to place 90% of the blame, 90% of the blame on men, and alleviate 0% of the blame on women. This is just my opinion. It's the men's fault. When you have women who have masculine traits, who have become masculine over 60 plus fucking years, you cannot do that. You have to place the onus on the owner. You have to put the responsibility on the responsible party's part. That's all I'm saying. That's where you and I, we breach. We have a breach at. That's the only place you and I have
that's
a
where
breach
y'all
at.
clash at. Yeah. The general has the general likes to I wouldn't say blame on the women, but I'm just saying, it's their fault on their end. And then Cerulean says it's our accountability that we messed up. Like he said, the dereliction part. I understand where he's coming from. Y'all just not going to mesh well on that. Now, we do agree on, I think all of us, about their mistakes, as a collective,
right.
And that happens, and that's when we get in these conversations. And then this is where I wouldn't say go left. I'll say left and right sometimes, because sometimes it's like, oh, it's the women. Like, yeah, I hear that a lot. Then I hear the ones, it's our fault too. Yeah, we know that. But the ones that participate in, both of them participate in the dereliction. Me and DeAndre was looking at each other in the chat, and I'm just shaking my head.
Thank you.
It has to be a balance between both. Like I said, it's fair to say it's both of their fault and it's our fault as a collective. But
you know, I usually go after the women like 95% of the time. But then I realize, no, it's our fault, because if we train those women, they don't respect us. Even though it's the ones that act masculine, we have to fall back and look at ourselves, what causes that. And then the general lays out, look, this is the way to do it. Some men ain't gonna agree to it. You know, we see it all the time when we talk about on Kuda's panels, you know, as an experiment, how they act on panels and stuff. And I just let them have it. I just let them have it.
Let me add this to you right here. The job that I do for the U.S. Army Garrison, I am the senior non-commissioned officer for the U.S. Army Garrison here at the intake process. I deal with young men of all backgrounds, nationalities, and colors. When they get here, I am the second person that they see. Okay, we have to do what's called a soldier readiness fact sheet. In other words, we gather information. Hey, where you coming from? You know, your educational level, where'd you go to high school? All this bullshit. I've been going a step further personally because I'm personally invested in the black community, meaning black men and black women joining together. So I ask questions that's not on the sheet. And I ask these young brothers that are between the ages of 18 to 32. So are you married? No. Okay. You got a significant other? Yeah. Okay. So she black, white, just general casual conversation. Do you know what 90% of the young men, brothers, black men that are entering into the military service, and I haven't just done this here at Fort Hood. I've also done this at motherfucking Fort Drum. I've also done this when I was a part of the European Command, right? Mm-hmm. Do you know what 90% over the past 5 years of black men, 90% of them, and I've kept a running ledger, a running log. You know what I've heard from them? Oh, I don't fuck with black women. Uh-huh. They don't want shit. They too hard to get along with. They too argumentative. They're too combative. Mind you, this is just not black men who are coming from single parent households. These are black men that are coming from 2-parent households, some coming from well-to-do communities. There's a wide diaspora. Some coming out of the projects, out of the hood, out of the ghettos, out of the suburbs. Some coming from bullshit-ass low-income communities. Some coming from upper-middle-class communities from all across the goddamn country. And 90% of young black men are saying, I only fuck with others. I only fuck with white girls. I like Spanish women. 90%. On the other hand, when I ask the sisters the same question, 90% of them saying, "Oh, I don't fuck with. I date out." 90%. So why you don't like brothers? No. Why? They don't want to pay for shit. What?
Wow. Yeah. I'm familiar with that.
What?
Yeah. I've heard that.
The difference is between me and a lot of these motherfuckers in the manosphere and likewise that are running their fucking mouth. I've done the leg work. I've done the field work. I continue to do the field work. That's the difference.
So you're saying that 90% of their answers is the fact that the nigga too cheap.
Yeah.
So
that's the ratio I just heard.
Yeah, but no, he made a fair point about
hold on. But on the flip side, 90% of the men are saying that the women are too masculine. They don't want to do female shit. They don't want to go to the movie or go to the museums. No, they want niggas to pay for something for nothing.
In my experience, it don't be that. They be wanting to go all them places. If you go take them. But look here, I tell you this here. I tell the younger brothers, like I said, do not, because y'all got talent, y'all going somewhere, the damn school's looking at you, got TV time. And that's better than what I had when I was your age. They got TV time, they got Huddle, they got all these places where you can get your films. And a lot of people will confiscate your films back in the days if you was a great athlete and give your stats to another person who was a senior or who was more hooked in with the politics and the bureaucracy of the football team. That would give your stats away.
Yeah, that's what they do all the time. But the general saying in so many words, like the boys that, like I said, come from 2-parent home, like I am, that's been like going on for years. Not like in my generation, like black women. I'm not surprised when he said that. Yeah,
look, I told the young brother straight up, look,
yeah.
don't get them pregnant, whether they was white, whether they was black,
that's basic. That's basic knowledge right there.
Yeah, I know, but we seem not to be with a lack of that, though, sir.
What is the reason they lack that? Is like I said, they're not consistent. Yeah.
I get it. So brothers are allowed to have their preference based on an arbitrary set of things that they list as reasoning for why they don't want to fuck with black women. But black women are not allowed to have their same arbitrary set of fucking reasoning.
No, they are. That's just it. That's just it, Cerruti. And what you're trying to do is you're trying to make it sound like I'm saying something that is not correct. And you're right. They both parties have the right to have their arbitrary reasons as to why they don't want to date each other. That's fine and dandy. This is why I say organizations like SYSBM, organizations like Pathway Bros, those organizations are going to continue to grow, and you're going to see the decline. You're gonna see the decline of black family. You're already seeing it. I'm seeing it up close, live, and in person. And I'm sure that I'm sure that as you move around the city, I'm sure that you're seeing more interracial couples than ever before.
You know what I'm seeing a lot, General? You know what I'm seeing a lot, General, in my locale? I'm seeing a lot of white boys with a lot of Somalis.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, it depends on what your it depends on what your what your community. It depends. Right, but it depends on your demographics in your community where you live at. Also, I know here in Texas, what I see here in the Central Texas region between Killeen, Parker Heights, Austin, San Antonio, what I'm seeing a lot of brothers with a lot of Latin women. What I'm seeing when you go to Dallas, I'm seeing a lot of black men with white women. That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, but I mean, in Houston, bro, I would tell you in Houston, bro.
Wait, hold on. And are their lives improving to any degree than what they were when they were dealing with black women? And if you say yes,
say what now?
You know what the numbers are. If you tell me yes, then I know. Look, you're just trying to be right. Because you can't tell me that their lives are improving to any fucking degree just because they go with a motherfucking Latino.
No, that's not what I said at all. What I'm telling you is I'm seeing the upper crust, the upper tier, the brothers who have the means to provide, like you said, the 7 essential things to sustain life. I'm seeing those brothers move outside of the race, and I'm asking myself why. Why am I seeing the upper middle class black men move outside of the race with all of the available upper middle class black women available to them? Why?
Okay, well, I would say in Houston, since you're speaking about Texas, you know what I'm saying? Brothers ain't never gave up on sisters. Brothers ain't never gave up on sisters. My partners that I know, they fuck with some Latinas, some bad motherfuckers. I had a couple of Latinas myself and a couple of white women, but I still love sisters. It's not taking away nothing from my sisters.
You just answered a question that you was talking about earlier. They seeking the path of least resistance.
That means they're tired of dealing with the fucking masculine, argumentative, combative sisters.
Or maybe they know that it's a hell of a lot easier to get some pussy from a Latina.
No, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
Man, where's my conceited lips?
That's not true. And here's why. And here's the reason why I would tell you that's not. Here's the reason why I would tell you that's not true. Look at the rate of single motherhood in the black community. Somebody's fucking all these black women.
Man, you ain't seen the Spanish community, nigga. What you mean?
Let's see. Let's examine all of these goddamn Latino women with these half goddamn black Tino fucking children.
Okay.
I'm not. I won't disagree that. Again, I will not disagree that you are having. Cerulli, will you please, brother? I implore you.
Did I
Have the
not be
conversation.
silent the whole time?
I was trying to
All right,
answer
go
your
ahead.
question.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm not here to tell you that there are not derelict black men moving outside of the community, creating the same fuckery that they've created within the community. I would never sit there and tell you that. I won't. For me to sit here and do that would be the admission that you just tried to hang over my head, which was just trying to be right.
How did I try to hang something over your head?
So I will not tell you
I thought we were
that
having a
there are not.
conversation, General. I'm not the sort of Damocles dangling my hair over your head.
I will not sit here and tell you that there are not a certain segment of the black man's demographic that are derelict in their duties, that are moving outside of the community, creating fuckery and chaos within the Latin community or within the white community. I wouldn't dare sit here and tell you that. What I said was the upper crust and the upper middle class of black men who have not contributed to that fuckery.
Oh man.
All I'm gonna say, man, in H-Town, man, we got a super multicultural thing. And I would tell you this here just from sample size and sample rate of my experience, not from no statistics, just from me experience.
Look, here's the reality,
All the
bro.
races, from all the
If you
races, right? The
and this
most
is
person that's
universally true.
mad that they fucking with a black dude is the Indians or Pakistanis. I done been Vietnamese chicks. I done been with.
This is universally true, okay? And it don't matter what race you apply it to, okay? If you was a derelict in your own community, you're going to be a derelict in any other community.
True.
Didn't disagree with that. I didn't disagree with that. That's why I made a distinction. But you're not dealing with the distinction that I made. The distinction was the non-derelict black men who have decided to set themselves apart from the black woman.
That's the word derelict. Dereliction is an everyday fight, General.
It
is everyday fight. I did a whole live stream on that. Yeah.
It is.
I'm not saying what you saying ain't all right, but trying to make it out of dereliction is a day-to-day fight.
I don't disagree with that statement that you just made, but my brother, what I'm telling you is that's why I made the distinction. Okay? That's why I made the distinction. I'm talking about the brothers who are actively out here seeking successful marriages, families, and relationships. Those are the black men that I'm talking about. I just admitted to you. I just admitted to you. I just said it. I will not tell you.
Why is it
allow me to finish my statement, brother. Allow me to finish my statement. That's why I made the distinction. I then said, I backed it up by saying, I will not sit here and tell you that there is not a certain demographics of black men, derelict black men, that are now moving outside of the community and selling Latin women, Asian women, Mexican women, and whatever woman outside of the black race dreams. I won't sit here and tell you that.
Man, I
but
know
General, this is why I asked the question before. Once again, this is why I asked the question before, which negates all of those distinctions. Even when this nigga goes outside of the damn community to fuck with this Latino bitch, to fuck with the Asian bitch, fuck with the white bitch, has his life improved to a degree that was quote unquote better than what it was dealing with a black woman.
From the outside looking in, from the outside looking in,
because we have the numbers. Because we have the numbers.
What numbers are you referring to?
Well, let's just say, let's look up interracial couples they're more likely to get divorced than same racial couples, or are they more likely to get divorced than same racial couples?
Or the net worth disparity between the two and who walks away with the most.
No, the reality is you can look it up right now. Interracial couples are more likely to be divorced than interracial couples are more likely to be divorced than same racial.
That is by the numbers will fair out. The numbers will fair out and say that by the numbers. I don't disagree with that, but you also must understand that those numbers.
Like you can
you
have
also
like what I'm saying is that we keep dealing with a mindset that tells them, oh, because this black woman and because this black woman or because this black man, yada yada yada. But yet what we're seeing is that these motherfuckers ain't life improving. Their life ain't improving just because they go outside the fucking race. And what we keep failing to realize, because we keep doing the same shit over and over again, when I keep telling you that this is a goddamn American dysfunction.
I don't disagree with that, and the reason why that is the reason why it is, Cerulean, because overall marriage is down and divorce is up. So it's not only, and I agree with you when you say that it is an American dysfunction, because overall marriage is down and divorce is up among all races, interracial or other. So that right there nullifies that whole statement that you just made, in my opinion. Because if you look at,
let me get this right. Let me get this right real quick, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we keep seeing this Negro, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go off with the Asian bitch, go off with the Latino bitch, go off with the white bitch. And yet, we saying that the black bitch so bad, right?
Right.
But he's still getting drugged through the motherfucking ringer. As a matter of fact, if you go off with a white bitch, he's getting drugged through the ringer harder than he ever would have if he was dating a black one. And we have the numbers for that too.
Yeah, because
as a matter of fact, I already broke down the numbers that show you that the black woman is actually the least likely woman to fucking put a goddamn black man on child support. But you look at your white woman, she's the most likely. Your Latino woman is right up under that bitch. And the Asian woman, she's literally neck and neck with the motherfucking what they call it, the American Indian, who's right there.
Cerulean, right now, I'm gonna ask you a question. Right now, who's the less likeliest a woman, black, white, or otherwise, to be married?
Oh,
you talk about those. You talk about those numbers. Let's talk about those numbers because I'm looking at. I'm looking at them. I'm looking at them right now. Let's talk about those numbers.
Are we looking at raw data, or are we looking at percentiles? Because if we're saying percentiles, it would appear or give the illusion that the black woman is the least likely to be married. But if you're looking at raw data, the white woman is the least likely to actually be married.
So when you go by that, number right there, you have to you have to go by per capita and percentages. And since they outnumber, and since white people in this country, that's right. Because you're talking about raw data. You talking about raw data. Now you don't want to fucking hear. Now you don't want to fucking hear nothing. You want to overtalk because you have a need to simply want to be right.
No, I don't care about being right. This is reality. I'm talking to you.
Well, why can't you hear the other side instead of trying to talk through me to make a point?
We comparing notes
and allow me to fucking
we
respond.
Comparing notes, man. We comparing notes.
Right, but you gotta you gotta be heard in order to compare notes. So if that's the case, when white people outnumber black people in this country at a fucking tune of 15 to fucking 1. Remember, there are 60 plus million of them motherfuckers. 60 plus million. I'm sorry. It's 400 and the population in this country is roughly 475 million. That's the population. If 60% of that is of white descent, and we know what our numbers are, because we quote them every goddamn day. We know that we're only roughly 50 million of said population of 400 plus million. The fuck is you talking about? If they get a cold, we got HIV and the fucking goddamn COVID-29. So you can compare statistical numbers all you want to. Take a swath of 50 million of them motherfuckers out against our 50 million, and then you can accurately get an accurate picture.
Okay,
so you can
so
talk.
what we do, we just we
take
just
a swab. Take a swab. Take a swab.
Take a sample size of everybody, right? So we just had a lady join the panel. So let's ask her opinion, brother.
When I get done, when I get done, we can vastly compare notes. I have no issue with that. You take 50 plus million of the dominant population of all social and economic settings to match up with what we have in our community, and then you can look at the numbers.
Don't you know that there's more white single mothers than the total population of Black America?
Yes, because I just explain it to you. Didn't I just explain it to you why?
Yo,
I just explained it to you why. If America has 400 plus million motherfuckers in it.
What I'm saying, General, is simple. It got nothing to do with none of that, right? What I'm saying is that it don't fucking really matter, those numbers, because they're the largest population. But okay, if we're gonna keep battering motherfuckers over the head with this shit, right?
It does.
No.
It does
because
matter.
if it does, right? If it does, okay, explain to me why there's such a pervasive level of fucking white failure and white male dereliction. Now we're saying that the white male is better than us because he marries his woman at a rate higher than us.
That's what you're saying. That's not what
that's what like, don't you know that statistic only exists in order to show the world that the Black man is irresponsible and the least likely to commit unmarried? You are responsible for marriage, not them. You're the one that proposes, not them. She takes your last name, not hers.
It's a real.
So we're talking about unmarried. Like if we talk about unmarried. So now what we have. So now what you're telling me is that now we have a group of Negroes that create all of these excusatory reasons why they don't want to marry their own women, but they see in their eyes that another group of men's women is better than ours. So what they're saying is that their woman, right? They're saying in essence that that group of men is better than us because they want to seek their products that they created, that they trained, that they provided for, that they educated, reared, and motherfucking employed and whatnot. So they're better than us. I wish niggas would just stop. Look, this is what I want. I want niggas to stop the bullshit. This is what I prefer, General. I prefer niggas to cut the motherfucking bullshit and just say what's deep down in a fucking psyche that they think that everybody else is better than us.
Yeah, just be honest. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we get what the General was saying.
No. I got it. I can handle it.
See, because I hear a nigga talking like that. I say,
no.
You
don't get to do that, Rudy. You don't get to do that. Here's my response to what you just said. For some Black men, that may very well be true. For others, they may seemingly look outside of the community and say, that is what I desire. Has nothing to do with them thinking that, that white men are better than they are. You know better than that as a Black man. Tell me what brother who you actually look at and who looks at himself as being less than a white man just because of the race of woman he chooses. Tell me that. See, that's a misnomer, and that's bullshit information that's put out. I don't know one Black man, whether he's married to a Black woman, a Jewish woman, a white woman, an Asian woman, or whoever he's married to, that would look at the white man and say, oh, well, the Jewish man, oh, well, he's better than I am. Let me go and get this woman. No, that's bullshit.
Of course they don't say it.
It sounds good.
They don't say it outright. Look.
It sounds good. No, what you're not gonna do. Of course
they're not gonna say it outright.
What you're not going to do is scream and yell over me to make your point. I would rather have the conversation so that we could come to some middle ground and try to come up with some solutions rather than talk about all of the issues and problems that exist that's keeping us separated. I just told you what I'm seeing personally, the groundwork that I'm doing, and the reasons why I was given those said fucking reasons as to why they're choosing to go out. I just told you, I got it from the horse's mouth. Not from some paperwork, not from some census, I'm getting it from actual motherfucking people, from actual black men and black women that I interact with face to face when they come in this fucking office. And when I say, hey, why you not dating sisters? Man, they ain't no fun. You take them to the water park, they don't want to get wet.
I just told you the same thing though, bro, because
they don't want to get wet. They don't want to get wet. They ain't no fun.
I just told you the
They're
same
argumentative.
thing, brother. I
They're
told you I've
argumentative.
been to brothers who date
why do we
black
do this?
women mostly. And I tell them the same thing. Don't get no woman pregnant before you go
I
to
understand.
the
We
all do that. We all do that. We know you do that, brother.
I don't
Some of the statistics that that's why we compare notes, right? Your statistics, right? My statistics, Cerulean has his, Sir O has his, and I'm sure the young lady, that's why I was saying let her speak. She probably has some statistics that we don't know about because we all brothers. Sometimes it might take someone who also the female could tell us this as well. I'm not, we don't discount each other's statistics. We already know, like Cerulean say, they put them statistics up there to reinforce what, brother?
To reinforce a fucking hatred of ourselves.
Bam.
You see, statistics don't mean shit when they're pointing out No. I just listened to you. I just want to see. I love when certain niggas do this. They'll use statistics when it's convenient to show the positive, but when it's convenient to show the negative, all of a sudden, statistics are developed to set us under the black people and to point out all this negative bullshit. That's why I love when motherfuckers do that. I do. Because I'll hear the same motherfucker sit back and use a statistic that points towards something positive within our community. Or black women are the most educated. Well, no, they're not. That means they're the most enrolled, and the black women and the black women and the black men are this and that and the third. We use statistics when it's convenient. So which one is it? Are we going to use statistics for convenience, or are we going to use statistics because it matters?
But General,
which one is
look, General, you and Cerulean almost agree.
Let me respond to that, bro. Because it's so funny that whenever you look at the goddamn statistics, the white motherfuckers that created this shit, they do this fucking same goddamn thing to show that this is a positive statistic about us. But whenever we show the reality, we go to the raw fucking data to show you that the goddamn white community is wholly been a fucking failure, which is why you seeing this fucking rabid outrage, white fucking fake outrage and victimhood coming from the white community while we sitting here thinking that they're so fucking better than us.
Okay.
Understand?
Okay.
Hold on.
All right. Watch this.
Big game. You notice you don't see. Notice we talked about some crazy shit.
We
talked about some crazy shit about how they never fucking report all this motherfucking shit. We talk about West Virginia, white fucking state, complete fucking failure. Got a goddamn crime rate that's fucking 10 times higher than the national average. My nigga. What are you saying?
And you can look at one, and you can look at one city who has goddamn almost 3 times the population as a whole goddamn state, and it's majority of them motherfuckers are black.
So the same can apply to a state like West Virginia. The same can apply to a state like West Virginia that has less than 1/3 of Chicago, that has less than 1/3 of Illinois' population, and yet has a fucking crime rate that's 3 times higher.
Same shit. You're doing the same shit, brother.
What are you saying?
All you got to do is stay
calm. No.
See
what I'm saying is that why don't we just be honest? No. Look, I'm trying to cut through the bullshit, General. Let's just say what the fuck we really want to say. What we really want to say is,
I'm saying the shit I really want to say. Here is goddamn.
Is that we look at everybody else is better than us? Just say that shit.
If you want the fucking truth,
say this shit. These black women ain't shit. Just say it like you mean it. Black women ain't shit, and every other bitch is better than ours.
I'm not gonna let you sit here and rant and rave and yell over me to make it seem like I'm saying something that I've not said. I'm not gonna let you do it, Cerulean. You can try that bullshit with other people, but you're not gonna run that bullshit on me, brother. Period. So, as to your point, let's look at one city that has goddamn 2.5, 3 times the population of the whole fucking state, which is majority motherfucking black. Let's look at not one of the major cities that we always look at. Let's look at New Orleans. Let's look at New Orleans, Louisiana. Bullshit.
Now
I'll
these
give you
cities,
another bullshit. I'll give you another city. One city.
Now when black folk are the majority, the rules don't apply when black folk are the majority now. You see how it works?
I will give you a fucking city, not a state. That's what I'm talking about. You're trying to do it again. I will give you another city, not a state, that has goddamn 1.5 times the population, which is 88% black. I will give you a district that's a fucking failure. That's black.
You know, this is what I've been saying the whole time.
Let's look at Detroit. Let's look at Detroit. Let's look at Detroit.
Whenever we talking about majority population,
no, you don't want to talk about it. You don't want to talk about it.
All of a sudden, no. All of a sudden, the rules are different. The rules don't apply.
I'm looking at fucking facts here. I'm looking at
rules don't apply. Wait. That's because this is how we know it's a bunch of bullshit. The rules don't apply whenever the majority rules don't fucking apply whenever the city's black.
Oh no, the rules apply.
The majority rules don't fucking apply anymore when the goddamn population is black. That's why we keep talking about Chicago. That's why we keep talking about New Orleans. That's why we keep talking about Detroit. That's why we keep talking about New York. That's why we kept talking about LA. That's why we kept talking about Houston.
To be honest with you,
and Baltimore too.
And look,
whatever population is the majority in a fucking locale, of course, that's going to be the majority of motherfucking criminals. Of course, that's going to be the majority of goddamn dysfunction. Okay? But when we look at, no, hold on, bro. Because now I'm starting to get pissed off because niggas ain't saying what the fuck they really mean. But whenever we apply that shit to the overall diaspora of America, now the fucking rules don't apply. What I just told you is the motherfucking white majority is the biggest goddamn derelict. No, hold up. I just asked you. There's a motherfucker going over there fucking with every other goddamn group. You're going to fucking lies, my nigga. And I told you, we have the numbers that it's double.
This is why we could never get to the truth. Because as soon as you start criticizing,
because niggas don't want to have an honest conversation. Niggas just want to say these bitches ain't shit. Just be honest, my nigga.
Soon as you start criticizing the black woman, this is what happens. You start,
no, because when you criticize,
you start talking about the white.
Stop the cap.
You start
stop the fucking cap, dog. Stop the fucking cap.
No, dog. You just did it. You just did it. We're not talking about white people. We're talking about black
stop
people
the fucking cap.
How?
Because when you talking about, hold on, bro. Let me look.
Man, we do stop. You got to be out your motherfucking mind.
Hold on, bro.
You just did that shit.
Bro.
Anytime a black man
you do
has
anything, hold up, bro. Whoa.
Anytime a brother has anything to say
when you
talk, that he does not like about our society, it becomes
a fucking reality, bro.
Gentlemen.
When you talking about these bitches, you actually talking about yourself, nigga. You can't fucking make a goddamn baby with a dick alone, nigga. You need a dick. Nigga, you need a sperm, nigga. So when you talking about these bitches, you talking about yourself. And what it really is a reflection of your failure.
Yo, Cerrone.
Say what the fuck it is, nigga.
Cerrone, bro. General, hold on a second. Yo, look. Y'all need to change the subject. Y'all going off the rails. On both, y'all going off the rails. Cerrone, bring it back, bro. Bring it back. You know what I'm saying? The conversation is going off the rails. Now, I've been listening to the conversation. Okay? I've been listening the whole time. Now, I'm going to say something. All right? So we both can hear both sides. I'm going to say something. Okay. He's talking about in the military room. Okay? Now, my estimation, of what I've seen since my 20 fucking years outside of the country, where I've seen a change, is I've seen it where you wouldn't catch a black girl, a black woman with a white dude. You wouldn't catch a black dude with anybody else unless it was a Japanese chick, but he'll be with a black chick. What I start seeing is this. The black dudes stop dating the Japanese chicks. Period. They don't even date them. And then they date everybody else, and it's a rare occurrence that you see them dating a black chick. They'll date anybody else, but they won't date a Japanese chick. So I started looking at it, and guess what? 25 and over, they don't give a fuck about all that. Has nothing to do with all that. It's all about proximity. They already been fucking assimilated. This is in the military. You'll see a white girl walking down the street with a black dude, or you'll see a Latino chick, and the sisters don't give a fuck because they got him a white dude, they got him an Asian dude that's in the military, they got him a fucking Latin dude. They don't care. It's 25 and under. Now, whatever the general's saying, this is what he's getting, right? And he's giving you the information. Now, we can take the statistics. We know all of that. We know what they do with the statistics to push the narrative, to fit their motherfucking modus operandi. We get that. I know that. You know that. The general knows that. Everybody knows that. It's up here. But that does not negate the fucking fact of what he's hearing. That's the problem. And now, how do we fix it? All right, forget. And sometimes when we hear these niggas talk so fucking much, and we hear something that sounds similar, we all get fucking triggered.
I've been
And that's
asking that question all night.
saying.
I've been asking that question all night.
I was listening.
How do we fix
it?
Because did I or did I not?
Been asking that question all night.
Did I a little while ago?
I get it. I know. Listen, man. Listen, you're not listening, man. Listen
to another subject. Wait, did I not say? Let's move on to another subject.
Yeah, I know. But here, listen to your bro. Listen to your bro. If it was anybody else that was up here, right, that said what the general said, I wouldn't have said shit. Go ahead and roast.
I wouldn't say shit either. You know,
but
the general.
It's the general. You gotta give him that. You gotta give him that cause to pause. Yo, if it was any other, he ain't them niggas. I understand what the general's trying to do.
Yeah,
we having a conversation. I know that is a subject for you where you know what I'm saying. That shit thing.
I get it. Yeah, really is passionate about that subject. We get it. And the general's passionate about his. You know, he stands for what he says, and that's great.
Cool.
We need this kind of talk. Yeah.
When you continue to put that fucking narrative out there and keep trying to argue that motherfucking point of view. To me, look, you can't say that shit to me. I'm a nigga with a tremendous amount of pride in myself, bro.
Yeah, I get it. I know.
Because what you're telling me is I didn't just fucking witness what the fuck I witnessed growing up. You're telling me that the motherfucking great black men that I fucking grew up around, no, they wasn't shit because that other community is better than them niggas.
Yeah, I get it. I get it, but I get it. But here's the thing:
that generation that I was raised by that took responsibility for their fucking actions instead of always scapegoating it to some other shit.
Yeah,
gotta come up with all kind of excusatory reasons for why they do what the fuck they do. Oh, I ain't fucking with no black bitch because of this, I ain't fucking with no black nigga because of this, Nigga, what you basically saying is that everybody else is better than us because one, you're just making it clear instead of fucking going through all this bullshit, just say what the fuck it is. You deem other motherfucking groups better than us.
Right. But you see, here's the problem.
Hold on, Dre. Hold on, Dre. Yeah. What I want that you do is use the word "you" in this conversation with me. Say "they." So when you say "you," it comes across as if saying that I believe. No.
Anybody,
I want you to hear. I want you to hear me.
That is doing that shit.
I want you to hear. I want you to hear me. And I want you to hear me well. I want you to hear me right now. I'm merely looking for solutions. I can tell you the problems that exist, just like you can tell me the problems that exist. What we're talking about is a solution. Case in point. Out of the 27 major universities this weekend that had a homecoming celebration, tell me why there were 3 universities, HBCUs, that had shootings on the campus where multiple people were killed and injured. Out of the white universities, since you want to use them as your comparative analysis, tell me why you didn't hear of not one shooting. Not one.
Security.
Okay.
Not one. No, it has nothing to do with security. Tell me why.
You been to them HBCUs and you look at their security, you look at the motherfucking high dollar, you talking about Alabama D1, man, the motherfuckers look like Blackwater out there, bro. Let's stop playing.
Yeah,
I'm asking a question here. Here's the comparative analysis. When you look at
if you're going to use that comparison,
HBCUs next to motherfucking impoverished communities, huh? That would give you the fucking answer. You don't see a whole lot of white Ivy League colleges next to no motherfucking ghettos.
When you say Ivy League, I understand that. When you talk,
man, she just y'all talked over.
Oh, go ahead, sister. Go ahead. What
Go
you say,
ahead,
sister?
Trinity. Welcome to the panel.
You know what, General? If you're going to bring up school shootings, then we have to be fair and we have to include all of those white boys that be running up in all of them schools, Columbine and all the rest. It's all the same.
Okay, I understand that, sister. I'm talking about right now, this particular weekend where they had homecoming celebrations for universities. For universities,
because it's your narrative. But at the end of the day, what you're
no, that's not what I'm.
That's and that we shooting up schools. And you know goddamn well that that might have happened this weekend, but at the same time, you know this happens in the dominant society all the time. So let's not play that game.
Right? Don't even take no fucking homecoming for a goddamn white school shooting.
That's not what I'm doing here. That's not what I said at all. But you're so quick to dump. You're so quick. You're so quick. You're so quick. You're so quick to jump to a conclusion instead of listening to what I have to say.
But what I'm saying is, how are you just going to narrow it down to one weekend when you know this shit happens all the time? But so it fits your narrative, you're going to say we can only look at this weekend. Come on, you know that's not right, General.
That's not what I said at all. That's not what I'm trying to do at all.
Okay.
But the inference
at all
could have been taken that
this
way.
This is where I get fucking pissed. This is where I get fucking pissed off at. That's not what I said at all.
But you're not even trying to listen, General. It's like you're getting mad.
This is where I get pissed off at when people try to say that I said something. When people are trying to say that I'm trying to. When people are trying to say that I'm
not agreeing with you, it's not that we're against you. It's just that
y'all. It doesn't matter. I don't really give a fuck. I'm just telling you what I see. It doesn't matter whether you get against me or with. I'm just telling you what I see. All right, y'all got it. Go ahead. Never mind.
Yeah,
y'all got
really
it.
How you acting like you really don't give a fuck. To be complaining.
Y'all got it. If I didn't give a fuck, I wouldn't be talking about it. I wouldn't be looking for a solution.
You just say you didn't give a fuck, then, General.
If I didn't give a fuck, because I don't give a fuck what you're talking about at this particular moment, because you didn't hear anything I said.
At this particular moment, you don't. You can't. What I have to say because it don't fit the narrative.
You want to argue? I don't want to argue. Go ahead. It's not about fitting the narrative.
15 minutes. What you talking about?
I can't hear you. It's not about fitting the narrative. It's about finding. It's not about finding. That's what men do. That's what men do. Look, the manipulation tactics. The fucking manipulation tactics won't work with me. You can try that shit with the rest of these simp ass niggas. That shit don't work with me. Me and Cerulean and I are fine. This is what men do. We have a disagreement. It was men speaking.
Let me give a disclaimer. Like this is right. Me and General going back and forth like this.
Before you try to come up this motherfucker and you try to divide and conquer, goddammit, that shit don't work. Cerulean and I are fine.
What are you talking about? You've been arguing for the past 15 minutes. What am I dividing?
That's your division right there. I know. Go ahead, choose sides right now. I know. That's fine. Anyway, Cerulean and I are fine. So my point is, again, my point is,
to come in between the break.
My point is,
I'm just
Again,
giving
my
my
point is,
observation. I'm giving my
oh
opinion.
my
All right, now
fucking.
this is going.
Okay,
Now
again,
this is
my
going
point.
into something
I don't
else.
care
Now
about
this
your
is going
opinion.
into something
Again,
else.
my point is
Okay?
this. My
Yeah,
point
man,
is this.
for real.
You don't care about
When
your
you look
opinion. You don't care
across,
because I
when
have
you
a
look
brain and I
across,
got
when you
audacity
look
to use
across
it.
the layer, when you look
Like,
across the lay of the land, when you look across the lay of the land, and that's fine. I know motherfuckers don't like to hear the truth, and that's okay. When you look across the lay of the land, Cerulean, you are absolutely right. Most of your
But look,
HBCUs are next to impoverished neighborhoods. But tell me why USC didn't have a school shooting, and they're right across the street from Compton,
okay,
California.
let me ask you this, right? Utah, right?
Mm-hmm.
Utah is in a motherfucking lily white, pristine, motherfucking upper middle class community, and yet it had a goddamn shooting. So what's their excuse?
The University of Utah. That's my point. My point is that society as a whole, as I mentioned to you earlier, was upside down, inside out. Don't know right from left. Don't know forward from
But see what it
backwards.
sounds like to
So
me
it is
is
not.
that
It
niggas
is
are the
not.
reason why America fucked up.
Actually,
That's what it sounded like, General.
actually, I was giving credence to what you said earlier. What I do not like to do is when I talk about black people, because I'm so passionate about it, I do not like to do a comparative analysis against the larger swath of this country. That's what I don't like to do.
And see, let me give a disclaimer real quick, right? Y'all see me and the General going back at it. This is light.
Yeah,
Oh, this
that ain't
is
nothing.
nothing.
That ain't
This ain't
nothing.
shit.
I mean, you and
This ain't
Charles, when
look,
y'all argue on his panel, when I
look, me
first
and the
saw it, I
motherfucking
said,
General,
"Damn."
yo, me and the General done had motherfucking battles that
Probably a lot offline. Yeah, I know. But see, I'm used to that. I'm
Yeah,
used to that growing up. But see, you know, it's a
but the
great
key to it
discussion.
is the key to it is this is what men do. Men
Yeah,
can
Right,
have a
exactly.
cognitive disagreement.
and
And
disagreements like that. Yeah, there you go.
and but that's trial by fire, and this
But
is
what I'm
where
saying is that
you're
we got
able
the
to.
reason why I keep saying the things I'm saying, General, is because we have to stop applying this rule in which it makes it look like we're the fucking cause of all America's fuck ups.
No, that's
We
not
are
what
not,
that. If you
and I
think
keep
that's what
saying
I'm
it over and
saying,
over again. What makes us different from motherfucking the rest of America? We were talking about motherfucking West Virginia earlier. Now, mind you, West Virginia has less than a fucking quarter of Illinois state population, and yet
Yeah.
its crime rate is 3 times higher per capita.
right? So
But
when
see,
you do
when we talk
what
about
what
what I'm saying,
what
but
happens
what I'm saying
is,
is that
brother, when we do that, we must also. That's when you can apply all of the other things that affect society as a whole, right? The lack of a stable economy in that state, the lack of job opportunities in that state. The
but
government
what I'm
not
saying
only
is that
does
Chicago,
the
wait,
government has
what industry other than service monopolizes the city of Chicago? Go.
what industry other than they have a port there. They have a major import export port in that city, in Chicago,
Okay,
and well, in that state.
okay, in that port, right? The workers, there's no workers working in that goddamn port unless they're part of the union, and they fucking been existing since the goddamn Italian mob ran the shit.
Right. It's
Still
been
running.
the market has been cornered by crime
But
mob
yet, but
bosses for
hold up,
decades.
General. But
That
hold up,
is the
General.
union.
But hold up, General.
Hmm.
Because you got the motherfuckers, you can look it up right now. You got the motherfuckers down at the port, the motherfucking dock workers, motherfucking running off the goddamn job. Running off at a fucking job. Matter of fact, a lot of them never came back because whenever they were getting the fucking unemployment, they could motherfucking live better than what they were getting paid on the goddamn union.
Right, and I understand that.
Double pay with the federal act.
Again, I understand. I understand the troubles that befall the black community economically and socially. This is why, again, before I was, interrupted. This is why I was using the example of what just took place yesterday. That's why, because I wanted to prove the exact point that you brought up. Most of your HBCUs are next to in the inner cities, or next to poor neighborhoods and
This is
communities.
what I'm saying, right? You asked me about the HBCUs, right? Now, why is it that Penn State? Let's just take the the HBCUs in Georgia, Virginia, right? Your Morehouse and fucking what is it, Spelman, right?
Right.
You got 6 of the goddamn HBCUs that don't even, like, literally, that combined one fucking state university gets more than all 6 of them. And you know what state that is? That's Penn State. Has a bigger fucking, gets more federal funding than 6 of the goddamn major HBCUs that are in existence. But yet, every time they pull the funding from the HBCUs, and you know what happens? Dumb niggas get the motherfucking falling off the goddamn walls, right? They get the saying shit like, well, the HBCUs should stop looking for a motherfucking handout. Well, why would we say that to Penn State?
See, right there, right there, Cerulean. That's where you and I align, and we're in agreement, which is why I brought that example forward. Right there.
Well, and
right there.
True. If you
stay right there.
Valley State
now,
University,
stay right there.
Valley. Mississippi Valley is in the fully urban area of Mississippi. It's in Ida Benham, which is the catfish, one of the catfish capitals of the world. That's all they do there. Basically, it's farming, and their big thing is catfish distribution. Any catfish bought at any store in America, Costco or Walmart, is probably coming from there. So, Ida Benham is not the urban center of Mississippi for sure. And they're not necessarily the crime magnet either, because they're in the country, right? So as an HBCU in the country, and what you're saying is right. A lot of these D1 schools, you know what I'm saying, they have their dedications and, the old alma maters and the old alumni that dedicated their fortune and maybe put in something, but they all put in a little something. I'm going to tell you right now, the new stadium and the new additions that was put on Mississippi Valley State was put on by Jerry Rice and Larry Totten. It's called Rice Totten Stadium, and us brothers bought that. You know what I mean? And I think a lot of that is missing in some of these conversations we'll be talking about, and I'm here to tell it, and that's why I'm glad we're having this conversation. Rice Totten Stadium. You know what I'm saying? Our brothers put some of their money back, some of the athletes that did. And let's just speak on them too, because that is a solution, brother. Some of these brothers are. Yeah, they underfunding us.
Here's the thing. Historically, I remember seeing a video, and it reminds me of how so many niggas that have money to be able to reinvest in their community, right? It was a video of Karl Malone, right? They're talking about how come, and the white boy said it in the way it was like, how come more black sports players don't reinvest in their own community? Karl Malone gets up there and says the dumbest shit. Well, more black people, looking for a handout. Nigga, what?
Yeah, like, goddamn, you couldn't have thought of a worse thing to fucking say at that point.
And you know what's so crazy about it?
Yeah.
Because Ben Roethlisberger, a motherfucking serial goddamn rapist, do you ever wonder why his motherfucking criminal record and the fact that he's running around here raping bitches in every state they play out of state is not on fucking Front Street? Why he's not a part of the Me Too movement? Well, you know what? Investing in your goddamn community goes a long fucking way.
Yeah, it does, man, because like right now, they got a new track out there. You know what I'm saying? When I was coming up, Valley didn't have that track, didn't have that stadium. It looked more kind of, broken down. Now they got it set up, it's nice. And then I, upon further investigation, found out that Jerry Rice and Larry Totten was the integral capital backers that was alumni that came down and blessed them. Because they wasn't going to wait on them because they was neglecting us. But, some of the brothers who did get well-to-do did come back. And I think we just have, more of those brothers.
But it goes to show you, right? It goes to show you that a lot of our people with money, right? That do all the, I'm going to swirl out because a black woman, blah, 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 some arbitrary reason, right? Get a couple $1 million. First thing they do is go get the white bitch and takes it for all they got their worth. But see, we keep saying that because of the black woman is more assertive, or because she has an attitude, or because she more butch. All these excuses, right? But mind you, they'll make the mother look, because the black woman is literally putting her attitude on display, right? Oh, you want her to be like the white woman, right? To play that long game and stake your ass after she the motherfucker took you for all your worth, though. That's what you really telling me, though, right?
Yeah, but not all black women are like that, right? You know, you got a lot of black women.
Or did we forget that motherfucking Tiger Woods?
How they feel?
Or did we forget that
like aggressive women will attack them?
Did we forget that Tiger Woods got snuffed by that Swedish woman? Yeah, facts.
A motherfucking homely white bitch, $500 million motherfucking dollars who motherfucking tried to run this motherfucking ass over. Oh, but that ain't motherfucking masculine. Or maybe we forgot that Dr. Dre just motherfucking took it through the ringer by his magical white bitch.
Wow, that shit was crazy.
Yeah, that shit was cold.
Maybe we forgot about motherfucking Larry Elder, whose magical white bitch just put his ass on blast and railroaded this motherfucking run for governor in California.
Right.
How many motherfucking examples do we have to see that, look, just because the black woman's attitude is on motherfucking display, don't mean that she is motherfucking any motherfucking worse than the motherfucking white woman. And matter of fact, I would say that the white bitch is worse. That's why I keep telling you the raw data, General. When we look at the raw numbers, I'm not fucking looking for no goddamn percentages. Percentages can skew any data, going any direction, white or black or motherfucking Asian otherwise. That's why we brought up the motherfucking thing earlier about West Virginia. By percentage wise, West Virginia, I can really paint that shit to be the most dangerous state in the entire fucking union.
Yeah.
But see,
we brought it over at DeAndre's channel.
Check it out, Obadiah. Right?
So,
let me get this off real quick. Let me get this off real quick, Joe.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
All right, go ahead, bro.
Mind you, when I mentioned West Virginia, right? You know, the general came up with the data that stated, well, industry and all of that shit, as if Chicago got some motherfucking industries that fucking West Virginia don't.
Fair point. Yeah.
And what I'm saying, and this is why I keep referring it back to an American dysfunction, because Chicago looks the same way that West Virginia does for the same fucking reasons.
Facts. I agree. Yeah.
And that was the point that I was trying to make, where I said I agree with you. Did not disagree with you. Okay? Now, I'll go back to restate something that you just stated. Let's talk about motherfucking Tiger Woods. Would you not consider him a rich, educated derelict of a black man? I would. Wait. Come on, brother. I just listened to you the whole time. It's just a question. Yes or no? Because I would. I don't even consider Tiger Woods. I don't even claim that motherfucker. Because he said he wasn't black. He's Blasian.
Yeah, he's a trans. We call him trans over here. He's a transracial.
Throw that motherfucker. He don't belong to my community. It's not a black man. Now, Dr. Dre. Wasn't Dr. Dre? I don't give a fuck about white folks, man. Talking about us. Fuck what they say.
We know Tiger Woods already said.
All right, so he don't matter. And I'm not trying to.
Let the general speak. Go ahead, General.
I'm not trying to take away from Cerulean's point. I'm simply trying to say the examples that you set forth were not very good examples. Wasn't Dr. Dre? Isn't he a fucking derelict of a Negro male? His daughter is sleeping in the fucking car. He won't even help his own fucking daughter. Didn't he beat Miss Shailee's ass?
Right.
So he would be a rich derelict of a fucking man. Now for Larry Elders, in my opinion, Larry Elders is a fucking coon.
Yeah. There you go, General. There you go.
But see what I'm saying, right?
So Nick, wait. Let me get this out. So Negroes like that, in my opinion, just because they got rich money and fame, they get what they deserve when they run outside of the black community.
There you go, my man.
They
that's
do.
What I'm saying about, that's what I'm saying. And that's what I'm saying about.
Guess what he?
That's what I'm saying about the SYSDM niggas. And that's exactly the same shit I'm saying about that.
Yeah, they
The
transracial, man.
so-called motherfucking passport bros.
That's
While
my
we're
point.
sitting here, while
That's my
we're
point.
sitting here,
That's my
I
point
told you,
exactly. I
General,
simply gave
but
you some.
hold on, General, let me
I'm
ask you
simply
this.
trying to give
Why
you
did
some.
you always
Let me finish my statement. I'm simply trying to give you some information based upon what I see, and I'm simply giving you some information based upon why it is and what I am getting told. Now, I didn't say that was across the board, across the United States of America. I'm simply saying from my battle position, this is what I'm seeing, and this is what I'm hearing. Whether it's right, wrong, or indifference, whether you believe it or not, this is what's coming through. I'm doing the field work. That's why I said it earlier.
Okay, General, this is what I'm saying. How often have you heard me say that dereliction ain't got a motherfucking thing to do with how much money a motherfucker got?
Again, we agree on that point.
Now,
again, we agree on that point.
Here's what I'm gonna get to you, right? You mentioned Dr. Dre. You said he's a derelict with money. We agree on that, but at the same motherfucking time,
three of us
I would
agree on
ask
that.
you,
Yeah, go ahead.
at the same time, I would ask you, at what fucking age, right, as a grown adult, do you stop blaming your motherfucking parents or whatever for your fucking fuck ups?
And this is why I say you must put the onus on the owner. How many times have you not heard me say that? This is why I say you must put the onus on the owner. Like it or not, right, wrong, or indifferent, you have to step up, black man or black woman, and take responsibilities for your fucking action.
Right. So yeah, I can agree to that point right there. There you go. Now, this is a great discussion, man. Like it needs to be had, and I mean, like, yeah, for that point, we can say that. Now, I agree with you on the Tiger Band. We call him Trims over here. Yeah, he don't even claim to being black, so we already I exclude him out a long time ago.
Yeah,
you know what I
what
mean?
I'm saying. Did he say that already? That's what I was saying.
Yeah, yeah.
When the
He's a
general was telling me,
transracial.
but see, when the general was telling me that this is what a lot of these brothers are hearing, like, look, they are a part of a different motherfucking group. I'm not counting them niggas as far as I'm concerned. So they are a part of the attrition rate. So we're not counting them motherfuckers anyway.
Again, that's where I agree. I'm simply telling you why that is. You can get mad at me if you want to. I'm just telling you the reasoning why some of these brothers are doing that. You have your reason, like you said. Why don't they just say that they feel like the white man's woman is better than ours, therefore making the white man better than them? Why don't they just say it?
There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
Look, I'm gonna just be real with you, General. Look, and I always say this: you're not a coon just because you have something affinity for somebody outside of your group. What makes you a coon is coming up with some bullshit excusatory reason for why you do that.
Do not disagree with
There you go.
And I said that. Okay, so if you recall, back in the day when I was on Obsidian's panel, I went up there with a bunch of the SYSBM Negroes that was over there in Passport, bro.
I remember they was calling you blue pill simp. You blue pill simp. You blue pill simp, General.
And I said that to them. I said, you cannot make me believe that with the disparaging numbers between black man and black woman right here in America, you can't find one that fits your fucking narrative. You can't find one that's agreeable with your program. Exactly.
Nigga, General, do you forget I was on the fucking panel when it was calling you blue pill simp?
That's why I said that. And that's why you heard me say that I don't agree with it at all, not 100%. You've heard me say that. You see, this is where I wanted to get to, where we could have the conversation and actually find out where we're having our impasse at.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. See how easy that was to do?
Yeah. It got a little fiery. It got a little fiery, but it was a great discussion. Yeah.
I'm not. You see, the general is looking at it as an impasse. I'm not really looking at it as an impasse.
Right.
I'm looking at end goal, end results. What is the aspiration of the community? What is the aspiration of the brother? Okay, where we agree. We both agree in community. We both agree in the organization process of brothers. Mm-hmm. And that lack of organization is what's causing all of this.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Right. The net result and the net cause.
You want to say something, Trinity?
Yeah, what I don't understand is because I've heard General say several times, basically when he talks about these men going their own way or men leaving the community to go get these their other options or their preferences, whatever. It's always to the default of the black woman. I've never understood that part. Okay. What I don't get, and it goes on both sides, the men talking about they going their own way and the women talking about they going their own way and they divesting, whatever. What I've always wondered why, okay, if you're going out and you want to explore your options, why does it have to be to the default of the black man or to the default of the black woman? Why can't it just be okay? I'm going to explore my options and that's it. Why does it have to have that hatred behind it towards people that look like you?
I
Yeah,
mean,
here's
that's
the reality.
that's a hatred for yourselves, and a lot of that shit stems from how they upbringing and what they see on the television. That goes on both sides in the programming. They're really programmed, and they come in these damn spaces and spew that stuff to the younger people behind me, and I just shake my head. And I'm like, that's not reality. I mean, it may happen in certain areas, but that's not really reality.
Yeah,
You know,
sir. What I say is, I think to
that's just
that,
what it
what's her
is.
question? I think her question to what you were saying, I think also is the ownership thing, right?
Right,
If you
right.
don't own another person, you can't determine what their particular affinity, like Cerruti was saying earlier, or what they're gonna choose. But I mean, when you choose what you choose, that's not to the detriment. Like the young lady was saying, it shouldn't have to be the detriment of the male or the female as far as black people concerned. If you just want to be with that person and that's what it is, well, be with that person. You don't gotta, you know, holler out, well, everybody else that ain't this ain't shit, and all that. That's not that's not I don't see nothing wrong with black women. I do have other women that I love women in general, white women, Mexican women, Latino, whatever they, call it, Asian women. But I still love black women. I mean, I don't know if I'm just a derelict. I guess maybe they would call that right there. But I like black women. I do. I would choose a average, good old run of the mill black woman over other culture as a just choose right now. Yes, no. And I don't see where the hatred of that comes from because I've never seen it. I've never participated in it myself. I can't speak for everyone else.
Right, right.
I've seen it several times here, especially on social media, not just from men, but from women too. Like I said, I've seen it equally on both sides, and it's very concerning to me because I'm like, well, what does you want to explore your options have to do with black people in general? At the end of the day, if you are attracted to another race or another group of people, then that's your business. Can't nobody stop you from exploring your options. I mean, that we live in a quote unquote free country. I mean, you have the freedom to date outside of your race if that's what you want to do. But it seems like a lot of these people that date outside their race, it's like they want to come back and it's like, nah, 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 I got options. Well, good. Go explore them. Yeah, be happy, be married. Why does it have to be you're always holding this option as an example as to like what someone else is supposed to be? No, I'm supposed to be who I'm supposed to be. They're supposed to be who they're supposed to be. If you don't like the what I'm selling, then you go shop somewhere else. It's very simple, but um, it really it kind of hurts my feelings when I see men and women doing that, using their quote unquote options as a tool of abuse, racial as a tool of like racial abuse to hold that person over your head like, okay, this is a better option because you're in default. No,
Right,
maybe
right.
if you want to go explore, why don't you stop using my quote unquote defaults for your reason for wanting to step out, go and explore yourself, go do what you want to do. It doesn't have to be because of you.
Look, can we do a little exercise? I'm going to put it this way. I want you to look up Operation Earnest Voice. And whenever you look this up and you read it and you understand what I'm talking about, as a matter of fact, my last outfit before I fucking left the military, which really kind of disenchanted me about the military, which solidified my reasoning for leaving. I was a part of the damn program that spawned Earnest Voice. So go and look at that document, Operation Earnest Voice. And then you'll understand what I'm saying about all of this shit and why shit is falling apart the way that it is. A lot of this shit has been implanted.
Yeah.
They want to keep society in these fucking separated micro bits. They don't want a new fucking monolith. They don't want that. They don't want a fucking literally, they don't want a unified group of any kind, not even as Americans.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
They want you in these little micro bits.
Again, again, that's where you and I agree, because we understand the game that's being played. They do not want a unified front, because as soon as, listen, man, as soon as the masses figure out the game that's being played by the few elites, then this shit is going to break down. It's inevitable.
It'll be too late.
But exactly, it'll be, you will have goddamn the land of the walking dead in this motherfucker. That's what you're gonna have.
Oh yeah, for sure, no doubt.
So this is why these small political games are being played. It's simply up to us to figure it out and be that voice to say, hey, can't y'all see what's really happening here? This is why I've said it before and I'll say it again. I don't condone fucking dating out. Period. Under any circumstances. You cannot make me believe, just like I did with you the other night, brother Obadiah. I broke it down. I said, okay, let's look at the number of soldiers that were lost in the Iraq and Afghanistan war compared to the black people, black men that were murdered each other in Chicago. Right? I feel the same way when I look at the SYSBM and the Passport Bros, and I say, okay, you're saying that you have to go outside of the country for whatever the fuck the reason is to find you a woman. When you're telling me that when you break down the numbers, when you take away the men that are incarcerated, the men that are dead, the men that do not have the means, the men that are derelict, when you remove them from said population of men that are eligible to create families and to mate and date with black women, the numbers are drastically not in our favor for you to go out. The numbers are drastically in our favor for you not to have to go outside of the country to find other than black woman. I gave you the numbers the other day. For every one black man that has his shit halfway together, you go to the city the size of Dallas, you look at the DFW area, that black man, for every one black man, you have your pick of 687 motherfucking black women. That's 687 in Dallas. There's another 687 you can go to and sort through in Arlington. There's another 687 you can go to and sort through in motherfucking Fort Worth. There's another 687 you can go to Irving and sort through.
1 out of 10.
So for one, so when you add up the numbers, for every one black man that got shit halfway together, there are thousands of eligible black women in the city the size of Dallas. Those numbers only increase when you go to larger cities. So you're telling me that you have a need or infinity to go outside because you can't find one sister that's on your program? That's where Cerulli and I kind of not necessarily disagree, but that's where we are on a common thread at. Because I don't see it. One, you can't find one that's not argumentative. You can't find one that does not have masculine traits. You can't find one that's agreeable with your program. Then you need to turn around. You need to look in the mirror and say, what's wrong with me? That's how I see it.
Right. Absolutely.
But again, when you talk about what's in your immediate area, what you have to do is you have to put the onus on the owner. Are there some problems that exist with black men? Definitely. Dereliction? Definitely. But on the flip side of the coin, do we have some goddamn dysfunction and dereliction on the side of our sisters? I believe in being down the middle and being fair. The law of attrition doesn't lie. Placing the onus on the owner doesn't lie. The responsibility is there, regardless of what caused it. We're in the modern age now. We know better. We know the game before the game is being played. We can see it. It's already been played. You can only reinvent the fucking game so many times.
Yeah.
Does the chat, does that allow you to link? You can't link a PDF, can you?
What is that? He says, so knowing what advice would you give to a young person growing in today's society? Well, I would say just, stay focused. If you want to go into the military, that's a great option. I mean, it's a lot of good options, but it's a day-to-day fight. Like my man Cerulean said, like I did a self-live stream on about dereliction in different variables. And then the general said you got to be accountable for yourself, men and women. He's coming from that perspective, which I totally agree. Put the onus on the owner that's doing the dereliction to themselves, but that's with them. They have to look themselves in the mirror, what they have to do to change themselves internally. So I co-sign both of their points. I mean, just excellent points they made. It's just where they clash. It's the ownership of the blame and thing that happens. I see it all the time, but you don't have conversations like that on other panels. So
I agree. I agree.
You just don't.
I would tell them also, brother, what I've known, the young brothers that I run across, and for employing them, and also young brothers that's in my general circle, I always try to basically put them on something. If I see them out there going to that street life, you know what I'm saying? And you don't have to be that old to do this. It's younger brothers.
Yeah. It's younger guys that's like I talk to, like that's like I would say younger than that, like 16 and on up to, or even peers. You try to tell them steer in the right direction. Even old as I am on these spaces, I've been around since my first channel since 07. This is like my second channel because I already lost one channel. I ain't gonna lose this one. This one, I'm trying to be straightforward with it and just be about a little bit of solutions and then show you examples. I can tell you where to talk to your congressman. If you're in my state, they can help you out. I point you in the right direction. That's what I do. And
exactly. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. But it's just that's one of the solutions. And then conversations like these with the general and which costs Cerulean, it is light work argument, but these are good. These help the younger guys to determine. I said, man, which one is? It ain't about who's right or wrong. Even if they're right or wrong, there's a message there to be had. Because the general's like saying you are responsible for your actions, and Cerulean said the dereliction is day to day. Your actions, it's internal. It's an internal fight that we all go through. But you got to be responsible for your actions. It's like the accountability and the acknowledgement.
And that's where we agree, right there. Right. That's where we agree at. Right there. That point right there. That point that you just made is where we agree. Men create the environment in which they choose for themselves. If you choose to go out here as a young man and throw your fucking life away when you have options, you can. I know a lot of young men who came from very disparaging motherfucking situations, but they figured out a way to goddamn get a grip on life and cut a niche out in this world, in this country for themselves. I know a lot of them. At the end of the day, if you choose to pick up a gun and shoot and kill somebody, or go rob a fucking store, or stand on the corner and sell dope, and you throw your life away and you're locked out of fucking being successful, because now you have a criminal record, that onus is on you. You can't say my mama, because Rudy just said it. At what age do you take responsibility for your actions?
Right.
At what age?
Yeah.
That's where we agree at.
Yeah. And it's just like that said, if you trust a woman, it's your fault. Like Tassid always said, like you're responsible for your actions. We take accountability over here. Same here. I salute him for that too. Even what Cerulean said about the dereliction thing before I passed the mic to him. What you about to say, Cerulean?
No, it's no, you apparently can't share PDFs in the chat here. I was gonna show you a PDF.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you open it up in your PDF, then you can share the screen on that program. If you open up separate from your browser.
Yeah, I'm on a tablet, so it ain't happening.
So,
that's all I'm saying.
So what I wanted to say was, as far as moving forward, especially in relationships, You can't run around here listening to these hypochondriacs. I call them hypochondriacs. That's basically what they are. They take little small incidents, little personal experiences, and they make it a big thing, and then they get talking loud, and then they get big followings, and they get other hypochondriacs to follow them, and then they start to share and compare notes, and then it looks bigger than what it is. At the end of the day, if you are a Black person and you do not want to date outside of Black people, all Black people are not ratchet. All Black women are not loud. All Black men are not lazy. Okay, we are all different. For instance, excuse me, because we can hear you. Okay, so at the end of the day, if you wouldn't want to date someone like me because I'm very boisterous, I'm very loud, I have a loud voice, and I'm opinionated, if that's the woman that you necessarily don't want to deal with, then there's other women who are more soft-spoken. They're quiet as a mouse. I mean, you might have to, pull out communication out of them. Go find somebody like that. Excuse me, if that's what you're into, you don't have to set up there and say, "Oh, look at Trinity. See, this is why we don't date Black women, because you see how loudmouth and just, you see this is the perfect example why we need to be exploring our options." No, there's plenty of Black women who are, not as opinionated as me, and vice versa. And just like when you're dealing with a man, there's plenty of men who are not cheaters, Black men. Okay, just because you had a bad experience with one Black man does not mean the next Black man is going to be the same. It's up to you to go out and not be lazy in the dating process. Yes, you're going to kiss a couple frogs at the end of the day, but if you give it time and you showing yourself love and you're showing yourself compassion, it's easier to have compassion for others and understand that just because you may have had a bad experience or a bad time or a bad date or a couple of bad dates does not mean that, the love of your life might not be around the corner. So don't listen to these hypochondriacs that get hurt one or two times and they're so fucking lazy. Their heart just can't take it no more. They kick them down. They're going to stay down there forever. They never get back up. Okay. You listen to these people and you're going to end up just like these people, bitter, mad, resentful, talking about they need to go explore their options. At the end of the day, if you don't have emotional intelligence when you're dealing with your own race, do you honestly think that you're going to go to another race? Other groups of people, they deal with the same shit we deal with. They just have a different culture when they're doing it. Okay, there's shitty men and there's shitty females. Just like there's good women, just like there's good women over there. But you're not going to take your emotional baggage and your emotional instabilities over there and think that you're going to have a better odds. It's going to be the same thing. Now, the novelty of you dating someone outside of your race, that might last a couple of months, maybe even a couple of years while you're getting to know the new culture and, the excitement of dating someone new. You're into it. But after all of the novelty wears off, it's going to go back to the same basic human thing. And what does that boil down to? It boils down to you loving yourself and you operating in a sense of having compassion for yourself and having emotional intelligence. That's what this all boils down to. You can't get hurt one or two times and then just motherfucking throw in the towel and say you're just going to be better for the rest of your life. You're not going to make it. Okay, we have to sell for it.
It's almost like a relationship nihilist at that point. It's like, okay, yeah, shit's fucked up, and then you start to manufacture the thing that you say that you don't like the most. And like what the general was saying, just like you were saying, hey, you know what? You're a Black brother. You tell me that you can't find a Black woman that's submissive. I find that to be highly inaccurate because I see a lot of boisterous women. I see a lot of women that's outspoken, but not necessarily boisterous, but they mean what they say, and that's good. And some men like that. And I know there's some women that, they all family generated. They're sometimes submissive, but they still boisterous in their own way. And guess what? There's a mix and a match for everyone. So you can't tell me that at 10-1, you can't find one.
Yeah.
That's just bullshit. You don't have to go across seas, man. You don't have to do that, in my opinion. You can for whatever reason, but I'm just saying you don't have to.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's been a great discussion. I'm going to shut this down, y'all. Yeah.
Oh, can you do me a favor real quick? Can you just look, because I can't share it in the chat or any of that.
You can't.
You could probably look it up. Just look up Operation Earnest Voice.
Operation Earnest Voice. Okay.
Operation Earnest Voice. That's all you gotta do is look up.
Operation Earnest Woods?
No. Operation Earnest Voice. The weaponization of social media.
Okay.
Using stock buckets.
Earnest Voice.
To counterculture to keep fucking divided populace.
I got it right here. Hold on. I'm gonna put it on my share screen. Hold on. I would.
If you want to really know where all of this fucking red pill bullshit, blue pill bullshit, fucking gender divide, the artificial gender divide, all of that shit stems from this one fucking thing.
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat. Hold on. Yeah. There we go. I'm gonna put this in the live chat so everybody can read it. Yeah, there you go. And I might read some of this later.
Well, that's a fact, brothers. Always a pleasure, Cerulean. I say, my brother, appreciate you for having me once again.
Not a problem.
Yes, sir. We'll convene and and we'll try it again. You know, the point of the matter is when you're talking real shit, as far as what Cerulean just laid out, Earnest Voice, that goes to show you what's happening right here in this digital space. They don't want the real conversations to find solution. They want the bullshit.
Exactly.
Of course, you get heated through conversation, and that's fine. But when you go over and you start talking about, you know, some bullshit that doesn't matter, and you focus on the wrong shit, you know, you don't get the views or the clicks or the subscribers. You know what I mean? Because
absolutely,
you got to be on that bullshit.
Exactly.
So with that, man, I'm gonna bid you guys a good night, good morning, should I say, and I'm gonna do a little work.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, all right. Peace.
All right, General.
All right. Well, thank you. This is Trinity Time Travels, and I want to thank you for having me on your panel. It was good talking to everybody. Thank you for everybody in the chat as well. Until next time.
Nice hearing from Trinity.
Not a problem. We appreciate you. Your input.
All right. Bye bye. Good night.
But yeah, like this is what I be talking about. Like we're having a conversation about something that, in my opinion, shouldn't even matter. That's why I keep saying it over and over. We have to start looking at ourselves as a part of the greater American ethos, not as some fucking pocket dimension.
Right. I get what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying on that. Now we got to get out of that and just look at it as American ethos at this point. I get where the general's coming from that perspective. I used to think like that years ago. I'm trying to move forward. Like we are American ethos, and the more I listen to you, man, like it makes more sense. It is a day-to-day fight. It's a reality. But you know, and this discussions like these, and I'm glad DeAndre kind of cool things down. I just let y'all go. I didn't care. I know where y'all was going. You know,
me and General always go back and forth like that.
I know. See, that don't bother me. Dre got so excited
because we were doing so good. 7 straight hours with no fucking, not even as much as a raising of an octave.
Yeah,
I think that shit deserves a pat on the motherfucking back alone.
Hey, yeah, I'm gonna watch this shit. Hell yeah.
That's a record.
Yeah, this a record. Yeah, this is gonna be a record. This is a rewatch for me. That's how I sounded. But you know, then you have a lady on the panel, like a woman. Appreciate her coming through. I mean, she was better than most. I've been on the panel with her like the first time over at Antilles, but today I would say she did good on my panel. You know, and this the best I've got out of her. No disrespect, but you know that's the best I've seen. Yeah.
I think it was a great conversation, man. General had some good shit. Cerulean had some good shit. You had some good shit, man. The young lady came up, man. Trinity's cat, good shit. And I think, you know, a lot of the raised octaves still got to the point, I guess, that we was all trying to make. And I tell people this all the time. A lot of times, people be agreeing. And it be just that back and forth where people, you know, listening Don't
It's good
understand
to
that's how
give
we go back and
pushback. That's how you build, and I love pushback. It don't bother me one bit. And you can't be
Yeah.
a damn follower, like he told David Johnson. You always gonna be a fucking follower. And he told him that on Sheila E's panel, and that's and I've noticed the bullshit that came through. So you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
man. It's just like, you know, speak your word. The reason you're here is because we want to know what you got to say about it. Not like, you know what I'm saying, what the voice that's being spoken into each one of us, you know what I'm saying, vicariously through these different algorithms and social medias. What is your real? And that's what I feel that the experiences that each one of us have, we can compare the notes. Although my notes may be contradictory in some states and certain things that you've been through, but guess what? Hey, the meeting in the middle is where you get the through line on this shit. Hey, man, you know, I can use anything. Like you said, brother, you don't never stop, you never get too old, learn something. Okay?
right, right.
You know, when you get too old, learn something, it's time to die. You know what I'm saying? You can always learn something. I don't care how old you is.
Yeah,
Always.
yeah,
That program, right? So back during Operation Iraqi Freedom, this program I'm talking about, Earnest Voice, was basically used to minimize the amount of manpower that U.S. forces needed to, say, surveil hostile territories, right?
Okay.
And you did that by giving them access to communications. That way, all you have to
yeah,
do is wait to fish out lines of data to see what political leaders being followed, what political leaders people are against, which ones can we incentivize, which ones we need to get rid of.
yeah, yeah. I'll look into that
When that
later
budget
on
started,
today.
it was
Yeah.
when that budget started, it was a small $3 million budget. Today,
Mhm.
that budget is nearly $300 million.
Right. Yeah.
And all it's
Operation
meant to
Earnest
do
Voice.
is, and all it's meant to do is to fucking cause division within blocks of groups because they want you to think like an individual, act like an individual.
You see how they got Egypt, the Twitter, where they sued Twitter for the Egypt revolution? You saw that shit?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's old. Yeah, I've seen that. I'm gonna read more of it later on. Yeah, but I gotta shut this down. Gotta get some rest. But any last words, fellas, or anything? Because
Yes, I came up. I just wanted you guys, if you have channels, do you mind dropping it in the chat? And I'm happy to sub and support.
I don't really do a whole lot of shameless promotion. You know, like you could just type in the name Gray Regime, or you can go
yeah,
to Gray
Gray
Regime.
Regime. You can type in his name, but Shatter, you can put it in the chat or the back chat.
Yeah, and did Trinity also have a channel?
Yeah, she does. I mean, she can put it. Well, yeah, I ain't got her mod, but yeah, you can type in her name and find her. She has a channel too.
Okay, so I didn't know
Yeah.
if the names were the channels. Okay, so if I type in Black Rain, I can find it, and also if I type in Trinity Time Travels, got it.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you so much.
you can find them. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you, sir, over having me up, Cerruti, man. It's always been a pleasure, dog. Like I say, I appreciate y'all brothers doing what y'all doing. And like I say, anytime we can link and make some solutions like you was talking about, bro, anything y'all need for us, like tech thing, like I told you, man, I'm telling people right now, if you got another solution, Amazon and eBay, I know they're taking over the whole world, Amazon anyway, but man, look, create your account and start selling, because I promise you, man, I can show you how to do it. Start from $14 my first week, third week at $4,000. So, hey, man, y'all keep doing what y'all doing, man. Any solution, anything I can help with, bro, I'm there.
Indeed.
All right, indeed. Yeah, it's been a great build and a great show. Oh man, we got everything out here. Right. Yeah, appreciate you, man. Shouts out to everybody that came through. The General, Cerulean, Shattered Games, man. DeAndre, of course. Who else came through? I'm trying to think who else came through. Auntie, Wolf, Namer. Shouts out to him, the brother. Yeah, everybody that came through today, appreciate y'all for stopping by. So with that, I want to say peace and shalom.
Blessings, brother.